Chapter 1. Twilight Rain and Dawn Maple. At the southernmost tip of the Principality of Mira lies an expanse of ocean, dotted with numerous ports and fishing villages, sprawling like stars in the night sky. Qinghe Fishing Village is but one of these humble settlements, home to fewer than 200 families, nestled at the southern extremity of the continent of light and shadow, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on 1. It is a veritable paradise, untouched by the outside world. Due to the village's isolation, harmony prevails, and the folkways are refreshingly simple and pure. As dawn breaks, atop a cliff, the sea breeze roars, crashing against the shore with ferocity. A boy of 12 or 13 sits quietly on the rocks, gazing at the horizon where the sea meets the sky, his eyes reflecting a melancholy that belies his tender age, a sorrow that could break one's heart. Gradually, the sun rises from the ocean, casting shimmering reflections across the water's surface. The boy withdraws his gaze, his attention returning to the book of prophecies in his hands. After flipping through a few pages, he finds himself disenchanted. And after a moment of reflection, he closes the book. This boy is none other than I, Xiaofeng, or, more formally, Mu Xiaofeng. Of course, that is not my true name. You may call me Mu Xiaofeng. Do not be perplexed by my name, nor should you find it peculiar. In my childhood, I often questioned my father about the oddity of my name, to which he would always look toward the sea in silence. In my eyes as a child, my father was a failure, for he never cared for me. Had it not been for the village chief's family, I might have perished in my cradle. From my earliest memories, my father was perpetually consumed by alcohol, as if it were his sole solace. The rock on the cliff became his favored perch in the recesses of my childhood memories. He seldom spoke, never smiled, always gazing silently at the sea, lost in an inexplicable obsession. My father seemed to harbor a disdain for me, avoiding my presence. I knew of his extraordinary magical prowess, yet he never imparted his knowledge to me. Instead, it was the village chief, Uncle Scotchy, who often taught me simple spells. Scotchy was highly esteemed in our village, married to a woman renowned for her gentle beauty. They had a daughter named Shuwu, 2 years my junior, who embodied her mother's exquisite lineage, charming and delightful from a young age. Due to my father's neglect, I grew up largely in the care of the village chief's family, whom I considered my closest kin. I once asked the chief why my father seemed to despise me, but he did not provide a direct answer, for he, too, was uncertain of the reasons. As I grew older, I learned to fish and gather shrimp along the shore, becoming self-sufficient. I returned to my dilapidated home, often sitting beside my father on the coast in idle silence. As a child, I gazed into his eyes, filled with questions I could not comprehend. It was only later, through my own experiences, that I understood the meaning of his gaze. It was a heart turned to ashes. I realized that when a person suffers deeply, they become devoid of emotion, for their heart has succumbed to death. As I matured, my father grew increasingly haggard and aged. Despite being merely in his 30s, I gradually gleaned fragments of his story. A poignant and heartbreaking tale, a true narrative. My father, Mu Tianhai, was born in the magical land of the Orlan Empire. My grandfather, Mu Chifeng, served as the imperial mage and chief sorcerer of the Orlan Empire, holding a position of great honor and prestige. With unmatched magical talent and the divine lineage of the god of blood, he ascended to the rank of grand sorcerer by the age of 30, becoming a legend in the magical realm. However, shortly after my grandfather attained his esteemed title, war erupted between the Orlan Empire and the Jade Empire. The war, which ignited 20 years ago, was unprecedentedly brutal, leaving many haunted by its memories. That year, the Jade Empire unleashed its full might against Orlan, with its king leading the charge and the martial emperor commanding the warrior alliance, laying siege with an unstoppable force. Intent on swallowing Orlan whole, my grandfather, as the national protector, led the mage battalion to the last stronghold of the capital, Ren, to confront the Jade soldiers in fierce combat. The intensity of that battle surpassed imagination of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the city. Only about 1 in 10 survived. The clash of magic and martial prowess was breathtaking, spells bursting forth like fireworks, yet life extinguished as swiftly, rendering existence the most worthless commodity, akin to autumn blooms withering away. Despite the assistance of the mage battalion led by my grandfather, the outcome was still a devastating defeat. The battalion perished while casting a forbidden 9th-level spell, witnessing the annihilation of his cherished mage cohort. My grandfather bled from his mouth in despair as flames of war engulfed the city. More Jade soldiers surged forth from outside. In a moment of desperation, my grandfather unleashed life magic, chanting an ancient and intricate incantation to invoke a long-forgotten 10th-level divine spell of wind, tempest of thunder. In a cataclysmic display of power, 100,000 Yade soldiers, along with their king, were forever consigned to eternal slumber beneath Ren. This battle concluded with the victory of the Orlan Empire, yet the price was my grandfather's life. Invoking a divine banishment spell with a mortal body was inherently a perilous act. In the aftermath, the Yade Empire fell into disarray, its royal power waning as the martial emperor gradually seized control, establishing a true realm for warriors. My father had an elder brother named Mu Tianshuang, who fully inherited my grandfather's magical gifts. Under my grandfather's careful tutelage, he broke through to the Grand Mage level at the tender age of 17, bringing immense pride to my grandfather. In contrast, my father was a source of disappointment, as he was frail and exhibited little understanding of wind magic. More critically, he was enamored with prophecy magic, a branch of space magic, misunderstood by the masses as a dark art. My grandfather vehemently opposed his studies in this realm. Yet, after much persuasion and with no other recourse, my grandfather reluctantly acquiesced. Space magic is the most challenging of all magical disciplines to master. And prophecy magic, which involves glimpsing the past and future, has historically seen only one mage reach the rank of Grand Mage. This mage, through prophecy magic, traversed space, transcended time, and beheld the origins of the world. Inscribing the Book of Prophecies, the very tome I now hold. This book is the sole precious relic bequeathed to me by my father. In truth, my father was also a magical prodigy, no less than my grandfather. But the arduous nature of prophecy magic, with its lack of offensive or defensive capabilities, rendered practitioners seemingly weak and vulnerable. To outsiders, my father appeared merely as a fragile vase, devoid of threat. The tale of how my parents met is steeped in fate. My father was just 20, while my mother was 19 when the cataclysmic Orlan War erupted. My maternal grandfather, Long Jueo, as a general of the Yade Empire, was inevitably on the battlefield, accompanied by my mother's two brothers. Both martial geniuses, particularly endowed with the bloodline of the dragon god, a lineage that bestowed formidable defense and attack capabilities, causing even the martial emperor great concern. That on that fateful day, the city of Chiozhua, which my father defended, fell to defeat. Trapped within the city due to a sealed perimeter and the demon-repelling stone barrier, my father was unable to use his space magic to escape, forcing him to hide within the city. By chance, he encountered my mother, Long Ruayu, who was transporting supplies out of the city. My father stealthily concealed himself within her supply cart, managing to escape the city. However, their journey was fraught with peril. Shortly after leaving, their convoy was ambushed by bandits. The outlaws were formidable, swiftly slaughtering the soldiers guarding the supplies, leaving only my mother to fight valiantly against overwhelming odds. Though she was an accomplished swordswoman, her defeat was merely a matter of time. Witnessing this from his hiding place, my father rushed to her side, embracing her and utilizing his space magic to facilitate their escape. In the aftermath, he cared for her in a secluded grove, and their feelings began to blossom. After revealing their identities, they resolved to face any challenges together for a lifetime. Upon parting in the grove, they returned home to seek parental approval for their union. However, given the long-standing enmity between the Yade and Orlan empires, especially amid the ongoing war, neither father, as military leaders of their respective nations, could possibly consent to such a union. Consequently, my father was met with severe reprimands from my grandfather, who forbade him from ever seeing my mother again. While she was confined, love, indeed, is the most extraordinary of emotions, capable of driving individuals to madness and recklessness. Ultimately, my parents chose to elope, in a fit of defiance. My mother stole the family heirloom, the God-Eater blade, also known as the sorrow of the dragon clan. To evade the relentless pursuit of both families, they sought refuge in the southernmost part of the Principality of Mira, in a place called Qinghe Fishing Village. My father often spoke of my mother's love for the sea, declaring her a child of the ocean. Together, my parents lived blissfully for 2 years. Yet all joy and happiness came to a tragic end with my arrival. My mother perished in childbirth, and from that moment, my father ceased to smile, finding solace only in the bottle. That I suspect that in his dreams, he reunites with my mother. Fated to be alone, harming kin and friends, a life fraught with trials, destined for solitude. These 16 prophetic words were imposed upon me by my father from the moment of my birth. My father once told me that I am a rare celestial being, marked by misfortune, destined to face a life-and-death tribulation at the age of 18. Beyond that, my father could not predict my fate any further. He honored my mother's last wishes by cremating her remains and scattering her ashes into the ocean that she so dearly loved. From that moment on, he became enamored with the sea, for it held the echoes of my mother's essence. This is the reason behind my father's disdain for me. He believed I was the cause of my mother's demise. Since her passing, he has not performed his beloved divination magic, claiming he was unworthy of such powers, having failed to foresee her death at as for my name, Mu Shao Feng. My father later explained that Shao Feng was the name given to me by my mother. Originally, I was to be called Mu Shao Feng, but in remembrance of my mother, my father added the character Yu in the middle. The surname has become inconsequential, as my father was cast out from the Mu family tree the moment he eloped with my mother. After her death, my father's health deteriorated rapidly, a manifestation of his overwhelming sorrow. When I turned 10, he ultimately succumbed to his grief, leaving this world to join my mother, perhaps in another realm. They find happiness together that I still vividly recall my father's expression in his final moments. His deep-set eyes bore no sorrow or melancholy, only a sense of relief, perhaps tinged with a lingering affection for me. On that day, he entrusted me with the Book of Prophecies, instructing me to seek out his dearest friend, the Divinerborg, in the royal city of the Orland Empire, where I might uncover something that could aid my destiny. Afterward, he opened my mother's room, which he meticulously tended to every day since her passing. Unchanged for a decade, in the dim corner of the room, he retrieved the god-eating blade, which my mother had once stolen from her home. Along with the tome she authored, the Dragon God's Manual, he revealed that my mother had always hoped I would grow to be a formidable hero, a magic warrior skilled in both profound sorcery and martial prowess. A dream she would never witness fulfilled. That night, my father departed quietly, his visage frozen in a gentle smile, my first and last glimpse of his joy. I honored his last wishes by scattering his ashes into the sea, where they could finally be reunited with my mother, never to part again. News of my father's passing swiftly reached the royal city, conveyed discreetly by my uncle, who had always cherished my father. Upon learning of his demise, my uncle hastened to the Duchy of Mira, accompanied by his second son, Mu Bingfei. However, by the time they arrived at Qinghe fishing village, my father's ashes had already been cast into the ocean. Bingfei had visited me several times before, showing great concern for my well-being. Despite our age difference of merely 3 years, we shared a deep bond, and I relied on him in ways I could scarcely articulate. My uncle intended to take me back to the Orland Empire, but I chose to remain, adhering to the local custom of mourning for 3 years in honor of my father. My uncle supported my decision, promising to return for me in 3 years. During that time, I gradually adapted to sitting on the rocky shores like my father, staring into the vast sea. I began to understand his profound connection to the ocean, for it held the spirits of my dearest relatives, my father and mother. The future loomed uncertain before me, and I found myself adrift in confusion. In moments of boredom, I would peruse my father's Book of Prophecies, learning the few simple spatial magics it contained. The first spell I mastered was the instant teleportation, not for its ease, but because it served as a means of escape, a necessity before I could learn to defend myself. Chapter 2. Embarking on a journey, the sea breeze caressed my face like a playful spirit. Mingling with the ocean's distinctive scent, seagulls occasionally swooped overhead, their cries echoing in my ears. Gazing out at the deep blue expanse, my thoughts drifted, reminiscing about days gone by, when a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. A pair of soft, almost ethereal hands covered my eyes, accompanied by a melodious voice. Shao Feng Gij, can you guess who I am? Feigning contemplation, I tilted my head before responding with a hint of fondness. Who else could it be but our beautiful and adorable Shui Wu? She released her hands, wrapping her arms around my neck, playfully chastising me. Shao Feng Gij, how could you take so long to think? Turning to face her radiant smile, I gently stroked her silky hair. I wasn't thinking. It's just that our Shui Wu is so enchanting. She mesmerizes me. Ugh, how cheesy. Despite her retort, I could sense the joy hidden beneath her words. Shui Wu and I had grown up together. I regarded her as a little sister, while she had developed a habitual dependence on me. Uncle Scotchy, vaguely aware of my background, had attempted to keep her away from me after I turned 10, fearing she might develop feelings. Yet, how could 10 years of companionship be so easily severed? After several failed attempts to separate us, Uncle Scotchy eventually ceased his efforts. Shao Feng Gij, what are you thinking about? You're ignoring me. If you're busy, I'll just head back, she said, her demeanor shifting to one of mild disappointment, reminiscent of a scorned lady of the manor. All right, my dear Shui Wu, don't be upset. It's my fault. You can punish me. I'll do whatever you want. Unable to resist her pleading gaze, I capitulated. Really, whatever I say, you'll do it. I noticed a glint of mischief in her eyes, realizing I had been outsmarted. This little girl was growing increasingly clever. Yes, go ahead. What do you want? Should I pluck stars from the sky or fetch the moon? Ugh, I wouldn't make you do something so unrealistic. Let me think. You should just spend the day playing with me today. How about that? Fine, I agree. I found myself ensnared in her scheme. Great. Let us go home. I know you often skip breakfast, which isn't good for your health. I brought you 2 salted fish from my home. You should eat first. With that, she turned and headed toward my house. Sighing in resignation, I followed her, realizing I could never win against this little girl. I trailed behind her, watching as she skipped along, humming a cheerful tune, radiating joy like a carefree bird. Her exuberance lifted my spirits, dispelling the earlier gloom as I quickened my pace to walk alongside her. Not far from the shore stood a small wooden house, my home, constructed by my parents' hands. Though it had fallen into disrepair, I had no desire to leave or rebuild. It was the only place where I could feel my parents' presence. Shui Wu opened the door and stepped inside. Treating it as her own without a hint of hesitation, on the table lay a basket, and Shui Wu was rummaging through it for a plate. Although it was merely a plate, it held only 2 salted fish. This village was impoverished, and its inhabitants relied on fishing for sustenance. I sat across from her at the table, observing the fish. I knew Uncle Scotchy had likely sent only one, and the extra one was surely left for me by Shui Wu, indicating she hadn't had breakfast either. She had often done this, despite my repeated admonitions, yet she would not listen. Shui Wu, you've been disobedient again. Haven't you? It's fine for me to skip a meal. But you're still growing. If you don't eat, you want to be beautiful. Come on, eat both fish, or I'll be unhappy, I asserted, feeling a surge of frustration at her disregard for her health. All right, I'll eat, but Xiaofeng Gidge, when you're angry, you look so grumpy, like a little old man. But really, I'm not hungry. Let us each have one. If you don't eat, I want to either. This little girl was becoming increasingly obstinate. Unable to argue further, I resigned myself to eating one of the fish. Thus, breakfast was spent in a cheerful atmosphere. After tidying up, Shui Wu and I stepped outside, ready to play, but some individuals always appeared at the most inconvenient times. And Sumi was a prime example. Sumi's father was the village chief of the nearby village, Bai Qi, known for colluding with the lord of Chio High City to exploit the villagers, earning their disdain. Like father, like son, Sumi, at just 14, began to bully the villagers with his entourage, instilling fear among them. Recently, he had taken an interest in my dear Shui Wu, pestering her relentlessly. And here he came again, that irritating fellow. Oh, Shui Wu, my dear, I've been searching high and low for you. How about playing with me today? I have plenty of delicious treats. His voice, annoyingly effeminate, carried from afar. That annoying guy is back again, buzzing around like a fly. Let us ignore him and go catch fish by the rocks. Shui Wu turned away, her face an open book of disdain. All right, let us go. I wrapped my arm around her slender shoulders, inhaling her youthful fragrance, momentarily lost in thought. Yet it was but a fleeting moment before I snapped back to reality, glancing down at Shui Wu nestled against me, finding comfort in her presence. With a light chuckle, I shook my head and activated the short-range teleportation spell, instantly vanishing from my original spot, leaving Xiaomi gazing at the place we had just disappeared from, her eyes revealing a sinister glint. Hundreds of meters away, snow danced and I materialized atop a rocky outcrop, where the boulders were plentiful, ensuring we had no fear of being discovered. We deftly navigated through the rocks, soon arriving at the seaside, a place we often frequented for fishing, laden with countless cherished memories. I perched myself on a rock, dipping my bare feet into the sea. Although it was already early summer, the water remained somewhat cool. Snowdance adjusted her pristine white dress and settled beside me, her fair little feet playfully splashing in the water, emitting peals of joyous laughter. As I gazed into the distant sky, I gradually fell into a deep reverie, only to be jolted back to reality by a pair of small hands waving in front of my face. Brother phone, you're so mean. The moment you see the ocean, you ignore me. Am I not as pretty as the sea? Her adorable visage drew near, her bright eyes fixated on me, long eyelashes fluttering mischievously, her lips pouting, cheeks flushed with indignation. Sensing the gravity of the situation, I hastily shifted the topic. Well, Snow Dance, why did you come to find me so early today? The innocent Snow Dance, devoid of any guile, easily fell for my diversion. It was Dad who called me. He said I should spend the day with you. As for the rest, I don't know. What's wrong? Don't you want me to be with you? Upon hearing her words, I immediately comprehended Uncle Sketch's intentions. He was aware of the events from 3 years ago, but had kept Snow Dance in the dark. Today marked the final day of my father's wake, and I suspected my uncle's entourage was approaching soon. The thought of leaving the place I had called home for 13 years filled me with reluctance. It seems Brother Fong truly does not like Snow Dance anymore. What has Snow Dance done to upset you? Just tell me, and I will change. Please don't ignore me. I pulled my thoughts back, looking into her tear-filled eyes, silently cursing my negligence, and hurriedly comforted the little girl. How could that be? How could I possibly dislike you, Snow Dance? You were so adorable and endearing. I was just lost and thought about something. You know how I can be a bit absent-minded. Please forgive me, all right? Don't cry. Or you will lose your beauty. After much effort, I managed to soothe the little girl until her tears turned into smiles. Yet, the shadows in my heart grew heavier, seeing how much she depended on me. I could hardly fathom how she would react once I was gone. The sun climbed higher, the temperature gradually rising, transforming the once cool coastline into a warm expanse, unable to resist the allure of the sea. The little girl was the first to plunge into the water. Not to worry, it was deep, only up to her knees, and I momentarily set aside my melancholy to join her in playful antics. Only when the sun tilted to the west did we reluctantly return to the shore, bursting into laughter at our drenched appearance. Finding a flat stone to sit upon, I skewered the fish and shrimp we had caught with twigs. A simple fire magic, little fireball manifested in my palm, and soon our lunch was prepared. We used to often roast food like this, and after countless attempts, my grilling skills had reached a masterful level. Much to Snow Dance's delight, as she had enjoyed many culinary treats alongside me. After lunch, we proceeded to visit several of our favorite spots. Time flowed by unnoticed, akin to a wild stallion galloping forward. Leaving me alone to gaze back at the swirling dust behind, the setting sun reminded us that it was growing late. The day was drawing to a close, and where would tomorrow lead us? I tugged on the reluctant Snow Dance, guiding her back towards the village. Hand in hand, we strolled homeward against the backdrop of the sunset, the elongated shadows behind us casting an intimate silhouette. Snow Dance remained her cheerful self, seemingly oblivious to the concept of sorrow. The evening glow tinted her cheeks a soft pink, reminiscent of shyness, as she released my hand, twirling her skirt joyfully along the roadside. The gentle breeze tousled her long hair, making her appear like an ethereal sprite, the most beautiful of all. As I watched her, I found myself entranced, perhaps harboring an unusual affection for her in my heart. Suddenly, the memory of the letter I had received earlier resurfaced, and I found myself at a loss regarding how to choose my path. The cacophony of firecrackers and horns pulled me from my reverie, and Snow Dance bounded back to my side, pointing towards the distance. Brother Foam, what are those people doing? It looks so lively. Following her finger, I realized they were celebrating a joyous occasion. Noticing her puzzled expression, I couldn't help but fondly stroke her small nose. They are celebrating a wedding, I replied as we walked. A wedding? Why do people get married? At her question, I nearly fainted. Her innocence was astonishingly naive, almost to the point of foolishness. Well, marriage means a man and a woman living together forever. I offered a simplistic explanation. Oh, so that is how it is. Then I want to be with Brother Fong forever too. When I grow up, I'll marry you, okay? The little girl asked, hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head, her flushed face showing no trace of shyness. Looking into her big, watery eyes filled with anticipation, I found it difficult to refuse, yet I couldn't bear to deceive her either, so I responded vaguely. If by the time you turn 20, no one wants you, then I will come to marry you. I thought 10 years would be enough time for her to forget me. She twirled in delight upon hearing my words, evidently oblivious to the implications contained within. You must keep your promise. Let's make a pinky swear. With that, she extended her small hand, and reluctantly, I followed suit. Our fingers interlocking, our hearts tightly bound. After escorting her home, Uncle Sketch invited me to stay. Snow Dance attempted to eavesdrop from the side, but was pulled into the kitchen by Auntie to help out. With no one else in the living room, Uncle Sketch got straight to the point. Are you leaving? I had always regarded Uncle Sketch as a father figure, so I felt no need to hide anything from him. Yes. This afternoon I received a letter from my uncle that it stated that Brother Ice Faye is already en route and will arrive tomorrow morning. That I don't want Snow Dance to know. Please tell her after I leave. I cannot bear to see her sad. Ah, I had foreseen this day would come, which is why I once tried to prevent you from becoming close with Snow Dance. But this little girl has become too dependent on you, perhaps in a few days. It will be easier. You have your own path to tread. Qinghe Fishing Village is not suitable for you. Golden scales do not belong in a mere pond. When the winds arise, they transform into dragons. Uncle Scatch rose and walked to the window. Gazing up at the night sky, I knew that it wasn't he, just Snow Dance, who would be reluctant to see me go. Uncle and Auntie had raised me since childhood, always treating me as their own son. Now that I was departing, it must have pained them as well. But could I stay? No, I could not remain, despite the countless attachments I had to this place. Ultimately, I did not belong here. Only by venturing forth could I learn more powerful magic and become the magical warrior my mother envisioned. After sharing one last dinner at Uncle S' home and engaging in casual conversation for a while, I stood to leave. Uncle and Annie accompanied me to the door, allowing Snow Dance to see me off. The tranquil moonlight softly bathed the fine sandy beach as we walked side by side in silence, neither of us willing to disrupt the peaceful atmosphere. Stealing glances at her lovely face, I felt a pang of inexplicable pain in my heart that I halted, turned, and gently kissed her forehead. The little girl paused in surprise, then smiled with happiness before shyly running away, leaving behind a trail of laughter like silver bells that I silently watched her figure gradually fade into the night, engraving her image deep within my heart. Farewell, Snow Dance. Chapter 3. The Orland Empire. As dawn broke, a pale light emerged at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Having spent the night awake, I sat on the rocky outcrop, quietly awaiting the arrival of dawn. The damp sea water soaked through my thin garments, and the cool morning breeze carried a slight chill that I extended a hand to smooth my tousled hair. Continuing to immerse myself in my inner world, that I cherished these tranquil moments. As if the entire world consisted solely of me, I enjoyed gazing at the sky in a daze, savoring the past, and occasionally dreaming of the future. Having grown accustomed to solitude since childhood, I too had inherited my father's silence, expressing my melancholy in solitude. The clattering of hooves grew louder, and I turned to see a convoy of carriages approaching my home. The carriage bore the emblem of a six-pointed star, unique to the Orland Empire, signaling that Brother Ice Fae had come to fetch me. I cast one last glance at the vast, azure sea before turning to leave. Upon reaching the wooden cottage, Brother Ice Fae disembarked from the carriage just as I arrived. We exchanged no words. A mere embrace sufficed to convey 1,000 sentiments. As he released me, his gaze lingered on my form, scrutinizing me for a considerable time, taking in my disheveled hair and tattered clothing, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. My dear brother, you have suffered these past few years. Now that the 3-year mourning period has ended, Father has sent me to bring you home, to our true home. To ensure your safety, Father has mobilized the elite of the Royal Mage Guard. Though few in number, they are more than capable of handling most emergencies. Following Brother's gesture, I carefully examined the escort. There were only 2 carriages, the rest were mounted knights, among the 20 or so guards. All were of mage level or higher. When my gaze fell upon the rear carriage, a middle-aged man clad in a black mage robe emerged. The finely crafted robe, adorned with embedded magical stones, signified his status and identity. At last, my gaze rested upon the emblem on his left shoulder, where 7 six-pointed stars indicated his rank as a mage. The crimson gem atop his staff further attested to his identity as a fire mage. It seemed that my uncle held me in considerable regard, for even within the magical empire of Orland, the number of mages did not exceed 50, each possessing an exceedingly exalted status. The mage descended from the carriage. He bowed distantly, acknowledging me with a respectful gesture. Esteemed Prince Xiaofeng, I, Mage Hospel, am honored to comply with the decree of Princess Mu Tianshuang, leading the Mutt family's elite mage escort to ensure your safe arrival in the royal city of the Orland Empire. I nodded slightly in return, while my brother also bowed and addressed him as mentor. To my surprise, this individual was indeed my brother Bingfei's mentor. However, what perplexed me further was Hospel's use of the title Prince. Sensing my confusion, my brother whispered, since our grandfather dedicated himself to the Empire, the King of Orland, in recognition of our Mutt family's contributions, bestowed upon him the title of Loyal and Brave King, establishing a hereditary monarchy. At that time, our family enjoyed unparalleled status and glory within the Empire. Yet, as ambition often breeds envy, the current king's ascension marked the beginning of our family's decline, particularly with the Chancellor's slander before the king, leading to a growing estrangement from the royal family. Alas, the brilliance of the Mutt family has faded with our grandfather's passing. From my brother's deep sigh, I could sense the profound sorrow and helplessness he felt. After a brief gathering of my belongings, but there was little to pack. Just a divine blade left by my mother and a tome titled Dragon God's Art, alongside a prophetic manuscript from my father. I realized there was little else of significance regarding the Dragon God's Art. I had attempted to practice it several times, yet I never grasped its essence and ultimately had to relinquish my efforts. Perhaps the time for that had yet to come. Following my brother, I took my place in the first, larger carriage, and our convoy began to turn towards the Orlan Empire. Seated by the window, I lifted the curtain and, as we passed the village chief's home, I caught sight of Uncle Sketch and Aunt standing at their door. Bidding me farewell, I waved goodbye until their figures disappeared into the morning mist that I imagined that at this hour, my lazy companion Shuwu was still lost in slumber, but I in dreams. Do you know that your brother Xiaofeng has departed? Do not be sad. Do not grieve. I shall forever cherish your smile that I prepared to leave the place I had called home for 13 years. I gazed intently at the fishing village, gradually fading among the mountains, my heart heavy with reluctance. Turning my gaze forward, I contemplated the long journey ahead. The distance from Qinghe fishing village to the royal city of the Orlan Empire would take approximately 20 days. Although mages could employ simple wind-based flight spells to traverse the skies, such practices were rare. Primarily, it was deemed a waste of magical energy, as flying spells were suited for short distances. Moreover, it could attract undue attention, rendering one a living target. Of course, one could opt for long-distance spatial teleportation. Yet the number of individuals capable of mastering spatial magic was dwindling, especially for the demanding art of long-distance transport requiring immense magical power. Furthermore, spatial teleportation necessitated that the destination be a place the caster had previously visited or marked with a magical locator, significantly restricting its application. After hastening for 11 days, we finally crossed the border between the Duchy of Mela and the Orlan Empire, truly entering the realm of magic. The Orlan Empire is the birthplace of sorcery, housing 70% of the world's mages, thus rightfully earning the title of the Magical Empire, with a plethora of high-ranking mages. Among the remaining 6 grand mages in the world, 3 reside in the Orlan Empire, excluding those in seclusion. Following the Divine War a millennium ago, the prosperous age of magic has long since faded, with many spells lost to time, and the number of individuals reaching the rank of Grand Mage dwindling. Currently, there are merely 6 Grand Mages and 8 Sword Saints. 3 of the Grand Mages in the Orlan Empire are the Grand Mage Dokinas, President of the Mage Guild and Chief Royal Mage, Grand Mage Xiot, Vice President of the Mage Guild and Head of the Royal Mage Academy of Orlan, and the Wandering Grand Mage Yekyusa, Honorary Vice President of the Mage Guild. The remaining 3 include the Holy Church's Pope, the only Royal Grand Mage Odi, the Bishop of the Church's Adjudicatory Council, Grand Mage Drolop, and the Mercenary King of the Mercenary Guild in the Duchy of Mela, Grand Mage Lasika. Among the 8 Sword Saints, 5 are in the Yade Empire, 2 in the Duchy of Mela, and 1 in the Mufei Empire. The convoy quickly passed through the outpost checkpoint and entered the border stronghold of Duer City. Although this is a fortified stronghold, the garrison numbers merely around 50,000, as conflicts are infrequent here. The Orlan Empire borders the Duchy of Mela, and merchants must pass through Orlan to access Mela, fostering a long-standing alliance between the two. Consequently, Duer City, located at the border, has become the largest trading hub in the vicinity, where one can find nearly anything, including the elusive elven bows of the mysterious elf clan and weapons crafted by the dwarves hidden deep in the mountains. If one has sufficient wealth, anything can be procured here. The carriage entered the city without undergoing any inspection, as the guards at the entrance were few yet elite, their stances exuding professionalism. After several days of travel, you must be weary. Now that we have finally entered the Empire's territory, we can take a moment to relax. The Lord of Duer City is a close friend of my father's. Let us rest here for a few days. This place is quite prosperous, and I shall accompany you to explore it, my brother said, his excitement evident as he gazed out the window, hinting at previous visits, though I suspected he had little opportunity for enjoyment with our uncle present. All right. This is my first time in such a grand city. I must seize the chance to witness its splendor, I replied. I've heard that the city houses an elf captured from one of the 3 forbidden zones, the Elven Forest. The last time I came with my father, I missed the chance to see it. This time, I must behold the mysterious elven race. It is said that both male and female elves are strikingly beautiful. I wonder if the rumors hold true. The most exquisite race. Yes, I must see for myself. I chuckled silently at my brother's musings. Knowing my own desire to glimpse the elves, I was curious to see if the elves were truly as beautiful as my Shivu. Though I was certain she would be far more endearing, the carriage eventually halted before an opulent mansion, and I followed my brother out. The grand entrance bore the words City Lord's Mansion embossed in gold. Mage Hospel also alighted from the carriage. Standing behind my brother Deus, the door swung open. A middle-aged man clad in civilian attire emerged, flanked by a cadre of guards, exuding an air of authority. His slender frame was a common trait among mages, and his demeanor was amicable, inviting approachability. That he bowed before my brother, saying, "Lord of Doer's City welcomes Prince Mu Bingfei." My brother quickly helped him rise. "Uncle Bodhi, there is no need for such formality. You are my elder. Let us forego these customary gestures. I merely passed through here to pay you a visit. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce my mentor, Mage Hospel, and this is my only brother, Mu Xiaofeng, whom I am bringing home on our father's behalf." Upon hearing my brother's introduction, Lord Bodhi first glanced at Hospel with admiration before his gaze settled upon me. My long hair obscured much of my face, preventing him from clearly discerning my features. "Ah, so this young man is the orphan of the Mu family. Quite a fine lad indeed. Come in, Bingfei. The last time I saw you was a year ago, and you are growing ever more handsome, resembling your father in his youth." He spoke without lingering on me, taking my brother's hand and leading him into the mansion, evidently indifferent to my presence. I reflected that, given my current state, few would take notice of me. Entering the parlor, the city Lord Bodhi exchanged pleasantries with my brother while Mage Hospel sat in contemplative silence, seemingly detached from worldly affairs. I was left in a forgotten corner, yet I had grown accustomed to solitude. As I admired the scenery outside, my view was suddenly obstructed by a girl. Her dark green hair glistened in the sunlight, capturing my attention. Upon closer inspection, she appeared to be around 15 years of age, tall and enchanting, with an air of grace that promised she would blossom into a rare beauty. The girl surveyed the room, her eyes alight with reverence upon spotting the mage. Yet her expression soured as she regarded me. I was acutely aware that, in my current attire, I garnered little interest. Unfazed, she strode into the parlor, her gaze fixed on my brother, and instantly her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Yay, Bingfei, you truly came. I heard the steward mention your arrival, but I didn't believe it. Now that you're here, you must stay a few days to spend time with me. You left so abruptly last time, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." With that, she casually leaned against Bingfei's side. Lord Bodhi watched my brother's flustered reaction with a knowing glimmer in his eyes. My brother cast a pleading glance at the Lord, but was met with a dismissive response. "Ah, Bingfei, this is my only daughter, Wanner, and she has been spoiled since childhood. I can no longer rein her in. You two seem well suited. Let the matters of youth resolve themselves." Seeing the teasing glint in Lord Bodhi's eyes, my brother could only manage a wry smile. All right, Wanner. I promise I will stay a few more days to keep you company." With no other choice, my brother acquiesced to Wanner's wishes. "Fantastic. I knew you were the best. Bingfei, let me think about where we should go next." Lost in her joy, Wanner began to plan their future escapades. The expressions of the two individuals fell into my gaze, and I instantly discerned that their relationship was certainly extraordinary. It would not be surprising if Wanner were to become my future sister-in-law. The harmonious atmosphere of the living room was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps, as a man resembling a captain of the guard burst into the room, disregarding all formalities, and approached the lord of the city. He leaned in close and whispered something in the lord's ear, causing the once warm smile on the lord's face to freeze in an instant. I knew that something serious had occurred. Otherwise, the seasoned lord would not have displayed such a lapse in composure. After dismissing the captain of the guard, the lord, with a somber expression, stated, "Now that there are no outsiders in the living room, I will not conceal certain matters. My captain of the guard has just reported to me that a young girl's corpse was discovered 30 miles outside the city. This marks the 6th victim this month, all of whom died from being drained of magical energy. Each of the 6 victims shares a common trait. They are all young maidens, and of a magical rank lower than that of a grand sorcerer. The manner of death is exceedingly horrific, as if they had been ravaged by necromantic magic. We are currently making every effort to investigate, yet to no avail." The eyes of the sorcerer Hospel, which had been narrowed, now widened, revealing his keen interest in this incident. "Uncle Bodhi, do we have any leads or clues at present?" my typically composed brother inquired, showing a remarkable lack of panic as he probed further into the details of the case. "No. We currently have no leads that I have mobilized all the mages within the estate to investigate this matter, yet we remain empty-handed. The perpetrators' movements are exceedingly enigmatic, and their intentions obscure, making it difficult to track them down. The individuals in the living room were left in a state of bewilderment. Yet I had grasped the situation. This was undoubtedly the work of a notorious necromancer, though I could not fathom their motives. Chapter 4. The Dragon Goddess Secret Arts. Does Uncle Bodhi have any countermeasures in place? Bing Fei continued to analyze the current situation with remarkable calmness. No. The city S-guards cannot be mobilized at present. All I can do is gather the mages at my disposal and have them patrol the outskirts of Doer City in groups. Beyond that, we have no other options, the Lord remarked, casting a gaze of unutterable helplessness towards the doorway. How many individuals have you dispatched, Uncle? Bing Fei asked once more. Doer City is a crucial border stronghold. Thus, the number of mages stationed here is significantly greater than in most cities. We have 2 sorcerers, 10 grand sorcerers, and over 40 sorcerers in total, but most hold important positions and cannot join the search. I have only been able to allocate 1 sorcerer, 5 grand sorcerers, and 20 sorcerers. They should be patrolling the vicinity now to prevent alarming the residents. All of this is being conducted discreetly. It was evident that, as the lord of the city, the weight of the recent deaths without any leads bore an immense pressure upon him. At present, my greatest concern is that the young lady is now also of the rank of a high sorcerer and could very well become the next target. I do not have the manpower to keep an eye on her. I have reported this matter to the royal city, and I believe that specialized personnel will arrive to investigate shortly. Bing Fei, could you possibly extend your stay a few more days to help me protect Wanner? I can see that she quite enjoys your company. If you have no pressing matters, why not spend a few more days in the city? I will explain the situation to your father. What do you think? It seemed that the Lord had been contemplating this arrangement since he learned of our arrival, expecting us to serve as his free bodyguards. Upon hearing this, Bing Fei displayed little reaction, while Wanner excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, how wonderful! We can play together with Brother Bing Fei every day. I knew Father loved me the most, that I really hope those people from the royal city will arrive a bit later. Brother Bing Fei, where do you think we should go to play in the next few days? I'll follow your lead." What could Bing Fei say? He could only smile helplessly and nod in agreement. Moreover, deep down, he did not wish to return home so soon, for it was a rare opportunity to be out on his own, and he was determined to enjoy it. To be honest, Uncle, I recently just broke through to the rank of Grand Sorcerer. Though I am still at the lower tier, deity is somewhat embarrassing to mention, as my father had already surpassed the rank of Sorcerer by my age, yet Bodhi reassured me. Do not feel disheartened. After all, your father achieved his current status thanks to the guidance of that magical prodigy, Mu Qinfeng. You are commendable as well. There are not many in the Orland Empire who have broken through to the rank of Grand Sorcerer at the age of 15. As he spoke, Bodhi's gaze occasionally flickered towards Hospel, his intentions unclear. Well then, let us not linger any longer. Time is of the essence, and I have official duties to attend to. You must be weary after your long journey. So I will arrange for someone to prepare accommodations for you to rest on. I shall summon you for dinner later. With that, he rose and called for the steward. Since Uncle Bodhi has official matters to attend to, we shall not disturb you any further. We will take our leave now, and we shall see you shortly. Our party followed the steward to the backyard, and from a distance, I could hear Wanner calling out, "Brother Bing Fei, make sure to rest early. We will have plenty of energy to play tonight." Upon hearing this, Bing Fei, walking in front, visibly paused for a moment. It seemed that these days would be anything but peaceful. In the 3 adjacent rooms, my brother assigned me to the middle one, while he and Hospel took the rooms on either side. I understood his intentions. At present, I lacked even the qualifications of a novice sorcerer, and anyone outside could easily overpower me, making it imperative that I be protected. I said nothing further, casting a grateful glance at Bing Fei before entering my room. The room was elegantly decorated, exuding the fragrant aroma of sandalwood, which invigorated the spirit and brought a sense of tranquility. I sat cross-legged on the bed and retrieved my parents' heirlooms from my spatial pouch, the Godslayer blade, the Dragon God's Secret Arts, and the prophetic manuscript. The closer I approached Orland, the more I realized the significance of magic. Stripped of my Mu family identity, I was nothing in the eyes of others. Only by possessing formidable magical prowess could I demand respect and no longer be looked down upon or underestimated. Hence, my desire for magic grew ever stronger. I did not wish to be scorned or to rely on others for protection. I longed to grow stronger. Presently, The only means available to enhance my strength were these 3 items in my possession. Once I arrived at the royal city, my first task would be to enroll in the Magic Academy, for it was only there that I could systematically learn magic. I mused that I opened the prophetic manuscript, which contained not only the origins of the continent, but also a wealth of knowledge regarding spatial magic that, of course, it included branches of spatial magic such as prophecy, though I held no interest in prophetic magic. Rather, I was captivated by spatial magic. This book detailed a vast array of spatial spells, many of which had long since been lost to time. However, my current magical energy was woefully insufficient to wield any potent spatial spells, so I could only commit them to memory for now, planning to practice them once I became stronger. Setting aside the prophetic manuscript, I picked up the God-Slayer blade, which was indeed heavier than ordinary blades. Requiring both hands to lift it, I unwrapped the cloth that enveloped the blade, revealing its true form. The blade gleamed with a golden hue, and both sides of its sheath were intricately engraved with clear dragon patterns. Moreover, the dragon depicted was not an ordinary one, but rather the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon king. The blade radiated a faint divine aura, and even though it remained sheathed, I could faintly hear the echoes of dragon roars. The overwhelming energy, accompanied by the dragon's might, immediately forced me to the ground, and it took me a while to adjust to it. Sitting up from the bed, I gently caressed the blade's surface before wrapping it back up in cloth. It was not that I did not wish to draw the blade and examine it. In truth, I was quite curious about its appearance. However, my father had repeatedly instructed me that drawing the blade before mastering the 3rd layer of the dragon god transformation, the wrath of the divine dragon, was strictly forbidden. As for the reason, I remained unaware. Furthermore, the God-Slayer blade was not to be seen by others. The rationale was simple. This blade was stolen by my mother from my grandfather in the imperial city of Yade. Should he discover that it was in my possession, he would likely not let me off easily, for the God-Slayer blade was his family heirloom, and he would go to great lengths to reclaim it. Even if it meant taking my life, that I chuckled bitterly to myself. This is what people refer to as familial bonds, appearing so feeble in the face of power and wealth. After organizing my chaotic thoughts, I picked up the Dragon God's Secret Arts, which I suspected was my mother's handwritten copy, due to its incomplete nature. The first page bore the inscription, "The Dragon God's Secret Arts must not be practiced by those outside my clan." A warning to the descendants of the Long family. To practice the Dragon God transformation, one must be of my bloodline. Otherwise, one will never grasp its essence throughout their life. Additionally, a practitioner must at least be of the swordsman rank to begin training. While one may use the God-Slayer blade as an auxiliary during the practice of the Dragon God's Secret Arts, it is imperative that one does not draw the God-Slayer blade until they have mastered the 3rd layer. Remember this well. How reminiscent of a martial arts manual. After reading the first page, I continued to flip through the rest. In truth, I had read this book numerous times already. The Dragon God's Secret Arts were divided into 6 layers. First layer, Dragon Shadow Mirage. Second layer, Dragon's Roar Across the Heavens. Third layer, the Wrath of the Divine Dragon. Fourth layer, Dragon Scales Embodiment. Fifth layer, Transformation into a Dragon. Sixth layer, the Dragon Soars in the Sky. As for the 7th layer, it was the missing section of this book. To learn its contents, one could simply inquire with my grandfather, but that would amount to walking into a trap. I diligently studied the first 6 layers, yet still found myself making little progress. Each layer consisted of a page of textual explanations and a page of illustrations, and the chaotic energy flow diagrams left me feeling overwhelmed. I flipped the book back to the first page, obediently starting my practice from the beginning. The first layer of the Dragon God transformation, Dragon Shadow Illusion, is a technique that allows one to summon the Dragon God's consciousness to remain in the realm of mortals. However, since it is merely a consciousness, it lacks any offensive power. Yet, it enables one to merge their body with that of the Dragon God, thereby confusing their adversaries. I felt dizzy, despite the elegant phrasing. It ultimately amounted to mere bravado with no real power. What use do I have for this? Nevertheless, it is the only technique that does not require the support of fighting energy at present. I possess only a pitiable amount of magical power, let alone the warrior's fighting energy. I might as well see if I can learn this. As it does not require fighting energy, the Dragon Shadow Illusion lacks a defined cultivation route. The key in the illustration is a hand gesture. I settled into a meditative position, placing the book on my knees, and molded my hands into the gesture depicted in the illustration, concentrating my spirit as I silently chanted, "Dragon Shadow Illusion." But can this truly work? If it could, The Long family wouldn't be in such a high position as the Empire's general, nor would the Dragon God technique be hailed as one of the most mysterious bloodline techniques. As expected, the outcome was once again utterly ineffective. It seems that neither magic nor martial arts are so easily cultivated, unlike the rapid advancements depicted in novels. Perhaps I might fantasize about acquiring some heavenly treasures. After an entire afternoon of researching the Dragon God technique with no results, I ultimately had to concede defeat. As dusk fell, I lingered in the room for a while until I heard a knock at the door. It turned out to be the butler calling us to dinner. I patted my somewhat deflated stomach and decided it was time to appease my hunger. Following my brother into the dining hall, I found the Lord of Bodhi City and Warner already waiting there, alongside a stranger cloaked in the ever-dreaded black mage robes. Isn't it rather hot wearing such a heavy robe? I wondered silently. The last to enter, Hospel sensed a powerful magical fluctuation, slightly opened his squinted eyes, and gave the mage in the hall a meaningful glance. Upon our arrival, Warner was the first to exclaim, "Brother Ice Fae, come sit beside me. You must always protect me." Goodness, this girl's eyes are solely for Ice Fae. It seems she has entered the throes of infatuation. The Lord of Bodhi City observed Ice Fae and Warner with a hint of amusement. And I couldn't help but feel he regarded Ice Fae as a son-in-law. Come, everyone take a seat. Allow me to introduce you. This is the captain of the city guard, the Earth Mage. Bornard, he is the one responsible for this case, and has just returned from patrol. Take this opportunity to get to know one another. The Lord of Bodhi City gestured towards the cloaked mage. I had long anticipated that dining with the Lord would involve notable individuals, so the revelation that he was a mage garnered little surprise from us. The Lord of Bodhi City proceeded to introduce us. This is the son of the loyal and brave king of the empire, Mu Bing Fei, and beside him is the orphan of the long-missing second young master of the Mu family, Mu Tian Hai. Mu Xiaofeng. It is indeed a fortunate occasion to meet the son of an old friend here. And this is Ice Fae's mentor, the mage Hospel. The Lord made such a simple introduction of us all. Hospel maintained his usual aloof demeanor, showing no significant reaction, while Borner was the first to speak. Oh, I wondered who had come. It turns out to be the son of Mu Tian Shuang. What is this? Tired of staying at home, so you brought along a useless one and a misguided fire mage to wander the continent? You young scions really are quite idle. The smile on the Lord of Bodhi City's face froze once more. He had never anticipated Borner would speak so disdainfully, his words dripping with overt contempt, a blatant provocation. A confrontation between the two was the last outcome the Lord desired. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ice Fae and Hospel immediately stood up. Ice Fae interrupted Hospel's incantation, his face slightly flushed with anger as he said, "Mage Borner, I ask you to retract your previous statement. We can pretend we heard nothing, but you have insulted the dignity of the Mu family, which is a grave matter, and you shall pay for it." Borner looked at the furious Ice Fae with a mocking gaze, his arrogance unabated, showing no regard for Ice Fae at all. "Oh, what price does your Mu family expect me to pay? Everyone in the Empire knows that your Mu family has fallen. Do you think we are still in the era of Mu Qinfeng? Now, the power in the court lies firmly in the hands of the Prime Minister, and your Mu family is nothing." Faced with Borner's provocation, Ice Fae gritted his teeth, striving to endure. He knew this was not the time to spark a dispute. Though he could hold back, as the captain of the loyal and brave King's guards, Hospel could not tolerate such disrespect. Raising his staff once more, he unleashed a low-tier fireball, which Borner countered with an earth wall spell. The once peaceful dining hall instantly transformed into a battlefield. "Enough? Do you not see me, your lord? Cease this at once. Borner, you will return home and reflect upon your actions. Without my command, you are not to step outside your door." A thunderous roar interrupted the conflict between the two. What a jest! Both were mages, and should they truly engage in battle, the Lord's mansion would have to relocate by morning. It seems that the Lord of Bodhi still carries a certain authority. For Borner snorted coldly and departed. "I sincerely apologize. I had no idea things would escalate like this. Borner can be rather arrogant at times, and I did not expect him to be an ally of the Prime Minister. Please do not take it to heart. Let us move to the parlor for dinner." The Lord of Bodhi City's face wore an expression of embarrassment given the circumstances. "For the sake of Uncle Bodhi, we shall let this matter pass. That I do not wish for similar incidents to occur again." The dignity of the family had been insulted. How could Ice Fae not feel anger? However, considering the situation, he refrained from reacting. Alas, The Mu family has truly fallen. Even an ordinary mage dares to trample upon our dignity. The glory has faded, all because the Prime Minister monopolizes the power. Ice Fae was the first to leave the dining hall, his murmurs echoing in the air. Chapter 5. The Necromancer, Part 1. A perfectly pleasant dinner had been ruined by Borner, leaving everyone with little appetite that we hastily consumed a couple of bites before exiting the parlor. Brother Ice Fae. Don't be angry. How about we go for a stroll? Shall we go shopping? You promised me. Warner promptly followed out, continuing her relentless pursuit of Ice Fae. Ice Fae found himself utterly at a loss with her. And after contemplating his gloomy mood, he eventually agreed. Very well, since it's still early, a little outing wouldn't hurt. Xiao Feng should come along too. It would be a bother for the mentor to keep an eye on us in case of any unforeseen events. Hospel, as usual, remained indifferent. All right, fine. He seemed as if he would perish from saying a few more words. Hearing this, someone else became displeased. Brother Ice Fae, it's one thing for that mage to accompany us, but why bring along this useless one? This is our. Warner sensed Ice Fae's displeasure and lost the courage to continue her sentence that I merely buried my head in my chest, rendered speechless once more. Once again, I was looked down upon, once again deemed insignificant. Though I had grown accustomed to it, my heart still felt heavy. Who doesn't wish to be acknowledged? However, in this world, strength determines everything. Without power, one is nothing but a waste in the eyes of others. Warner, I hope to never hear such words again. Though my little brother is weak now, it does not mean he won't grow stronger in the future. After all, he bears the blood of the Mu family. With careful guidance, I firmly believe he can surpass me. Despite his fondness for Warner, Ice Fae would not permit her to insult his brother in such a manner, resulting in his irritation at her careless words. All right, I understand my mistake. Brother Ice Fae, please don't be angry. We'll just bring him along. Seeing that Ice Fae was genuinely upset, Warner employed her charming tactics. Leaning her body alluringly against Ice Fae, playfully shaking his arm. Ice Fae seemed to be thoroughly defeated by this open-minded young lady. His cheeks instantly flushed to the roots of his ears, leaving him no time to be angry. All right, I want to be angry, but could you not press so close to me? I'm feeling a bit warm. Oh, our Ice Fae is actually blushing. Hee, what are you shy about? Just pay a bit more attention in the future. Now, let us hurry up. If we wait any longer, it'll be dawn. Despite her words, Wana showed no intention of letting go of Ice Fae. Clearly determined to keep him close, Ice Fae was left with no choice but to acquiesce. Who wouldn't want the company of a beautiful girl? Though initially uncomfortable, one can grow accustomed to such things. After all, even a sage might find it hard to remain aloof in the presence of such charm. Xiao Feng should also join us. It won't do for you to meet my father dressed as you are. Let us take this opportunity to buy you a new outfit. Ice Fae glanced at Xiao Feng, still clad in the same clothes he had worn upon arrival, and decided to help him procure something new. After all, Xiao Feng was also of noble descent and shouldn't be seen in tattered garments. While in the Qinghe fishing village, Xiao Feng hadn't thought much of it, but as he approached the upper echelons of society, his feelings of inferiority intensified. Lacking power, status, or strength, he had nothing. In that moment, Xiao Feng yearned once more for the strength he lacked. Observing Ice Fae's concern for him, Xiao Feng offered a grateful glance and said, "Thank you. Brother Ice Fae. I'm a bit tired and wish to rest early. You all go ahead. Just have the butler bring me a random outfit." Aware of Ice Fae and Warner's intimate demeanor, Xiao Feng recognized it would be inappropriate for him to act as a third wheel and wisely chose to withdraw. Very well, please have the mentor assign a few people to quietly protect Xiao Feng, and ask the butler to fetch him a new outfit. Xiao Feng, you should rest early. See you tomorrow. Upon hearing the words of Ice Fae, Hospel instantaneously vanished from his position, presumably to execute Ice Fae's command. Although Hospel was officially recognized as Ice Fae's mentor, in reality, he was merely a servant. Moments later, Hospel returned after arranging matters, and as I watched them depart, I turned back to my own chamber. Yet, I was not the only one observing their exit. From the roof of a distant high-rise, an enigmatic mage cloaked in black blended into the night, exuding an aura of death, with only a pair of blood-red eyes betraying a chilling malevolence. As I beheld Ice Fae and Wan Air stepping out of the Lord's mansion, they resembled prey in the sights of a nocturnal predator, their ability to conceal themselves from the watchful eyes of numerous experts indicative of their formidable prowess. Just as Ice Fae's group departed, another silhouette gradually emerged behind the cloaked mage. Follow them closely and find an opportunity to lure away that fire elemental sorcerer. While he does not pose a significant threat to me yet, a confrontation during the impending battle is inevitable. The revenge scheme orchestrated by our master is about to be set into motion, and he wishes to avoid drawing too much attention. Thus, we must act discreetly. I have already collected the blood and souls of 6 maidens. With just one more, we can arrange the 7 absolute 7 fiends formation to summon high-tier undead from the netherworld when our master enacts his vengeance. I have placed a dark locating spell on that maiden, so you should be able to find her with ease. Go. The words, as frigid as ice, emanated from the black-clad sorcerer, akin to a voice from the depths of hell. The figure behind him chuckled ominously before vanishing into the night, as if he had never existed. The 2 individuals meandering through the streets remained utterly oblivious to the fact that they had been targeted. And even Hospel, concealed in the shadows, failed to notice. After browsing several stalls, the ever-picky Miss One Air gradually lost the initial excitement she had felt. Brother Ice Fae, this place is no longer enjoyable. Let us dine instead. That wretched Bonner ruined my appetite earlier, and I find myself a bit hungry now. I recall there's a restaurant ahead with delightful dishes. How about we try it? Losing interest in their current amusement, One Air had no intention of relinquishing her pursuit of Ice Fae. Regardless of his willingness, she grasped his hand and dragged him toward the nearby eatery, while the unfortunate Ice Fae, rendered speechless by One Air's persistence, could do nothing but comply. Fortune smiled upon them, for the usually crowded restaurant had an available table at that moment. After ordering a few dishes, they engaged in light conversation while dining. Excuse me, may I interrupt? I am the vice captain of the Tianzong Mercenary Corps. Would it be possible for us to share this table with you? It appears there are no other vacant seats. Their intimate chat was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected inquiry. One Air, accustomed to being pampered, was about to voice her displeasure when Ice Fae halted her, signaling her to remain calm. Though One Air may not have heard of the Tianzong Mercenary Corps, Ice Fae, as the first heir of the Empire's loyal and valiant king, was well aware of its reputation. Established 2 decades ago, the Corps boasted over 100 members, each a formidable expert. Since undertaking their first mission, they had maintained an unblemished record, swiftly ascending to the 3rd rank on the mercenary leaderboard within a mere 20 years, an entity not to be trifled with lightly. Turning to assess the group of 5 before him, 3 men and 2 women, all relatively young. Their strength was unmistakable, evident from their roles. 1 archer and 1 light element healer among the women. And among the men, a warrior, a rogue, and the vice-captain, who, judging by his mage's robe and the great sword slung across his back, was likely a rare battle mage. Ice Fae surmised that he not only wielded magic but also possessed spatial abilities, with his staff likely concealed within a spatial pouch. Given such a combination, they could not be underestimated. It is only courteous to grant a favor when out and about. We are just about done eating. So please, feel free to sit with us. Ice Fae, after a brief moment of surprise, invited them to join. Greetings, friends. I am Fexus. You may call me Kex. We just completed an escort mission and we're eager to dine. We heard this restaurant serves excellent cuisine, and encountering you both here feels serendipitous. You do not appear to be ordinary individuals. If it is not too much trouble, would you mind revealing your identities? I mean no offense. I merely wish to make a friend. The vice captain, Fexus, began to inquire about the identities of Ice Fae and One Air, though aware that Ice Fae was fabricating his identity. He refrained from pressing further when the latter chose not to disclose it. He ordered a few dishes and resumed eating. The rogue beside One Air, upon noticing the beautiful maiden beside him, could not resist making a lewd remark. Well, I hadn't noticed this lovely little sister here. How about it? Would you like to accompany your brother for a stroll tonight? One Air, repulsed by his lecherous demeanor, retorted without a second thought. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. You should give up. As she spoke, she entwined her arms around Ice Fae's. Ice Fae, sipping water at that moment, nearly choked upon hearing her words. Having just informed Fexus that they were siblings, he now found himself in a predicament where they were mistakenly perceived as a couple. Should Fexus believe they were engaged in an incestuous relationship, he would be a fool. Realizing they could not linger any longer, Ice Fae understood that their lie had been exposed. To avoid drawing attention, it was best to leave promptly. With that thought, he excused himself and took One Air's hand, leading her towards the exit. Ha, those two are quite amusing, aren't they? Remarked the light element mage, who had remained silent, watching the retreating figures of Ice Fae and One Air with a trace of a smile. I'm more intrigued by their identities, regrettably. I doubt we'll have the chance to uncover them, Fexus replied, taking a token from the rogue's hand. Had Ice Fae been present, he would have recognized the token as the pass his father had given him before their departure, allowing him to traverse any city within the Orland Empire during non-military periods. I sensed a faint trace of dark magic emanating from that girl, one that even a high-tier mage would struggle to detect. Yet, my light magic is particularly sensitive to dark magic, allowing me to perceive it. I fear they may be in trouble. Shouldn't we lend them assistance? The light element mage expressed her concern. We are already taking considerable risks by acting independently from the main core. It would be unwise to complicate matters further. With this token, our future escort missions will become significantly easier, Fexus replied, disregarding the mage's suggestion, his expression one of delight as he examined the token. Ice Fae and Juan Air stepped out of the restaurant. He struggled to find the words to describe the simple-minded yet willful young lady at his side. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not done eating yet, and you've dragged me out. In such a hurry. Are you planning to take me somewhere fun? Juan Air seemed unfazed by Ice Fae's forceful exit. For her, being together with him was all that mattered. Fine, no more arguments. It's pointless. Speaking of fun, I just remembered, there's an auction in this city showcasing the legendary elves. Isn't there? Ice Fae tactfully shifted the topic. Oh, so Brother Ice Fae is aware of this as well. Indeed, half a month ago, the Dana auction house advertised that they had captured a legendary elf and would hold an auction tonight. Why don't we go take a look? Noting the eager expression on Juan Air's face, Ice Fae found it hard to refuse, as he too was curious to see the beauty of this legendary race. With the evening still young, the two made their way toward the Dana auction house located in the northern part of the city. The Dana auction house was the sole auction venue in Dewar City, which was already the largest distribution center for goods in the vicinity, making the auction house's resources exceptionally abundant. Whatever you desire, as long as it exists in the realm of light and shadow, you will find it here, read the advertisement for the Dana auction house. Although somewhat exaggerated, it certainly had the capability to back such a claim. The elven race, along with the dwarves and beast men, resided in one of the 3 forbidden zones of the continent, the Elven Forest. Countless adventurers had sought to explore its depths, but all had been repelled by the formidable barrier surrounding it. To this day, no one had breached that barrier, which was said to have been cast by the nature goddess, who resided deep within the Elven Forest, a claim whose truth remained unverified. As no one could enter the Elven Forest. It became a realm shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, one could still catch a glimpse of elven splendor at the Dana auction house, a feat deemed quite challenging, thus earning the auction house the title of Second Light and Shadow. Given its lucrative nature, to describe the architecture of the auction house as merely majestic or grand would be an understatement. After paying the entry fee at the lobby, Ice Fae and Juan Air stepped into the auction venue. However, lost in their joy, they remained oblivious to the looming danger. Just as they entered the auction house, a shadow darted swiftly in the direction they had departed. Chapter 6, The Necromancer Part 2. Ice Fae and Juan Air entered the auction house together. Where the event was nearing its conclusion at that moment, the crowd was fervently bidding for a red gemstone, the cacophony of voices creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Bing Fei cast a cursory glance around the auction venue, which was divided into 2 levels. The expansive ground floor housed ordinary seating, while the upper floor boasted luxurious accommodations, complete with private rooms, where only individuals of notable stature could be found. Among the crowd, Bing Fei discerned several familiar faces, renowned nobles from Wanqing, indicating the considerable allure of the elves. He and Wanner settled into a quieter corner, away from the throngs, where Wanner, clearly unaccustomed to such an environment, curled into Bing Fei's embrace like a docile kitten. Bing Fei's gaze was drawn to the fervently contested ruby on stage, its transparent facets radiating a dazzling crimson light that rendered it almost too brilliant to behold. As a noble of the empire, Bing Fei had encountered numerous exquisite treasures, and he surmised that this ruby was certainly no ordinary gem. Most of the bids came from buyers on the first floor, suggesting that such items did not capture the attention of true magnates. With little interest in the auction, Bing Fei and Wanner exchanged idle conversation to pass the time as they awaited the final special item on the docket. After enduring a prolonged wait, the auction finally drew to a close, eliciting sighs from the majority and joy from a few. Observing the attendants clearing the auction stage, Bing Fei knew that the climactic event was about to commence. Indeed, The auctioneer seized the magical amplification stone to announce the conclusion of the current session, transitioning into the special auction segment, which would feature the legendary Most Beautiful Elf. Recognized as the most mysterious and enchanting race in the world, elves were not easily glimpsed, and now, to remain and witness the event would require each attendee to prepay 10 gold coins. Regardless of whether they were buyers or mere spectators, several individuals chose to leave. The majority opted to stay, for the opportunity to see an elf was rare, especially for those of wealth and status who were not inclined to fret over an additional expense. With no one else departing, the attendants began collecting fees in an organized manner. A young male attendant approached Bingfei with a smile, extending a golden platter, clearly requesting payment. Bingfei handed over 30 gold coins. And the attendant, mistaking the surplus as a generous tip, beamed even more broadly, though his smile bore a rather lecherous quality. Bingfei, however, was not so generous, as he speculated that Heospul was likely concealed somewhere within the venue and found little merit in taking such trifling advantage. After the fees were collected, impatience began to mount among the majority of attendees, with curses echoing throughout the hall. The organizers made no effort to maintain order, and after announcing the resumption of the auction, the floor behind the auctioneer suddenly cracked open, revealing a platform that slowly ascended. Upon it rested a rectangular iron cage, shrouded in black cloth, obscuring its contents. Nonetheless, the crowd understood that it housed an elf. The auctioneer grasped the amplification stone, commencing the introduction of the item for sale. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to serve as the auctioneer for this session. The Dana Auction House appreciates your presence. Now, let us take a moment to admire this unique offering. As he spoke, the auctioneer gradually unveiled the black cloth, and the raucous noise of the crowd diminished with each inch revealed, until complete silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin drop audible, all present were captivated by the beauty before them. Bingfei, engaged in conversation with Wanner, found his gaze transfixed upon the iron cage, unable to look away. Inside the sturdy confines lay a petite girl, most of her body exposed, her green burlap attire barely concealing her modesty. Her long ears and wide green eyes, filled with terror, were unmistakable traits of an elf. Her dark green hair cascaded elegantly to the ground, and her delicate features were perfectly arranged upon a face that appeared slightly pale from fright. Her porcelain skin seemed almost fragile, and her long, alluring legs were laid bare to the air, a vision capable of driving men to madness. After a moment of silence, the air erupted with gasps and exclamations of awe, mingled with some lewd laughter, as men understood the implications. Many nobles and affluent merchants discreetly resolved to bid whatever it took to claim her as their own. Yet upon hearing the auctioneer's subsequent words, more than a few reconsidered. Now that you have all had a chance to behold the item, you are aware that the elven forest is protected by barriers, making it nearly impossible to capture an elf. Yet here she stands before you, a testament to the arduous endeavor it took to bring her here. The assessment committee has taken into account her scarcity and the difficulty of her capture, setting the starting bid at 50 crystal coins. This proclamation elicited a chorus of murmurs, as 50 crystal coins represented a fortune, enough to secure a comfortable life for an ordinary family of 5 for generations. Such a price was not within reach of everyone. However, this did not imply that no one could afford it. After a brief lull, bidding began to rise, but it was predominantly a privilege of those on the upper floor, who, with their wealth, found the sum inconsequential. Ultimately, the peculiar auction item was claimed by a wealthy merchant for 2 purple crystal coins, prompting a collective sigh of resignation from the crowd. Such a sum was exorbitant for a living being, and the onlookers could only watch, disheartened, as the corpulent man approached the elf with a lascivious grin, fully aware of the grim fate awaiting her. Having witnessed all they could bear, Bingfei and Wanner rose to depart, their hearts heavy with the impending misfortune that awaited the elf. Yet, what could they do? It was a world governed by power, wealth, and strength. As they neared the exit, a sudden roar echoed, causing them to turn and discover that it was the hefty man from earlier. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that he had disregarded the warnings and undone the restraints binding the elf in a display of her proud spirit. She resolutely chose to bite her tongue in a final act of defiance, preserving her purity. But would her wish be fulfilled? The answer was a resounding no. Someone, bring her body back. Damn it. Even if she's dead, I intend to have her. What a waste of money. The man ultimately did not spare even her lifeless form. Wanner could bear no more and tugged at Bingfei, urging him to leave. As they exited the auction house, twilight had settled, and the once bustling streets were now sparsely populated. The events they had just witnessed extinguished any desire for further amusement, leading them to retrace their steps back to the Lord's manor. However, as they walked down an empty street, they suddenly heard the sound of a girl weeping from a nearby shadowy alley. Bingfei, it seems someone is crying over there. Should we go take a look? The kind-hearted Wanner, in her innocence, believed someone might be in distress and wished to help. Bingfei surveyed the surroundings and felt that intervening at this moment might be unwise. But he could not resist Wanner's pleading gaze. Thus, he guarded her as they approached the alley. That moment, Heospel, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped forward to block their path. Your Highness, I believe it is best that we refrain from involving ourselves in this matter. I can sense a dark presence within, and it would be prudent to depart. How can you say that? What if the girl inside needs help? I won't ignore it. Bingfei, I must see. The stubborn Wanner, moved by the earlier incident, was intent on investigating, disregarding Heospel's warning. Bingfei hesitated, torn between caution and concern. Then let this be the case. You two wait here while I go take a look. In Heospel's estimation, the dark aura surrounding the area was not overly potent, and he felt confident in his ability to handle any unforeseen circumstances. However, he overlooked the existence of spells within dark magic that could conceal one's presence. As he ventured into the pitch-black alley, the darkness dissipated with the emergence of a fireball. Upon reaching the alley's depths, a wall obstructed Heospel's path, revealing it to be a dead end in the corner. A figure swathed in black garments huddled, the source of the weeping sound emanating from her. With her back turned, Heospel could not discern her features, but the aura of death radiating from her revealed her identity. A necromancer. What is your purpose for being here? Before launching an attack, he felt it necessary to ascertain his opponent's identity. Yet, the figure remained silent, her head spinning unnaturally to reveal a decayed visage, ravaged by maggots, rendering her features unrecognizable. A poisoned dart shot from the corpse's mouth toward Heospel, which he deftly evaded. I didn't expect it to be a zombie. Such filth belongs in hell. After a brief moment of astonishment, Heospel resolved to annihilate the creature. Uncertain of his opponent's capabilities, he decided to cast a mid-level spell. Fiery Elemental of Ardor, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to wield the flames to incinerate all that defies the covenant of light and shadow. Fire spell, Explosive Fireball. With swift incantation, the single-target attack spell soared toward the zombie, incinerating its body instantly. A 5th-level spell, the Explosive Fireball could not be cast instantaneously, even by Heospel, watching the zombie reduced to ashes. He felt a sudden pang of dread. If there is a zombie here, there must be a necromancer who summoned it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly turned to flee the alley. However, what he encountered was Bingfei lying unconscious on the ground, while Wanner had vanished. Rushing to Bingfei's side, he found solace in the fact that he was merely unconscious from the effects of necromantic magic, and a light magic user could easily restore him with a cleansing spell. Without a moment to spare, Heospel scooped Bingfei into his arms and flew toward the Lord's manor, back in my room. After spending a fruitless while studying the Dragon God technique with no progress, I lost interest in continuing my training. Upon opening the window and gazing at the moon that flickers in and out of sight in the night sky, I cannot help but reminisce about Shuewu, who is far away in the Principality of Mela. I wonder how she is faring now, whether she has grown accustomed to the days without me. Shuewu, are you, at this very moment, also gazing at the moon and thinking of me? Shaking off my melancholic thoughts, I don the garments that the steward has brought me. Upon glancing at my reflection in the mirror, I am suddenly invigorated. As the offspring of parents blessed with admirable genes, I can indeed consider myself quite handsome, though I often lack the inclination to adorn myself. Observing the deepening twilight, I approach my bedside to prepare for rest. Yet faint sounds of commotion from outside reach my ears. I swing open the door just in time to see Hosper descending from the heavens, cradling Bingfei in his arms. But alas, Wanner is conspicuously absent, and I sense trouble has arisen. I hastily don my clothes and rush towards the living room, unwilling to entertain the thought of anything happening to Bingfei, who, apart from the Sketch family, has shown me the utmost kindness. Upon reaching the living room, I find Hosper recounting the events that have just transpired to the Lord of the city, casting a worried glance at Bingfei, who lies slumped in a chair. I am concerned for his well-being. However, When I hear Hosper assure that he is not gravely harmed, the tension in my heart finally eases. After hearing the details of the incident, Lord Bodhi, in a state of shock, stumbles back several steps and collapses into a chair, his face etched with sorrow. Hosper, who was meant to protect both individuals, silently vanishes into the living room. Likely in search of assistance, it is no wonder he is filled with rage. To see those he is sworn to protect snatched away right before his eyes is infuriating. And returning to the royal city, Mu Tianshuang would certainly hold him accountable. Once the shock subsides, Lord Bodhi rises, his face contorted with fury, and seizes a teacup from the table, hurling it to the ground with a crash. "Steward, where are you? Gather all mages of the level of sorcerer and above within the city. Expand the search radius to 30 miles beyond the city. Go." The final word is nearly a shout. Warner's mother passed away 6 years ago, and since then, Warner has been his everything. Now, with her fate uncertain, Lord Bodhi has lost his reason. The steward, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, is so startled by the Lord's roar that he stumbles away in a daze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I cannot remain a mere bystander. "Lord Bodhi, please do not be too distressed. In fact, enough. Xiao Feng, you need not comfort me. I appreciate your kindness, but I must go find my daughter. Stay within the manor and do not wander. There will be someone here to protect you." With that, he strides out, leaving me no opportunity to speak. I do possess a means to ascertain Juana's whereabouts. Yet the Lord underestimates me, denying me the chance to voice my thoughts. It seems I must investigate this matter on my own. The Lord's manor, devoid of guards, feels rather desolate. Exiting the manor, I orient myself and dash towards the scene of the incident. In truth, discovering Warner's location is quite simple. The Prophecy Compendium contains numerous methods, and being a tome authored by a king-level archmage of prophecy, it is replete with spells capable of glimpsing into the past and future. Fortuitously, I have mastered one such spell, though I am uncertain whether my limited magical power can activate it. Nevertheless, it is a means, and surely more effective than searching for a needle in a haystack. With this thought, I quicken my pace. Chapter 7, The Necromancer, Part 2. The Necromancer, an abominable being that disturbs the slumber of the dead and a malevolent manipulator of souls, is despised by all races. As a branch of the dark arts, the Necromancer does not fall under the dominion of the dark god who governs death, cunning, and darkness, but rather serves the embodiment of evil and hatred. The malevolent deity hanged a millennium ago, the first pope decreed that all human mages of the light and shadow continent should consider the extermination of necromancers their sacred duty, slaying them on sight. As I mentally peruse the prophecy compendium regarding the necromancer, I cannot shake the uncertainty. After all, my opponent is a necromancer. The outcome is anyone's guess, yet despite the risks, one must endeavor to save her. Arriving at the alley where the incident occurred, I ensure the surroundings are clear before preparing to cast the prophecy magic. Prophecy magic differs from other forms of magic in that the caster must not be disturbed during the incantation. It requires intense concentration. For a single misstep could result in becoming lost in the crevices of time and space for eternity. Among the various prophecy spells, I select Reversal of Light Cycle, a long-lost spatial magic capable of glimpsing into the past. The most renowned archmage of prophecy used this very spell to travel back and witness the origins of the world. It does not require immense magical power, but the purity of spirit is paramount. Although I have learned it, I still harbor doubts about my success. Clasping my hands before my chest, I slowly infuse my internal spatial elements into the spell. O ethereal spatial elements, heed the summons of your believer. Grant me passage through the gate of space, liberate me from the shackles of time, and traverse the tunnel of existence. Spatial art, reversal of light cycle. As I chant the incantation, a soft white light begins to coalesce in my palms, and a portal of emptiness materializes before me. Gradually, my form fades into the white light, and the portal slowly closes, erasing all traces of my presence, returning everything to tranquility. As I step into the portal of time and space, the scene before me remains that of the alley, yet my figure is now semi-transparent. As I expend my magical power, the surroundings begin to rewind, and I realize I have successfully cast the spell. However, the situation is not promising, as within the temporal tunnel, one must continuously expend their internal spatial elements to propel the reversal of time. I find myself already fatigued from the initial casting, uncertain how much longer I can endure. In this moment, I truly comprehend the might of that legendary archmage of prophecy. To traverse back tens of thousands of years would necessitate an unfathomable reservoir of magical energy. Should I exhaust my power within the tunnel, I would be unable to return to my original realm, forever trapped in the fissures of time, while the tunnel is rich with spatial elements. They are too volatile to harness. Any reckless attempt to absorb them would only lead to my demise. Time flows slowly within the temporal tunnel. A year spent there equates to merely a day passing in the real world. After depleting a significant portion of my magical energy, time finally rewinds to the moment just before the incident that I maintain my hand position, ceasing the flow of magic, and time resumes its normal course, allowing me to witness Hosper entering the alley that I stand beside Bingfei and Wanner, invisible to them, unable to hear their words, merely a silent observer of their presence. I survey my surroundings. Everything appears normal. Yet suddenly, a shadow materializes before me, darting swiftly from behind Bingfei and Wanner in an instant. The figure unleashes two black orbs, one striking Bingfei and the other seizing Wanner, who is then whisked away to the south. My breath catches at the sight. The entire occurrence transpires in a heartbeat. Even I, ensconced in the temporal tunnel, can only catch fleeting glimpses. What astounds me further is that the incident took place to the north of the city, and this individual managed to carry a living person across the heads of numerous formidable experts while soaring through the expanse of Doer City. This only attests to the adversary's formidable strength. Having discerned Wanner's whereabouts, I swiftly alter my hand gestures and continue channeling spatial elements, tearing through the fabric of space to return to the realm of reality. In a flash of white light, my form reappears at the location from which I vanished, and without pausing to replenish my expended spatial elements, I teleport southward. Due to the absence of military operations, the magical shields protecting the city remain down, as maintaining such defenses consumes an exorbitant amount of magic stones. Once outside the city, I pursue the trail to a small forest 20 miles beyond the city limits, yet I find no trace of the assailant. Standing at the edge of the woods, I scrutinize the surroundings, sensing that something is amiss, but I cannot pinpoint what it is. Shaking my head, I abandon the idea of venturing in and turning to leave, only to be drawn back by the sound of a bird's call behind me that I turn just in time to witness a bird inexplicably propelled away. In that moment, a realization dawns upon me. There is an absence of sound within the forest. The only thing that could silence both breath and sound, while simultaneously obstructing all living beings, is a barrier. Extending a hand, I carefully approach the depths of the woods. After a few steps, I finally make contact with the barrier, placing my palm against it. Upon closing my eyes, a terrifying, bloody, and chilling aura floods my senses. This must be the barrier laid by that necromancer, I think to myself. Gazing at the barrier, a faint smile graces my lips. In such circumstances, most would choose to forcefully breach it, but that would certainly alert the foe, and moreover, I lack the strength to dismantle it. The wise man has his own stratagems. Memories of the prophecy compendium surface in my mind, particularly the section on spatial magic, barriers. According to the text, a barrier merely isolates a space to achieve a shielding effect against attacks. However, where there is space, there are spatial elements, and where there are spatial elements, one can employ spatial teleportation magic. By resonating the spatial elements within my body with those contained within the barrier, I can effortlessly traverse through it. This method, known as elemental resonance, was once used by spatial mages to dismantle the barriers of the dark races. Unfortunately, following the War of the Gods, such a technique was lost to time, but fortunately, it was rediscovered and recorded by a king-level archmage of prophecy who traversed time and space in the prophecy compendium. Within the barrier, Wanner, struck unconscious by the magical assault, gradually regains her senses. However, the scene before her has transformed entirely. She sits up cautiously, surveying her surroundings. "So, you have finally awakened. I have been waiting for quite some time," a somewhat hoarse voice emanates from behind her, nearly sending her into another faint. As Wanner turned around, she could only see a dark figure in the distance, with a pair of eyes emanating a striking red glow. The timid Wanner, trembling with fear, asked, "How did I end up here? Did you bring me to this place?" The waves of dark energy radiating from the figure sent shivers down her spine, making her voice quiver as she spoke. "My dear lady, there is no need for you to know anything. It is simply your ill fate to be the last offering to the malevolent god Hying. Fear, loathe, and resent. The more you do so, the more pleased our Dark Lord will be. Do not attempt to struggle. I have already placed a binding spell upon you, and my protective barrier surrounds us. No one will come to your rescue. Farewell, beautiful lady." Hearing that she was about to be killed, Wanner felt a surge of terror and attempted to gather her magical energy for resistance. However, no matter how hard she tried, the magical elements within her remained unresponsive. Sitting there, she was paralyzed by fear, forgetting to scream, her mind blank and her body trembling uncontrollably as she watched the figure approach her step by step. She could distinctly sense the approach of death. Tears cascading down her exquisite face, creating a pitiful sight that evoked sympathy. Yet, the necromancer was oblivious to the concept of cherishing beauty. His skeletal hand emerged from his black robe, infused with a heavy aura of death as it neared Wanner's head. At that moment, a dimensional slash struck towards the necromancer's outstretched hand. However, a flash of purple light intercepted the approaching attack, causing it to vanish. The interruption greatly displeased the necromancer. Humph! Even a mere grain of rice dares to shine. Necromantic sphere. A black orb of energy instantly shot from the necromancer's hand, aimed at my hiding spot. That I recognized this orb. It was the same one that had knocked Bing Fei unconscious. Realizing my cover had been compromised, I swiftly teleported to a new hiding place. I have no patience for playing cat and mouse with weaklings. Great dark god, bestow upon your servant the most wicked of powers. Let justice kneel and chaos descend. Dark arts, nightshade bind. With the necromancer's incantation, streams of purple shadows burst forth, flying towards my new hiding place like living entities. Before I could react, I found myself ensnared, falling from the tree and rendered immobile. When Wanner saw someone coming to her rescue, a glimmer of hope ignited within her, but upon realizing it was the magically weak Xiao Feng, hope shattered completely. Now faced with the prospect of dying alongside someone, Wanner was torn between laughter and tears. Regardless, I have all the time in the world. Allow me to send you on your way, the necromancer said as he approached me. Why would a necromancer so brazenly appear in a grand city like Dewar? Surely, you have ulterior motives, I replied, feeling little fear as he advanced. Armed with my last life-saving charm, I sought to uncover his purpose, sensing that this was merely the beginning of a far greater conspiracy lurking in the shadows. Oh, you are not afraid. Knowing too much will not bode well for you. It will only lead to a more gruesome and humiliating demise. The necromancer showed no interest in me, raising his staff to begin his incantation. But can you tell me your name? Let me die with some understanding. And that girl over there is my girlfriend. Let us bid farewell before we meet our end. As I realized I could not extract information from him, I began to ponder how to escape. You are quite brave and clever, continuing to parley at such a critical moment. Alas, encountering me means certain death for you. I shall not hesitate to reveal that I am Shirhan, one of the 4 high-ranking necromancers serving under the Dark Lord, and by your classification, I am a mage lord. Thus, your death at my hands is not unjust. As for your request, you shall reunite in hell. Simply accept your fate. With that, the necromancer raised his staff to deliver my death sentence. Another necromantic sphere hurtled towards me, and rendered immobile as I was, I could do nothing but watch death approach. Yet, the anticipated demise did not arrive. The orb struck me and vanished, while something new stirred within me. Without time to marvel, I cautiously retrieved the God-Eater blade from my spatial pouch, hoping its divine aura could dispel the darkness binding me. The outcome astonished not just myself. Oh, a rare devouring body. It is said to consume all low-level magic. Hee, the Dark Lord will surely be intrigued by such a vessel. Seeing this bizarre spectacle, Shirhan abandoned his intent to slay Xiao Feng, opting instead to take him back to his master. Yet he remained oblivious to Xiao Feng's anomaly. Unveiling the cloth obscuring the God-Eater blade, a powerful divine aura surged throughout the barrier, breaking the restraints binding me. Shirhan, clearly terrified of this formidable divine presence, let out a pained cry and retreated several steps, shielding his face with his sleeve. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a dimensional teleport. Utilizing spatial transportation, the dimensional slash deftly evaded Shihan's automatic defensive magic, appearing behind him and driving into him with force. Not pausing to see the outcome, I instantaneously teleported to Wanner, grasping her hand as I activated the spatial teleportation scroll left to me by my father, my life-saving charm. This artifact allowed for transportation to any location without requiring magic. If no destination was marked, it would randomly transport us. An invaluable escape tool, albeit one my father had only bequeathed to me in limited quantity. After using the teleportation scroll, Wanner and I found ourselves randomly transported to a field, the precise location unknown, yet assuredly outside the barrier. Just as we sought the direction of Doer, a furious roar erupted behind us. Damnable little wretch! You have injured me. You shall all pay with your lives. Turning, we were shocked to see the necromancer had quickly pursued us, and I silently cursed our misfortune. Great dark God, grant your servant the most wicked of powers. Let justice kneel and chaos descend. Dark arts, necromantic mockery. A massive black skull infused with potent dark elements charged towards us. Under such high-level magic, we had no thoughts of resistance. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet cracked open, and a colossal earthen shield materialized just in time to block the necromancer's attack. The earth mage, Boynel, and the fire mage, Hospel, appeared above us. The 7th-tier earth defense spell, Earth Shield, had been conjured by Boynel. Indeed, it is the vile necromancer. I shall send you to hell today. Boynel, having suffered greatly at the hands of this necromancer, was filled with a seething rage. Fiery elements, heed the call of your faithful servant. Allow me to wield the flames to incinerate all who defy the covenant of light and shadow. Fire arts, Inferno Dragon. Unlike Boynel, Hospel wasted no time in idle chatter, launching a 7th-tier single-target attack spell. The massive fire dragon, ablaze with intense flames, surged towards the necromancer. Fire magic, aside from light magic, was the most effective means to dispel dark magic. Faced with such a formidable attack, even the powerful Shurhun faltered. With 2 mage lords, one of whom was a fire mage, his natural counter, he realized this was a battle he could not win, especially in his injured state. Understanding that completing his task today was impossible, Shurhun reluctantly chose to flee. Chapter 8. The divine source of the Mu family. As the necromancer vanished, the tension that had gripped me finally began to dissipate. That I could scarcely describe the sensation of having danced at the gates of death. With the crisis averted, Wanner and I collapsed backward, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Hospel and Boynel approached us, offering no words, each assisting one of us as they soared towards the Lord's mansion. Upon arriving at the mansion, we found a crowd awaiting us outside, evidently disturbed by the commotion outside the city. As we descended into the courtyard, the Lord, upon seeing me among the newcomers, was taken aback with curiosity and asked Hospel, "Why is Xiaofeng here? Was he also captured by the necromancer?" To Lord Bodhi, I appeared entirely defenseless, and my presence among them suggested I had been taken by the necromancer. However, before Hospel could respond, Wanner, somewhat indignantly, interjected, "Father, you have no idea. Wanner was rescued by Xiaofeng. Without him, you would never see your daughter again." As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes, indicating the profound impact the recent events had on her. I hoped she would not be left with any lasting trauma. "Oh, is that so?" Lord Bodhi was astonished by this revelation, intrigued by how such a seemingly weak individual could have saved Wanner from the necromancer. His gaze shifted towards me, now tinged with newfound interest. Once in the living room, Lord Bodhi did not inquire about Wanner's condition, but instead expressed gratitude towards me and Hospel, asking if I had sustained any injuries. Clearly, he was skilled in winning the favor of those around him. That I refrained from divulging too much to Lord Bodhi, as I was not yet familiar with him, and it was prudent to hold back some information. I merely mentioned that I had learned a bit of prophetic magic from my father, which allowed me to foresee the necromancer's movements, enabling my escape while he was unprepared. Upon hearing my account, the assembly remained skeptical, yet lacking grounds for contradiction. They chose to remain silent. By the time I concluded my tale, night had settled in, prompting Lord Bodhi to arrange accommodations for everyone. It was then that he remembered his daughter, only to find her already fast asleep, remarkably unfazed by the tumultuous events that had transpired. I could not decide whether to envy her carefree nature or to chastise her for her obliviousness. With matters having reached a temporary resolution and the necromancer's whereabouts unknown, Lord Bodhi finally felt a weight lift from his heart. The Lord of the city summoned the light-based healer from within the city the following day to perform a purification rite of holy light on Bingfei. The effect was immediate. After the ritual, Bingfei awakened. Everyone knew that Bingfei had fully recovered, yet Wanner, that girl, remained unconvinced and insisted that Bingfei stay in bed for a few more days. The onlookers exchanged knowing smiles, understanding the unspoken sentiment, and thus allowed her to tend to him. Under Wanner's careful watch, Bingfei had grown quite content. However, as his health improved beyond measure, he realized he could no longer feign illness. He inwardly cursed the necromancer for not having been more decisive, as that would have afforded him a few more days of rest. having spent 3 or 4 days in Doer City already. He noted that although the royal city's people had yet to arrive, the necromancer, having learned from the last encounter, should no longer pose a threat. Bing Fei understood that if he did not set out for home soon, he would face dire consequences, for he harbored a profound fear of his father. After packing his belongings, Bing Fei bid farewell to the Lord. Upon entering the study, Lord Bodhi was engaged in discussion with several officials, among whom was the detestable Borner. "I apologize for interrupting you, Uncle Bodhi. We have overstayed our welcome, so Xiaofeng and I wish to take our leave. That my purpose here is solely to escort Xiaofeng back, and I fear I may not be able to explain a delay to my father. What do you think?" In this situation, it was best left to Bing Fei to handle the matter, and I listened attentively, relying on him, as I had no experience in such affairs. Considering that the necromancer had not made another appearance recently, and given that the other party had matters to attend to, it would be unreasonable to insist they stay. Thus, they were permitted to depart. "Since Bing Fei has matters to attend to, I shall not keep you. Do remember to send my regards to your father. It has been quite a while since he last visited me. I have official business to attend to, so I will not see you off. To travel safely," Lord Bodhi said. "Thank you. We shall take our leave now. That we will visit again next time," Bing Fei replied, taking my hand as we walked toward the door. Yet that loathsome voice rang out once more. "Oh, our esteemed young master is leaving. Is he? Afraid of the necromancer, are we?" "Yes. Best to return home safely." Both Bing Fei and I paused momentarily. We were not the impulsive sort and understood that now was not the time to confront Borner. Suppressing our anger, we continued toward the exit. However, he had no intention of letting us go lightly. "The Mu family is nothing but a pack of cowardly wretches." This remark incensed both Bing Fei and me. We were proud individuals, and silence did not equate to weakness. "Borner, while you may scorn me, you shall not insult my family. Your repeated provocations leave me no choice. I must challenge you to a duel." "A duel? Ah, that is the most amusing joke I have heard all day. A grand sorcerer challenging a magic tutor. You are merely setting yourself up for humiliation. Very well, I shall oblige. I am curious to see what grounds your Mu family has to claim such glory." This fellow was indeed shameless. The difference between a grand sorcerer and a magic tutor was not merely one of rank. "Enough. Borner, you have made your point. Do not presume that just because you are a magic tutor, you can act with impunity. I can invite you here, and I can just as easily expel you," Lord Bodhi retorted, angered by Borner's words. After all, Bing Fei was the son of a dear friend, and he could not stand idly by while his friend's son was insulted. "I advise you not to take such action. Lord Bodhi, you must understand that 30% of the mages in this city are appointed by the Prime Minister. It would be unwise to expel a magic tutor along with 30% of the mages." Borner showed no fear of Lord Bodhi's warning. Clearly having anticipated this confrontation, Lord Bodhi, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. He had long been aware of the Prime Minister's spies in the city, but had not expected them to be so numerous. Ignoring the others, Borner left with a parting remark. "The arena awaits you," before disappearing. Is my elder brother truly leaving? At some point, Warner had appeared at the door, and it seemed certain matters required Bing Fei's careful handling. The room was left to the two of them while the rest exited the studied IT. This moment, Lord Bodhi had little inclination to continue discussions. He dismissed several officials and sat alone on a stone bench, deep in thought, likely contemplating how to rid himself of those internal traitors. Before long, Bing Fei and Warner emerged from the study, and I could not discern what method he had employed to bring such a radiant smile to Warner's face. Seeing them, neither Lord Bodhi nor I inquired further. Following them outside IT this time, Hospel had assembled the carriage team and prepared for departure. Upon hearing that Bing Fei intended to duel Borner, he merely smiled mysteriously and stepped down from the carriage to accompany us. Bing Fei instructed the carriage team to wait and headed towards the arena located within the city. The arena was modest in size, approximately 100 square meters, specifically designed for mages to engage in duels. With a barrier capable of resisting 8th-level magic placed around its perimeter, there was little concern for collateral damage to nearby buildings. Upon our arrival, Borner was already waiting in the arena. Bing Fei firmly rejected my suggestion to join him and insisted on a one-on-one fair duel. But was this truly fair? A grand sorcerer versus a magic tutor? Such a matchup was unheard of. Releasing Warner's hand, Bing Fei ascended to the arena amidst her cheers. "You have some nerve, young one, to actually show up." Rest assured, I will do my utmost to minimize your suffering. For the sake of fairness, I shall only employ magic below the 3rd tier, lest others accuse me of bullying a junior. Shall we begin? Borner declared arrogantly from one side of the stage, his demeanor infuriatingly smug. Shameless, Hospel muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with disdain for Borner. He knew that Borner could instantly cast magic below the 3rd tier, rendering this concession meaningless. I shall make you pay for insulting my Mu family. Element of wind, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to borrow the roar of the wind to shatter the shackles of freedom. Wind technique, slicing wind blades. Bingfei floated in the air, adopting a commanding position. From his spatial pouch, he drew forth his staff and unleashed a wide-area 3rd-tier wind magic upon Borner. Blades of wind surged from all directions toward Borner. Borner's expression, once filled with mockery, gradually turned solemn. Though this magic posed no direct threat to him, its defining characteristic was its relentless, multi-directional assault, often leaving opponents exhausted and unable to counter. Even someone as powerful as Borner was compelled to conjure a defensive spell. Earth Shield, he exclaimed, summoning a 3rd-tier earth magic instantaneously. The ground beneath him shifted, and earthen walls erupted from all sides, joining at the top to completely envelop Borner. The wind blade struck the surface without effect. Seeing this tactic rendered ineffective, Bingfei opted for another spell. Element of wind, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to borrow the roar of the wind to shatter the shackles of freedom. Wind technique, tornado. A fierce wind began to swirl rapidly around Bingfei, coalescing into a small tornado that surged toward Borner. This was the most powerful magic Bingfei could cast at this stage, though restricted to casting only 3rd-tier spells. Borner found it somewhat challenging to defend against. He attempted to erect an earthen wall for protection, but within moments, the tornado swept it away, and Borner's body succumbed to the same fate, becoming engulfed in the tempest. From his vantage point above, Bingfei could hardly believe that Borner had been defeated so easily. Ever cautious, he began preparing for his next spell. Yet, he had underestimated Borner's treachery. Solid earth element, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to borrow the firmness of the earth to bind all bodies that defile the divine commands. Earth technique, right hand of the earth god. Borner's incantation resonated from below, followed by a sinister smirk as he slowly emerged from the ground. A massive hand composed of earth extended skyward, targeting Bingfei directly. Witnessing this, the spectators could no longer remain composed. Right hand of the earth god was a 7th-tier high-level spell, and this shameless scoundrel Borner had audaciously resorted to casting such powerful magic. In that critical moment, Hospel alerted the seemingly helpless Bingfei as Borner launched his attack. Bingfei unleashed another slicing wind blade and vanished within the grasp of the earth god's hand. Warner watched intently. And upon seeing Bingfei's figure disappear, she fainted into Lord Bodhi's arms. However, a dramatic scene unfolded in the arena. In the center of the arena, Bingfei stood unharmed, staff in hand, while Borner lay inexplicably outside the arena. Unconscious, among the 4 spectators, Hospel bore a knowing expression, while Lord Bodhi struggled to suppress his laughter. Only Warner and I remained utterly perplexed, unaware of the events that had transpired. Bingfei descended from the arena, ignoring Borner, and took the lead as we made our way toward the Lord's residence. Along the way, Warner, eager to clarify the details of the duel, employed every tactic to extract answers, but Bingfei merely smiled mysteriously, refusing to divulge anything, leaving her pouting in displeasure. Too, was curious about how Bingfei had achieved such a sudden victory. Was he truly a magical prodigy who had attained the level of a magic tutor at merely 16 years of age? That seemed implausible. One would need to train from birth to reach such a level by that age. Clearly, there was some hidden secret involved, and I resolved to inquire further when the opportunity arose. Before long, we arrived at the Lord's residence. Amidst the heartfelt farewells between Bingfei and Warner, we finally departed Doer City, setting our sights on Orlon Royal City. Oh, by the way, Bingfei, could you please tell me how you managed to win against Borner? I'm genuinely curious, I asked, finally voicing the question that had been on my mind for quite some time. Bingfei smiled mysteriously, saying, "Just now, it was because there were outsiders present that I refrained from revealing our family secrets. Now that I tell you, it matters little. You may already be aware that my victory just now was entirely reliant on the ancestral martial arts passed down through the Mu family." How should I explain this to you? Are you familiar with the Divine Affinity clan? The Divine Affinity clan. Could it be the bloodline divine source? Upon hearing about the Divine Affinity clan, I immediately recalled the bloodline divine source. So you know about it. Uncle Mu must have informed you. Indeed, it is the bloodline divine source. Our Mu family is a clan blessed by the wind god through generations of divine favor. However, each member of the Mu family possesses a unique divine source. For instance, our grandfather's divine source allows him to compress wind elements within a certain range into a sphere and launch it at his foes using the wind thunder technique, which creates a highly destructive compressed wind thunderball. My father, on the other hand, has a divine source that grants him formidable magical and physical defenses through the wind god's armor, whereas my divine source is speed. Speed. Yes, speed. I can concentrate and unleash all the wind elements within me, granting me the swiftness of the wind. This is my secret. However, the drawback is that after using it, the wind elements in my body become completely depleted, leaving me unable to continue fighting. Since my father discovered that my divine source was this, he specifically hired a warrior of swordsman caliber to train me. Although I haven't developed much fighting spirit over the years, my strength has significantly increased. I can now confidently say that I am a magical warrior. During my duel with Bonner, I first used the continuous wind blade to confuse him, then employed my speed to instantly appear before Bonner, wielding my staff with both hands to strike him powerfully, sending him flying. The constitution of a mage is pitifully weak and defenseless, and thus he was defeated by me. I was utterly astonished. How could this even happen? Chapter 9. The royal capital of Orland in my mind. I envisioned a scene where a mage dashed toward his opponent, eschewing his favored spells, and instead wielding his staff like a club, raising it to send his adversary flying. This thought provoked a bubbling impulse to laugh. And I finally understood why Lord Bodhi had laughed so heartily. He had already seen through it all. While suppressing my laughter, I suddenly realized a question. Bing Fei, since both you and Uncle have the bloodline divine source, what about my father and me? I seem to have not discovered any special traits within myself. This question is actually quite easy to answer. Not only our Mu family, but all divine affinity clans across the continent are not born with special powers. Rather, they need to be discovered or awakened under specific conditions. Father mentioned that Uncle Mu's divine source has already awakened, though the nature of it remains unknown. The circumstances surrounding Uncle Mu's departure from home are also shrouded in mystery. As for why you have yet to awaken your divine source, that is self-evident. Without wind elements within you, you cannot wield wind magic, and thus your divine source cannot awaken. However, do not worry. Once we reach the royal capital, Father will personally assist you that he is a high-ranking mage, just a step away from becoming a grand mage. After hearing Bing Fei's words, I felt considerably reassured. With the bloodline divine source of the Mu family, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage for me. Moreover, should I master the dragon god's techniques of the Long family, my goal of becoming a magical warrior would not be far-fetched. In truth, the realm of light and shadow is not devoid of magical warriors. Yet those who can truly hone their skills to perfection are exceedingly rare, highlighting the difficulty of this path. Nevertheless, this does not mean that no one has achieved it. The only individual capable of rivaling the Pope in contemporary times is the magical warrior Datar Snare, a superlative powerhouse with the magical prowess of a revered grand mage and the martial skill of a kingly sword saint. No one knows his origins, age, or current whereabouts, as he is adept at disguise and enjoys wandering. After departing from Dewar City, we spent 8 days on our journey and finally arrived at the political, economic, and cultural heart of the Orland Empire, the royal city of Orland. This city is also home to the greatest concentration of mages within the entire empire, featuring not only a magical guild, but also the Royal Magical Academy of the Orland Empire. In the royal city, one could easily strike down a large number of mages simply by tossing a stone. It is prudent not to rely on one's modest strength to cause trouble. One might inadvertently provoke a noble scion or the apprentice of a mage. Thus, it is best to behave oneself in the royal city, lest one meet a tragic end. Without undergoing any inspections, our caravan entered the royal city. The capital truly lived up to its reputation as the most prosperous city in the empire. The towering and majestic city walls aside, the architectural splendor within was dazzling. However, the streets of the royal city were meticulously planned, divided into the northern commercial and entertainment district, the southern residential area. The Eastern Academy and Guild District, the Western Noble District, and the Central Imperial City, we traversed from the southern residential area to the Western Noble District, which was an opulent residential area designated for important officials and prominent nobles of the capital. Unfortunately, beneath the superficial glamour lay corruption, darkness, and vice. The caravan halted before a grand estate, and I followed Bing Fei as we disembarked. The plaque above the door, inscribed with the words "Loyal and Brave Wang Fu," revealed its identity. This was my father's home, the place he had longed to return to, yet he would never return again. Bing Fei grasped my hand and offered me an encouraging glance, with a heart full of trepidation. I stepped into this unfamiliar abode alongside Bing Fei. The household servant at the entrance, upon seeing Bing Fei return, hurriedly rushed inside, presumably to notify my uncle that we slowly walked into the estate. I seized the opportunity to closely examine my future home. The residence was not as extravagant as I had imagined. Rather, it was quite simple, resembling an ordinary family's dwelling. The gardens flanking the path were filled with numerous plants, many of which I could not name. Upon entering the living room, the furnishings were quite elegant, devoid of any ostentatious jewelry or golden embellishments. Instead, a considerable collection of calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, indicating that the Mu family had been loyal and righteous for generations. That it was astonishing that such a prestigious family within the empire could be so modest. Perhaps it could only be explained by their integrity. Bing Fei instructed me to sit on a chair and wait for a moment, then called for a maid to prepare tea. The young girl, no older than 14 or 15, looked quite adorable. She cast a curious glance my way, smiled, and then departed, leaving me utterly perplexed. Xiao Feng, from now on, this will be your home. Spend some time familiarizing yourself, and you will grow accustomed to it. I have already sent someone to inform father. I believe he will be overjoyed to learn of your arrival. Just as Bing Fei finished speaking, a deep voice resonated from within the house. Is that Xiao Feng? Wonderful. We have finally been waiting for you. My uncle, dressed in casual attire, pushed aside the door curtain and entered. His eyes were sunken, and his hair was somewhat disheveled, suggesting he had been preoccupied with affairs and had not rested well the previous night. That I stood and bowed deeply to my uncle, greeting him with uncle. He helped me up, stepped back, and began to appraise me from head to toe. That I had met my uncle once 3 years ago when my father passed away, and he appeared significantly older now, likely due to excessive toil. Oh, indeed. You are the son of Tianhai, and you are quite the handsome one. But why did Tianhai never teach you magic? You must not even possess the qualifications of a novice mage at this point. My uncle's first concern was my magical ranking, which was not surprising, given that the Mu family had wielded military power for generations. As a descendant, one could hardly expect to thrive without a certain level of magical prowess. I apologize, uncle, I am inept and have yet to obtain the qualifications of a novice mage. Reflecting on my peers who, regardless of their shortcomings, had already attained novice mage status, I felt utterly inadequate and lowered my gaze, unable to meet my uncle's eyes. This cannot be blamed on you. From my perspective, you possess a remarkable talent for magic, and your future is boundless. Rest assured, you may stay here, and I will assist you in awakening our Mu family's divine source. This will certainly enhance your abilities, and consider it my way of compensating you on behalf of Tianhai. My uncle gestured for us to sit down, and seeing his genuine concern for me touched my heart deeply. I silently vowed not to betray my uncle's expectations and to make him proud of me. Uncle, when I was younger, my father never taught me magic for reasons unknown. Now, I wish to attend a magical academy. Would that be acceptable? After pondering for a moment, I decided to voice this thought. Regarding this matter, even if you did not mention it, I would have arranged it for you. I have some connections with the headmaster of the Royal Magical Academy. Although the enrollment period has passed, it should not pose a significant issue to secure your admission. Allow me to briefly introduce you to the Royal Magical Academy. It is affiliated with the Magical Guild. So obtaining a mage qualification there is quite straightforward. The current headmaster, Shiut, is also the vice president of the Magical Guild. The academy is divided into 3 tiers, with enrollment commencing each spring for individuals aged 13 to 20. The tiers consist of the Novice Mage Department, Intermediate Mage Department, and Advanced Mage Department. Each tier designates a top student, a second student, and a last student based on magical prowess. Your elder brother, Zhonglei, is the second student of the Advanced Mage Department, while your second brother, Bing Fei, holds the last position in the same department. Yet this still does not satisfy me. Currently, the royal capital's factions are divided into two camps, one centering around the prime minister, known as the leftist faction, and the other, centered on our Mu family, known as the rightist patriotic faction. Ever since His Majesty the King was influenced by the prime minister to strip my uncle, the Grand General Wang, of his title, military power has been divided between the leftist and rightist factions. The leftist Grand General is merely a pawn of the prime minister, while the rightist Grand General is a trusted confidant whom my father personally elevated, representing the only force we can rely upon. Uncle paused for a moment, took a sip of water, and continued. What my father left me is not merely a throne. The most invaluable legacy is the network of connections. Currently, 60% of the generals in the empire were once my father's subordinates, and these relationships represent immeasurable wealth. Now, the administration has fallen under the control of the prime minister, and the Mu family is gradually declining. The monumental task of restoring the glory of the Mu family now rests upon your shoulders, alas. From my uncle's deep sigh, I could sense his helplessness and sorrow. How could he not feel regret, as the once mighty family he was entrusted with fell into ruin under his stewardship? I hear that Tianhai's son has returned. Initially, Mu Chunfeng exiled him from our home, yet unexpectedly, you have brought him back. Allow me to see which of you is that castaway son. At that moment, a woman emerged from the inner chamber. Appearing to be in her 30s, dressed exquisitely. Though past 30, she still possessed an alluring grace, her regal appearance unmistakably indicative of her noble upbringing. Listening to her words, they struck an unpleasant chord, laden with barbs. And upon her entrance, I cast a questioning glance towards Bingfei. Lirong, no matter what, Tianhai is still my brother, and Xiaofeng is his only son, my nephew. Mind your words, Tian Shuang said, her face instantly freezing into a scowl upon hearing Lirong's remarks about her brother and his son. Humph. And what can you do about it? None of the Mu family are worth anything, Lirong retorted defiantly, showing no fear of Tian Shuang. Tian Shuang found herself at a loss against Lirong, not out of fear, but due to the woman's formidable status. Observing the atmosphere in the parlor turning tense, Bingfei leaned in and whispered, "That woman is my father's first wife and also a princess of the empire. The current king's sister and the mother of my brother Zhong, my mother is my father's second wife." With Bingfei's explanation, I finally understood. No wonder she exuded such confidence. Her status would deter even the prime minister from acting against her. In truth, the union between Mu Tianshuang and this haughty princess was entirely a matter of political marriage. When Mu Qinfeng foresaw the impending crisis facing the family, he had no choice but to ally with the royal family to preserve their status within the empire. However, by then, Mu Tianshuang had already pledged his life to Bingfei's mother, who hailed from a common background. Yet, for the sake of the family's interests, he married the princess and later took Bingfei's mother as a concubine 2 years afterward. Witnessing the princess not only insult my father but also demean the Mu family, I could no longer remain seated. Rising, I expressionlessly bowed to her and said, "Good day, Aunt. I am Mu Xiaofeng. It is a pleasure to meet you. You mentioned there are no good people in the Mu family. What of your son Zhonglei? He also bears the Mu surname, does he not? And as his mother, you too are part of the Mu family." Having married in. With that, I sat down, surveying the surroundings and choosing to ignore her. Upon hearing my words, Lirong's fair complexion flushed crimson with anger, and through gritted teeth, she hissed, "You little brat, just wait. There will come a time of regret for you." With that, she turned and left. Seeing Lirong storm off, Bingfei silently cheered my boldness. Tian Shuang, unfazed by Lirong's departure, wearily addressed Xiaofeng and Bingfei. "Well, that will be all for today. Bingfei, please take Xiaofeng to rest. I am preparing a banquet for him this evening. You may go now and have Hospel come to see me." Noticing my uncle's fatigue, I bid him farewell and left the parlor with Bingfei. I instructed a servant to relay a message to Hospel. While we made our way to the backyard, it appeared that Hospel was not only tasked with our protection, but also with surveillance. Now, my uncle wished to see Hospel, likely to hear his report. As we walked toward the backyard, we were suddenly halted by a staff blocking our path. Upon seeing it, Bingfei felt an ominous premonition rise within him. A figure emerged from the rooftop nearby, approaching the staff and lifting it to regard me, saying, "You are Mu Xiaofeng? Truly pathetic that a person of your caliber is not even worth my effort. Yet you have provoked my mother. Thus, you must face the consequences." His words left me somewhat bewildered, but upon discerning his identity, all became clear. Zhonglei, what do you intend to do? Xiaofeng has just arrived. If you dare lay a hand on him, father will not let you off easily. It was, in fact, the son of that earlier princess, if my suspicions were correct. He was not here to extend a greeting, but rather to avenge his mother. Noticing Bingfei's apprehension towards Zhonglei, I surmised he must possess at least the rank of a mid-tier grand mage. In his presence, I felt utterly powerless. Once again, I grasped the significance of strength. Without it, one becomes prey to the whims of others. Bingfei, I hope you do not interfere in this matter. You are not my match. Though you wield wind speed, I can easily outmaneuver you with wind escape. As for dealing with father, mother will handle that, Zhonglei coldly declared to Bingfei. His gaze bore an air of condescension, revealing a character of arrogance, yet he had the prowess to back it up. Since evasion was not an option, I would not simply surrender. Even knowing I might be defeated, I still wished to try. Though I intended to give it my all, the spells I commanded were limited, only blink and dimensional slash, neither of which could inflict harm upon Zhonglei. After all, the disparity in our ranks could not be bridged by mere technique. Chapter 10. The Magic Academy. Bingfei drew closer to me, signaling our shared resolve, and I exchanged a glance with him. Some matters needed no further discussion. It was enough to keep them in mind. The confrontation was imminent as Zhonglei began to chant a spell. But just then, a commanding voice interrupted his incantation. What do you intend to do? This is the loyal and brave prince's residence. Tian Shuang despises the heartless and ungrateful, and as sons, you dare to engage in fratricide within your own home. Zhonglei, withdraw at once, and I shall consider this as if nothing has transpired. The voice arrived before the person did. Upon hearing it, Zhonglei's body stiffened visibly, and he reluctantly retreated, clearly intimidated by the speaker. Bingfei, upon hearing this voice, let out a sigh of relief. His demeanor noticeably relaxed. Before I could grasp the situation, a figure gradually materialized a short distance before me, an elderly man, around 50 years of age, devoid of a staff or robe. Yet, the immense magical aura radiating from him confirmed his formidable strength. The newcomer fixed his gaze upon me, his murky eyes glimmering with a hint of brilliance. Ah, Kadik, good afternoon, Bingfei said, hastening forward to pay his respects, signaling that this old man was indeed someone of great significance. Mimicking Bingfei's gesture, I bowed and greeted him. You are Tianhai's son, are you? Indeed, well-mannered. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform your grandfather. I possess numerous treasures that could greatly aid your development. Bingfei, take your brother downstairs to rest. If Zhonglei causes any further trouble, just let me know. He should not act so arrogantly merely because he is the emperor's nephew. He requires a lesson. He arrived swiftly and departed even more rapidly, his figure gradually fading away. Bingfei, who is that man? I inquired, intrigued by the peculiar yet agreeable demeanor of the elder. Oh, he is an extraordinary individual, a veteran among the empire's generals. Even my father treats him with utmost respect. His name is Kadik. He was once the deputy commander by grandfather's side, participating in numerous campaigns, and later endured the Orlan War, being one of the few survivors. Currently, he leads the National Guardian Mage Corps. With his accomplishments, he could have gained significant status within the empire, yet after grandfather's passing, he chose to remain with our Mu family, willingly serving as a protector. Such loyalty is truly invaluable. But enough of that. Let me take you to rest. With that, he led me further into the backyard. After ushering me into a room, Bingfei departed to return to his own quarters. Evidently exhausted from the travels of recent days, without taking much notice of the room, I approached the bed, fully clothed, and collapsed onto it. Succumbing to sleep, I gradually drifted off. A sudden thought struck me, prompting me to spring upright, cross-legged, and close my eyes to concentrate on sensing the magical elements within me. That night in the grove, during the battle with the necromancer, I had sensed a peculiar change within me. Yet I had not found the opportunity to investigate until now. Settling in, it was prudent to examine the situation. If I had been cursed by the necromancer, it would be quite troublesome. Shutting down my six senses, I released my consciousness entirely, allowing my spirit to draw closer to the magical elements within. First came the familiar sensation of spatial elements. Delving deeper, I encountered the faint presence of fire elements. The fire magic I had learned from Uncle Scarch during my childhood, bringing back memories of learning magic alongside Shuwu. Realizing I was momentarily distracted, I dismissed my thoughts and continued my exploration. However, after a while, I found nothing amiss, aside from the spatial and fire elements. Could it be that I am overthinking this? I pondered. However, my consciousness was the master of this realm, capable of perceiving all, in a secluded corner. I finally identified the source of the issue, a pure sphere of dark elements slowly rotating. My heart sank at the sight. Dark elements? How could there be dark elements within me? Not only did I not wish to learn them, but even if I tried, acquiring them would not be so simple that a myriad of questions filled my mind. Could this be a curse left by the necromancer? Fear gripped me suddenly, yet upon further reflection, if it were truly a curse, it should have manifested by now. The devouring body instantly reminded me of a term spoken by the necromancer. What exactly is the devouring body? If the dark elements within me are connected to it, then the issue lies within myself. As I recalled each word the necromancer had uttered, I vaguely sensed that this devouring body should not pose any harm to me. A special body capable of devouring all low-level magic must be quite formidable, I mused internally. I truly am a problematic child, an amalgamation of a mage and a warrior. A fusion of two divine sources wielding a divine weapon, the God-Eater blade. Now, with the emergence of the devouring body, although I am uncertain how to utilize it, it appears to be intended for automatic defense. With these possessions, I found myself at a loss, unsure whether to weep or to rejoice. I could not fathom what the devouring body truly was. I decided to let my thoughts drift away and gradually succumb to slumber. After a few days of residing peacefully at the Mu family estate, my uncle arranged for me to attend the Magic Academy. Although I had heard from Brother Bingfei that the academy was quite near the Mu residence, I insisted on living on campus. Apart from my uncle, Bingfei's mother, and Bingfei himself, the rest of the family regarded me with a degree of disdain. Additionally, I had no desire to remain at the Mu estate. After all, my father had been expelled by my grandfather, and with his name missing from the family tree, mine was absent as well. Thus, I had no justification for staying there, although no one vocalized their sentiments. I could perceive the underlying contempt the Mu family harbored towards me. Rising early, I had a simple breakfast before setting off with Bingfei towards the Magic Academy. The Royal Magic Academy was once a paradise for all magic apprentices, where wealth and status mattered not. As long as one possessed magical talent, the gates were always open to them. The Academy's formidable faculty had nurtured numerous high-ranking mages for the Empire, making it an invaluable treasure trove. Unfortunately, this situation drastically changed with the advent of the previous headmaster, who began to reject commoner apprentices, admitting only the offspring of nobility, regardless of one's magical prowess. As long as one was affluent, entry was granted. Consequently, the Royal Magic Academy gradually devolved into a school for the elite, although the current headmaster rescinded the policy of exclusive admission for nobility. Commoners in the midst of aristocrats could hardly escape discrimination, leading to a significant decline in commoner attendance. Instead, many opted for the second-ranked Baikal Magic Academy, which accepted students regardless of their wealth. The Royal Magic Academy is situated in the eastern part of the capital, while the Mu residence lies to the west, necessitating our traversal of the entire city to reach the academy. Passing through the Imperial City along the way, the central square outside the southern gate of the Imperial City serves as a venue for the king to mobilize and reassure the populace during significant events. At the center of the square stands a statue of a man in his 40s, dressed in civilian attire. His identity obscured. One hand rests behind his back, while the other holds a book against his chest. His warm demeanor easily evokes fondness, and the wisdom emanating from his deep-set eyes gazes into the distance, leaving one guessing his thoughts. For reasons unknown, I found myself unable to divert my gaze from him upon first sight. He appears quite ordinary, does he not? Just a kindly grandfather, Bingfei remarked, his own eyes lingering on the statue with an indescribable reverence. Brother Bingfei, who is he? I sensed I was on the cusp of realization, but could not be certain. You are correct in your conjecture. He is our grandfather, the loyal and brave king of the empire, the grand mage of the wind system, Mu Tianqian. The former king commissioned this statue to honor this national hero so that future generations might pay their respects. He is the pride of the Mu family. All our glory is bestowed by him. Upon hearing his words, I felt a jolt of recognition. The man before me was indeed my grandfather, Mu Tianqian. Unconsciously, I stepped forward to scrutinize the statue. The inscription at the base read, "In honor of the national guardian mage, the loyal king of the empire, His Majesty, the mage sovereign Mu Qinfeng." As I gently caressed the statue, a profound sense of familiarity washed over me. This was my grandfather, a legendary figure of the empire, the man whom the Mu family held in the highest esteem. After contemplating my grandfather's likeness for a moment, I continued on with my brother toward the Magic Academy. The academy is adjacent to the Magic Guild, underscoring its subordinate relationship. One might say the Royal Magic Academy serves as a training ground for the Magic Guild. Upon graduation, many students choose to remain with the Guild or join the National Mage Corps and the Imperial Guard, all of which are positions of honor and prestige. The Academy's main building stands tall and majestic, flanked by 2 auxiliary buildings, with additional structures likely serving as dormitories and a dining hall. The campus is beautifully landscaped, with verdant trees providing shade, and the air filled with the melodies of birds and fluttering butterflies. As we walked deeper into the campus, Bingfei began to introduce the surrounding buildings. "Xiaofeng, look over there. The main teaching building across from us is the Advanced Mage Department, while the Eastern Auxiliary Building houses the Intermediate Mage Department, and the Western one is for the Junior Mage Department. They should all be in class now. Father has already made arrangements, and I will take you to meet the Vice Principal, who will inform you of your class assignment." "Then why are you and Zhong Lei not attending class?" I inquired. Bingfei had spent nearly 40 days fetching me, so if he was on leave, why was Zhong Lei absent as well? This question had been lingering in my mind since earlier. You see, the top 3 students in each department enjoy absolute freedom, aside from participating in various academy activities. They can come and go as they please. Thus, you must strive to become the top student in the Junior Mage Department. From what I understand, the current top student is named Bonnet. Work hard. After Bingfei's explanation, I realized that being the top student offered a modicum of freedom. Having been accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, I disliked being constrained, which was one of the reasons I chose to leave the Mu family. Arriving at the 7th floor of the main building, I followed Bingfei to a door marked as the Vice Principal's office, confirming we had reached our destination. Bingfei lightly knocked on the door, and a voice from within called out, "Please come in," with a friendly, somewhat hoarse tone suggesting the speaker was an elderly gentleman over 50. Following Bingfei inside, we were greeted by an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Seated behind a large desk and gazing out the window, he must have seen us enter, for upon hearing our arrival, he turned around. His wrinkled face broke into a smile, creating a somewhat comical appearance. Bingfei and I bowed slightly, greeting him with, "Good day, Vice Principal." "Oh, it's you, Bingfei? How has your father been lately?" His warm smile exuded a sense of familiarity, though his squinted eyes made it difficult to discern his thoughts. "Thank you for your concern. Vice Principal, my father is doing well. He asked me to extend his regards and promised to visit you when possible. I am here today at my father's request to enroll my younger brother for school, and I hope you can assist with the arrangements." "Ah, I see that I have already heard about this from Tian Shuang. Xiaofeng, leave this to me." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards me, and under his scrutiny, I felt as though I were unclothed, as if his eyes could see through me. "You are Tianhai's son, Xiaofeng? Indeed. A promising talent. I am Vice Principal Our Bofei of the Royal Magic Academy. Welcome to the Academy. Before we assign you to a class, I must inquire about your current magical rank. That if you have any preferences, feel free to express them." "Apologies, Vice Principal Our Bofei, but I have not yet attained any magical rank. As for my preferences, I wish to major in space magic and minor in wind and fire magic." Though I felt embarrassed about my lack of magical rank, I articulated my desires, hearing my choice. Bingfei appeared puzzled. "Xiaofeng, why would you choose this path? Our Mu family has always excelled in wind magic. How can you opt to major in space magic? Indeed, I am also curious about your choice. Could you explain?" The Vice Principal echoed, perplexed by my decision. "Well, prior to this, I had been majoring in space magic and had dabbled in fire magic. As for wind magic, I am entirely unfamiliar with it. Yet I cannot ignore it, hence my selection." Faced with their skepticism, I explained my rationale for my choices. Chapter 11. Anger Unleashed. "Very well. Since you have made this choice, let us first test your elemental affinity," the Vice Principal stated. Retrieving a green magic stone from his desk drawer and placing it on the table. "Simply place your hand upon this testing stone." I understood his intent, familiar with the function of the elemental testing stone. Yet I hesitated to place my hand upon it. I was concerned about the dark elements within me. Should this sensitive stone detect them, I would be finished. Thus, I remained indecisive, my hand hovering above the stone. Noticing my prolonged hesitation, our Bophii cast a curious glance in my direction. Observing his slight impatience, I realized that I had no choice but to proceed with the test. Well, if I must die, then so be it. I can only hope that the dark elements are too sparse for the testing stone to detect. As I contemplated these thoughts, I resolutely placed my hand upon the stone. My gaze remained fixed upon the elemental testing stone, which first emitted a brilliant white light, a unique radiance characteristic of the space element. This luminescence differed from the dazzling white light of the light element. The space element's glow was a soft, translucent hue, while the light element's brilliance was so intense that it was almost blinding. Once the white light faded, a faint red glow emerged, representing the fire element within me that I anxiously observed as the red light gradually diminished, fearing the appearance of black light. However, to my delight, once the red glow dissipated, no further illumination emerged, suggesting that the darkness within me was insufficient to manifest any negative energy. Based on the results of the testing stone, it appears that you possess only the space and fire elements, with a predominance of the space element. Thus, I shall arrange for you to join the space magic class as you desire, declared Albify, who, upon reviewing the results, supported my choice to be placed in the space magic class. However, Ice Fae, standing nearby, vehemently disagreed. Grandfather Albify, this cannot be allowed. Our family, the Mu clan, is a lineage blessed by the wind god. While I have no objections to Xiaofeng studying other forms of magic, his primary focus must be on wind magic, a matter that cannot be altered. I believe my father would also disapprove of this decision. As members of the Mu clan, we are bound to specialize in wind magic. Ice Fae approached the table, expressing his opposition with great fervor. After explaining his reasoning to the dean, he turned to me, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Xiaofeng, I understand you are influenced by Uncle Tian Hai and have a deep affinity for space magic. Personally, I would be pleased to see you pursue the magic you love. However, as a descendant of the Mu clan, wind magic is an obligation we cannot forsake that I hope you will reconsider. Even if I were to support you, my father would never allow it. Looking into Ice Fae's eyes, I sensed a profound sense of helplessness. In that moment, I began to grasp the difficulties my father faced when he studied prophecy magic. Being born into a prestigious family often meant certain choices were beyond one's control. Oh, Xiaofeng, in truth, there is little difference between a primary and secondary specialization that if you possess talent and dedicate yourself to your studies, I believe you can excel in either space magic or wind magic. I am familiar with Tianshuang's temperament. He is rather traditional and likely would not approve of you specializing in any magic outside of wind, the dean remarked, having shifted his stance to persuade me. Realizing I could no longer resist, I sighed in resignation and acquiesced. Very well. It seems my dear brother understands the greater picture. Dean Albify, I entrust Xiaofeng to your care. It has been a while since I returned to class. I shall take my leave now. With that, Ice Fae bid farewell to the dean and departed. Sigh, I can empathize with your current feelings. This is the tragedy of being born into a noble family that I in you. I see a reflection of my younger self. As a child, I was enamored with water magic, yet here I stand, having become a fire magic instructor. Such is the fate of one born into a lineage of fire magic. Enough of this. I will call your homeroom teacher to assist you. For any uncertainties, you may consult her. With that, the dean closed his eyes, opening his mouth a few times without producing any sound. I was taken aback. The dean would not idly engage in self-dialogue. This must be the magical communication described in the prophetic chronicles, which states that such magic can transmit sound through magical elements directly to a person's ear, unheard by any third party. Achieving this requires profound magical skill and precise elemental control. It was evident that one must possess extraordinary capabilities to hold the position of dean. Very well. Wait here for a moment. The wind magic instructor, Krafia, will be arriving shortly. You must be curious about my earlier actions. Albify opened his eyes, a hint of amusement in his gaze as he looked at me. You were using magical communication, weren't you? I stated, meeting his gaze directly. Ah, I did not expect you to know. Not many possess this magical skill nowadays. Have you ever seen anyone use it? The dean appeared genuinely surprised by my response. For such magic was rarely witnessed. I have not seen it in practice. I merely read about it in a book, which led me to deduce its nature. Knock, knock, knock. The dean was about to speak further when a knock at the door interrupted him. Come in, he instructed, suppressing his curiosity and gesturing for me to stand aside. Did you call for me, Dean? A woman entered, appearing to be in her 30s. Her blue hair was elegantly styled, her complexion smooth and devoid of wrinkles, and her tall, curvaceous figure was complemented by a flowing green robe. Despite being over 30, she retained an undeniable charm. She gracefully closed the door behind her and approached the dean's desk, observing her walk. I surmised she must be a wind mage, and if I were not mistaken, she was indeed my homeroom teacher. However, I had not anticipated that my instructor would be a woman. Crafia, this is a student assigned to your class. Please take good care of him. He is a boarding student, so remember to assist him with his accommodation, albeit I instructed, before declaring. That will be all. I feel a bit fatigued and need to step outside for some fresh air. With that, his figure vanished from the dean's office. Hello, student. From now on, I will be your homeroom teacher. Welcome to the Wind Magic Class 3. What is your name? Crafia inquired, her attention shifting towards me after the dean's departure. Hello. Teacher Crafia. My name is Muyu, but you may call me Xiaofeng. Since the dean had not mentioned my family name, I chose to use my original name that I did not wish for others to regard me differently due to my surname. Having grown accustomed to solitude from a young age, I developed an independent character, thus refraining from revealing my identity to Kra. In truth, I had little identity to speak of. My name did not appear in the Mu family genealogy. As my father had been cast out, my lineage did not confer glory or respect upon me. Instead, it became a source of shame. Because of this, I never identified myself as a member of the Mu clan in the presence of outsiders. In the depths of my heart, I was Mu Yu, not merely Mu. All right, Xiaofeng, since the dean has departed, it is somewhat inappropriate for us to remain here. Fortunately, I have no classes this morning. I will help you arrange your dormitory. And this afternoon, I will take you to class for your first official lesson. As she spoke, she led me towards the door. By the way, I noticed your surname. It does not seem to belong to the nobility of Wang City. Does it? Crafia asked as we walked. That I knew that being at a noble academy, they would be concerned about my background. However, I confidently revealed my commoner status. To my surprise, Crafia's response was not one of disdain, but rather calm indifference. This puzzled me, but I soon understood. Not everyone in the Magic Academy held a disdain for the impoverished. This alone sparked a sense of fondness towards teacher Crafia. As we engaged in light conversation, we collected our belongings from the distribution center and proceeded to the dormitory building. Oh, by the way, Xiaofeng, I forgot to ask about your current magical rank. You should have acquired the qualifications of a junior mage by now. Correct? Crafia suddenly inquired as we approached the dormitory. No, I have not yet attained the qualifications of a junior mage. However, I am determined to work hard. It seemed that everyone I met had to ask me this question, since she inquired. I could only respond accordingly. What? You have not even achieved the qualifications of a junior mage. I assumed you were another magical genius who entered on their own merit. It turns out you are merely a beneficiary of favoritism. Very well, you can find your own way to the dormitory. In Building 2, Unit 1, Room 502, there is an empty bed reserved for you. Remember to report to Wine Magic Class 3 this afternoon. I am quite busy, so I must take my leave. Before I could utter a word, the instructor hurriedly departed, leaving me standing speechless, contemplating the nature of her abrupt exit. What was this? While she did not appear to despise the less fortunate, she was nonetheless a pragmatist who valued merit. I chuckled softly, continuing towards the dormitory building. In truth, I held no resentment towards her. Strength was the sole pursuit in this world. With strength, one could possess everything, as the world would bow before you. Conversely, without strength, one would be looked down upon. This truth I had long since discerned. After climbing to the 5th floor, I arrived at room 502, which was unlocked. Pushing the door open, I found the room to be approximately 20 square meters, furnished with 2 bunk beds, the upper bunk by the window seemingly reserved for me. I retrieved my belongings from my spatial bag and placed them on the bed, tidying up briefly before lying down. Staring at the ceiling, I could scarcely believe this was reality. I was finally on the path to learning magic. Achieving the qualifications of a junior mage was now my personal goal. For without such qualifications, I would not be respected anywhere. Reflecting on my departure from Qinghe village over a month ago, I realized that my greatest lesson during this time had been the recognition of my own weakness. I refused to be scorned. I sought the acknowledgement of the world, determined to prove that I was not worthless. Unbeknownst to me, the morning had slipped away, and it was time for lunch. Glancing around the empty dormitory, I wondered where all the young nobles had gone. After searching for a while, I finally located the dining hall, where meals were complimentary, though they had been deducted from tuition fees, and of surprisingly good quality. After a hasty meal, I inquired about the route to Wind Magic Class 3 and set off towards my classroom. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wind Magic Class 3, I noticed that it was still a bit early for class, resulting in a lively atmosphere within the classroom. Standing at the door, I felt a wave of nervousness wash over me. This was my first time entering a classroom, and with so many unfamiliar faces. My typically introverted nature left me feeling somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, I steeled my resolve and made my way toward the podium. As I stepped into the classroom, I realized that the seats were arranged in a fan-like, tiered formation. Upon my arrival at the podium, all activity ceased, and every pair of eyes turned towards me. Silence enveloped the room, transforming the previously boisterous classroom into a hush. Taking a deep breath, I commenced my speech. Greetings, fellow classmates. I am Muyu, who has just joined Class 3 of the Wind System. It is a privilege to learn alongside all of you, and I hope we can foster a harmonious relationship. No sooner had my words settled than a girl in the audience muttered softly, "I thought a handsome guy would come. I didn't expect someone so ugly." But that was not the end of it. The boys behind me began to mock. "Oh, I heard a new student arrived this morning, a lowly commoner, no less. Rumor has it he hasn't even qualified as a junior mage. I truly wonder how he managed to get in." Suppressing the anger boiling within, I forced a smile, confronting their ridicule with composure. It dawned on me why so few commoners attended the Royal Magic Academy. Living under constant derision must sap any desire to learn, regardless of one's talent. You have no idea how he got in, but I do. He is the outcast son of Mution High, who just arrived in the capital a couple of days ago. My mother told me that this fellow's mother is a prostitute from the Ad Empire, making him a bastard. A short, stout boy stood up, pointing at me with his chubby finger while laughing. The laughter in the classroom swelled, and for the first time, my usually calm demeanor was genuinely enraged. While I could tolerate insults aimed at me, I would never allow any disrespect toward my parents, especially my mother who had sacrificed so much for me. O void of space, heed the call of your faithful servant, and grant me the lance of dimensionality to judge all beings who worship the Mother Goddess. Spatial art, dimensional slash. Infuriated by that rotund fool, I glared at him with barely concealed hostility. However, I knew my meager magic would not harm him, so I invoked the dimensional slash, a spell that could even injure necromancers. Of course, that gluttonous fool could not evade it, and as all eyes widened in shock, a blossom of crimson erupted from his chest, his hefty form collapsing backward. Chapter 12. The Prophecy of Destiny. Upon witnessing the stout boy's anguished cry as he fell, his life hanging in the balance, panic gripped me. If I had inadvertently killed him, it would be a minor consequence for me, but if it brought shame to the Move family, I would never forgive myself. The students in the classroom, accustomed to a life of privilege, were utterly stunned, and it was someone who shouted, "Murder!" that jolted them back to reality, causing a frantic rush toward the exit. Ignoring them, I teleported to the fallen boy's side, crouching down to assess his injuries. Fortunately, he had not sustained any life-threatening damage. A simple healing spell would suffice. Hearing the growing commotion outside, I knew the instructor would arrive shortly. And with a series of teleportations, I made my way outside the academy. Reflecting on my misfortune, I realized that I had barely begun my long-desired journey at the magic school, yet here I was, forced to flee before attending a single class. Alas, it seemed even fate conspired against my pursuit of magic. Standing on the street, I gazed up at the azure sky, suddenly struck by a sensation of mockery. Humph, are you feeling proud? If you deny me the chance to learn magic, I shall practice it all the more fervently. One day, when I ascend to the rank of a grand mage, I shall make you bow at my feet. With unwavering defiance, I stared at the sky, a surge of pride radiating from within me. Yet the tranquil blue sky offered no response. Returning to the academy was no longer an option. My actions had surely reached my uncle's ears, and he must be furious I had let him down. Wandering aimlessly through the royal city for half the day, I was finally located by Bing Fei as dusk descended. When he appeared before me, I was not surprised. The city was small, and spies were everywhere. The Mu family undoubtedly had its own intelligence network, making it easy to track me down. Bing Fei scanned our surroundings and led me to a secluded tea house. Choosing a table by the window. Xiao Feng, I truly do not know what to say to you. You have acted recklessly, which is unbecoming of your character. How could you resort to violence? Do not return to the academy. You have already been expelled. Your father is aware of the situation, and he is quite upset. Be cautious on your way home. Bing Fei spoke with a look of deep concern. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in resorting to violence. Yet I harbor no regrets, for he insulted my parents, an affront I cannot tolerate. My greatest fear is whether my actions will bring disgrace upon the Mu family, as those who attend such an institution are not ordinary folk. I was not worried about myself, for I had no ties and could leave at any moment. Rather, I feared that my family's reputation would be tarnished due to my misdeeds. Rest assured, the person you injured comes from a modest background. Besides, his injuries are not severe. He will recover after a couple of days. My father will handle the matter. Bing Fei took a sip of tea, his expression relaxed. Observing his demeanor, I inferred that perhaps everything would be all right, and a sense of relief washed over me. Little did I know, this incident would exacerbate the decline of the Mu family. That stout boy was no ordinary individual, but rather the grandson of the Prime Minister and a sworn enemy of the Mu family. Brother, I have contemplated this for an entire afternoon that I believe this place is not suited for me. I have grown accustomed to a carefree life, relishing freedom without constraints, and thus I wish to depart. After some reflection, I articulated my current thoughts. I had grown fond of the commoner's lifestyle, believing it to be the key to my happiness. The status, prestige, and glory that others coveted held no allure for me. I was not a noble and had no desire to emulate one. Detesting the disdainful and contemptuous gazes cast upon me. Do you truly intend to leave? I had already sensed that this environment did not suit you. I simply did not wish for us to part so soon after reuniting. Xiao Feng, do you know? I envy you for your carefree existence, unburdened by ties, able to pursue what you desired. If you are resolute in your decision to leave, I shall not impede you. That I will speak to our father on your behalf. Take care, my good brother. As he spoke, he and I embraced, and 1,000 words of brotherly affection were conveyed in that heartfelt hug. Unbeknownst to me, Bing Fei stealthily slipped a hand into my pocket. After a long embrace, we finally parted, his eyes reflecting a deep bond and unspoken reluctance. Turning my gaze to the window, I mused, there are no everlasting banquets in this world. I merely did not expect this one to conclude so swiftly. Had this incident not transpired, I would have been loath to let you go, but now, your safety lies in departing the royal city. The city gates are now closed, and the magical barrier is activated. Find an inn to rest for the night, and set off at dawn. Agreed. As I gazed at his profile turned toward the window, I softly acquiesced, suddenly struck by an elusive thought that flitted away before I could grasp it. The magical barrier, to me, it was but a mere illusion. Oh, by the way, Bing Fei, do you know where the prophecy mage, Bulge, resides? My father mentioned he lives within the royal city, and I have matters to inquire of him. Just as I was about to take my leave, I recalled my father's mention of this esteemed friend from his past, and felt the need to seek clarification. Bing Fei did not turn back or inquire further. He simply took out a piece of paper and a pen. Scribbling down the address before placing it on the table behind him, I approached and took the paper, suppressing my tears as I bid him farewell, disappearing in a flash. After I left, Bing Fei turned to gaze at the spot I had vacated. His eyes already misty, clutching the address he had given me. I headed south, noting the stark contrast between the southern and western parts of the city. The western district, being the noble quarter, exuded opulence, while the southern district, home to the common folk, thrived with vibrancy, perhaps a reflection of the different attitudes people held toward life. Reaching the end of a narrow alley, I paused before a wooden door. Scrutinizing the dilapidated house before me, it was hard to believe this was the residence of the only prophecy mage in existence. Bulge, my father's dear friend, what wisdom could you impart to me? Straightening my disheveled clothing, I gently knocked on the door. Moments later, it creaked open, and I expected to address him as uncle, given his connection to my father, but standing before me was a man nearing 70 years of age. Are you the prophecy mage? Bulge. My instinctive greeting was swallowed by curiosity at his unexpected appearance. I am indeed Bulge, and you are? His astonishment was palpable. Greetings, Grandfather Bulja. My father is Muti on high, and I have come at his behest to seek your counsel. Observing his look of surprise, I explained my purpose. How can this be, did he not? Bulge's disbelief was evident, but I had anticipated this reaction as I retrieved the book of prophecies from my spatial pouch. His murky eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. The earlier wariness dissipated, replaced by a warm smile as he ushered me inside to sit. From the sparse furnishings within, it was evident that Bulge lived a life of simplicity that I surmised that someone of his stature likely received many requests to step back into the limelight. Accepting the water he offered, I cut to the chase. Grandfather Bulge, I have come specifically to seek your guidance. My father often spoke of you. Additionally, he requested I ask you to divine my future. He mentioned I would face numerous trials and tribulations, particularly a calamity at the age of 18, yet he could not discern its nature. Therefore, I hope you can assist me in this matter. Alas, your father was indeed a magical prodigy, achieving the rank of mage at the tender age of 12. Truly astonishing that it is unfortunate that he later succumbed to personal turmoil, abandoning his magical pursuits. Had he not, his accomplishments would certainly eclipse my OW, and it is a rare fate to meet the progeny of a remarkable man such as he. Are you curious about our relationship? I am. In fact, the mentor of your father. However, we are indeed friends, and one could say that our relationship is one of both teacher and companion. His passing has truly caused me great sorrow. The old man paused at this, his gaze drifting towards the door, revealing a glimmer of melancholy in his eyes. That I remained silent, merely sitting there, listening intently to the tales of my father's past. After a moment of calm, Boren turned to me and continued, Originally, I intended to withdraw from worldly affairs, but since you are the son of Tian Hai, I shall make an exception and assist you this once, as a fulfillment of his last wishes. Having said this, Boren closed his eyes, no longer looking at me, his lips moving slightly, as if reciting an incantation that I understood that he was invoking a silent spell, one that was not within the grasp of an ordinary mage. As the intricate incantation concluded, Boren's lips ceased their motion. Though he remained seated, I knew his soul had departed from his body that moment. He was impervious to any disturbance, and I quietly sat, patiently awaiting his return. Soon, I sensed a resurgence of vitality within Boren's form, and indeed, he opened his eyes, yet the depth of his gaze, already weathered, now bore an even heavier sorrow. Mentor Boren, have you glimpsed my future? I inquired eagerly upon seeing him awake. Xiaofeng. Forgive me, he responded, and my heart sank. Even the Archmage cannot foresee? Noticing my despondent expression, Boren hastily reassured me, do not misunderstand. I have indeed seen something. Within the time-space tunnel, I witnessed the calamity that awaits you at the age of 18. However, you must forgive me. I cannot disclose what I have seen. That I can only tell you that the place of your trial lies within one of the 3 forbidden grounds, the Valley of Death. Now, come with me. You see it, yet cannot speak of it. How is that different from not seeing it all? Is there some secret contained within? I pondered, following him with a sense of intrigue. Upon entering the study, I surveyed the modest room, which was filled with nothing but a table and an abundance of books, enough to constitute a small library. That I stood at the threshold, hesitant to intrude, as he retrieved a scroll from the desk drawer and approached me. Presenting it, Xiaofeng, this scroll will reveal whatever you wish to know, but you presently lack the strength to unseal it. Only when your spatial magic reaches the level of a grand mage will you be able to access its contents. At that time, someone will assist you in unraveling all your uncertainties. Now, I am weary and wish to rest. You may leave, and take care. After he spoke, Boren turned to depart, but I called out to him and produced the prophetic manuscript from my spatial pouch. Placing it in his hands, this book is a relic left to me by my father, yet it has remained dormant in my possession. Therefore, I wish to gift it to you. I believe you will find it invaluable. After considerable hesitation, I resolved to bestow the book upon Boren, recognizing that it served little purpose in my hands, especially since its contents were firmly etched in my memory, rather than let it languish unused. I deemed it better to extend a gesture of goodwill, which might prove beneficial in seeking his assistance in the future. Are you truly willing to part with it? Do you understand what it signifies for a spatial mage? For us, it is akin to a compendium of magic. Countless spatial mages dream of obtaining it. It contains records of powerful spells and formations long lost to time. An exceedingly rare treasure, Boren exclaimed. trembling as he accepted the prophetic manuscript, his eyes brimming with excitement and gratitude. Indeed, Master Boren, I believe my father's spirit would approve of my decision. Now, please rest. I shall take my leave but hope to visit again when the opportunity arises. With that, I turned to depart. Wait, Boren called after me. You are truly the son of Tianhai. You surpass your father in generosity and righteousness. Since I have accepted such a precious gift, allow me to reciprocate with a few teleportation scrolls and a handwritten tome on spatial formations. This book encapsulates the collective wisdom of my predecessors and my decades of experience with spatial magic. I hope it proves beneficial to you that I have placed them in your spatial pouch. So remember to retrieve them when you have the time. Upon hearing his words, I immediately checked my pouch, and to my astonishment, discovered several scrolls and a spell book resting within. The ability to open another's spatial pouch is indicative of extraordinary magical prowess. And I could not help but regard Boren with newfound reverence. Without lingering further, I turned and exited Boren's residence, unaware of his quiet musings as I departed. The legendary Arbiter has appeared, and the prophesied day of judgment is not far off. Xiao Feng, what will the ultimate outcome be? Perhaps even the god of space remains oblivious. Tianhai, you foresaw the future, yet chose disbelief, unwilling to confront your son with this tragic fate. This is why you refrained from teaching Xiao Feng magic. Yet some events are destined to unfold, beyond our control, alas. Casting a glance at the prophetic manuscript in his hands, Boren let out a deep sigh, the sound dissipating into the wind, unheard by any. As I made my way towards the outskirts of the royal city, I remained oblivious to what awaited me in the future. Was it tragedy? A lamentable conclusion. Chapter 13. The peculiar old man nightfall quietly descended, cloaking all sins in darkness. Exiting Boren's home, I continued southward until I reached the city walls, where the sky had completely darkened. Seizing the cover of night, I teleported out of the city. Though I had not truly escaped the royal city, for a protective barrier remained. Employing the familiar method, I extended a hand and cautiously moved forward. After traversing approximately 10 meters, I encountered the barrier. The elemental affinity once more displayed its wondrous efficacy, allowing me to pass effortlessly through the formidable shield. However, as I crossed, I suddenly sensed something additional in my possession. Upon inspection, I discovered a finely crafted pouch. Opening it revealed 2 crystal coins, 20 gold coins, and a handful of silver pieces, which I surmised must have been secretly given to me by Bingfei during our parting. Likely his savings accumulated over the years, with a heart full of longing. I cast a glance towards the residence of the Mu family in the west before orienting myself and setting my sights on the city of Reno, home to the Bejar Magic Academy. Reno, as the principal battleground of the Orlan War 20 years prior, boasts the Grand Hero's tomb, located 10 miles from the city, where nearly 200,000 soldiers from the Orlan Empire and the Yade Empire lay at rest. Moreover, Reno is the second largest city, a mere day's journey from the royal city. The Bejar Magic Academy, situated within, has garnered fame for its robust faculty and its equitable admission policy, which prioritizes skill over wealth, attracting many magic apprentices, including prodigious talents. Consequently, Bejar Magic Academy has subtly emerged as the foremost academy of magic in the Orlan Empire, rivaling the Royal Magic Academy. After spending a night in a small grove outside the city, I paid a nominal fee the following day and joined a merchant caravan bound for Reno. After nearly a day's journey, I finally arrived safely the next morning, with little interest in savoring the bustling city's allure. My immediate priority was to ascertain the location of the Bejar Magic Academy. Given its local renown, it was easy to find. However, when I approached to enroll, the elderly gatekeeper informed me that the academy only admitted students during the spring and autumn semesters. As it was currently summer, I would have to wait over 3 months until the autumn enrollment. What was I to do in the meantime? Wandering aimlessly after leaving the Magic Academy, I found myself devoid of direction. I knew I had to attend the Bejar Magic Academy, but 3 months loomed ahead. Where should I go during this interval? I certainly could not remain in an inn awaiting my chance. After contemplating for a while, I realized it was already noon. Feeling the protest of my stomach, I decided to seek out a place to satisfy my hunger. I located a nearby tavern and enjoyed a simple lunch. Upon finishing and preparing to leave, a drunken old man stumbled out of the tavern, colliding with me and shattering the jug of wine he clutched, spilling its fragrant contents across the ground. Young man, what path are you traversing? You've spilled my wine. You must compensate me, or you cannot leave. The old man slurred, his grip on my clothing preventing my departure. His inebriated state gave me the impression of encountering a petty ruffian. I turned to scrutinize the old man. He appeared to be in his 40s, with graying temples and bleary eyes, embodying an air of drunken stupor that he bore no beard, and his tattered clothing concealed a surprisingly robust physique, which struck me as odd. Could this old man have been a mercenary in his youth? I mused internally, realizing he insisted I compensate him for his spilled drink, leaving me at a loss for words. My dear sir, you were the one who collided with me. How is it logical for me to pay for your wine? I apologize, but I must take my leave. Ignoring his protests, I teleported a few meters away, intending to turn and walk away. This lad possesses quite an intriguing physique. He is indeed a rare find for martial training that I cannot allow you to escape now that fate has brought us together, he muttered. Watching my retreating figure, though no one was present to hear his words, departing from the tavern, I strolled aimlessly through the city of Reno, with the magical supply shop being my first destination. After leaving the royal city, I had briefly examined the items gifted to me by Bulger, which included 4 magical teleportation scrolls and a book titled Spatial Teleportation Arrays. The 4 scrolls are identical to those my father had left me, meaning I currently possess 6 teleportation scrolls. These are precious items that will not be replenished once used. The book, Spatial Teleportation Arrays, contains diagrams and purposes for various spatial arrays, subjects that greatly pique my interest. Having lacked any innate talent since childhood, I possess only an exceptional memory. Even a tome as weighty as the prophecies, I managed to memorize after reading it a few times, let alone this book of merely a few pages. In truth, mastering spatial teleportation arrays is quite simple. One merely needs to replicate the diagrams in the book, enlarging them accurately onto the ground. However, the challenge lies in the materials required to draw the teleportation arrays, which necessitate numerous magical stones. Some larger arrays require exquisite purple crystal stones, and these are consumable items, irretrievable once used. Hence, employing teleportation magic is exceedingly costly. In the Island Empire, magical supply shops abound, and I chose a relatively large storefront to enter. Upon noticing a customer, the shopkeeper approached with a beaming smile, saying, "What can I assist you with, young sir? Whether it be intricately crafted magical robes or gem-encrusted wands, our humble shop has it all. None of those interest me. I wish to procure 5 empty scrolls, 3 spatial crystal stones, 30 ordinary magical stones, and white crystal powder for drawing magical arrays. Please prepare these for me." After a cursory glance at the items displayed in the shop, none caught my eye. Seated on a chair within the store, I articulated my desires. Upon hearing my request, the shopkeeper's smile widened further. As the total cost of these items was not insignificant, he recognized a lucrative deal was at hand, and naturally became more eager to serve. Personally fetching tea and placing it on the table beside me, he cautiously inquired, "Are you certain you wish for these items? While ordinary magical stones and white crystal powder are not overly expensive, the empty scrolls and crystal stones are quite costly. I am not doubting your means. I merely wish to remind you to ensure you have sufficient funds." It seems this old man is rather cunning. Concerned I might be unable to pay and thus waste his time. "What is the total cost?" I asked directly, wishing to avoid unnecessary delays. "Let me calculate. The total comes to 41 gold coins. But we'll say 40 gold coins for you." The shopkeeper hastily computed the price. Upon hearing this amount, I was taken aback. My total funds amounted to only 220 gold coins, meaning this purchase would deplete 1/5 of my savings, which had been accumulated by Ice Fae over many years. Although I understood these items were essential, the pain of parting with such money was palpable. Having visited the magical supplies shop, I noted the time was growing late. After placing my purchases into my magical space pouch, I sought a nearby inn to rest and thoroughly study the spatial teleportation arrays. The primary reason for my willingness to expend considerable funds on empty scrolls was the knowledge contained in the book regarding their creation methods. Such useful items will inevitably be consumed, and knowing how to craft them means I must certainly give it a try. I found a reasonably clean inn, which cost me a few silver coins. It seems I must devise a way to earn money. This approach is unsustainable. Ice Fae's funds will eventually run dry, and I have yet to ascertain the enrollment fees for the Bajar Academy of Magic. If I do not have enough money, then it will surely be troublesome. Lying in bed, I pondered these thoughts. Suddenly, a voice interrupted my musings. "What is your name, young man?" It sounded like an elderly man. Startled, I leapt up from the bed. Scanning for the source of the voice, a man stood with his back to me, gazing out the window. Due to his position, I could not see his face but could discern from his white hair that he was indeed an elder. The ability to approach me silently suggested he was not a mere passerby. Greetings. Senior My name is Mu Yu Xiaofeng. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Uncertain of his background, I maintained a polite demeanor in my response. Well-mannered young man, that I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to ask a few questions. Are you a mage? Have you studied martial skills? Or are you perhaps a martial mage by nature? The elder continued in a slow, expressionless tone that I found his silhouette somewhat familiar but could not place it. The faint scent of alcohol emanating from him hinted at something. I am indeed a mage. Though I have yet to attain the qualifications of a junior mage, I have not studied martial skills. Despite my desire to do so, becoming a martial mage is my dream. I was uncertain of his intentions in asking these questions, yet felt no harm in answering truthfully. Are you waiting for someone, or are you traveling alone? Yet, you seem rather weak. Even a youth of average talent should have reached the level of a junior mage by your age. Did your parents not send you to a magic academy? The old man continued his incessant inquiries, and while I felt a tinge of annoyance, a nagging feeling told me this could be an opportunity one might regret missing. Thus, I composed myself and replied with sincerity, my mother passed away during childbirth, and my father followed her 3 years ago. I am now an orphan, without any remaining family. You are correct. I have never attended a magic academy. While my father possessed some magical knowledge, he never taught me. All my current magic is self-taught. It was imperative to conceal certain truths from this stranger. I did not wish for him to uncover my ties to the Mu family and the royal city. Very well. Would you like to learn martial skills? I can teach you. I see potential in you. You possess an aptitude for martial training. Aware of my dwindling time, I seek a disciple to pass on my martial techniques. Fate has led me to you today, a divine opportunity for master and apprentice that I can make you as formidable as a sword saint, provided you agree to be my disciple. What do you say? This is a most advantageous arrangement. The elder turned to face me, revealing a smile that was startlingly familiar. It was the drunken old man I had encountered earlier in the tavern. I stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe that such a scoundrel could be a powerful elder. Fraud. The word echoed in my mind upon seeing his true identity. Do not be alarmed. I do have a small request if you wish to be my disciple. Each morning, you must fetch 10 gin of wine from the tavern where we met. If you can fulfill this requirement, all will be well. The old man rubbed his hands together, grinning lewdly. His disgusting smile solidified my conviction that this old man is undoubtedly a charlatan. How could he possibly be a high-ranking warrior, devoid of any semblance of a true master? Very well, since you choose not to speak, I shall take your silence as agreement. Henceforth, you are my disciple. Do not entertain thoughts of betrayal. I detest such individuals. The method of dealing with them is quite simple, he said, making a gesture across his throat that sent chills down my spine. This man cannot possibly be a murderer, I thought, quietly preparing to cast a teleportation spell to escape. Best not to attempt any clever tricks before me. Escaping is impossible. You have just become my disciple. How could you run away? His bleary eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, and his swaying form approached me with an uncanny gait, extending a finger to lightly poke my body in several places. As I prepared to unleash my magic, I felt a sudden disconnect from the magical elements within me, a sensation I had never experienced before. It became evident that I had fallen victim to the martial artist's unique acupoint sealing technique. It appeared my meridians had been sealed by him. Suddenly severed from the elements, I felt disoriented, my legs buckling beneath me as I collapsed to the ground. Gasping for air. I turned to glance fearfully at the elder beside me. Uncertain of his intentions, he could very well take my life here. Do not be frightened. I have merely sealed your meridians so you cannot use magic for the time being. Additionally, I have placed a small device within you. Should you disobey me, you will experience the sensation of exploding from within. The old man crouched beside me, a smug grin on his face, leaving me to wonder what fate he had in store for me. Chapter 14. Life as a slave. What do you intend to do? I lay on the ground, utterly confused about the elder's motives. Now that I had lost contact with the magical elements, I could not even access my spatial pouch, let alone retrieve the teleportation scrolls to escape. With no means to flee, I resolved to compromise and ascertain his intentions before plotting my escape. Did I not mention that I wished to take you as my disciple? This is a coveted opportunity for many, and were it not for your potential, I would have no interest in you. Have you made your decision? The elder sat on the floor, producing a jug of wine from seemingly nowhere and drinking contentedly. Very well. I accept. However, You ought to tell me your name, your identity, and the rank of your martial skills. It felt somewhat coercive, akin to being forced into servitude. I knew nothing about him and sought to extract some information first. My recent streak of misfortune was unlike any other. I could find no stability anywhere I went. Do not attempt to extract my words, young one. Simply address me as mastered. Do not inquire further. Certain truths will reveal themselves to you in due time. Now, cease your lounging. Being my apprentice is no simple task. Before I take you to a specific location, you must first undergo a trial. Only upon passing will you truly be considered my disciple. With that, the old man casually patted me and stood up, striding towards the door, a faint smile gracing his lips. The moment he touched me, the fatigue that had previously enveloped me vanished instantly. However, my spirits dampened at the realization that my magical abilities had yet to return. Am I to be forever severed from magic? I lamented silently. Following the old man with a sense of helplessness, thought I could distinctly feel something new within me. Perhaps it was the little trinket he had mentioned. The last thing I desired was to explode from within. As I trailed behind him, my mind raced with speculations about the nature of his trial. But when he led me to the tavern where we had first met, a foreboding sense washed over me. Indeed, his challenge was to carry a 10-pound wine barrel. Though a wizard may seem frail, bearing such weight was hardly a challenge. However, traversing 10 miles with it posed a significant dilemma. I had presumed the old man resided in the city. Yet as I walked for half the day, surrounded by increasingly dense trees, I realized he dwelled deep within the mountains. Fortunately, the path remained relatively smooth, departing from Reno City in the evening. We reached a flat area halfway up the mountain by midnight. Amidst the lush trees, a peculiar clearing of roughly 100 meters in diameter emerged. At its center, a thatched hut, presumably the old man's abode. Upon entering, I set down the wine barrel, utterly exhausted, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I couldn't help but wonder if the old man was deliberately toying with me. Had I known I would be subjected to this ordeal daily, I might have contemplated a more drastic fate. Your perseverance is commendable. I expected you to tire and surrender midway. Yet here you are, still standing. Very well, there is an empty room next door that shall be yours. You may rest now. Rise early tomorrow, for I have tasks to assign you, he remarked, observing my disheveled state with an intriguing glimmer in his eyes before carrying the wine barrel into the inner room. Once he departed, I began to scrutinize the hut. It was a humble wooden structure comprising 4 rooms. The entrance led to a common area, beyond which lay the old man's bedroom, the kitchen to the left, and my room to the right. Struggling to rise, I made my way over, yearning for a good night's sleep. However, as I lifted the door curtain, a wave of despair washed over me. The room was devoid of furnishings, save for a patch of dry straw in the corner, which carried an unpleasant odor. Gritting my teeth against the discomfort, I sat on the straw. Noticing some dried animal droppings nearby, I surmised this had once been a space for the old man's livestock. Who would have thought I, Xiaofeng, would find myself in such a predicament? I chuckled bitterly to myself. Regardless, the priority was sleep, and I leaned against the wall, surrendering to slumber. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen in the east, a howl erupted, startling the birds from their perches. The source of this wretched sound was none other than myself, as the old man had doused me with cold water while I was still asleep. Despite the sweltering heat, being awakened by a deluge of water was hardly a pleasant experience. Yuval, old man, what do you intend? Do not presume that your meager prowess grants you the right to toy with others, I retorted, my usual politeness giving way to indignation. Val, old man, you say? Excellent. Is this how my esteemed apprentice greets me? It seems I must impart some lessons on respect, he replied, visibly displeased with my response. Just as he stood at the threshold, he suddenly materialized before me, extending a finger toward my chest with excruciating slowness. Yet, this seemingly leisurely gesture concealed immense power. I could only watch helplessly as it approached. Unable to evade, upon contact, his finger withdrew, and a wave of searing pain radiated from my chest throughout my body. I collapsed, gritting my teeth to stifle any cries, my defiant gaze fixed upon the old man. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times over. I do appreciate such fiery eyes. Continue to harbor your hatred. I intend to toy with you, to torment you. You seek vengeance. You are far too weak to defeat me. Time is of the essence. Rise and venture into the woods to catch a wild chicken. If you wish to avoid further punishment, you must present me with a platter of roasted chicken before the sun rises, he declared with a malevolent grin. unbinding my pressure points before vanishing into the house, leaving me to groan in the corner. After a brief respite, the pain subsided considerably, but upon exiting the room, the old man was nowhere to be found. Contemplating the torment I had just endured, I reluctantly resolved to catch him a wild chicken. However, without the use of magic and relying solely on my physical prowess, how could I possibly capture a chicken before dawn, let alone roast it? Resigned, I stepped outside, observing my surroundings. Dense trees surrounded the clearing, with a barren patch of land extending 100 meters around the hut, as if carved by some powerful force. If that were true, the individual wielding such might must possess profound skills. With no time to admire the scenery, I noted the eastern sky lightening, signaling the impending dawn. To minimize my suffering, I reluctantly dashed into the woods. In my previous life in Qinghe fishing village, catching fish had been my forte, but now, the pursuit of wild chickens was entirely foreign to me. That I resorted to brute force, baiting and setting traps, employing every tactic I could conceive. Yet to no avail, returning empty-handed. When I finally returned to the thatched hut, the old man awaited me, and upon seeing my empty hands, he subjected me to yet more torment. The seeds of hatred had taken root within me, nourished by each instance of his cruelty, and I silently vowed that one day he would pay for his actions. Yet, the tribulations were far from over. After enduring a grueling session, he commanded me to return to Reno City for another 10-pound barrel of wine. But this time within 4 hours. The mere thought of it made me want to smash my head against a wall. We had taken 4 hours to walk from Reno City to this hut, and my hands still throbbed from yesterday's labor. The prospect of making the return trip in such a short time seemed utterly impossible. Yet, under his relentless pressure, I gritted my teeth and shot him a glare before setting off towards Reno City. 4 hours for a round trip? How could that be feasible? I would only return as the sun dipped in the west. Alas, another round of torment awaited me. This old man was truly a sadist. Resistance? What good would it do? Without the ability to use spatial magic, escape was out of the question. After a grueling morning, I finally reached lunchtime, only then recalling that I had yet to eat breakfast. Nonetheless, having lunch was a small blessing. The main dish was roasted wild chicken. It was quite delectable, suggesting that the old man had indulged in such meals regularly. Naturally, he was not without his wine, and I was astonished to see him finish the 10 pounds I had procured in just a day, treating it as casually as drinking water, and he showed no signs of intoxication. After lunch, I longed for rest, but there were no doors, not even windows. The afternoon was designated for chopping firewood, and with my feeble strength, I took an axe and ventured into the woods to fell trees too large for a single person to embrace. With the sun blazing overhead, the experience was nothing short of refreshing. Surrounded by such trees, I sought a smaller one, but alas, it was a futile endeavor. To fell 4 of these giants was no trivial task. And if I needed to drag them back, the challenge only intensified. After felling the trees, the old man still refused to grant me respite. He instructed me to fetch water from a lake about 5 or 6 li from the hut. To add insult to injury, I was to carry 2 buckets and make 5 round trips. To prevent me from slacking off, he had designed the bottoms of the buckets in a conical shape. Thus, if I carelessly set one down along the way, I would have the pleasure of returning to refill it, as all the water would have spilled out. By the end of the day. As a supposed wizard, I was utterly exhausted and unable to move. Though I bore the title of apprentice, I found myself living a life akin to that of a slave. I began to suspect the old man had merely sought a slave under the guise of taking on a disciple, using me as free labor. Had I not acted so impulsively and injured someone, I might now be studying magic at the academy. I mused, but I held no regrets. One should not dwell on past actions. And besides, regret would serve no purpose. The following morning, having learned from yesterday's ordeal, I awoke early. Though my body ached, I had no choice but to fulfill my daily tasks: catch a wild chicken, sell the firewood I had chopped the day before, use the proceeds to buy wine, and then fetch it. After that, I would be chopping more trees and fetching water. Thus, I endured this monotonous cycle day after day. A month passed, and I could no longer bear this life of servitude. If escaping proved futile, I would resort to open rebellion. Living in such a manner was worse than death for someone who cherished freedom. One morning, I rose early once more, but this time, I refrained from fetching wine. Instead, I waited in the hut for the old man. He was a curious and mysterious figure, and I could not discern the true extent of his martial prowess. As I had never witnessed him in action, all I had experienced were his pressure point techniques used to torment me, yet I sensed he was anything but ordinary. The old man vanishes for a while each morning and evening. His whereabouts a mystery. The rest of the time, he drinks incessantly, attempting to intoxicate himself, but to no avail, exuding an air of despondency. Master, it has been over a month now. May I ask if you can impart your martial skills to me? I called him Master for the first time upon his return. Did you just call me Master? Have you finally come to your senses? Of course, I can teach you martial skills. As my disciple, it would be remiss of me not to do so. However, your timing is not yet right. Even if I were to teach you, you would struggle to grasp it. Patience is key in martial arts. Without a solid foundation, future cultivation will be hindered. The old man looked at me strangely, clearly surprised by my address of Master. Yet he flatly refused my request to learn martial skills. Oh, my timing is off, is it? I suspect you simply do not wish to teach me that I am merely your slave. Am I not? I will leave this place now. If you wish to kill me, do so. Keeping me here is impossible. I have had enough of this life. My voice, calm yet resolute, betrayed my determination as I turned away and strode towards the door. Behind me, the old man watched my departing figure with a flicker of reluctance and regret in his eyes, but it quickly transformed into a steely resolve, as if he had made a decision. Wait a moment. Young one, leaving is not so simple that I mentioned that to depart. You must first defeat me. With that, he appeared in the square outside, his gaze tranquil as he regarded me, brandishing a massive two-handed sword. The first thought that crossed my mind upon seeing the old man before me, sword in hand, was, I am doomed. Yet, this thought was fleeting. Even knowing my fate, I resolved to fight back. Submission was not in my nature. Oh, you do not flee? Truly, you are the person I have chosen, displaying some courage. However, striking against a rock with an egg is not a wise endeavor. If you plead with me now, I might consider sparing you this time. The old man maintained his impassive demeanor, his tone as cold as ice. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it. If you wish to kill me, then do so. With the aura of death now palpable, I felt unafraid. Death seemed preferable to this meaningless existence. You are a fool who does not recognize a good opportunity at your current level. You are not even worthy of my effort. Here, take this sword that I will neither flee nor dodge, and I will stand here for you to strike. If you can merely graze my clothing, I shall let you go. Conversely, you must remain here. The old man snorted disdainfully, tossing the massive sword before me, staring at the sword embedded in the ground. I cursed the old man for his shamelessness. It weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds, an impossible burden for a mage like me to wield. Clearly, he was taking advantage of me. And it was infuriating that I could not use magic. Otherwise, I might have had a fighting chance. Chapter 15. Cultivating martial skills. As I lifted the great sword from the ground, I was surprised to find it was not as heavy as I had imagined. Without overthinking it, I dragged the sword with its tip pointed downward, my gaze fixated on the old man not far away. Advancing step by step until I halted a meter away. Concentrate your intent on the sword, channel all your strength, and strike me. The old man's expression remained indifferent, his gaze wandering elsewhere, as if the impending blow held no consequence for him. I could not discern whether he was arrogant or merely confident. As I gripped the sword, a sense of conspiracy washed over me, as if everything had been orchestrated by another. Setting aside these thoughts, I heeded the old man's words, clearing my mind and focusing my energy that I hefted the sword with both hands and swung it fiercely towards the old man's head. To my astonishment, rather than my strike being deflected by his protective aura, I noticed a faint blue glow emanating from the sword itself. Even without any knowledge of martial skills, I comprehended that this was the unique aura of a warrior. And I widened my eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that I possessed such power. Where did this aura come from? A large question mark floated in my mind as I glanced at the old man, who answered my confusion with a sly grin. What's this? Surprised that you possess an aura. Did you think I captured you merely to find a slave? Frankly, you are not even worthy of being a slave. The tasks I set for you were intended to enhance your physical constitution. Before this, I sought many talented youths to be my disciples, but none persevered, except for you. You have endured longer than any. And given your exceptional physique, I have decided to keep you. The old man observed my astonished expression with a knowing look, addressing my bewildered gaze. So, I should thank you then, for your tutelage? You can make me do anything. And I will comply, but I despise the daily torment you inflict upon me. Hearing this, I felt like a puppet manipulated by another, a disconcerting realization, even knowing his actions were for my benefit. I remained incensed, turning my head aside with a hint of displeasure. Humph, do not be upset. Do you think I have you perform these tasks merely to serve me? I could just as easily find a strong youth for that. Unlike mages, who can enhance their magical elements through meditation, a warrior's aura is cultivated through relentless training. The only key to enhancing one's aura is movement. Only through continuous exertion can one elevate their aura. Given your inherently fragile mage physique and your missed opportunity to cultivate martial skills at the optimal age, I devised this method to strengthen your constitution. As for the daily trials I subject you to, I am not so idle. I have already opened your primary meridians, allowing you to cultivate and recover at a speed several times faster than the average person. Do you understand? My techniques are not those of an ordinary warrior. As for what methods I employed, perhaps a gesture will clarify. Before I could grasp his meaning, the old man's figure suddenly appeared before me. With his left hand, he formed a fist, then extended his thumb, index, and little fingers, turning his palm upward as he approached my chest. Although his finger stopped just short of touching me, it sent chills down my spine. Recognizing his finger technique, I understood its significance. Exclaiming, "The Zheng Tian finger. Oh, you are indeed knowledgeable. This is one of the supreme skills of the Tian Gang sword sect of the Yade Empire, created by the second-generation leader, and has only been passed down to the leader since then. As for how I learned it, that is not for you to inquire." The old man turned his back to me, gazing mysteriously into the distant mountains and forests. "It truly is the Zheng Tian finger. I never imagined you would wield it. They say that none who fall victim to this technique survive, not even the martial emperor." Recalling my father's mention of the technique's power, I could hardly believe I was encountering it today. The old man before me, my master, was becoming increasingly enigmatic, and I yearned to uncover his true identity. Alas, without his disclosure, I would remain forever in the dark. If not for his careful concealment, such a martial arts master could not possibly remain hidden within the Orlan Empire. In truth, the Zheng Tian finger is not as terrifying as you believe. Killing is not the creator's intent. Its primary function is to open the meridians, accelerating a warrior's training speed. You have now roughly reached the rank of a junior warrior through my training methods. Progressing from nothing to that rank in a month is quite commendable. Since you are so eager to learn martial skills, I shall impart them to you. Today, I will teach you two essential techniques. The sealing charm and the dispelling finger. One counters mages, while the other counters warriors. Both are quite simple. I will explain the principles, and you must remember them well. Upon hearing that the old man was willing to teach me martial skills, my previous rebelliousness dissipated, and I listened intently. The old man noticed my newfound focus, and a glimmer of appreciation shone in his eyes as he continued. The reason mages can cast spells is that they channel the magical elements within their bodies to resonate with the elements surrounding them, achieving their desired effects. The more magical elements you have within you, the greater the resonance with external elements, resulting in stronger magical attacks. Furthermore, when the internal elements reach a certain threshold, one can cast spells without needing to resonate with external elements. This is known as instant casting. Above the abdomen and below the chest lies a vital point known as the Shinfeng Shui, which serves as the link between a mage and their internal elements. A warrior can strike this point and infuse their aura into the mage's body, severing the mage's connection with their magical elements. However, if there is a considerable disparity in levels, the mage may break free using their magical elements, rendering the sealing charm ineffective. Therefore, this method depends on the user's skill. I use this technique to seal your magical abilities. Do not waste your efforts. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to break my seal. Observing my eager demeanor, the old man dashed my hopes of using my magic to break through the vital point with a single statement. The location of the Shinfeng Shui is here. His soft voice echoed in my ears as he appeared before me like a specter. Even though I had grown accustomed to his ghostly entrances and exits, I was still startled, my heart racing. After his words, I realized his finger had somehow found its way to my chest. I understood that this was the precise location of the sealing point, and I committed it to memory while the sensation lingered. Very well, let us now discuss the concept of dispersing energy. In essence, it is akin to the sealing technique. The only distinction lies in the specific acupoint involved. The warrior's fighting energy resides within the dantian, and the acupoint that seals it is located in the lower abdomen, known as the chi acupoint. As he spoke, the old man pointed toward my lower abdomen, and I duly noted this acupoint. Ah, splendid. You possess a remarkable aptitude, young lad. Now, I shall impart to you a method for circulating your energy. I have already opened your 14 meridians, and if you practice running a complete circuit each day, it will greatly enhance your fighting energy. With that, he placed a hand upon my crown, and a warm current surged down from my third eye, circulating within my body before exiting once more. Without needing his prompting, I understood the flow of energy and silently committed it to memory. That will suffice for today. There are other martial skills you are not yet ready to learn. As long as you persist in your training, you shall soon achieve mastery. When that time comes, I will teach you the Heavenly Gang's 7 absolute swords of the Heavenly Gang sword sect. Whether you can grasp it will depend on your innate talent. The old man lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sun had risen high without my noticing, producing a flask from somewhere. He took a delicate sip, his face wearing an expression of mild intoxication as he swayed toward the thatched cottage. Watching his retreating figure, I softly called out "Master," for the first time addressing him with such respect. It dawned on me how painstakingly he had endeavored to teach me. Without him, my journey to learn martial arts would have been fraught with difficulty. After all, I was a mage of the Orland Empire. And given the current strained relations between Orland and Ade, seeking to learn martial skills in Ade would indeed be a challenge. That master sounds quite pleasant. It is late, so you need not go catch chickens anymore. Instead, come down the mountain and help me fetch some wine. And do refrain from calling me old man in your heart. I am merely 40, hardly of an age where my teeth have all fallen out. His languid voice wafted through the air, as if still in the throes of slumber. Upon hearing his words, the scant fondness I had for him dissipated entirely, and I mentally cursed. Damn it, you old pervert. Though unwilling, I was compelled by his authoritative presence to descend the mountain. As I traversed the wooded path, I felt an urge to leap from the treetops. After all, I am now a novice warrior. Surely I can manage. With this thought, I sprang onto a branch, aiming for the next, only to fall pitifully to the ground. However, after several attempts, I gradually acclimated, and before long, I found myself soaring through the forest like a monkey. Never would I have imagined that one day I could leap over 10 meters without relying on magic. As my martial skills advanced, these daily tasks became increasingly effortless. What once took a full day to accomplish could now be completed in half the time. Yet, the old man could not abide my idleness while I worked. He would occasionally introduce minor troubles. For instance, while attempting to catch wild chickens, arrows would unexpectedly rain down, allowing me to fully grasp the meaning of the saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind. On the path to fetch wine, I had to remain ever vigilant against unidentified projectiles threatening to shatter the wine jars. Chopping wood presented no real danger, albeit the number of trees I had to fell had increased from 4 to 10. As for fetching water, there were neither arrows nor additional burdens. The once smooth path had inexplicably transformed into the fabled road of Shu. After another month of servitude, my formerly feeble self had grown somewhat stronger, and my rank had risen to upper intermediate warrior. This progress astonished even the old man, who repeatedly declared me a martial genius. While my martial prowess flourished, my beloved magic stagnated, and I could no longer wield it. My spatial magic had almost reached the novice level before being sealed, leaving me in a state of contradiction. With the Bajar Magic Academy set to commence enrollment in a month, I was torn between remaining with this peculiar old man to learn martial arts or departing for the academy to study magic. It was indeed a case of you cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. After pondering for quite some time without resolution, I decided to cast aside my worries and continue my descent through the forest to assist the old man in fetching wine. In Rainer City, on a bustling street, a charming young girl of 15 or 16 years caught the eye, her large golden eyes strikingly prominent. Dressed in finery, albeit somewhat tattered, she appeared to be a fallen noble. The girl wandered through the city with wide, hopeful eyes, seemingly searching for something, exuding an air of helplessness that evoked sympathy. She paused at a street corner, glancing east and west, uncertain of her next move. At that moment, a boy of similar age approached, flanked by several mages who appeared to serve as bodyguards. His attire suggested he was either a wealthy heir or a noble out for leisure. When the girl noticed him approaching, she hurried over and halted before him, asking, "Excuse me, do you know where my sister is? I can't seem to find her." The boy was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, but upon seeing her, a lewd smile crept onto his lips, his gaze roving over her form. "Oh, little sister, you seek your sister. I know where she is. Shall I take you to her?" he replied with a smirk, drawing pitying looks from passers-by who sighed and moved on, as if foreseeing the girl's impending misfortune. "Really, you truly know where my sister is. Let's go find her now," the girl exclaimed happily, blissfully unaware of the sinister motives lurking behind the boy's faint smile. The boy leaned closer, brazenly inhaling her fragrance, his lewd grin widening. Just as he prepared to make his next move, the girl suddenly bolted, sensing his ulterior motives. "You're a bad person. I don't want your help finding my sister anymore. I'm leaving," she declared, turning to depart. However, the boy was unwilling to let his prize slip away. He glanced back at his servants, signaling them to intercept the girl. Several mages rushed in front of her, encircling her and blocking her escape route. Standing amidst them, the girl cast an annoyed glance at her captors, her brow furrowed. Curiously, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes, only impatience. Though she appeared quite vexed, her angry demeanor only added to her charm. Lacking any semblance of intimidation, the boy stepped closer, grinning. "Ha! Little sister, what's this? Thinking of running away? Not so easy. Why not obediently spend a couple of days with me, huh?" In his lewd laughter, the boy's true nature was laid bare. His previous scholarly demeanor completely vanished. What fate awaited the girl? Chapter 16. The mysterious girl having purchased the wine, I exited the tavern and, at first glance, beheld the scene unfolding before me that I hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene on the girl's behalf. After a moment's reflection, I resolved to remain uninvolved, adhering to the age-old adage of out of sight, out of mind. I admit I am not a virtuous person, yet I am far from villainous. My principle is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, though I felt a pang of sympathy for the girl's plight. I also recognized my own weakness. Let the heroes act, for they are the ones with strength. Approaching the street corner, I intended to take a detour, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of the girl ensnared by the crowd. Her large golden eyes left a lasting impression on me, and at that moment, she noticed me as well, her gaze filled with hope. I understood her silent plea, but still wished to avoid this murky affair. Observing her adorably angry expression, I experienced a fleeting illusion, mistaking her for Xue Wu. With a bitter smile, I shook my head, dispelling the errant thoughts, and redirected my gaze to continue on my way. "Xue Wu, when will I see you again?" Just as I became lost in thoughts of Xue Wu, a figure collided heavily with me. Given my intermediate warrior status, dodging should have been a simple task. But I was too distracted to evade. The result was that I was knocked to the ground, but that was not the main issue. The real concern was that all the wine I had just procured had spilled. I felt a surge of despair, for the old man was notoriously stingy. He always provided just enough coin for the wine, and now, with it spilled, I knew I would face his wrath upon my return. The mere thought of his almost sadistic methods of punishment sent a chill down my spine that I turned to fix an icy glare on the perpetrator, only to find it was the very same scoundrel from earlier. Glancing at the girl, who was now laughing heartily, I had already pieced together the chain of events. It seemed this young master had attempted to harass her, only to be cast aside. Indeed, mages are notoriously weak in terms of physical prowess. Alas, it appears I cannot escape this predicament today. There is no way to extract compensation from this young master, so I shall have to confront him directly. As I pondered this, the scoundrel's furious shout interrupted my thoughts. "Damn it! How dare you hit me? Halger, deal with her." The boy rose from the ground, his previously unremarkable face now flushed with rage. Humiliated and enraged, he intended to retaliate, revealing that he was no ordinary individual. I could only wonder which noble family he hailed from. Such incidents occurred daily across the Shadowlight continent, where commoners were regarded as mere weeds by the nobility. The four mages surrounding the girl responded to their master's command, beginning to chant spells. Their target being the vulnerable girl trapped in the center, but it seemed she was on the brink of calamity, and her adorable visage evoked sympathy, yet none dared to intervene, fully aware that this young man was not someone to be trifled with. "You would do well to step aside, or I shall have to find my sister alone. Though my sister forbids me from harming others, I assure you, even if I were to kill you, she would not hold it against me. So, do not provoke me." The girl leisurely surveyed the surrounding magicians and spoke in a nonchalant tone, as if to her, taking a few lies was of little consequence. The four sorcerers exchanged glances, dismissing the girl's warning, for none would believe that a mere child without magical rank could vanquish four grand sorcerers. "If you wish to eliminate her, I suggest you rely on martial skills. It would be far simpler." "Wouldn't it? Fear not. I can provide a demonstration." A soft voice floated from the corner, reaching the ears of the four magicians. It sounded more like a whisper to oneself, yet when the sorcerers turned to locate the source of the voice, they found themselves unable to utter their incantations any longer. The reason was simple. I had quietly approached the young man from behind and placed a hand upon his throat. The boy, still seething with residual anger, could hardly believe someone dared to take him hostage. He snorted coldly and began to chant a spell, but I did not hinder him. I was confident I could manage a novice sorcerer. However, I understood the principle of striking swiftly, and so, before he could complete his incantation, I used a sealing spell to bind his magic. Instantly severed from the magical elements, the boy collapsed, powerless, with a muffled groan. Yet, my grip upon his throat remained firm. I was not foolish enough to challenge for grand sorcerers alone. Let us strike a bargain, shall we? I will exchange your young master for that girl. Observing their anxious expressions, I knew that should anything happen to the young master in my grasp, they would meet a dire fate. With that, I lifted the young master's body and approached the girl. You would do well to release me. Do not thwart my endeavors. Do you know who I am? I am the son of the city lord, and to dare play the hero in my presence is to court death, the arrogant young master threatened, even as his life hung precariously in my hands. In his mind, he believed that once I recognized his identity, I would grovel before him. Alas, I held no fondness for nobility. In fact, I harbored a certain disdain, despite having been a noble myself for a few days. I delivered a punch that rendered him unconscious, detesting his haughty demeanor. The four sorcerers had already shifted their focus, surrounding me with expressions of intent to kill, glancing at the girl nearby, who appeared to be reveling in the spectacle. I could only manage a wry smile. In the end, I had been outmaneuvered by her. I suspected she had deliberately kicked this young master towards me. The four sorcerers, upon witnessing my incapacitation of their young master, felt a surge of urgency. Standing amidst the four, I pondered my escape strategy. It was no small feat for a mid-level warrior to flee from four grand sorcerers. How I wished I could employ spatial magic. Alas, I silently cursed the old man's ancestors, wondering if he was sneezing at that very moment. Just as I was contemplating my next move, one of the sorcerers vanished from sight. Panic surged within me. I realized he was seeking reinforcements. If he returned with help, even my attempts to flee would be in vain. I cautiously maneuvered, leaning the young master's body against the wall, glancing up at the not-so-high wall, and resolved to escape from there. I hurled the young master's body towards one of the sorcerers and swiftly scaled the wall. However, once over, I crouched in the corner rather than making my escape. I surmised that one sorcerer would remain to watch the arrogant young master while the other two would not be so kind as to let me flee. Sure enough, as I nestled into the corner, one sorcerer soared overhead. Noticing he was flying low, I leapt with all my strength, emerging right before him. The sudden appearance of a person caused him to falter. And seizing that fleeting moment, I cast a sealing spell upon him, causing him to plummet from the sky. Yet, I too was not unscathed. Another sorcerer, intent on flanking me, hesitated no longer upon witnessing his companion's fall. A level 4 wind magic spell hurtled towards me. Luckily, I sensed it in time and dodged to evade a fatal blow, though the attack nonetheless struck my left arm. Agonizing pains surged through me. Blood streaming down my arm.as, I landed back on the ground. I paid no heed to my injury, clutching my wound with my right hand and fleeing towards the city outskirts, just as I escaped the city limits. I spotted the gates closing and silently cursed my narrow escape. Assessing my injury, I found it was not grave, and after a brief treatment, I made my way into the mountains, mentally preparing myself for the repercussions of my actions. Alas, such misfortune! Since my arrival in the Orland Empire, I had encountered nothing but misadventures. Not long after, a familiar figure blocked my path. It was the girl from earlier. Initially, her demeanor reminded me of Shui Wu, and I had felt a slight fondness for her, but I had not anticipated being toyed with by her, causing my initial fondness to dissipate like mist. Without uttering a word, I sidestepped her, treating her as though she were invisible. Hey, why are you being like this? I thought you were a good person and wanted to ask for your help, but you ignored me. Seeing me deliberately avoid her, she chased after me, arms outstretched, blocking my path once more, her face adorned with a hint of anger, as if she had suffered a great injustice. You did that on purpose. I did not glance back as I left her with that parting remark, continuing on my way. Wow, you figured it out. My apologies. I simply wanted you to help me find my sister. By the way, did I mention my sister is very beautiful? And where are you headed? There are monsters in the mountains, you know. The girl trailed behind me, her ruse exposed, her words tumbling out in a flustered attempt to shift the topic. I do not know your sister, and her beauty is of no concern to me. If you wish to find her, go on your own. I am certain you possess the capability. I am heading home now, so please stop following me. I halted, turning to face her, my expression cold and my tone disapproving. Ignoring her charming visage. Wow, you are truly remarkable to have seen through that. I know a bit of magic, but my sister told me not to harm anyone. When we arrived in the land of light and shadow, we encountered some bad people, and my sister fought them, urging me to escape first, which is how we got separated. Hey, how can you be like this? Wait for me. The girl, reminiscing about recent events, looked up only to find I had already distanced myself. Frustrated, she bit her lip and hurried to catch up, grasping my arm. The jolt to my previously healing wound caused it to reopen, sending a surge of excruciating pain through me, prompting a groan to escape my lips. By this time, it was midday. Even with the trees lining the road shielding me from the scorching sun, I was drenched in sweat. The girl, having just run, had her clothes soaked, accentuating her developing figure. And her cheeks, already flushed, appeared even more enticing, reminiscent of a ripe apple that tempted one to take a bite. Turning around, I was momentarily taken aback by the sight, and I bit down sharply on my tongue to regain my composure. Resolutely, I turned away from her and resumed my path. The anger I had felt moments ago dissipated like smoke. Yet, after only a few steps, a wave of chilling death energy washed over me. Sensing the pervasive aura of the undead, I realized trouble was brewing once more. I halted, channeling my inner energy and bracing myself. 3 shadowy figures, devoid of life, encircled me and the girl. The once sweltering air became frigid, akin to stepping from a warm bed into a winter's chill, jolting my hazy mind into clarity. Assessing the 3 indistinct figures before me, I discerned that they were undoubtedly necromancers, especially due to their blood-red eyes. A hallmark of their kind. Each of these necromancers was far superior to the one I had encountered in Dewar City. It was astonishing to see necromancers so brazenly present in the Orland Empire. I could only wonder what the Holy Church was doing. Just as I pondered the reasons for their presence, the girl behind me provided the answer. Xiaofeng Gij, be careful. These are the ones who ambushed my sister. They are incredibly powerful, and we cannot defeat them. We must flee. The girl, cowering behind me, spoke with trepidation, and from her expression, I could infer the formidable nature of the necromancers before us. But was escape even an option now, even standing still? I could feel the necrotic energy invading my body. There must be a barrier they had set up nearby. Without the ability to use spatial magic, escape was impossible. Kid, you don't belong here. Hand over the girl behind you, and I can grant you a swift death. One of the necromancers in front of me spoke in a chilling tone. His voice reminiscent of the very depths of hell. He appeared to be the leader, his hat towering over those of the other 2. Humph, spare me the pleasantries. I have no fondness for necromancers. If you wish to kill me, then come forth, I declared, resolutely shielding the girl behind me. Upon witnessing my gesture, the girl's eyes sparkled with a hint of gratitude and perhaps a trace of affection. I detest ants. Great dark God, please bestow upon your servant the most wicked of powers. Let justice bow and chaos descend. Summon the undead skeleton. The necromancer, seeing my refusal to surrender the girl, invoked a summoning spell, calling forth a lowly undead skeletons. Though deemed low-level, they were more than sufficient to contend with me. Without a weapon, I stood no chance against them. This battle, marked by a vast disparity in strength, was doomed from the outset. Just as I was felled by a punch from the skeleton, it seemed everything would come to an end. However, holy light baptism. A blinding ray of white light pierced the deathly miasma, enveloping the skeleton, causing its form to dissolve as if melting in the sun. Astonished, I turned to the girl standing beside me. A level 7 light magic spell? It can be cast instantaneously. Is that even possible? I fear that even the Pope would find it impossible. Could it be that this girl possesses a presence even more terrifying than his? I mused within, struggling to believe my own eyes. However, when I witnessed her fainting from the excessive consumption of magic, I silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she is still somewhat human. Her ability to cast spells instantaneously must be aided by some artifact. I reassured myself. Yet, while she found some comfort, I was left to grapple with the daunting challenge of 3 immensely powerful necromancers. Chapter 17. The old man's might. The necromancers appeared quite wary of the light magic the girl had employed. Yet, upon seeing her lose consciousness, they dismissed their previously prepared high-level spells with a flick of their hands. As for me, to them, I was merely an insignificant ant, and indeed, that was the reality. The necromancer at the forefront, eager to eliminate the girl, hastily unleashed an area attack spell, intending to obliterate both of us in one fell swoop. Lying on the ground, I watched as a black orb of energy gradually expanded in the necromancer's grasp, hurtling toward our position. Feeling the immense power contained within that magic, I resigned myself to the grim reality of my imminent demise that I turned my gaze toward the girl, now unconscious not far away, and managed a wry smile, thinking to myself, this girl certainly knows how to stir up trouble for me. In less than 2 hours since our encounter, I was now facing death because of her. What else could I do but smile bitterly? With my eyes wide open, I observed the rapidly approaching colossal black orb. Just when I thought my life was about to end, a pale white barrier materialized before me, enveloping both myself and the girl. The black orb struck the barrier with a hissing sound. However, the white barrier did not hold for long before it began to crack. It seemed that even this mysterious shield could not preserve our lives. Suddenly, a surge of brilliant white light dispelled my despair. When I glanced up at the barrier again, it had transformed from a pale hue to a milky white, instantly reversing the situation and repelling the black orb. Though this barrier was formidable, I knew it was not light magic, for light magic is blinding and cannot be gazed upon directly. Yet the white radiance before me did not possess the qualities of spatial magic either. I was far too familiar with the spatial elements to be mistaken. As I pondered the composition of this barrier, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. My master, that peculiar old man, stood above me, surveying the 3 necromancers. We were not far from the thatched cottage. He must have been drawn here by the girl's light magic. Seeing him, I suddenly understood. This was not merely a barrier but the aura of a warrior. Only those of exceptional prowess could emanate white energy. Realizing this, I looked up at the old man in terror. For only the Grand Sword Master and Sword Saint could exude such a white aura that I had long suspected him to be a high-ranking warrior, yet I had only categorized him as a Sword Master. To learn that he might be a Grand Sword Master, or even a Sword Saint, was astonishing. The usually inebriated old man now appeared deeply mysterious and profound in my eyes. Who would have thought that such a seemingly drunken old fool could be a Grand Sword Master? Ah, so it is the necromancers long thought to have vanished from the continent. They appear to be no ordinary adversaries. My dear apprentice, you certainly know how to bring me trouble, the old man remarked with an air of displeasure after sizing up the 3 necromancers, seemingly chiding me for disturbing his tranquil life. Upon hearing his words, I couldn't help but feel aggrieved, glancing once more at the girl in deep slumber and silently retorting, that should be something I say to you. Redirecting my attention to the old man in the sky, I seized this rare opportunity to gauge his true strength. After more than 2 months without witnessing his prowess, today was the perfect chance that I wondered if he could single-handedly confront 3 high-ranking necromancers. The necromancer cloaked in black robes lifted his head to regard the unexpected guest radiating white energy above, saying nothing but signaling his companions to prepare for a joint assault. Evidently, the Master's arrival had instilled a sense of threat in them. Oh, great evil God, grant your servant the most wicked powers, let justice kneel, and chaos descend. Summon forth the high-ranking undead knights. The 3 necromancers simultaneously invoked necromancy from 3 directions, summoning 3 high-ranking undead knights. Unlike ordinary undead knights, these formidable beings were clad in armor, possessing enhanced magical and physical defenses, with their capacity for flight being their most prominent feature. Moreover, as high-ranking undead creatures, they could not be summoned by just any necromancer, further indicating that the 3 necromancers before me were indeed formidable opponents. Do you truly believe a few mindless skeletal knights can defeat me? I once vowed never to intervene in mundane affairs using my martial prowess, but today, for the sake of my unworthy apprentice, I shall make an exception. Xiaofeng, observe closely. This is the true essence of martial arts. The 7 sword techniques of the Heavenly Gang. Split sword technique. With the old man's furious shout, a faint white aura emanated from him, his right hand reaching toward the sky, his garments billowing as if caught in a tempest, exuding an air of mastery. The 7 sword techniques of the Heavenly Gang, one of the sect's most revered teachings. Particularly the final technique of the 7 sword techniques, Heavenly Gang technique, is said to possess the power to cleave the heavens and shatter the earth, a rare and supreme martial art that I wondered if the old man could truly wield it. However, upon witnessing him employing the 7 sword techniques of the Heavenly Gang, I realized my earlier conjecture was correct. He indeed hailed from the Heavenly Gang sword sect. I could not comprehend why such a master of martial arts would choose to live in seclusion within the Oran Empire. There must be a deeper story behind it. The old man in the sky underwent another transformation, his outstretched right hand summoning forth an aura that gradually coalesced into the shape of a sword. The 3 undead knights below were not inclined to wait patiently for him to complete his technique. under the necromancer's command. They charged toward the old man. Yet, as one of the heavenly gang sword sect's ultimate techniques, it would not be so easily interrupted. After the three undead knights were flung backward by the protective aura, the necromancers resumed their incantations. Listening to the intricate spells, it was evident they were preparing extremely powerful magic. Realizing that time was of the essence, the old man quickened the gathering of his aura. A massive white sword materialized in his elevated hand. After assessing the positions of the three undead knights, he shifted his grip, wielding the sword with both hands as he struck down toward the middle knight. As the white sword descended, it gradually expanded, becoming ethereal, and split into two sword energies that sliced toward the two adjacent knights. The unfortunate undead knights, unable to evade in time, were cleaved in half by this overwhelming strike. I watched intently as the old man executed the split sword technique that on the surface, his attack did not seem particularly swift. I could clearly see the trajectory of the sword energy. It lacked any grandiose flair, yet it was capable of annihilating three high-ranking undead knights in an instant, leaving me utterly perplexed. Even more astonishing was what followed. The three necromancers completed their spells. Encircling the old man in a triangular formation, together, they unleashed beams of black energy that converged beneath him, forming a colossal vortex of darkness. The tremendous gravitational pull voraciously consumed everything in the vicinity, and the death energy emanating from the black hole began to spread. Any trees touched by this death energy withered and died without exception. The pure essence of death and malevolence contained within was something even the northern demons lacked. Further deepening the mystery surrounding these three necromancers. As the necromancers continued to channel their magic, the black hole's pull intensified. Even I, distanced from the battlefield, gradually felt my body being drawn toward the vortex. I wrapped one arm around the girl's form while the other clung to a tree trunk. Sitting there as I observed the unfolding battle, the old man, caught at the vortex's center, was compelled to stabilize himself with his protective aura, preventing himself from being swallowed by the black hole. Seeing that this situation could not continue, the old man snorted and bellowed, Heavenly Gang's 7 sword techniques. Heavenly Thunder technique. The aura surrounding him gradually dissipated, yet his form remained unchanged. With both hands crossed before him, he formed a hand sign, and the white aura surged forth once more, coalescing into a massive white sword before him. As the sword grew to a towering height, the old man ceased channeling energy, leaving the sword suspended before him, while he himself appeared devoid of any aura. As if the calm before a storm had settled, suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled through the mountains. The old man's eyes widened as he abruptly spread his arms, raising his gaze toward the stormy sky, bellowing, Heavenly Thunder technique. With his furious shout, the purple dragon of lightning seemed to find an opening. Striking down toward the colossal sword in midair, the powerful currents instantly enveloped the sword, which transformed from white to a dazzling purple, crackling with energy, its brilliance blinding. Undoubtedly, the energy contained within the giant sword was terrifying. While the old man remained in that pose, illuminated by the lightning, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. After the colossal sword amassed sufficient energy, it plunged rapidly towards the black hole below, accompanied by arcs of purple lightning. When the two formidable energies converged, the outcome was inevitable. Under the terrifying force of the Heavenly Thunder technique, the black hole lacked even a semblance of resistance and was instantly obliterated beneath the purple lightning. The three mages on the ground, after expelling a cloud of blood mist, fell backward. The lightning-laden colossal sword did not vanish with the black hole. It continued its descent, striking the ground with a thunderous crash that sent debris flying and dust swirling. As the chaos settled, the scene before me was astonishing, rendering me nearly incredulous. The once dense forest now bore witness to only a few charred trunks, and the rugged ground had been blasted into a circular crater over 100 meters in diameter. Gazing at the devastation, then at the old man above who seemed unfazed, I found myself at a loss for words. I finally understood how the flat expanse of land by the grass hut had come to be, for a warrior wielding such terrifying power. Creating such a level area was remarkably simple. To think that such a master was my mentor. When had I become so fortunate? All my previous grievances and complaints about the old man evaporated in the face of this earth-shattering display. Seeking the three necromancers, I found the air devoid of the aura of death. The bone-chilling cold had been replaced by a sweltering heat, suggesting that it would be foolish for them not to flee after sustaining such grievous injuries. I was fortunate that my master had come to rescue me, Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit. The master floated down from the sky and stood before me, still reeling from his earlier revelation. I bowed for the first time and respectfully addressed him, Master. The old man smiled slightly, remaining silent, and turned to regard the girl behind me, asking, "Who is this girl? Such pure light elements. She must not be an ordinary person." The once warm smile on his face faltered upon sensing the girl's untainted light elements. To him, such purity could only belong to the Holy Church, and he seemed disinclined to associate with them. "Master, I do not know this girl either. I merely encountered her by chance. It appears the 3 necromancers were after her," I replied, sensing the displeasure in his expression. "Ah, I see. Regardless of who she is, I do not wish to see her again. Take her back to my place. Once she awakens, let her descend the mountain," the master commanded. His tone leaving no room for defiance, he turned and vanished from sight. Returning to the tree, I crouched beside the sleeping girl, reflecting on how I had nearly sacrificed my life for someone I had known for only half a day and whose name I did not even know. I couldn't help but chuckle. I suppose this counts as fate. Comforting myself, I lifted her frail form and made my way to the grass hut. Although the girl was slightly older than me, my stature had always been above average for my age, and after enduring the old man's hellish training, my physique had become considerably stronger. Carrying her, who was a head shorter than me, along the mountain path for an hour felt effortless. Not long after we set off, many people arrived to investigate the scene, including masters from Reno City and several unidentified individuals, one of whom bore the same golden eyes as the girl. As I carried the girl, I was entirely oblivious to the fact that my previously injured arm had healed without my notice. Upon reaching the grass hut, I placed the girl on my bed, if it could still be called a bed, shut the door, and stepped outside. In the hall, I did not see my master's figure. It seemed he truly wished to avoid this girl. I could not fathom why he harbored such disdain for those from the Holy Church. Not wanting to dwell on matters without resolution, I returned to my training. I still had not faced the consequences of the wine incident that my master had yet to address, and I had no desire to provide him with any further leverage. Chapter 18, The Sword Saint Master, Part 1. In the underworld, within the Hall of the Reaper, the vast, dimly lit palace obscured its full grandeur. The Reaper, seated upon the throne, did not don the expected dark armor, nor envelop himself in shadowy robes like other beings of the dark race. Instead, he wore a white robe that starkly contrasted with his surroundings, emphasizing his imposing figure. At that moment, he casually picked up the scythe beside him, gently polishing it, exuding an air of leisure that belied the aura of death surrounding him. He appeared more like an ordinary man. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by hurried footsteps as a warrior entered, clad in a similar white robe, with a blood-red death emblazoned on his chest. "Your Highness, we have received urgent news. The evil god and the demon god have allied and successfully opened a spatial tunnel to the light and shadow continent. Utilizing the divine powers of both factions, though it was only for a fleeting moment, it was sufficient for them to set foot upon the continent. Fortunately, since the tunnel requires immense divine power, neither faction could traverse it, and only a few necromancers were sent through. However, I have heard they plan to make another attempt soon, and if the information is accurate, they intend to transport the evil god. Should we not take action?" The newly arrived warrior knelt before the Reaper, addressing him with utmost respect. Upon hearing this news, the Reaper paused, lifting his head to regard the kneeling figure, in the dim light. His features became discernible. He lacked the grotesque visage typical of the dark race and instead possessed an unexpectedly handsome face. His long black hair flowed freely over his shoulders, granting him an ethereal appearance. If one disregarded the location and context, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary middle-aged man. Yet, he was anything but ordinary, regardless of his benign countenance. Slaughter was his nature. As the second most powerful being in the underworld, next to the dark god, provoking him would be a grave mistake. Oh, the evil god and the demon god, those fools, think they can break the mother goddess's seal with just a few necromancers. How naive. They fail to understand that only the guardians of the seal possess the power to break it. Even the mighty light god cannot achieve such a feat. They wish to transport the evil god. Let them learn what it means to make a garment for another. Ha ha. The Reaper sheathed his scythe, and only the lingering echo of his ominous laughter remained in the hall as the warrior named Sars nodded in understanding and withdrew. A conspiracy beginning to brew. Meanwhile, I returned from my training, pondering how to convince the girl to descend the mountain. However, upon entering my room, I discovered she had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a brief note on the table. "Brother, my sister has come to find me. I must go now, until we meet again." Upon reading this note, I secretly sighed in relief, thinking to myself, this girl is perceptive. She knows she has stirred up trouble and has wisely chosen to leave. At that moment, two beautiful maidens walked side by side through the forest, one of whom was the girl who had just departed the grass hut. The woman beside her, undoubtedly her sister, concealed half her face with a bandage, obscuring her features. Yet, her graceful figure hinted that her beauty was likely on par with, if not surpassing, that of her sister. "How did you find me, sister?" The girl, bouncing beside her sibling, inquired with wide eyes. "With your 7th level magic. I would be hard-pressed not to find you. Did I not warn you? High-level magic is forbidden in the light and shadow continent, yet you disregarded my advice," the woman replied sternly, though her tone lacked any semblance of reproach. "You know it was 3 necromancers who intercepted me. If I hadn't used high-level magic, you would never have seen me again," the girl retorted, lowering her head in a display of feigned innocence. Seeing her sister's pitiful demeanor, the woman could no longer bear to scold her and simply shook her head in resignation. Continuing onward, the girl, realizing her sister no longer held her accountable, flashed a mischievous smile and excitedly recounted the events of the day. "Sister, you don't know. Today I met a brother who saved me. The moment I saw him, I felt an inexplicable connection. The next time I encounter him, you must meet him." The girl chattered animatedly as they walked. The woman in white, upon hearing this, felt a wave of concern wash over her. Based on what she had witnessed at the scene, the enormous crater was undoubtedly the result of high-level magic. It was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse for her sister to befriend such a powerful individual. "Sister, where are we going now?" the girl asked, sensing her sister's preoccupation and feeling a twinge of disappointment. The sister, jolted from her thoughts by the inquiry, paused to reflect before replying, "I initially intended to accompany the seraphim dispatched by the archangel, but I did not anticipate encountering necromancers. They must have been acting on Gabriel's orders to seek assistance from the Holy Church in order to breach the divine seal to the light and shadow continent. We should adhere to the will of the God King and locate the temporal tunnel to the underworld, devising a way to destroy it." Without further discussion, the two continued toward Reno City. It appeared evident that these 2 maidens were indeed angels, and the 3 individuals who had intercepted the girl were not the necromancers of the light and shadow continent, but rather denizens of the underworld. With angels and necromancers from the divine and underworld realms emerging in the Orland Empire, could the tranquil light and shadow continent, which had maintained its peace for a millennium, continue to endure this rare calm? The girl of unknown origin has departed, and it seems time for the old man to return. Yet, despite waiting from dusk until nightfall, I still do not catch a glimpse of him. I have no intention of seeking him out. This old man has always been shrouded in mystery. Elusive as a dragon, where could I possibly find him? Furthermore, a person of his peculiar disposition is unlikely to encounter trouble. Surely, that would be a jest. Dismissing thoughts of him, I returned to my room. Feeling far from sleepy, I settled cross-legged on the straw mat and, following the energy cultivation path imparted by the old man, executed a small cycle of breath. Although I have ascended to the rank of an intermediate warrior, I distinctly feel that I have hit a bottleneck. No matter how I strive, I cannot break through. It appears that reaching the realm of advanced warriors will require more time. Nonetheless, I am quite satisfied with the progress I have made in just over 2 months. Rising from nothing to an intermediate warrior. I must admit, the old man is indeed quite skilled. Recognizing that my martial skills cannot be advanced in the short term, I ceased my training, and drowsiness soon enveloped me, leading me into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, I stepped out of my room to find the old man seated in the hall, seemingly waiting for me. Oh no, he isn't planning to settle the tab for last night's drinking. Is he? His serious countenance sent a chill down my spine. I have matters to attend to today and may not return for the entire day. You must not neglect your training in my absence. Do you understand? With that, he paid no heed to my response and strolled towards the door. Just as I was about to step out, I realized he was not there to confront me but rather to venture outside, which lightened my spirits immensely. However, as he paused at the threshold, he spoke slowly. Do not think for a moment that I will not hold yesterday's events against you. When I have the time, we shall have a proper discussion. With that, he continued on his way, this time curiously not utilizing his martial energy, instead walking step by step. I could not fathom his thoughts. As I stood in the room, reveling in my relief, his words suddenly dampened my mood. Approaching the door and gazing in the direction the old man had departed, I sensed he was heading up the mountain. A vague intuition told me that his destination was likely linked to his previous unexplained absences, igniting a desire within me to follow him. However, tracking such an eccentric old man would not be an easy feat. Fortunately, the morning dew in the forest rendered the ground quite moist, allowing for faint footprints to be left behind. This would greatly aid my pursuit. After the old man had been gone for half an hour, I stealthily followed his trail, which led me to a small lake where I often fetched water. This lake, nestled amidst towering mountains, boasted crystal-clear waters and lush vegetation, resembling a celestial paradise. Viewed from above, it resembled a sapphire embedded in the hills. Upon reaching this spot, I began to doubt my tracking instincts. Surely, the old man would not come here out of mere boredom. Just as I contemplated retreating, I inadvertently caught sight of the old man across the lake, seated and seemingly engaged in something unknown. I cautiously climbed a large tree to observe from a distance. He sat with his back to the water, and before him appeared to be a grave. The inscription on the tombstone was too distant for me to decipher. Yet my instincts hinted that the person resting there must hold great significance for the old man. He likely vanished each day to pay his respects. Old man, you truly have not passed on. I knew you would come here today. Your absence had me searching high and low. A clear voice suddenly rang out from the forest, though the speaker remained unseen. The tone indicated that the individual possessed formidable martial skills. The old man did not seem to discern the source of the voice and maintained his posture. Appearing unfazed, he replied in a low, expressionless murmur. I never anticipated that, after so many years in seclusion, you would find me. You may leave. I have grown weary of fame and fortune. I merely wish to spend my remaining days in her company. His words, though softly spoken, carried a resonance that reached my ears clearly. Having spent considerable time by his side, I had grown accustomed to his mannerisms. It seemed he was not particularly welcoming of this enigmatic visitor. Master, I am still your disciple. After all, must you be so dismissive? The mysterious figure replied with a wry smile, revealing a familiarity with the old man. Hidden in the tree, I had not anticipated the sudden emergence of such a skilled senior brother, and I was taken aback. The figure continued, I know you do not wish to see me, which is why I have kept my distance to avoid troubling you. I have come today to share news I uncovered personally, news I believe will pique your interest. Speak quickly. Today is the anniversary of her passing, and I do not wish to be disturbed, the old man said tersely. Ah, you remain as impatient as ever. Very well, I shall be brief. Since the day you disappeared with your wife's remains, I have been diligently tracking the one responsible for her death. Recently, while traversing the Jade Empire, I inadvertently learned the identity of her true killer. Once I reveal his name, you will understand his motives. It is none other than Usher, the current martial emperor. Do you grasp the gravity of this revelation? Upon hearing this, the old man could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up, trembling as he muttered, It is he. I never imagined it would be him. To claim the throne of martial emperor, he would slay the wife of his closest friend. What a twist of fate. What a twist of fate. The old man's voice crescendoed into a frenzy. Completely shedding his usual stoic demeanor, the news brought by the mysterious figure had struck a profound chord within him. Old man, you should still trust my words. I know your greatest desire is to avenge your grievances, which is why I refrained from taking action on your behalf. However, I urge you to reconsider. If you truly cannot match him, do not entertain thoughts of mutual destruction. You still have me, the figure said, his tone growing somber, revealing a deep bond with the old man. I listened from my perch. My astonishment grew. The martial emperor Usher, a being of such formidable strength, was indeed the old man's nemesis. Why was this so? Who exactly was this mysterious figure, daring to speak of slaying an emperor? My mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Just as I struggled to piece it together, the figure uttered something that nearly caused me to tumble from the tree. That young lad hiding in the tree is your disciple. Quite the talent, far surpassing my own prowess at that age. Under your guidance, I believe his future achievements will rival my current standing. Should this be our last meeting, I hope to see you again. Master. With those parting words, the mysterious figure fell silent, presumably having departed. I had initially thought I was well concealed, yet I realized I had been discovered. Perhaps the old man had sensed my presence all along. Are you not coming down? Since you have heard everything, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. Come here. I have matters to discuss, the old man said, having regained his composure and taking a seat once more. Addressing my hiding place, I obediently approached, casting a glance at the tombstone before him, which bore the inscription, Tigia, beloved wife's grave. I surmised that the grave housed the old man's wife, and the date indicated she had passed nearly a decade ago. Master, what is this? I inquired, pointing at the grave, seeking confirmation from him. You are correct. She lies within my decade of seclusion in the Orlan Empire was for her sake, a penance for my failings, he revealed. And as he spoke, The old man seemed lost in profound memories, sorrow overtaking him. Observing my master, and then the grave beside him, I was reminded of the poignant lines, 10 years of life and death. A vast void between, no thoughts of her, yet she remains unforgotten, a lonely grave 1,000 miles away, no place to express my sorrow. Chapter 19, The Sword Saint Master, Part 2. Do you know who that person was? The Master. Awakening from his reverie, lifted his gaze to the distant sky, pondering. I shook my head in response. I am unaware, Master. Sensing the faint sadness emanating from him, my own mood grew heavy. In this world, there are few who do not know him. He is the demon warrior Dadisnar. I believe you have deduced my origins. I hail from the Tiangang Sword Sect. 20 years ago, he was already a magic master and sought me as his teacher. Learning martial skills from me. In essence, all his current prowess stems from my teachings. Dadisnar is not only a genius in magic, but also in martial arts. He was once my pride. However, 10 years ago, he abruptly severed ties with the sect and embarked on his own path. Now, he is no longer the inexperienced youth I once mentored, but has become a peerless master of this age. Alas, with your talent, had you been under my tutelage for a few years, your future achievements would not have paled in comparison to his. But alas, that is no longer possible. I must seek vengeance. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall personally slay that scoundrel Usher. The old man's final words were spoken through gritted teeth, revealing the depth of his animosity towards the martial emperor Usher. Do you wish to hear my past? He asked. Taking a moment to steady himself, the oppressive atmosphere rendered me silent, and I nodded in affirmation. The old man's gaze remained fixed on the distance, never directly meeting mine, yet he seemed to perceive my every movement. He returned his focus to the tombstone before him, and his sorrowful expression struck a familiar chord within me. I recognized that look all too well. It was the same look I had seen on my father's face as he gazed out at the sea. An expression devoid of emotion, yet heavy with grief. The elderly man, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward, gazing tenderly at the gravestone before him, gently caressing it as though fearing to awaken his beloved, who lay in a deep slumber. Since childhood, I have been an orphan, raised by the master of the Tiangang Sword Sect, who imparted martial skills to me. Among my master's many disciples, only my junior brother and I were the youngest and weakest. In our youth, we were often bullied by our senior brothers. My junior brother, ever kind-hearted, never contended for anything, and would simply hide away to weep in silence when tormented. In stark contrast, I, with my indomitable spirit, frequently confronted our senior brothers, though each encounter left me battered and bruised. Thus, I developed a combative nature from an early age. My master admonished me repeatedly to embrace patience, silence, and benevolence, but I paid no heed. My master had a daughter named Tizia, who was of the same age as I. After I sustained injuries, she became my healer, and that is how our paths intertwined. The master shifted his position, leaning against the gravestone as he continued. Though my junior brother and I were the weakest, we surpassed all our senior brothers within a few short years. This was not surprising. I possessed exceptional talent, while my junior brother relied on his relentless diligence. Thus, we indisputably became the master's direct disciples. After decades of devoted teaching, my junior brother and I lived up to expectations and reached the level of Sword Saint. Yet time, as it is wont to do, took its toll. By the time we perfected our martial skills, my master's hair had turned gray, and knowing his days were numbered, he personally officiated my wedding to Tizia. The day after our nuptials, he declared me the next leader of the Tiangang Sword Sect. That very night, after imparting to me the sacred Tianjing finger, a technique passed down only to the sect's masters, he passed away. I honored him with a filial farewell. In my heart, he was as a father to me. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. I could hardly fathom that this old man was, in fact, the leader of the Tiangang Sword Sect. But why had he left the sect to live in seclusion in the Orland Empire? I refrained from voicing my query and continued to listen to the elderly man's tale. After my master's death, I succeeded him as leader. Many disciples held discontent towards my ascension, but out of fear of my martial prowess, they remained silent. In my youthful arrogance, even after reaching the rank of king-level sword saint, I could not temper my combative nature and often engaged in duels. Initially, it was others who sought to challenge the Tiangang Sword Sect, but eventually, disregarding Tizia and my junior brother's counsel, I abandoned the sect's affairs to my junior brother and descended the mountain to spar with renowned martial artists of the time. Unsurprisingly, I emerged victorious against each one. It was during this time that I encountered Usher, the only opponent I faced who was my equal. Alas, his impatience led to an unstable foundation, and ultimately, he too fell before my blade. From that moment onward, Usher and I became sworn brothers. Even the current martial emperor has fallen to him. as I scrutinized the frail figure before me. A man who had been my companion for over 2 months, I found it hard to believe he was once such a formidable presence. The infamous warrior Deities, how could it be that he had trained this man? The sole individual capable of contending with the Pope was, astonishingly, his disciple. If I had not witnessed this with my own eyes, I would have deemed it a fanciful tale. The revelation left my mind in disarray. And I stood there, quietly absorbing the rest of the story. The old man turned his head, concealing his reddened eyes from view, paused to gather his chaotic thoughts, and continued, "The autumn of 10 years ago is a season I shall never forget." Tizia's smile withered alongside the flowers that year. It was the time of the decennial martial emperor competition, and my prideful self would not dare miss it. My sworn brother, Usher, also participated in this rare gathering of warriors. Victory in the finals, where one must defeat the president of the Martial Alliance, would bestow the title of Martial Emperor and the presidency of the Alliance. In that competition, Usher and I fought our way to the finals. The final match was to take place 10 days later, but within those 10 days, I received the heart-wrenching news: Tizia had been murdered in her home. I loved Tizia. For her, I would forsake everything: wealth, power, even status. Upon hearing such dreadful news, my desire for the title of Martial Emperor evaporated. On the day of the competition, I hurried back to the Tian Sword sect. When I beheld Tizia's cold body peacefully resting on the bed, my heart shattered. Nothing else in the world seemed to matter anymore. My first thought was of vengeance. I frantically searched for her killer, yet found no leads and returned empty-handed. In despair, I embraced Tizia's lifeless form and vanished from the Ad Empire, seeking refuge in the Orland Empire. From that day forth, I became a slave to alcohol, hoping that in my dreams, I might once again behold Tizia. Alas, retribution, retribution. It is all my fault. Tizia, I am so sorry. At this juncture, the master could no longer suppress his emotions and collapsed before Tizia's grave. Weeping and anguished, I was deeply moved by the sorrowful atmosphere. The depth of the master's love for Tizia resonated profoundly within me. Blurring my vision with unshed tears in him, I saw the reflection of a father, a man willing to sacrifice everything for love. That moment, I was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to respond. I refrained from offering comfort, simply standing quietly, trusting that he would find solace. Indeed, it was not long before the master wiped his tear-streaked face with his sleeve, observing his aged features. I finally understood why he appeared so worn despite being only in his 40s, not merely the passage of time. But the weight of sorrow had grayed his hair. Such devotion to love. I imagined that if Tizia were aware, she would find solace in knowing she had not loved the wrong man. You heard what Deities said. I trust him. The moment I heard the name Usher, I realized he would see the murder of Tizia as the best means to prevent me from participating in the Martial Emperor finals. Now, he has achieved his goal. He has held the title of Martial Emperor for far too long. And it is time for him to settle his debts. With only 2 months remaining until the next Martial Emperor competition, I must diligently enhance my martial skills, regardless of how formidable Usher has become over the past decade. I will kill him to avenge Tizia. The master spoke with a serene yet resolute tone, laced with an undercurrent of fatalistic determination, suggesting that he did not harbor complete confidence in his ability to eliminate Usher, regardless of the outcome. As your disciple, I shall impart to you the Tian Sword Sect's ultimate technique, the Tiangong 7 Sword Technique. Whether you can master it will depend on your talent. The old man rose from the ground, walked to the lakeside, and, hands clasped behind his back, gazed solemnly at the tranquil waters. Xiaofeng, I hope you will promise me one thing. Do not use the Tiangong 7 Sword Technique in public until your martial skills have reached a significant level. Can you do this? Sensing the gravity of his expression, I resolutely replied, I shall abide by this. Good. What I am about to teach you is of utmost importance. Recognizing that the master was ready to impart a secret technique, I focused intently and listened carefully. The Tiangong 7 Sword Technique, as the name suggests, consists of 7 tiers: Wooing Technique, Illusory Sword Technique, Split Sword Technique, Unification Technique, Heavenly Thunder Technique, Spirit Break Technique, and the final Tiangong Technique, which only the first sect leader has been able to wield thus far. Xiaofeng, come here. Hearing the master call my name, I approached, only to hear him bellow, Xiaofeng, hold on and do not lose consciousness. Memorize this energy circulation route. It is the key to practicing the Tiangong 7 Sword Technique. Before I could react, the master leaped above me, inverted his body, and pressed one hand upon my crown, unleashing a torrent of immense white energy that surged like a tidal wave through my body. The sudden influx of energy felt as if my body was about to explode. My meridians throbbed with pain akin to being devoured by countless ants. And my entire being began to convulse. I gritted my teeth, resisting the urge to succumb to unconsciousness, and focused on committing the energy's flow to memory. Fortunately, my past experiences had instilled in me a resilient character. Otherwise, it would be a daunting task for an ordinary person to remain conscious amidst such excruciating pain, let alone retain the energy circulation route. The fighting spirit coursed through my body in a cyclical pattern, only to depart and then wreak hard its course. Repeating this cycle 7 times, as the final moments approached, the linger of the fighting spirit within me grew longer, and the sensation of pain intensified correspondingly. I could not recall how many times I had gritted my teeth and awakened from the brink of unconsciousness. After completing its 7 cycles, the fighting spirit finally vanished. In truth, this process was fleeting. Yet for me, ensnared within it, each moment felt like an eternity. The master descended from above me. Despite his profound internal power, he appeared pallid and breathless, evidently having expended significant energy in imparting this sword technique. I silently etched this favor into my heart. After the baptism of fighting spirit, I had collapsed to the ground, unconscious, with blood seeping from my gums, and my clothes completely drenched in sweat. Once the old man had stabilized his internal energy, he approached me with a knowing smile, his gaze revealing a surprising glimmer of satisfaction towards my performance. He knelt down and gently wiped the sweat from my brow, murmuring, "Xiaofeng, all I can do for you is this. I have aided you in breaking through to the advanced warrior realm and further unblocked your meridians. The path ahead must be walked by you alone." Suddenly, his expression grew sorrowful as he laid my slumbering form beneath the shade of a tree, returning to the grave site to sit in silence, perhaps silently whispering sweet nothings that belonged only to the two of them. Love, awe, sorrow, how can one encapsulate such profound melancholy? Chapter 20. The Novice Mage. When I awoke again, it was already the following morning, and I found myself lying in my own bed. The pervasive sense of weakness throughout my body signified my current frailty. Struggling to sit up, I tapped my throbbing head and stepped out of the room. The master was no longer present within the house. On the table lay a thick letter, secured by a golden token. That I stepped forward, picked it up, and opened it. The first page of the letter read, "Xiaofeng. Though we have known each other for just over 2 months, we share a master-disciple bond. My fate is uncertain as I depart today, and this farewell may be our last. Should I fall victim to Ojireki, do not seek revenge on my behalf. Datarsnar will fulfill my last wishes. If you have the will, please add some soil to the graves of me and Tizia. I have many enemies in my life, and unless absolutely necessary, I hope you will refrain from showcasing your martial skills in public. If my foes learn you are my disciple, it may bring you harm. Should you encounter peril in the future, take the token above to the Tiangang Sword Sect. It is my token of trust, and I believe my brother disciple will treat you kindly upon seeing it. I have unsealed the barriers on your body, unblocked your meridians, and this will greatly benefit your magical training. Additionally, I have documented my decades of cultivation insights and the incantations for the Tiangang 7 sword technique. You must remember these teachings and internalize them with sincerity. Do not abandon your martial training, regardless of how powerful your magic becomes. This is my final teaching to you. Farewell, my disciple. Take care. After finishing the first page, I continued to flip through the letter. And indeed, as the master had mentioned, the subsequent pages contained the incantations for the Tiangang 7 sword technique and his martial insights. Observing the still wet ink, I realized that the master must have penned this overnight. Holding the thick letter in my hand, it suddenly felt incredibly heavy. Since my father's death, I had not shed a single tear, yet now, tears streamed down my face from the words and phrases within the letter. I could deeply sense the master's care for me. Throughout my life, few had genuinely concerned themselves for my well-being. Many had looked down upon me for my weakness, reflecting on my acquaintance with the old man. While I had initially held a grudge against him, I gradually came to understand his intentions, and that resentment transformed into respect. Despite our limited conversations over the 2 months, I could still perceive the subtle affection he harbored for me. Now, as he embarked on a decade-long quest, I felt powerless to assist him, only able to silently pray for his success in avenging his late wife. "Master, you must return alive." Wiping away my tears with my sleeve, I attempted to calm my mind and begin sensing the magical elements within me. That long-forgotten sensation finally returned. Closing my eyes, I focused on the familiar spatial elements within, and as the master had stated, they had indeed grown significantly in magnitude compared to 2 months ago, suggesting I had entered the novice mage tier. Without pausing to revel in my newfound status, I settled down to meditate, immersing my consciousness within. The first sight that greeted me was the transparent spatial elements. That my perception was accurate. The spatial elements were no longer the disordered and scattered forms they had been 2 months prior. Instead, they were now slowly rotating around a central point. This realization filled my heart with joy, as this state was indicative of crossing the threshold into novice magehood. That I delved deeper, penetrating through the spatial elements to find the fiery red fire elements. I had expected the fire elements to also enter the novice realm, yet upon observing their continued disarray, a wave of disappointment washed over me. Although there had been some progress, it was not particularly pronounced. However, upon reflection, I realized that any advancement was commendable, especially considering the multitude of gains I had achieved beyond mere magical prowess. Upon waking, I discovered my martial skills had also shattered their limits. Attaining the rank of lower advanced warrior, transitioning from a complete novice to an advanced warrior within 2 months is no trivial feat. Even the consumption of rare herbs would not yield such results. While an advanced warrior may not be remarkable among peers, claiming that this was merely the product of 2 months' work would lead most to deem me a fool. This rapid progression was undeniably tied to the old man's teachings and guidance, as well as my own innate talent, though I remained uncertain whether my gifts stemmed entirely from my mother's lineage in the Long family. Yet, was my talent confined solely to martial prowess? I was a unique amalgamation of 2 ancient, divinely favored bloodlines, flowing with the essence of 2 distinct hereditary sources. The gifts I possessed transcended mere martial skills. My speed of magical cultivation was indeed astonishing. Though I had yet to embark on a systematic study of it, just as I was about to depart from my examination of the fire elements, I suddenly recalled the dark elements I had discovered in the corner. I wondered how they fared now that I directed my consciousness to the location of the dark elements. And indeed, they remained there, slowly rotating. This rotation differed from that of the spatial elements. While the spatial elements revolved around a point like a nebula, the dark elements coalesced into a black orb, spinning in a spherical motion. Their size appeared unchanged from last time, yet the essence seemed more refined. Noting that they had not expanded further, I felt a sense of relief, as long as they maintained this state without drawing attention. All would be well. I had no desire to be mistaken for a member of the dark faction. If that were to happen, given my current level of power, I would not need the Holy Church's intervention. A mere passerby could send me to meet the goddess of light and shadow. Exiting the realm of consciousness, I found that dawn had fully broken. Rising from the ground, I stowed the letter and token into my spatial pouch and did not leave immediately, as I needed to contemplate the path that lay ahead. Sitting in the empty room, a sense of emptiness began to wash over me as I gazed outside at the scenery, my eyes growing distant. Now that the master had departed, what was I to do? I felt a profound sense of confusion regarding my future, increasingly perceiving myself as superfluous in this world, uncertain of what I was meant to accomplish. Living in a state of emptiness, I fantasized about becoming an unparalleled master like Darsnar. Yet the thought of my current pitiable strength filled me with helplessness. Should I return to Qinghe fishing village, marry my beloved Shuwu, and lead a mundane life? That was not in my nature. But what other path could I take? Perhaps I could rely on my uncle's status to live a comfortable life. Yet depending on others was the most disgraceful option for me, since I could not find a satisfactory answer. I resolved to stop pondering for the time being. If my calculations were correct, the autumn enrollment for the Baikal Magic Academy was set to commence in half a month. First, I shall go to the Magic Academy to study magic. Then consider my plans. I mused. After spending some time solidifying my still unstable magical abilities, it was nearly noon by the time I finished. I walked over to the grass hut, closed the door behind me, and took one last look at the place I had called home for over 2 months before turning to leave without glancing back. Not employing spatial magic, I followed the familiar mountain path toward Raina City. Reflecting on the moments spent honing my martial skills, feeling grateful for the chance to meet the old man, though I still did not know his name, since he chose not to disclose it. Why should I pry? After all, a name is merely a designation. Knowing it or not makes little difference, as long as I recognize him as my master. After 2 hours of walking, I finally emerged from the forest and onto the main road, where the number of passers-by had increased. Gazing at the majestic Raina City in the distance, a surge of indescribable emotions coursed through my heart. This was the city for which my grandfather sacrificed his life to protect. 20 years ago, countless heroic tales were written before its gates, and now, many noble souls lay to rest within its embrace. War is a senseless game of ambition for the powerful, a scythe wielded by death to harvest lives. and the root cause of countless families being torn apart. If the world were a single nation, devoid of distinctions in race or wealth, such a society would surely thrive in harmony. Approaching the towering gates of the city, I suddenly altered my course at the southern entrance, not because I wished to avoid entering the city, but rather to choose another gateway. The East Gate marks both the inception and the conclusion of the Battle of Reno, standing as the site of the most intense and brutal clashes, where rivers of blood flowed and countless corpses lay scattered. Such phrases scarcely capture the sheer magnitude of its devastation, a truth deeply felt by every individual who has entered Reno through that gate. Not far from the East Gate lies a man-made hill, modest in size, yet lush with vegetation, encircled by a wall. This place is aptly dubbed Hell on Earth, for beneath this small elevation lie the remains of over 100,000 soldiers from the Orland and Ad Empire. Atop the hill stands a grand stone monument, inscribed with the names of all those interred here. Having weathered 2 decades of storms, it continues to bear witness to that tragic conflict as one passes by. The distant echoes of battle can still be faintly heard, sending chills down the spine. In front of the hill, a statue of my grandfather, akin to the one in the royal city, stands tall. I find myself standing beneath this statue for the second time, gazing upon the visage of a man I have never met, yet who was once a hero in the hearts of many. I revere him and take pride in his legacy. Yet 20 years is ample time for memories to fade. Observing the weathered stone and the surrounding overgrowth, it is evident that no one has tended to this place for quite some time. The great mage who once single-handedly vanquished 100,000 Ad soldiers has gradually slipped from the collective memory of the people. With a heavy heart, I depart from my grandfather's statue and casually seek out a tavern upon entering Reno through the East Gate. After dismissing the attendant, I approach the window, which overlooks a bustling street. Among the throngs of people, numerous apprentices of magic can be seen, evidently drawn by the autumn enrollment of Baygale Magic Academy. After a brief respite, I emerge from the tavern and orient myself towards the street corner. Although dusk has fallen, the remnants of the day's heat remain stifling. After walking for several minutes, I finally arrive at my first destination, a weapons and armor shop. Despite being in a magical empire, the shopkeepers' businesses remain unaffected, as the incessant flow of merchant caravans inevitably attracts a multitude of mercenaries, predominantly warriors, thereby ensuring substantial profits for the shop owners. Now, as a seasoned warrior myself, it is essential that I procure a reliable weapon. While I possess a legendary blade, the God-slaying knife, my current skill level renders it impractical, so I resolve to purchase a weapon suited to my present capabilities. Upon entering the armory, the proprietor greets me with an affable smile. "Welcome, esteemed guest. What can I assist you with?" Our establishment boasts the most comprehensive and finest selection of weapons in the city. From colossal two-handed swords to dainty daggers, we have it all. I disregard the proprietor's self-promotion and begin examining the wares displayed on the counter and shelves. Most of the items are exquisitely adorned, yet lack any significant lethality, their prices hinting that they are merely trinkets for the nobility. With little reluctance, I proceed further inside, only to be disheartened to find that the shelves are stocked with inferior goods. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I inquire of the incessantly chattering proprietor, "Is this truly all that is available?" He glances at my attire and, with an apologetic demeanor, responds, "You appear to be somewhat knowledgeable in this realm, so I shan't attempt to deceive you with these subpar items. However, the slightly better weapons do come at a higher price, as you can see." The disdain lurking in his eyes reveals that he has judged me to be a mere pauper based on my clothing, implying that I could not afford the superior weapons. While my funds are indeed limited, I am not destitute to the extent of being unable to acquire a suitable weapon. I retrieve my coin pouch from my spatial bag and shake it in front of the proprietor, the sound of clinking gold coins brightening his countenance. After several apologies, he leads me up to the second floor. Upon seeing the dazzling array of weaponry displayed upstairs, I realized that the ground floor was merely a ruse to cater to the less affluent patrons. Here, the weapons truly embody their purpose. As I survey the diverse assortment, I remain resolute in my choice, having already decided prior to my arrival that I seek a blade. The sword reigns supreme among all weapons. It has been likened to a fierce tiger, embodying strength and ferocity. Long swords are classified as polearms, and it is commonly said, "A sword's worth is judged by its edge," emphasizing the importance of its cutting capabilities. Thus, swords are the preferred choice for most warriors. My requirements for a weapon are not particularly high. I merely need something capable of providing reliable defense. Approaching the shelf displaying swords, I meticulously assess the various sizes and styles. despite being a seasoned swordsman. The disparity in physical prowess cannot be bridged in a day. Therefore, the heftier swords favored by typical warriors do not suit me. After examining all the displayed blades, I find none that meet my criteria. Disheartened, I suddenly spot a rectangular wooden box in a corner that I walk over and open it, revealing a slender sword that resembles a blade at first glance. Strictly speaking, it is a sword-like blade. Accompanied by a black wooden sheath, I draw this peculiar weapon from its scabbard, feeling its lightness and minimal weight as the cold gleam of the blade catches my eye. I realize I have found what I have been searching for. The 21st chapter, The Dragon's Lament and Divine Favor. The sword's form significantly deviates from conventional warrior blades. Fully extracting it from the scabbard, I take a moment to gauge its dimensions, approximately 100 centimeters in total length. With a 70-centimeter blade, a 30-centimeter handle, a 3-centimeter width, and astonishingly thin at merely 0.7 centimeters, visually, the design of the sword entirely subverts traditional sword-making principles. It is remarkably thin, with a shallow blood groove. Due to the inherent strength of warriors, they typically favor heavier weapons to showcase their might, leading swordsmiths to craft swords that are thick and substantial, ensuring they withstand the rigors of combat. Additionally, this sword possesses unique features. It bears no curvature, initially resembling a smaller sword. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern it is indeed a blade, as it possesses a single sharpened edge, a common trait among all swords. The tip is not symmetrical like that of a sword, but bears a curved cutting edge. This design is unprecedented. I have never encountered anything like it, not even in hearsay. As I observe, I notice a crossed axe insignia on the handle, likely the mark of its creator, while the blade is inscribed with the name Dragon's Lament, presumably its title. Judging by its craftsmanship, it is a rare treasure indeed. But can this sword withstand a blow? I ponder, eyeing the slender blade with skepticism that if it were to clash with a two-handed sword in battle, the outcome is all too predictable. Could this truly be a mere ornamental piece? The proprietor, sensing my intrigue, preemptively offers, esteemed guest, you possess a discerning eye. This sword was acquired just yesterday from a merchant, and you are the first to discover it before it could be displayed. According to the merchant, this blade was forged by dwarves from the enchanted forest, and he came into possession of it by chance. Unfortunately, his merchant caravan was ambushed by bandits during transport, prompting him to sell it here. You may find it amusing, but in my 20-plus years in the weapons trade, I have yet to encounter a weapon crafted by the legendary dwarves. This sword's craftsmanship is indeed exquisite, but the proprietor's trailing words suggest his own doubts about the sword's practicality. As I gently run my hand along the blade, the clear sound of its resonance fills the air, resembling the lament of a dragon. Sensing the cold aura emanating from the blade, I am struck with the desire to purchase it. How much for this sword? I inquire, not directly stating my intent to buy. Are you considering acquiring it? If so, I can let it go for 50 gold coins. Given your evident expertise, I assure you that this is my absolute lowest price. The proprietor, initially surprised that I might actually purchase the sword, regards me with newfound respect. 50 gold coins. Upon hearing this price, my initial eagerness falters, for 50 gold coins is no trifling sum. The money that Ice Fae had secretly gifted me has dwindled to just over 200 coins. And now I would be parting with a quarter of that amount. I hesitate, for I still need to cover my expenses at the Magic Academy, which surely will not be insignificant. Reluctantly, I place the sword back in its original spot, vacillating as I make my way toward the staircase. The proprietor, noticing my intent to leave, nearly calls out a price reduction, but I abruptly turn around, startling him. Sir, I will buy the sword. My sudden declaration almost causes him to stumble in shock. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he mutters, earning your keep is truly no easy task. I nearly lost my life over this sale. Despite his words, the proprietor is swift in action, hastily wrapping the sword and presenting it to me. You may wonder why I have so suddenly decided to purchase it. To be honest, I cannot say that I simply felt drawn to it. An instinct tells me that this sword is extraordinary. Reminiscent of the moment I encountered the enigmatic master. Since my intuition proved correct then, I choose to trust it once more. Accepting the sword from the proprietor, I do not rush to pay, but instead unwrap it again. Disregarding the proprietor's puzzled gaze, that I return to the sword display and select a 9-ringed sword, struggling slightly as I bring it to the proprietor and ask, how much for both swords combined? Seeing my intent to purchase 2 blades, the proprietor beams with delight, responding, this sword is priced at 20 gold coins, but as a valued guest, I can let you have both for 60 gold coins for good fortune." Without a moment's hesitation, I withdrew 60 gold coins from my purse and handed them to him. Watching as he placed a coin into his mouth and bit down, his cunning merchant's demeanor was unmistakable. After confirming it was genuine currency, the shopkeeper began to count the coins with a satisfied grin. Ignoring the shopkeeper's nauseating smile, I gripped a dagger in each hand, and my intention to purchase another was not to bestow a gift. Nor was it simply an indulgence. I had my own motives. As luck would have it, the pale yellow aura of fighting spirit, emblematic of a high-ranking warrior, enveloped my hands gripping the blades. When the energy reached its zenith, I swung the two daggers in a fierce arc. To my astonishment, the outcome was unexpected. It was not the slender, fragile dagger that broke, but rather the hefty nine-ringed sword. The shopkeeper, who had inadvertently witnessed this scene, stood frozen in disbelief, his remaining coins slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Yet he remained oblivious to their fall, utterly stunned by the spectacle before him. By the time he regained his composure, I had vanished from the shop, leaving him in despair. With years of experience in the weapons trade, he understood that effortlessly severing a nine-ringed sword measuring 3 to 4 centimeters was an extraordinary feat. Far from the modest price of 50 gold coins, if it were confirmed to be a legendary weapon, it could fetch 5 purple crystal coins, a realization that would surely haunt him. Without witnessing the shopkeeper's anguished expression, I exited the weapons shop and stowed the newly acquired dagger into my spatial pouch, proceeding towards my next destination. I was en route to the Magic Guild located in the northern part of the city. To attend the Bajar Magic Academy, one must obtain certification as a junior mage, regardless of who you are. This meant that only those of junior mage rank and above could attend the introductory magic classes. Graduates from the advanced magic department were at least low-tier grand mages. If one failed to reach the grand mage realm before the graduation exam, the academy would withhold any certification and expel the student. This policy effectively dictated the overall caliber of the Bajar Magic Academy. Upon reaching the southern part of the city, I didn't need to search for the Magic Guild. The towering structure bore a hexagram emblem, a distinctive mark of the guild. Entering the guild, I was greeted by a bustling scene of mages of various ranks that a quick glance revealed a multitude of magic apprentices, presumably gathered to take the junior mage exam for enrollment at the Bajar Magic Academy. Approaching the reception desk, I stated my purpose directly. The young and strikingly beautiful female mage at the counter caught my attention, her vibrant red hair standing out remarkably. Upon learning my intent, she handed me a black card. The back bore the golden hexagram insignia of magic, while the front displayed a singular white number, 96. Before I could comprehend its significance, the mage gently gestured towards a door on the left, saying, "Please line up in that corridor." After nodding in gratitude towards the enchanting mage, I proceeded through the door, discovering a corridor that led to another door marked for the junior magic assessment. The corridor, though not excessively long, was already filled with magic apprentices awaiting their turn. Glancing at my card, I realized that I was the 96th candidate for the day. In truth, the assessment process for junior mages is swift and straightforward. One only needs to successfully cast a first-level spell 3 times in succession to pass. Thus, it wasn't long before my number was called. Hearing 96, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was smaller than I had anticipated, furnished with a few tables and only 2 individuals present. I approached the person in front, bowed slightly in greeting, and was met with an approving gaze. The junior mage assessment is quite simple, as you likely know. There's no need to be nervous. Just successfully cast your most proficient spell 3 times in a row. "And we can begin," he said with a smile. Following his words, I commenced the incantation for the first-level spatial spell, Dimensional Slash. Previously, I had often failed to activate this spell, but having now ascended to the rank of junior mage, it was considerably easier for me to cast. Not only was failure unlikely, but its power had also significantly increased. Having successfully passed the assessment, the supervising mage stamped my card with a pass mark, instructing me to present it to another examiner nearby. After handing over the card, I received back a black magic insignia adorned with a golden hexagram, signifying my status as a junior mage, an esteemed 1-star badge. This insignia, imbued with special magic by high-ranking mages, could only be produced by the Magic Guild, ensuring its authenticity. Elated to finally possess the qualification of a junior mage, I exited the guild, contemplating my next move. I decided to visit a magic supply shop to procure a mage robe and a wand. Such enchanted accessories could provide substantial magical support during practical applications. Otherwise, legendary wands wouldn't be the coveted treasures they are for every mage. My grandfather, Mu Tianshan, despite being a royal grand mage, could not transcend 2 ranks to invoke divine forbidden spells, the 10th tier divine ban. According to my father, the Mu family possessed a unique heart-shaped magical stone, passed down through generations, which my grandfather likely used to successfully cast forbidden spells. After his passing, that extraordinary stone had vanished without a trace. In Reno City, magic supply shops are plentiful, standing before the Magic Guild. I noticed several, but the crowd was overwhelming, and I preferred solitude. I retraced my steps towards an inn, on the way discovering a quieter shop and entering. The shopkeeper was a kindly old man who promptly welcomed me as business came his way. I smiled amiably in response, choosing from the array of robes displayed on the right. Although there were many styles, most were black with golden trim, and the better ones featured embedded magical stones. These did not appeal to me. I harbored an inexplicable aversion to black. Noticing my dissatisfaction, the shopkeeper discreetly retrieved several robes of different colors from the back. Despite their lackluster craftsmanship, I settled on a plain white high-collared robe and placed it into my spatial pouch. Intending to wear it when I registered, the shopkeeper regarded my choice with a peculiar glance but refrained from comment. After selecting the robe, I turned to the left shelf to examine the wands. Ignoring the myriad of colorful and varied wands, my focus was solely on those imbued with spatial magic. After sifting through a few that seemed promising, I was uncertain which to choose when the shopkeeper, appearing suddenly like a specter, remarked, "If you truly desire that white robe, you must purchase this wand as well. It is not sold separately." Turning to the old man, I noticed a complete lack of magical energy in any movement. Yet a black wand inexplicably appeared, resting horizontally in his hands. The wand was exquisitely crafted, suggesting it was no ordinary item. Strangely, the top had a groove, leading me to suspect it had once housed a magical stone, but was now missing it for unknown reasons. Amazed, I took the wand from the shopkeeper, feeling a gentle pulse of spatial energy coursing through me. However, it didn't seem particularly potent. My requirements for a wand were modest, as long as it was functional. I was willing to buy it if the shopkeeper claimed it was part of a set with the robe. However, when I inquired about the price, the shopkeeper's response nearly left me speechless. "The magical robe is 2 gold coins. Not too expensive," I thought. The old man seemed to be a fair trader. "The wand is 80 gold coins, making a total of 82 gold coins," he stated matter-of-factly, as if it were an obvious sum. "You must be mistaken. As a novice, I cannot discern anything special about this wand." Looking at the wand again, my initial disdain transformed into astonishment. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary wand. Why would the shopkeeper charge such an exorbitant price? I cannot say what makes this wand special. I only know it is called Divine Favor, left for sale by a deceased friend. And the price was set by him. I believe he had his reasons. Will you buy it? The shopkeeper gazed at the wand with deep affection as he explained that I was unconcerned with his friend's intentions. 80 gold coins was a staggering sum for me, and I could not accept it. Chapter 22. First encounter with you. As I prepared to retrieve the robe from my spatial pouch to return to the shopkeeper, a melodious voice rang out from outside. "Good day, Grandpa Tyre. Is my custom-made robe ready?" Turning towards the sound, I beheld an enchanting young lady entering the shop. One glance at her, and I found myself utterly captivated, unable to tear my gaze away. The fragrant scent she exuded sent my heart racing. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully down her back, while her red eyes sparkled like rubies. With a delicate nose and alluring lips, her flawless skin formed a breathtaking visage. Clad in a blue mage robe that accentuated her perfect figure, she exuded an aura of noble elegance. Such an exquisite beauty is surely a rarity in the entire Orland Empire. No one would worry about such a delicate maiden venturing out alone. For the 4-star insignia adorning her left breast is no mere decoration. Anyone harboring ill intentions towards her must weigh their own capabilities carefully, for should they attempt to overpower her, they may find themselves captured instead, a most disgraceful outcome. The girl, seemingly accustomed to the gazes of admiration directed at her, appeared oblivious to the awe I felt. After a brief moment of distraction, I quickly averted my gaze, chiding myself for my waning composure, and lowered my head to fiddle with the wand in my hand. "Miss Uro, please do not call me that. I truly do not deserve such honor. The robe you requested is ready. Allow me to fetch it for you." The shopkeeper, upon recognizing the visitor, spoke with a more genuine smile, approaching the girl with warmth and a hint of endearment. It seemed they were well acquainted. Thank you very much, the girl replied politely, her smile radiating an indescribable charm. Sensing the joyful aura that emanated from her, I surmised that she must be a noble lady, blissfully unaware of sorrow, having been raised amidst the affection and care of many. In stark contrast, my own life had been marked by melancholy, shaped by my mother's passing and my father's neglect. I felt as though I were a plaything of fate's whims. The shopkeeper, referred to as Tyre by the girl, retrieved a carefully wrapped package from beneath the counter and presented it to her, saying, "Here it is. Knowing you needed it for the autumn recruitment event, I had the workers rush to complete it. Please check to see if it fits. If you are not satisfied, I can have them make adjustments." Tyre handed the package to her with utmost care. Observing their friendly exchange, I couldn't shake the feeling of being overlooked. As though I were forgotten in a corner. Sigh, I am a guest as well, yet I chose not to take offense. After all, she is a beauty, so I shall wait a little longer. I momentarily turned to stone. Eagerly, the girl opened the package, holding up the robe to gauge its fit. The robe's base color remained blue, suggesting her fondness for the hue, or perhaps indicating that she was indeed a water mage. The blue magical stones embedded in the robe hinted at its considerable value. How wonderful! I truly love it. I apologize, but I do not have any money with me right now. I shall pay you next time, she said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her voice as she clutched the robe with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Miss Uro, you are too kind. Were it not for you and your father taking me in and aiding me in establishing this little shop, I would still be wandering aimlessly. How could I dare to accept your money? The shopkeeper responded with heartfelt gratitude. Very well, I shall accept it. Oh, Tyre, has your staff and robe finally found a buyer? Uro suddenly noticed me. The only other customer in the shop, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the peculiar wand I held, named Divine Blessing, and inquired of the shopkeeper. Before Tyre could respond, I interjected, "No, I am very much interested in purchasing this wand, but its price is simply beyond my means. Alas, it seems I am unable to fulfill the dying wish of an old friend." After finally encountering a potential buyer, it appears, Tyre replied, disappointment evident in his voice upon hearing my inability to afford the wand. Seeing the shopkeeper's forlorn expression, Uro felt a pang of sadness and turned to me, asking, "How much can you offer?" Upon her inquiry, I examined the wand in my hand once more, pondering for a moment before replying, 20 gold coins, that is my utmost limit. Originally priced at 80 gold coins. It was implausible to expect the shopkeeper to sell it for just 20, especially since he had previously stated that not a single copper coin could be spared. Very well, if you can provide 20 gold coins, I shall cover the remainder, Uro calmly declared, thus generously gifting 60 gold coins without a second thought. Regardless of her family's wealth, such a level of generosity seemed excessive. Ignoring my astonished expression, she retrieved 60 gold coins from her spatial pouch and handed them to the shopkeeper. Tyre, fully aware of her intention, recognized that she was assuaging his long-held wish, freeing him from the burden of worry. Gratefully, Tyre gazed at Uro, momentarily at a loss for words, before solemnly accepting the money and explaining with a tinge of apology, "Uro, I truly should not accept your money, but as this was a friend's dying wish, I have no choice but to accept it. I am immensely grateful for your kindness. Please, do visit me often. In my earlier days as a mercenary, I acquired skills that may prove beneficial to you." Having thanked the shopkeeper, Uro turned to leave without casting another glance in my direction. Regaining my senses from the shock, I hastily produced 22 gold coins to pay the shopkeeper and rushed after her, eager to inquire about her address. My intentions were purely to express my gratitude in person, and while 60 gold coins may be trivial for someone of her status, it is not in my nature to take what does not belong to me. My finances were tight, and I wished to repay her once I had the means. However, just as I was about to catch up to her, she suddenly halted, a lewd laugh from outside unraveling my curiosity. The newcomer was a rotund man with a gluttonous demeanor, flanked by several sycophants standing behind him, exuding an air of arrogance. He spread his arms, blocking Uro's path, and leered, "Well, if it isn't my dear sister Uro. What a coincidence to run into you here. How about I treat you to dinner? Or perhaps a shopping spree? My father is wealthy and influential. I could easily give you all of Rainu City if it would please you." Clearly displeased by this unwelcome intrusion, Uro stepped back and curtly replied, "I thought I recognized you. It is none other than the infamous Shio. How fortunate to encounter you again. Now, step aside and do not follow me." The first half of her statement was cordial, but her tone shifted drastically, brimming with indignation, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Instead of being angered, Xiao grinned shamelessly. You are such a beauty. Even when angry, you remain charming. By the way, I heard you've hit a plateau in your training. Allow me to accompany you to purchase some top-notch magical stones to help you break through, shall we? I was taken aback by his audacity. His shamelessness was almost embarrassing to witness. Thank you. But I do not require your assistance. Please step aside. If you do not, I will not hesitate to take action, she warned, her annoyance palpable as she raised her wand, signaling her growing ire. Yuro glared at the group, dismissing Xiao entirely. However, she could not afford to ignore the presence of the mid-tier mages standing behind him. Had it been just Xiao, she would have wasted no time in summoning ice arrows to deal with him. As she pondered her options, an unexpected voice broke the tension. Do you need assistance? Yuro turned sharply, her gaze landing on Xiao Feng, who had been in the shop since my arrival, initially perceived as a weak mage. He now appeared far more formidable, having silently approached her. Yuro regarded me with newfound interest, her expression shifting as she considered my potential. Little did she know that I was a rare spatial mage, capable of utilizing basic spatial teleportation techniques to achieve such stealth. What do you plan to do to help me? She inquired curiously, intrigued by the seemingly feeble young man before her. Just give me your hand, I replied calmly. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her delicate hand in mine. The softness and tenderness of her touch prompted me to glance at her, earning a disapproving look as if to say, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" With a wry smile, I crushed the spatial teleportation scroll in my other hand, one of my prized possessions, invaluable for emergencies. Yet, given her earlier kindness in helping me acquire the wand, I chose to use it without reservation. In such a dire situation, utilizing instantaneous teleportation and short-range spells was futile. The enemy would not kindly wait for the incantation to finish, and mages possess a certain range of perception that would render escape impossible. As we vanished in a flash of light, Xiao seethed with frustration, rage boiling within him as he vowed, "Find out who that person is. How dare they ruin my plans? I will make them pay dearly." Unbeknownst to me, my unintentional act of heroism had drawn the ire of a formidable opponent. Being a good Samaritan proved to be a challenging endeavor. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves transported to a grove, the towering city walls visible in the distance confirming our location outside the city. Glancing at Yuro beside me, I noticed her regarding me with an expression of bewilderment, as if I were some sort of monster. Good heavens! How on earth did you manage to do that from such a distance? Please do not tell me you are a spatial mage, she exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, her cuteness amplified by her surprise. Faced with her inquiry, I found myself unable to respond truthfully, and in that moment, I could not conjure a plausible excuse to deflect her questions. Hence, I stood there, feigning ignorance, observing my reluctance to speak. Yuro chose not to press further, yet she was not one to be easily misled. She simply committed the encounter to memory for future investigation. My name is Yuro. What about you? What do they call you? It seems you are here to enroll at the Baikal Magic Academy, right? Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek my assistance, as I am your senior in the Advanced Mage Department, Yuro declared with a proud demeanor, reminiscent of a formidable leader. Oh, is that so? I am Xiao Feng. Muyu Xiao Feng. I do intend to register, so I hope you will look out for me, senior. I replied with a smile. Xiao Feng. Muyu Xiao Feng. What an unusual name, yet it possesses a certain charm. Well, it is getting late, and I must return. Moreover, today you have inadvertently offended the influential family of Xiao, so do take care of yourself. Until we meet again. She glanced at the diminishing twilight with a hint of weariness. In her eagerness to depart, Yuro realized that our hands remained clasped, still intertwined. Before she could react, I felt a rush of embarrassment throughout my life. Aside from the gentle hand of Shuiwu, I had never held hands with another girl, especially not with someone as beautiful as Yuro. Overcome with awkwardness, I bid her farewell and promptly vanished from the spot, leaving Yuro watching my retreat with a faint smile, murmuring, "What an intriguing fellow. Just who exactly are you, Xiao Feng?" In an instant, I teleported into the city, leaning against a wall to regain my composure. Reflecting on my earlier demeanor, I could not help but chuckle to myself. Glancing around, I noted that no one seemed to have noticed me, so I wiped the smile from my face and adopted my customary aloofness as I made my way toward the inn. Today had indeed been eventful. I realized that ever since I had departed from Qinghe fishing village, trouble had not ceased to follow me. Lost in thought, I was drawn to a commotion emanating from a tavern nearby. Curiosity piqued, I entered to find a brawl in progress. One person was being beaten by a group. The victim appeared to be a mage, roughly my age, and clad in tattered clothing. Had I not sensed the magical elements radiating from him, I would scarcely have recognized him. Beside him stood a young girl, seemingly his sister, who was being restrained from rushing to his aid, her cries echoing with desperation. The crowd surrounding them was thick. Yet no one intervened. In fact, some were cheering on the assailants. This was a grim reflection of the malevolence inherent in the followers of the light god. Such occurrences were all too commonplace, revealing a society desensitized to violence, a world rendered cold and indifferent. Chapter 23. Winds of change. Upon discreet inquiry, I learned that the two siblings had been assaulted by hired thugs due to their inability to pay rent. The young mage lay curled on the ground, battered and bruised, a sight too harrowing to behold. Yet, neither the aggressors nor the onlookers exhibited a shred of compassion, as if they had long grown accustomed to such brutality. This world is in dire need of cleansing. An unusual thought surfaced in my mind for the first time. Unable to bear witness to yet another tragedy unfolding before me, I scanned the room for the tavern owner and spotted a portly, balding man, greedily sipping his drink while reveling in the spectacle of violence. His avarice was palpable, making it evident that he was indeed the proprietor. With a swift teleportation, I materialized behind him, whispering in a chilling tone, "Pray tell, tavern owner, how much do these siblings owe you?" The owner, startled by my sudden appearance, fell to the ground in fright, clearly accustomed to wrongdoing, as evidenced by his fear. Regaining his composure, he glanced back to see a youth standing before him, and, rather than exploding in anger, he adopted a facade of professionalism, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Your entrance is quite astonishing, young sir. They owe me a total of 74 silver coins. I do not require the change." When it was time to pay rent, they claimed to be without funds, and thus I had no choice but to instruct my men to educate them. His expression conveyed a disingenuous innocence, as if he bore no responsibility for the situation. Curiosity piqued, I turned my gaze back to the siblings. The tavern owner gestured for the thugs to cease their assault and step aside. As I approached, I observed the siblings more closely. The girl appeared to be around 12, with delicate features, while the older brother, of similar age to myself, had a sturdy build and dark skin. Resembling a warrior, despite being bloodied and bruised, he remained silent, embodying a stoic demeanor that I regarded him with newfound respect. Seeing me, the girl rushed to her brother's side, anxiously assessing his injuries while explaining, "We do have money, but it is earmarked for our tuition at the Magic Academy. Beyond that, we simply cannot spare anything." Her tone was devoid of desperation. She merely stated the facts. The phrase, "a person may be impoverished yet retain their dignity," resonated deeply in this context, and I found myself increasingly intrigued by the siblings. After hearing her explanation, I retrieved 5 gold coins from my spatial pouch and handed them to the girl. "Take this to settle your debt, and use the remainder to tend to your brother's wounds." With that, I turned to exit. I heard the boy's steadfast voice call after me, "I will remember your kindness." With my back to them, a smile crept onto my lips. I knew I had just secured a loyal ally. However, my intentions were not purely altruistic. As someone with no source of income, I could hardly afford to assist others. Yet, upon learning of their aspirations to attend the Baikal Magic Academy and observing their earnest demeanor, I felt that offering them a modicum of support could prove beneficial in my future endeavors. After all, 5 gold coins were a trivial sum to me. Fao, who would soon become the vice captain of the Shaofeng Mage Corps and a key figure in the forthcoming Judgment War, would later be celebrated as a nightmare for the demon race. It was through my unintentional act of generosity that I endeavored to recruit him with 5 gold coins. Reflecting on this, I could not help but marvel at my own fortune. It seemed that Lady Luck had consistently favored me. By the time I returned to the inn, night had fallen. After a simple dinner, I succumbed to meditation and drifted into slumber. The following day, a sensational piece of news began to circulate throughout Reno City, making waves not only there but across the entire Orlan Empire, and even the Shadow and Light continent. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Orlan capital, the king, nearing his 40th year, was in a state of exhaustion from a night of battles, still sound asleep. As dawn broke, the space system mentor, weary from his vigil at the spatial teleportation array, stretched and yawned. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of a scroll that materialized from the array before him. Upon picking it up and examining it closely, he was taken aback to discover it was a missive from the Holy Church. Not daring to delay, he hastened to deliver it personally to the king's attendant. The attendant quietly entered the king's chamber, approaching the bed with utmost care, fearful of rousing the king's ire. Upon awakening from his slumber, the king was initially displeased, but his irritation subsided upon noticing the scroll in the attendant's hand. He knew that the Holy Church would not send a message without significant cause that as he read the contents. His surprise mounted, and by the time he finished, he was left utterly stunned, the scroll slipping from his grasp unnoticed. The attendant, having served the king for over a decade, had never witnessed such a display of shock from him and was consumed with curiosity about the scroll's contents. After a moment of bewilderment, the king finally regained his composure. The first thing he did was bellow at the attendant, issue a decree, summon all lords and ministers of duke rank and above to the study at once. The attendant, startled by the sudden command, stumbled out of the room in haste. Once the ministers had gathered in the study, the king entered, still visibly shaken. The ministers, puzzled by the king's demeanor, exchanged glances. The king handed the scroll to his attendant, signaling for the ministers to examine it, and wearily remarked, "This was just transmitted from the holy capital, personally penned by His Holiness. Please take a look for yourselves." The ministers, upon hearing this, were taken aback. Typically, directives from the Holy Church were drafted by the cardinal, and only in times of momentous events would the Pope personally compose a letter. The significance of this scroll was becoming increasingly apparent. As the ministers perused the document, their reactions mirrored that of the king. Each was rendered speechless. What, then, did the scroll contain? In essence, it was summed up in 5 words. The divine race has returned. Indeed, the divine race had returned. The same celestial beings that had accompanied the mysterious girl back to the shadow and light continent. The angels had indeed sought out the Holy Church as the girl's sister had predicted. Their purpose, however, remained shrouded in uncertainty. When I descended for breakfast that morning, I was met with the astonishing news. My first reaction was disbelief. The prophecy chronicle explicitly stated that the divine race and the underworld race had been sealed in an alternate dimension by the light goddess. How could they have returned? If they truly had, would they not have made their presence known? Given the nature of the light god, one could hardly expect him to remain passive. He would likely seize control of the entire continent without hesitation. Yet, how could a decree penned by the Pope be anything but genuine? This conundrum left me thoroughly perplexed. No matter how I pondered, I could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. The sealing of the divine and infernal races has led the people of a millennium later to become accustomed to a world devoid of deities. The concept of God, once a lofty and exalted entity, has faded from their memories. Do gods truly exist in this world? Have they genuinely returned? This has become the most fervent topic of discussion among the inhabitants of the light and shadow continent today. This year marks the 995th year of the era of teachings, with merely 5 years remaining until the prophesied day of judgment as foretold in the prophetic verses. The divine race has now made its appearance. What will the light and shadow continent look like in 5 years? Or perhaps it will no longer exist. As I pondered these thoughts, little did I know that the future of the light and shadow continent hinged entirely upon my intentions. For I am the prophesied judge, destined to adjudicate all transgressions and pass judgment upon the fallen souls that I in the El Empire, the holy capital, at the magnificent Befiso Cathedral, regarded as the holiest of sanctuaries by all adherents of the light and deemed the place closest to the divine. The Pope, adorned in exquisite vestments, found himself secretly troubled. Just yesterday morning, the long-lost angelic race, thought to have vanished for a millennium, made a sudden reappearance in the holy capital, stirring a flicker of excitement within His Holiness. Initially believing that the God of Light had returned to the light and shadow continent, he was taken aback to find only a handful of lesser angels. Yet, even these minor angels were not to be trifled with. Under their silent understanding, the Pope, after a mere day, issued a decree to all nations, announcing the return of the divine race across the continent. What vexed the Pope further were the 3 divine mandates laid down by the angels. First, to expand the ranks of the Knights of Light and distribute them among the other 4 nations. This hinted at the divine race's ambition to absorb the entirety of the light and shadow continent and restore the era of divine authority. Yet, the circumstances have changed since a millennium ago, with the people, now accustomed to a godless existence, still submit to divine subjugation. Second, to increase the garrison at the Kaluna fortress in the Valley of Death. This was a more manageable and understandable request. If the divine race could return to the light and shadow continent, then why not the infernal race? However, it was the third mandate that truly troubled the Pope. Third, to identify a few trustworthy members of the Church and secretly seek out the golden hexagram seal across the light and shadow continent, ensuring that it must be found within a year. All while keeping the world oblivious to this quest. This peculiar divine mandate left the Pope in a quandary. How could one possibly locate the hexagram seal across such vast territory in merely a year? Especially without alerting too many. Moreover, a seal that even the gods could not uncover would surely not be easily found. Casting a resigned smile towards the window, the Pope mused that few would imagine a figure as godlike as he could face such tribulations. Outside, directly opposite the Holy Temple, several newly arrived angels were resting. The Pope was not naive enough to believe they were impostors. Although the angels appeared somewhat unimposing, their magnificent wings were unmistakably genuine. Angels are avian beings, a sudden thought crossed the Pope's mind. Realizing that even the most devoted of the God of Light's followers had lost a modicum of respect, was it truly feasible for the divine race to restore the era of divine dominion from a millennium ago? The answer remained elusive, awaiting the passage of time to reveal its truth. My king, according to reports from our spies, this morning the Pope personally penned a decree to announce to all nations that the divine race has returned. In the Dark City, the heart of political power for the demon race located in the extreme north of the light and shadow continent, the demon king, enveloped in a cloak of darkness, presided over the throne. The shadowy ambience was not a deliberate effect of the demon king's design, but rather a consequence of the insufficient light in the far north. Upon hearing the messenger's report, he waved his hand, signaling for the messenger to depart, then turned to an individual beside him and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The individual pondered for a moment before casually seating himself beside the demon king and replied, "Those lesser angels merely wish to use the holy teachings as a means to unlock the seal. For the standing of the holy teachings among humanity is unassailable. With their assistance, locating the seal's whereabouts would be significantly simplified, aligning with the ambitions of those sorcerers. Indeed, as expected from my wise friend within the demon race, I share your sentiments. Regarding those sorcerers, their calculations may be astute, but I shall never conspire with the treacherous dark god Mandes and his malevolent followers. Ha ha. Their laughter reverberated through the vast hall. The sage, a cleric within the demon race, shares a similar essence with the high priest of the holy teachings, both serving as divine emissaries on the light and shadow continent. The sage holds considerable esteem within the demon race, wielding authority that in certain aspects surpasses that of the demon king. Nevertheless, the demon king harbored no fears of his position being threatened, for the current sage was a dear friend he had known since childhood. In the royal capital of Orlan, the prophetic mage Borg was seated in his courtyard, holding the prophetic verses while gazing at the rising sun in the east. After a long pause, he murmured, "The sun has risen. How far off can the sunset be?" With both the divine and demon races appearing on the light and shadow continent, while they currently pose no significant threat, once they fulfill their respective missions and unlock the millennial seal, everything will become unavoidable. Thus begins the conclusion of one tale, and the commencement of another on the final day of judgment. How will you, Xiaofeng, the judge, determine the future of this world? Borg's query went unanswered. Save for the gentle breeze that seemed to convey something, yet alas, no one could comprehend. Meanwhile, as the protagonist whose actions would shape the future of the light and shadow continent, what was I doing at that moment? In an inn, within my room, I was diligently striving to break through to the realm of intermediate magic, a fledgling mage, the future judge of light and darkness, a being of terrifying power capable of unleashing 10th-tier divine forbidden spells in an instant. A formidable leader commanding the Xiaofeng Mage Corps to thwart the Dark Race's incursions, ordering the Dragonwing Legion to vanquish the angels and restore the era of divine authority, a chosen one embodying judgment and decree, destined to defeat the God of Light and the Dark God in a divine slaying. Could 5 years truly transform me into such a figure? Chapter 24. Academy Registration. Belgar Magic Academy. The second largest magic institution in the Orlan Empire, following the Royal Magic Academy, holds a significant position within the realm. Each year, over 90% of the Grand Mages graduating from here serve in the Orlan Empire's military and magic guilds, providing a substantial number of intermediate mages, while the apprentices enrolled serve as the Empire's fresh force, akin to a reserve army. Most apprentices who seek knowledge at the Magic Academy aspire to be selected by the military or magic guilds, as this not only symbolizes status and glory but also serves as the optimal pathway to wealth and advancement. The Orlan Empire boasts 4 renowned magic academies, ranked by strength: the Royal Magic Academy in the Royal Capital, Belgar Magic Academy in Rainier City, Bliss Magic Academy in Kaki City, and the Law Academy in Fadu. Fadu, located in the northern border of the Orlan Empire, is said to be where the gods judged the Dark God a millennium ago. It was here that the Dark Race's invasion was finally thwarted, marking the beginning of the Infernal Race's downfall. to foster a conducive environment for apprentices. The founders of these 4 academies agreed to hold an annual academy exchange competition. A tradition still upheld today. However, the original intent has long been overshadowed. What began as a platform for exchanging magical insights has devolved into a contest for supremacy among the 4 academies. Essentially a ranking competition, where the victorious academy earns the title of the leading institution, a trivial game driven by the pursuit of fame and fortune. At this moment, the headmaster of Belgar Magic Academy, the esteemed Archmage Obi, widely regarded as the most likely candidate to become the 7th Grand Archmage, sat by his office window, cradling a cup of tea while gazing out at the academy's entrance. His relaxed posture exuded an indescribable sense of contentment. Now nearing 50, his hair had turned gray, and his frail physique often raised concerns about being swept away by a gust of wind. However, one must not be deceived by his appearance. He was far from an ordinary old man. The glint in his squinting eyes revealed the cunning of a wolf in sheep's clothing. At this moment, Obi was elated, for today marked the autumn enrollment day at Belgar Magic Academy. Observing the throngs of aspiring mages gathering outside, a smile crept onto his wrinkled face, rendering the sight somewhat comical. Among these apprentices, I wonder how many magical prodigies are mingled in. There are quite a few intermediate mages, and what's this? Even some advanced mages. Ha ha. It seems our academy is destined to triumph in next year's Academy Exchange competition. After 4 consecutive victories by the Royal Magic Academy, it is high time for Belgar Magic Academy to shine. The headmaster mused aloud, gazing at the bustling crowd outside. At this moment, Obi fervently prayed to the Creator God for an abundance of magical talents among the new apprentices. The more, the better, preferably those of exceptional caliber. Having languished in the shadow of the Royal Magic Academy for 4 consecutive years, had left this long-serving headmaster feeling humiliated, and his greatest desire was to emerge victorious in the Academy Exchange competition come spring, reclaiming the title of leading institution and restoring his pride. Yet, while he yearned for such outcomes, one must recognize that the exceptional must be sought out. Fortune does not simply wait to be discovered. Though it is said that gold will inevitably shine, if one does not embark on a quest to find it, it will remain buried. Not long ago, Obi had instructed all the invigilators responsible for assessing the students to keep a vigilant eye out for those with magical aptitude, so they could be nurtured with care in the future. Yet, still feeling a tinge of unease, Dean Obi donned a casual outfit and stepped out of his office, intending to personally observe the apprentices arriving to enroll. When I awakened once more from my reverie, the sky outside had brightened considerably. My diligent practice over the past fortnight had only yielded a modest improvement in my spatial magic. This was not due to a lack of intelligence on my part, but rather because I had yet to master the correct methods of cultivation. After all, I had never received formal instruction since childhood and had solely relied on my own exploration to transcend the realm of a novice mage. In terms of overall strength, I was indeed considered a formidable individual among my peers. My rank as a senior warrior was no mere title. Speaking of senior warriors, I could not help but think of my sword Saint Mentor and wonder where he might be training now. With less than a month until the next Imperial combat competition, he must have arrived in the Yade Empire by now. I sincerely hope his aspirations come to fruition, shaking off my melancholic thoughts and adjusting my mindset. Today marked the enrollment day for the Belgar Magic Academy. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting until the following spring. I donned the silver attire I had purchased and descended to the front desk to settle my bill before departing the hotel towards the direction of the Belgar Magic Academy. Along the way, I was not alone, for the main thoroughfare leading to the academy was bustling with apprentices eager to enroll. A diverse array of novice mages, nobles, wealthy merchants, and commoners thronged the streets, creating a unique spectacle within the city of Reno. Upon reaching the square in front of the academy, I found the gates still closed, with a crowd of over 800 apprentices gathered in front. To pass the time, the apprentices began to mingle and get acquainted, and due to their relatively similar ages, conversations flowed easily, resulting in a somewhat noisy atmosphere. Meanwhile, the nobles, eager to display their status, remained ensconced in their carriages, encircled by their servants, a domain accessible only to the elite, which, to my eyes, resembled a pig pen on a farm. Why must there be a hierarchy among the beings created by the goddess of creation? I mused quietly as I observed the opulent nobles within their enclosure. Curious to know, it is due to the system. It is a matter of social structure. The rulers need to cultivate relationships with certain nobles, granting them esteemed titles that in return, the nobles will support the rulers in maintaining their power, came a voice from behind me. Offering an insightful response that cleared my confusion. I turned to glance at the speaker, a refined and courteous individual, tall and handsome, exuding an air of noble elegance that was instantly likable. However, his extravagant attire indicated that he was a person of considerable wealth or status. Since you claim it is a matter of social structure, why not simply change it, and never look down upon commoners? Should they unite, you self-proclaimed nobles would find your arrogance diminished. I replied coolly that I have never held a favorable view of nobles. And had it not been for the gentleman's amiable demeanor, I would have ignored him entirely. The young man behind me gazed at me in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by my audacious words, which, if overheard by the authorities, could have led to charges of treason. Your thoughts are indeed bold. This is the most direct and effective method, but you must understand that many matters lie beyond our control, he lamented. Casting his gaze towards the distant sky, his voice imbued with a sense of resignation and sorrow, as if concealing something that I could not discern. I turned to say more, but he had already departed. And I noticed a young boy accompanying him, sharp-eyed and ever watchful of the surroundings. From his demeanor, it was evident that he was a master of both magic and martial arts. With such a protector by your side, your identity must be quite illustrious, I murmured to his vanishing figure amidst the crowd. After a rather dull wait, the gates finally opened, and several senior mage students emerged to assist the instructors in maintaining order. Each enrollment cycle at Belgara Academy introduces distinct examination challenges for the applicants, so as we crossed the threshold of the academy, the once boisterous crowd fell into silence. No one wished to risk being the first unfortunate soul expelled for misconduct. The throng was divided into 4 groups at the entrance, each led by a different instructor towards various destinations that I leisurely walked at the end of the 3rd line, appreciating the scenic beauty of the campus. Like the Royal Magic Academy, Belgara Academy boasted 3 teaching buildings, a library, a dining hall for dormitories, and 5 arenas, with the largest situated in the square before the teaching buildings, a testament to its formidable status in the land-scarce city of Reno. As we passed the arena in front of the teaching building, many apprentices gazed longingly at its expanse, for only the top, second, and bottom-ranked students from each department could compete there, a true emblem of strength within the academy. Entering the central teaching building through a side staircase, I discovered that our destination was, in fact, underground. Descending the stairs, I found myself in a long corridor, illuminated by light magic stones positioned every meter along the walls. While these light magic stones were not exorbitantly priced, their extensive use in such a manner suggested they were not accessible to just anyone. In the dimly lit corridor, the 100-strong cohort remained silent, following the instructors in a quiet procession, the only sound being the muted thud of footsteps. At the end of the corridor stood a closed door of dark wood, adorned with a golden 6-pointed star. The instructor pushed the door open, and we all filed in. It was only upon entering that I realized we were in an underground assembly hall. The vast space was equipped with enough seating for 500 individuals. The instructor ascended the stage, gesturing for all apprentices to take their seats, and then another middle-aged mage stepped forward to address us. First, I welcome all of you to Belgara Magic Academy. I am the head of the Junior Mage Department. Master Sanfeij.to enroll in Belgara Magic Academy. Certain conditions must be met. I will now announce the specific requirements. First, your age must be between 12 and 15. Second, you must have already obtained the qualification of a novice mage. Third, you must have no criminal record or undesirable habits. Fourth, and most crucially, you must obey the instructor's commands. These are the conditions. If you do not meet them, please exit by the same route you entered. If you are later found to be in violation of these conditions, expulsion will be the consequence. As he concluded, a few individuals began to depart, and seeing their despondent expressions, I felt a wave of relief wash over me for having recently attained my novice mage qualification. Otherwise, I too would have been among them. After a few more had left, no one else moved. Very well, please wait here for a moment. Proctors will soon arrive to assess you. And I must remind you, no talking, no moving, no roughhousing, and no sleeping. The 4 prohibitions echoed in the ears of every apprentice through the magical amplification stone set in the hall. Soon as the words were spoken, the head and instructors vanished from the hall, and the entrance door slowly closed behind us, sealing over 100 apprentices in the dimly lit auditorium. Though this hall was underground, it was well ventilated, providing a respite from the sweltering heat outside, a perfect refuge from the summer heat. Master Sanfeij's mention of a brief wait seemed to stretch indefinitely. An hour passed, and no one arrived. 2 hours passed, still no sign. Initially, everyone managed to remain calm and patient, but eventually, a few impatient souls began to shout. As is often the case, once one person led the charge, others soon joined in the commotion, and those who were accustomed to freedom found it increasingly intolerable. They surged towards the door, attempting to force it open only to discover it had been securely locked. A few self-proclaimed adept mages began to cast spells against the wooden door, and for a moment, the hall was filled with dazzling displays of magic. But once the effects faded, they realized in despair that the door was protected by a barrier. Several students who had previously enrolled at Belgara Magic Academy looked on with pity at the raucous individuals, and we would soon learn why. After 3 hours, those who had attempted to break through the door ceased their efforts, realizing the futility of their actions against the barrier. With magic rendered ineffective, the disgruntled apprentices began to unleash their curses. Just then, Master Sandfeege reappeared, flanked by several instructors. Pointing at the raucous apprentices, he declared, "Those whom I have indicated may leave. You have violated the 4th rule by failing to adhere to my 4 prohibitions. A mage who cannot even maintain the most basic principle of silence will achieve nothing, but if anyone is dissatisfied with my actions, you may lodge a complaint with the dean. Now, get out." With that, the tightly shut door began to open once more. A few defiant troublemakers attempted to voice their objections, but they were swiftly ejected by the instructors accompanying Sandfeege, sustaining injuries in the process. Witnessing Sandfeege's iron-fisted approach, I silently lamented. Having such a ruthless head would surely make our days ahead quite arduous. Observing the apprentices around me, it seems that they share a similar expression and perhaps even the same thoughts as I do. Chapter 24. The Magic Assessment. Very well, I extend my congratulations to all of you present. You have successfully passed the first round of assessments. The purpose of this stage is to test the patience of the apprentices. Impatience is a grave error for practitioners of magic. Thus, patience is an essential quality that you must possess. Moreover, regardless of your identity or background, you are required to obey the commands of your mentors at the Belgar Magic Academy without question. This is my earnest advice to you. Now, I ask all students to follow this mentor and exit the venue in an orderly and quiet manner. After Sandfire delivered his impassioned speech, he gestured to another mentor beside him, indicating that we should follow him out of the hall. Once we had all departed, Sandfire's stern countenance softened, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he quietly remarked, "This batch of students appears quite commendable and remarkably obedient." With that, Sandfire's figure vanished from the assembly. But could this cohort of apprentices truly be as he envisioned? I fear they may prove to be even more troublesome than any before. Following the mentor ahead, over 100 individuals began to march forth, their presence imposing. The first impression upon arriving at the teaching building was one of solemnity, an eerie silence permeating the air, despite the multitude of students attending classes inside. Not a single soul peering out from the windows. This alone speaks volumes of the strict discipline upheld by this academy. Our destination was the expansive playground situated behind the main building, where we soon encountered 3 other groups led by their respective mentors, all making their way towards the same location. Although I did not deliberately count, it was evident that the numbers in the other 3 groups had also diminished significantly. I could only wonder what challenges they had faced. The 4 groups halted before 4 temporary tents erected on the playground. Each mentor instructed their respective apprentices, "All right, everyone, remember your designated spots, and then disperse for some free time. However, you are not permitted to leave the confines of the playground. Nor may you speak loudly or engage in any fights. When I call for you to regroup, you are to report to me immediately. Do you understand?" After receiving a collective affirmation from the apprentices, the mentor declared the gathering disbanded and retreated into the tent behind him. The midday sun blazed mercilessly upon the earth, and the small grove of trees to the east of the playground was an ideal refuge for the apprentices seeking respite from the heat. However, the mentor's earlier command forbidding us from straying beyond the playground's boundaries had robbed them of the courage to seek shade. Perhaps this was indeed a test. None wished to risk defiance, especially considering that the enrollment period for the Belgar Magic Academy lasts only 2 days each year. With nowhere to escape the sun's relentless rays, the apprentices could only sit on the ground, shielding themselves with their cloaks. For the commoners, this was bearable, but for the nobles, who had been coddled since birth, such discomfort was unbearable, particularly for the vain young ladies, who found the scorching sun more torturous than death itself. Yet not all were disheartened. At least one young nobleman nearby seemed oblivious to the heat. Draped in a lavish and expensive magical robe, he sat surrounded by 4 stunningly beautiful women, one holding an umbrella to shield him from the sun, another fanning him, while the other 2 nestled closely beside him, exuding the demeanor of a debonair playboy. The surrounding male mages cast envious glances in his direction, wishing that he were their own. However, I harbored no such thoughts. Instead, I felt a deep disdain for such individuals. In my heart, love is sacred, not to be desecrated or trifled with. Simultaneously, love is selfish and selfless. Selfish in that it belongs solely to one person, and selfless in that one gives themselves entirely to another. This is the bare minimum attitude towards love, regardless of whether one is male or female. Having lingered at the back of the crowd, I moved to a corner and seated myself, gazing distantly at the throng of people. The number of applicants this year far exceeded previous years, and despite a considerable number being eliminated in the first round, there still remained 600 or 700 candidates, while the Belgar Magic Academy only accepts 400 students. I wondered what methods the administration would employ to eliminate the excess 200 to 300 individuals. Raising my gaze to the sky, my attention fell upon the clouds in the distance. I have always enjoyed daydreaming while staring at the heavens. The vast expanse of sky offers me boundless imagination, and a sense of melancholy and longing crept upon my brow. A gentle breeze tousled my hair, and in my solitude, I felt a sense of desolation, celebration alone, yet loneliness among the crowd. Good afternoon. Benefactor, I did not expect to encounter you here. A simple greeting broke through my reverie, pulling me back from my thoughts. That I had been so lost in contemplation that I had not noticed someone approaching. My gaze shifted from the clouds to the newcomer, and I recognized him as the male mage I had aided a few days prior. Noticing my prolonged silence, Fail cast a puzzled look my way. Realizing my lapse in etiquette, I quickly invited him to sit beside me. My name is Fail, and this is my sister, Faya, he said, casually indicating the crowd nearby. That I glanced over and saw the little girl waving at us, to which I responded with a smile and a nod. Fail continued, we are siblings from a remote rural area and come from poverty. I am deeply grateful for your help that day. I will repay you for the money. Observing his earnest demeanor, I suddenly felt compelled to cultivate a friendship with him. His generous spirit and loyalty were qualities I deeply valued. Such a person would make an excellent friend and a loyal subordinate. There's no need for gratitude. I can see that your circumstances are quite difficult. We can discuss repayment at a later time. My name is Xiaofeng, Muyu Xiaofeng, and I hope we can become friends. As I extended my hand, Fail, filled with gratitude, grasped it firmly. Thus, an unspoken bond of deep friendship was established between us. After conversing with Fail for a while, the 4 mentors finally emerged from the tent, ready to gather the dispersed apprentices. Fail and his sister stood beside me in the 4th group, after announcing some trivial matters. The mentor called for the first apprentice to enter the tent, presumably to undergo the magical assessment. That I couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, considering my own recently acquired novice-level spatial magic. Should I be unfortunate enough to fail, I would have no choice but to return to the Principality of Mira in search of my Shuewu. Watching the lengthy queue ahead, I initially thought it would take quite some time before my turn arrived. However, when I saw the first apprentice enter and emerge in less than a minute, I realized the magical assessment was surprisingly swift. As I idled in the back, I not only took in the surroundings but also discreetly observed the expressions of those exiting the tent. Very few emerged with dejected faces, indicating that the apprentices who had come to register were indeed quite capable. It seemed that any one of them could easily surpass me at that moment. The dean, who was surveying the first tent, was already elated. The assessment had scarcely begun, yet he had already identified several exceptionally talented intermediate mages. With a few months of focused training, perhaps the Belgar Magic Academy would see a rise in high-ranking mages, making it significantly easier to rival the Royal Magic Academy. Immersed in his daydreams, the dean's attention was suddenly drawn to an unassuming girl who had just entered. She was charming, particularly with her strikingly large golden eyes, complemented by long hair of the same hue cascading gracefully down to her waist. While golden eyes and hair were common on the continent of light and shadow, seeing them together on one individual was unprecedented. Even in the dean's extensive experience, intrigued by the girl, he extended his consciousness to sense any magical energy within her, but found none. By this point, she had reached the tent and greeted the 2 examiners seated behind the table with a sweet smile. Hello. Esteemed mentors. My name is Yuer. I look forward to your guidance. What must I do for the assessment? The girl, identifying herself as Yuer, tilted her head in inquiry. The 2 examiners, both male mages around 30 years of age, were utterly captivated by her smile, leaving them dazed and confused. Were it not for the dean's presence, I would have suspected they would have bypassed the assessment altogether and simply allowed Yuer to pass. While the examiners were momentarily spellbound, the dean cleared his throat, prompting them to regain their composure. Wiping the sweat from their brows, they awkwardly responded, "Greetings, young lady. The assessment is quite simple. You need only place your hand upon this elemental testing stone." One of the examiners pointed to a colorful magical stone on the table. This stone was identical to the one I had encountered during my assessment at the Royal Magic Academy, designed to evaluate a mage's elemental affinity and magical ranking. "Is it really that simple?" the girl asked innocently. Before stepping forward and placing her dainty hand upon the stone, the outcome was unexpected. The magical stone showed no reaction whatsoever. The examiner's first instinct was to question whether the stone was malfunctioning or if. Observing the girl, they began to grow displeased. The stone revealed no magical elements within her, indicating that she could not wield magic at all, and thus she was merely here for amusement. Such occurrences had been encountered before, leading the two examiners to draw this conclusion. Naturally, feeling as though they were being toyed with, the mentors maintained stern expressions. Despite their displeasure, they had to adhere to the protocol. "Please cast your most proficient spell," one of the examiners said, his tone tinged with annoyance. "My most proficient spell? Let me think. Oh no, I can't use my best spell. My sister forbids me from doing so. A few days ago, I used it to fend off some bad guys, and my sister scolded me for it. I believe I shall go with my personal favorite, radiance illuminating the 9 provinces." Upon hearing this, the leisurely sipping director of the academy spat out the tea he had just taken into his mouth. The two instructors glared at the once adorable girl before them, their eyes ablaze with anger, as they evidently sensed they were being toyed with by her. "What is this radiance illuminating the 9 provinces?" "It is a forbidden spell of the 9th tier that can only be wielded by a grand sorcerer." Unperturbed by the instructor's reactions, the girl extended her palm upwards, preparing to unleash her magic. Without uttering any incantation, a small orb of light coalesced in her hand, stirring the previously disinterested director's attention once more. He could distinctly perceive that the orb contained an extraordinarily pure essence of light. What baffled him was that he had not sensed any magical elements emanating from the girl herself, yet she could still conjure light magic. With this mystery lingering in his mind, the director continued to observe. He watched as the orb gradually ascended in her hand until it hovered just beneath the tent ceiling. Suddenly, the girl clenched her hands, and the orb exploded in a dazzling display reminiscent of fireworks. "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? I invented it myself. It's my favorite," she declared proudly, her demeanor suggesting that casting this spell was no challenge for her at all. Among the two examiners, one happened to be a grand light sorceress. Recognizing the magic the girl had just performed as indeed radiance illuminating the 9 provinces, albeit in a significantly diminished form, the realization struck the instructor like a thunderbolt. The blow to his ego was immense. After decades of honing his skills in light magic, he found himself outshone by a mere girl of 10. The director, Obi, was at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Radiance illuminating the 9 provinces. No, it could not simply be a scaled-down version of a 9th-tier forbidden spell. The magical aura it emitted was entirely different. This must be an original light magic created by the girl, a prodigy, a magical genius. The only words Obi could muster to describe her performance were those of genius. Just observing her impeccable control over magic was enough to mark her as exceptional. "May I ask if I have passed the magic examination?" the girl inquired, her eyes wide with anticipation. The two examiners, recovering from their shock, nodded vigorously and produced a magic card, asking her, "What is your name?" "My name is Wearer, given to me by my brother Yo-Yo, but he..." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, her sorrowful expression eliciting sympathy. It was evident that Yu held immense significance in her heart. The examiners inscribed her name on the card, stamped it with a seal of approval, and added a pentacle in the corner. Cards adorned with stars indicated exceptional talent among the apprentices, intended for focused cultivation later, per the director's wishes. Once completed, the examiners handed the card to the girl, informing her that she could report for classes in 3 days with the card in hand. Upon hearing this, the girl's prior disappointment vanished, and she joyfully dashed out of the tent, leaving the two examiners and the director staring at each other in silence, lost in their thoughts. Had I been present at that moment, I would have recognized her as the mysterious girl I had saved long ago, only to see her vanish thereafter. Why she had come to enroll at Belga Magic Academy instead of staying with her sister remained an enigma. But eventually, all mysteries would be unveiled. Chapter 26. Conspiracy and Betrayal. As I stood at the back, I had to wait until everyone ahead of me had left before it was my turn. Fortunately, the Fail siblings stayed behind to keep me company. They both successfully passed their assessments. From them, I learned the specifics of the examination, which seemed to resemble the preliminary magic tests, alleviating my worry somewhat. After a disheartened brother emerged from the tent, my turn finally arrived. Faya made a cheering gesture in front of me, and I smiled back to express my gratitude. Why now? It was afternoon, and the Fail siblings had stood with me under the sun for a full hour, which made me feel a bit uneasy. Growing up in the fishing village of Qinghe, I had few friends that it could be said that Fail was my first friend since arriving in the Orland Empire. And I valued this friendship greatly. Glancing at my sweat-drenched clothes, I muttered softly to myself, I should have lined up first. Stepping into the tent, I encountered two examiners, one male and one female. After greeting them, the male instructor instructed me to place my hand on the stone atop the table. The magic stone, akin to that of the Royal Magic Academy, yielded similar results, but this time the radiance was even more brilliant, indicating that my spatial magic had indeed improved. After the white light, a faint red glow followed, and then there was no further reaction. A sense of relief washed over me. It appeared that the dark elements within me had not increased. Oh, a rare spatial mage. Apprentices studying spatial magic are exceedingly few these days. Why do you have such a preference for this seemingly trivial discipline? The female mage inquired, intrigued by my practice of the uncommon spatial magic. Although the magic stone had also revealed the presence of fire elements within me, they were negligible as I had not yet reached the preliminary qualification. Her question caught me off guard. I had never pondered why I pursued spatial magic. If I had to provide a reason, it might be due to my father's influence. Seeing me lost in thought, the female instructor assumed I had my reasons and refrained from pressing further. Instead, she asked, could you demonstrate the most advanced magic you are capable of at this moment? At her request, I acquiesced and began to chant the incantation for spatial magic. Oh, elements of the void, heed the call of your faithful servant. Allow me to borrow the shield of space to protect your follower from the threats of evil. Spatial art, shield of protection. In an instant, a translucent spatial shield materialized before me, my most potent initial magic, shield of protection. As the name suggests, it is a defensive spell with very few spatial magics designed for offense. Most serve to guard or facilitate spatial transportation, reflecting the functions each deity governs. From the results of the magic testing stone, it seems you have only recently attained the rank of a novice mage. The spatial magic you just employed is indeed a first-tier spell, but I regret to inform you that we have already filled the 400 slots for today. Additionally, you do not meet our requirements, so please return next year, the male instructor stated flatly, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Master Syabak, we still have slots available, so why must we? The female instructor looked perplexed at the man she referred to as Syabak. Disheartened, I realized that the female instructor's reference to the male instructor as Syabak revealed the connection between them. Xiao Syabak, how ironic. I thought to myself, relinquishing all hope, that it was clear that he was intent on obstructing my passage, making it impossible for me to pass the test. I began to doubt if I had been cursed by that necromancer. Master Syabak, you cannot do this. Such actions will tarnish the Academy's reputation. And I believe this child will surprise us. The female instructor persisted in advocating for me. I stood there, filled with gratitude towards her, but the fact that the male instructor was connected to Xiao meant he would not let me pass easily. As expected, Instructor Wayna, please mind your position. I am the chief examiner here, and it is I who decides whether a student passes the test, Syabak retorted. Fury etched across his face as he glared at the now standing Instructor Wayna. Realizing I had no hope left, I turned to leave when an elderly mage, past the age of 50, entered the tent. Without needing to observe closely, the immense magical aura he exuded made it evident that he was a formidable mage. The two, who had been bickering, immediately fell silent upon his entrance, standing upright. The elder waved his hand to stop their gestures of respect, taking a seat in a nearby chair before inquiring, displeased, of Syabak, what is the meaning of this? Why are you two arguing in front of the students? This matter is as follows, Director. Syabak interrupted Instructor Wayna, saying, it's like this, Director. Instructor Wayna insists on retaining this student for reasons unknown, but he does not meet our requirements, which is why we have been arguing. Upon hearing Instructor Wayna address the elderly man as Director, I was taken aback, feeling a glimmer of hope. If I could gain his approval, it would be difficult for Syabak to refuse my admission. Thus, I approached respectfully and said, greetings, Director. My name is Mu Yuxiafeng, a novice mage. I have long admired the esteemed reputation of Belga Magic Academy and have come to enroll. However, it seems I do not meet the requirements, so I will have to wait until next year. I refrained from directly soliciting his favor, opting instead for a more subtle approach to leave a good impression. The director cast a discerning glance in my direction before turning to the two examiners and asking, "Instructor Wayna, has this student indeed attained the rank of novice mage?" "Yes, Director, we have assessed him," Instructor Wayna affirmed. Upon hearing her words, the director remarked, "Then let him state I have taken a liking to this child." With that, he vanished from the room. With a seething glare, Zyabov stared at Mentor Wayna as she signed a magical card for me. After picking up the card and dismissing the nearly frantic Zyabov, I expressed my gratitude to Mentor Wayna and turned to depart. Feeling the venomous gaze behind me, I realized my academic journey would not be an easy one. A hero saving a damsel. Alas, the repercussions are indeed profound. Emerging from the tent, I silently praised my fortune. Had the commotion between the two not attracted the principal's attention, I would have had to return to accompany Xiuwu. Though I longed for her, I could not face her empty-handed. Noticing that I had taken quite some time to exit, the Fail siblings had already grown impatient and rushed to my side, each inquiring about what had transpired. I refrained from divulging the details, offering a vague excuse instead. As we exited the Belgar Magic Academy, I inquired about their current living arrangements. I had assumed that after registering, I could stay on campus, hence vacating my previous accommodations. However, I was unprepared for the additional 3-day wait. With nowhere else to reside, I decided to accompany them. The siblings were elated at the prospect of my staying with them, and under their guidance, we made our way along the not-so-lengthy path while engaging in light conversation. Their living conditions were undoubtedly modest. Even the inn where they temporarily resided was the cheapest available. Coming from a poor fishing village myself, I was not one to fuss over such matters. After a simple dinner, I returned to my room to engage in my daily training regimen. Following the teachings of my swordmaster, I diligently circulated my internal fighting spirit in a small cycle, an essential practice of mine. Currently, my martial skills were solidifying at the lower tier of advanced warrior status, and any significant progress in the short term was unlikely. Having completed a cycle, it was already deep into the night. Still wide awake, I retrieved Longing and Shinyu from my spatial pouch. I had invested a considerable amount in acquiring these two weapons. Longing, with its peculiar design, felt remarkably adept in my hands. Not only was it sharp, capable of cleaving stone and gold, but it was truly a masterpiece among blades, worth every coin of the 50 I spent. However, the staff named Shinyu perplexed me. Despite my repeated attempts to study it, it appeared nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary staff. While its magical amplification sufficed for my current needs, it would soon be rendered obsolete as I advanced to intermediate mage status. That I simply could not fathom its true worth. Shenyu sounded like a divine artifact, yet its functionality paled in comparison to that of a common magic staff. Was it truly so unremarkable? Perhaps once I located the lost gem atop the staff, I would comprehend its true power. Still grappling with the mystery of the staff, a wave of disappointment washed over me, prompting me to concentrate and eventually drift into meditation. That I fell into a peaceful slumber, yet some individuals found rest elusive. Within a luxurious estate in Lanyuo City, Xiao fervently implored the Grand Mage Zyabov, "Uncle, how could you allow that lowly peasant to pass? He has stolen your nephew's wife. I know you care for me the most. You must help me avenge this wrong." In the dimly lit drawing room, Zyabov cast a piercing gaze into the inky night outside, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. "Enough. This incident was not instigated by you. Should I inform your father, you will see how he deals with you." "Will you, Xiaofeng?" "Humph. What do you intend to do, uncle?" Xiao queried, sensing the malevolence radiating from Zyabov. Well acquainted with his uncle's demeanor, Xiao knew that such an expression signified a desire for retribution. "Leave this to me. A mere rubbish mage is hardly worth my direct intervention," Zyabov replied dismissively, his tone laced with contempt, viewing me merely as an untalented novice mage, an insignificant insect easily crushed. Yet, was I truly as feeble as he imagined? Awakening from my meditation, I discovered it was already the following morning. Lately, my periods of meditation had inexplicably lengthened. Observing that I had yet to be roused for breakfast, I ventured from my room to knock on the door of Fail, only to find it empty. I then proceeded to Faya's room, but it too was devoid of inhabitants. Clearly, they had gone out. Standing in the corridor, I felt my stomach rumble and decided to seek sustenance first. Descending the stairs, I ordered a few small dishes, feeling vexed by my expanding appetite. After reluctantly paying a silver coin, I found myself yearning for the school to commence, as dining at the cafeteria would prevent me from depleting my funds within a few days. After a satisfying meal, I contemplated stepping outside for a breath of fresh air, as half my days were consumed by training, a rather monotonous existence, just as I was about to exit the establishment. A small boy intercepted me. Without giving me a chance to speak, he produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to me, stating, "Someone asked me to deliver this to you." With that, he dashed away. Puzzled, I examined the letter, musing, I have no acquaintances in the Orland Empire. Who could possibly be sending me a letter? Could it be Ice Fae? Returning to my guest room, I sat on the bed and opened the letter. Skimming its contents, to my astonishment, the signature belonged to someone entirely unexpected. Uro. The letter was straightforward, requesting my presence at the statue of the loyal and brave king in the east of the city at midnight. Claiming there was something of great importance to discuss, upon reading this, I chuckled, not out of joy at Uro's invitation, but rather in mockery of my adversary's foolishness. From the moment I received the letter, I sensed something amiss, and upon reading its contents, my suspicions were further confirmed. Firstly, I had only met Uro once. How could someone of her high standing take an interest in a lowly, impoverished boy like me? I considered myself far from charming. Secondly, if she indeed had something to convey, why not seek me out directly instead of entrusting a small boy to deliver the message? Furthermore, what sense did it make for a young girl to summon a boy to a graveyard at such an hour? That location, rarely frequented, was indeed a prime spot for clandestine dealings that as for the sender. I had offended 3 individuals since arriving in Lanuo City. Zyabov, being cunning and calculating, would not set such a clumsy trap. The young master of the city lord's mansion had yet to escalate matters, making him an unlikely suspect. That left only Xiao, the last remaining contender. As I gazed out the window at the pale blue sky, a mysterious smile crept across my lips. Tonight promised to be an eventful spectacle. After lingering in my room for a while, I heard a knock at the door. "Brother Xiaofeng, are you awake?" The voice belonged to Faya. Indicating their return. I opened the door to find the Fail siblings had indeed returned. Fail had now achieved the status of an intermediate apprentice mage, suddenly reminded of my recently conceived plan. I realized he would serve as an ideal ally. However, that thought quickly dissipated. I preferred to handle my affairs without involving others. Besides, should Fail suffer any harm during the operation, I would be unable to face Faya. Thus, I resolved to confront the situation alone. Chapter 27. Entrapped in crisis. Once the siblings entered, I concealed the events that had transpired. The inn lacked chairs, so they sat on my bed. After engaging in casual conversation with Fail, I learned they had ventured outside the city to practice their magic. I couldn't help but admire their diligence. Though they lacked any magical talent, their hard work promised a bright future. After a while, they departed for lunch, leaving me alone in my room. That I was not inclined to sleep. Instead, I aimed to solidify my magical abilities, especially since a fierce battle awaited me that night. While I held little regard for Xiao himself, the magical prowess he would bring was not to be underestimated. However, I would not shy away. If I failed to confront him, Xiao would only grow more arrogant, and I would be left humiliated in his presence. It was time to teach him a lesson. I was no longer the weak boy who had just arrived in the Orland Empire, although my magic skills remained rudimentary. Since meeting my sword master, I had ceased to be a mere victim of bullying. As night fell, it cloaked all wickedness, revealing the baser instincts of humanity in the shadows. Assassinations, ambushes, thefts, and even worse would unfold in the cover of darkness. And for those enamored with nocturnal revelries, the true day was only just beginning. Having awakened from my meditation, I glanced outside to see darkness had only recently settled in. Several hours remained until our meeting. However, I was not so arrogant as to believe I could defeat Xiao and his allies relying solely on my strength. Personal capability is vital, but supplementary measures often prove to be the key to victory. I rose from my bed and approached the modest space before it, retrieving the white crystal powder I had purchased previously. This powder, found within certain special magical stones, contained potent spatial elements and was specifically used for drawing spatial magic circles. I intended to use it to sketch a spatial array in conjunction with a spatial teleportation scroll for my escape. Without establishing a precise location for the teleportation scroll, it would merely teleport randomly. Who knew how far it would send me? If I failed to break free from the encirclement, I would be in dire trouble, a risk I could not afford to take. Although I felt confident of victory tonight, it is said that one must learn to endure before they can inflict pain. Preparing an escape route was essential for securing victory, allowing me to engage fully in battle without concern for my safety. Once I completed the teleportation array, I locked the door. I had no desire to be inadvertently cut off from my escape. Satisfied with my handiwork, I vanished from the room. There was still much to be done. I needed to prepare adequately at the ambush site. Teleporting out of Lanuo City, I shifted to martial skills. Racing toward my grandfather's statue that if Xiao were to discover that the location of his intended assassination was my grandfather's grave, I could only wonder what thoughts would occupy his mind. Once again, standing before my grandfather's statue, the sense of curiosity that had accompanied my previous visits had faded. After bowing 3 times, I commenced my work. Why current spatial magic remains quite rudimentary. Thus I can only employ diminutive formations. Even in laying out the array in my mind, I meticulously reviewed the spatial array bestowed upon me by Borger and resolved to utilize a sequential formation, a protective array for my own defense, a spatial repulsion array to hinder my opponent's magical abilities, and finally, an enhancement array to bolster my own spatial magic. The protective array, as its name implies, is designed to safeguard the caster. I have no illusion that Xiao would engage in an honorable duel with me. Hence self-protection is indispensable. The principle behind the spatial repulsion array, as elucidated in the spatial array, is that the spatial elements within the array vehemently repel other elemental magic, thereby diminishing the opponent's magical might, or even rendering them incapable of casting spells, contingent entirely upon the caster's own capacity, which I currently lacked at AS for the enhancement array. It serves as a supportive magic, potentially augmenting my strength to some degree. Time was fleeting as I completed the arrangement of these 3 magical arrays, consuming all of my white crystal powder and ordinary magical stones, leaving me with scant supplies of the expensive spatial crystal stones. I felt a pang of regret. It has cost me a considerable sum to contend with Xiao. Holding the largest spatial crystal stone in my hand, I cast a glance towards the distant city of Reno before vanishing from sight. Not long after my departure, a figure materialized at the spot where I had just been, surveying the arrays I had set with a contemplative expression. However, he did nothing and quietly withdrew. In the city of Reno, Xiao. I heard from the butler that you have summoned mages. What are your intentions? Asked Xiaobua. Entering Xiao's room, where he was frolicking with several young women, he was exasperated with his increasingly unmanageable nephew. Xiao, indulged since childhood, had become quite unruly, and though Xiaobua was aware of his nephew's reckless behavior, he turned a blind eye due to his deep affection for him. Xiao's father was a renowned general of the Orlan Empire. And while it is said that a tiger begets no dog, Xiaobua could hardly comprehend how his brother could have fathered such a wastrel. Upon seeing his uncle, Xiao swiftly swallowed his earlier anger and extricated himself from the throng of women. Approaching Xiaobua with a fragrant smile. Hee, uncle, the situation is this. I have my eye on a beauty from the Tianxiang Tower and wish to visit her tonight. You know, the outside world is perilous. So I need a few escorts. You wouldn't object, would you? Perhaps we could go together? Xiao's face was alight with lascivious glee as he attempted to draw his uncle into his scheme. Xiaobua, proud by nature, had no desire to frequent such places and sighed in resignation before turning to leave. Seeing his uncle depart, Xiao's lascivious grin morphed into a sinister smirk as he gazed into the night. Muttering, "Humph, if you dare to covet my woman, you'll learn the meaning of suffering beyond death. Xiaofeng, you must come tonight." With that, Xiao dismissed the women and sat at the table, clapping his hands. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the corner. Xiao did not glance at him, but poured a cup of tea, taking a sip before inquiring, "Are the personnel ready?" The man replied respectfully, "Young master, according to your orders, there are 5 mages, all of the Grand Mage level, standing by at the ready, but is it truly wise to act without Lord Xiaobua's knowledge?" The newcomer was Xiaobua's confidant, already a mage of considerable standing, and he harbored concerns regarding Xiao's plans. Despite knowing that their adversary was merely a novice mage. "Do not fret. My actions merely serve to alleviate my uncle's concerns," Xiao replied with a sly grin. The man wished to voice further objections, but ultimately refrained. Shaking his head as he departed to gather the mages, time passed unheeded, and soon it was the witching hour. Concealed not far away, I observed Xiao's arrival, every movement of theirs recorded in my mind. As they concealed themselves, it was time for me, the protagonist, to make my entrance. Exiting the thicket, I returned to the main path, feigning an arrival from the city of Reno. Looking up at the pitch-black sky, I couldn't help but murmur, on a moonless night with a strong wind, it is the perfect time for a kill. Arriving before the statue, the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Yet I was acutely aware that I was not alone. I had noted the hidden locations of Xiao and his companions from afar. Standing within the protective array, I retrieved the largest spatial crystal stone, poised to place it into a small pit at my feet, a pit that served as the focal point for the 3 arrays. Requiring a magical stone to activate it, which I held in my grasp. Originally, dealing with these mages would not have necessitated such elaborate measures. A magic suppressing stone would suffice. The magic suppressing stone is indeed the bane of all mages, as it absorbs magical elements. The larger the stone, the greater the area it can absorb, rendering mages defenseless without magical elements. Undoubtedly the best weapon against mages to no mage would dare approach a magic suppressing stone, as it would equate to suicide. Naturally, not everyone despises it. It is a favorite among warriors and has been a crucial asset for the Aid Empire in their conflict with the Orlon Empire. However, due to its rarity, outside of military personnel and certain exceptional individuals, common folk cannot possess one. Haha, Xiaofeng. Congratulations on your admission to the Belga Magic Academy. Your luck is indeed remarkable. However, I wonder what brings you here at such an hour. Be wary of ghosts. Shio emerged from the shadows. Reveling in his triumph at having caught me off guard as I turned to face his loathsome visage, an inexplicable aversion surged within me. Yet, I feigned surprise and replied, "What are you doing here? Where is Yuro?" "Humph, is the name of my sister something you, a mere commoner, can utter? You dare to covet my woman. I shall ensure you perish here today." With that, Shio gestured behind him, and the mages lurking in the shadows stepped forth, surrounding me. However, my keen observation revealed that only 5 mages were present. There had been 6 upon their arrival, indicating that one remained hidden, likely intent on ambushing me. Casting a disdainful glance at Shio, I discreetly tossed the crystal stone into the array's focal point. The 3 prearranged magical arrays activated simultaneously. Unbeknownst to the mages, if spatial magic possesses any defining trait, it is its subtlety. It does not exhibit the flamboyance of fire magic or the grandeur of light magic. Instead, it resembles a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike when least expected. "So this was your trap, seeking revenge for that day? It seems I have no hope of escaping unscathed," I remarked. Turning to the statue of my grandfather, Shio, witnessing my audacity and my refusal to acknowledge him, felt his rage boil anew. Before he could issue a command, his mages, not to be underestimated, seized the opportunity for a surprise attack. Yet, as they prepared to unleash their spells, they were horrified to discover that their spell-casting time had doubled. Though they could not comprehend why, they had no choice but to proceed, and a dazzling array of spells illuminated the dark night sky as they surged toward me. Despite being the target, I remained turned away from them, still gazing at my grandfather's statue. Just as they believed my demise was inevitable, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The spells were intercepted by the protective barrier as they neared me. It dawned on them that they had fallen into a trap. That I glanced down at the crystal stone beneath my feet, relieved to see it intact. My previously anxious heart settled. It seemed that standard magic could not breach the protective barrier. I turned back to see Shio, now seething with rage, but my smile froze in an instant. Furious Fireball. A voice erupted from the nearby thicket, followed by a 6th-level fire magic spell, accompanied by a wave of heat that rushed toward me. Upon impact with the protective barrier, the spell clashed violently, yet the force was overwhelming. The crystal stone could not withstand such pressure and shattered into fragments. With the spatial array compromised, my situation as the array's caster was dire. Poof! I expelled a mouthful of blood. My internal magical elements nearly depleted. Yet, the disappearance of the barrier meant I had to confront the 6th-level fire magic. Having expended considerable magical energy, I could not even perform my signature spatial teleportation. Time was of the essence. I retrieved a spatial teleportation scroll from my spatial pouch and crushed it in an instant. My body vanished from the spot, just as the fire magic bore down upon me. All of this transpired within a heartbeat. Had I hesitated but a moment, my life would have been forfeit. The teleportation scroll did not transport me to the inn in Reno, but rather to a nearby thicket, a result of my failure to use the marked scroll. I had not yet conceded defeat. I could not simply flee without teaching Shio a lesson. The teleportation had not taken me far, and I had barely gathered my wits when Shio and his men surrounded me once more. Who would have thought you were so adept at fleeing? Now, I shall see how you escape. Prepare for your demise. Those who slay him shall receive generous rewards. Shio seethed, his expression frantic with rage. It was clear that he had lost his composure. He would not rest until he had extinguished my life. no longer retaining my strength. The magic within me has nearly run dry. I never intended to resort to magic against them. Drawing long and from my space pouch, the slender blade glimmered with a chilling light under the moon. Gripping the hilt with both hands, I gazed arrogantly at the surrounding mages, a surge of dominance emanating from my being, a presence that could only belong to a true powerhouse. Oh, a magic warrior. I see I have underestimated you. But regrettably, with me here, you must remain today, said the one who had stealthily attacked me moments ago. Stepping out from the shadows, he was the very mage who had previously tried to dissuade Shio. Upon witnessing Shio summon a mage, an ominous thought crossed my mind. To fight a lone warrior against 5 mages, one of whom is a mage knight, was undoubtedly a recipe for defeat. Chapter 28, A Life or Death Struggle. Observing that the mage knight did not rush to engage but stood by Shio, watching the battle unfold, I inwardly sighed with relief that it seemed he too regarded me with disdain, believing that 5 grand mages were more than sufficient to deal with a mere novice mage like myself. This assumption was precisely what I had hoped for. If only 5 grand mages had come today, I was confident in my ability to win with my spatial formations and martial skills. However, the unexpected arrival of a mage knight posed a challenge I could not overcome, given the vast disparity in our ranks and the significant advantage of their combat experience. Regardless, I must first eliminate these 5 grand mages, I thought to myself. Steeling my resolve, I took a deep breath. Calming my mind and gathering my internal energy, with a cold smirk, I directed my emotionless gaze towards the 3 grand mages before me. I in my eyes. They were no longer human, they were prey, mere victims awaiting my slaughter. Unlike Shio, these mages would not wait for me to catch my breath before attacking. As I looked at them, the 5 grand mages unleashed their 4th-tier spells from different directions. From their incantations, I discerned that there was 1 water mage, 2 wind mages, and 2 fire mages among them. Water magic possesses the dual abilities of assistance and healing, and I decided to target him first. Watching the approaching spells with indifference, I felt no panic. Channeling my energy, I leaped into the air, effortlessly evading their coordinated assault. The 5 grand mages, realizing their attack had missed, quickly began chanting their spells once more, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But would I allow them to fulfill their wishes? I was not a fool. I would not simply stand by while they readied their magic to extinguish me. This was not a competition. It was a fight for survival. As I soared through the air, I adjusted my posture, and when I reached the apex of my ascent, I began my descent. With both hands firmly gripping longing, I aimed at the nearest water mage and bellowed, Heavenly Gang's 7-sword technique, Shadowless Blade. With my furious roar, a torrent of sword shadows, accompanied by the resounding echoes of dragon roars, descended upon the water mage below. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught of sword shadows, he could not discern the real from the illusion. Standing there, devoid of the spatial mage's instantaneous teleportation, he found himself with no means of escape. In that moment, he truly grasped the essence of death's threat. In a panic, he hastily cast a defensive barrier over himself. As countless sword shadows closed in, they all vanished in an instant, leaving only one that continued its relentless assault. It was only then that he recognized the truth behind the sword shadows, but it was far too late to evade. The yellow energy, bolstered by the silver blade's aura, struck fiercely against his protective barrier. Alas, I was merely a high-level warrior. The Heavenly Gang's 7-sword technique, in my hands, could not unleash its true potential. The sword energy, having breached all barriers, was already at its limit, merely grazing his arm without inflicting a fatal wound. However, the sight of him collapsing and groaning indicated that he could no longer partake in the battle, effectively taking 1 mage out of the equation. That I was quite pleased with the result of my first use of the master-taught Heavenly Gang's 7-sword technique. Initially apprehensive about my ability to execute it, the gravity of the situation left me no room for second thoughts. In the midst of crisis, my latent potential had been fully realized. The Heavenly Gang's 7-sword technique was not meant for someone of my rank. Forcing its use had drained much of my energy, yet the battle was not over, and continuing the fight was my only option. Without pausing after my successful strike, I landed and retrieved Shinyu from my space pouch. With the magical staff enhancing my spells, teleportation became significantly easier for me. I stood my ground as if I had never moved at all, holding Shinyu in my left hand and Longin in my right, a cold smile curling on my lips as I faced the 2 fire mages before me. Seeing me injure one of their companions in a single strike, the 2 fire mages were taken aback. Without thinking, they unleashed their fire spells, but the magic did not hit its intended target. In their astonished gazes, my form mysteriously vanished, only to reappear like a specter behind one of the fire mages. Before he could even muster a reaction, long and glided smoothly across his throat, blood gushing forth with a gurgling sound that pierced the tranquility of the night. Not a single scream escaped his lips as a vibrant life was extinguished by my hand. Without a moment's hesitation, I pressed on. The secret to a warrior's victory lies in swift and continuous attacks. The other fire mage, horrified at the sight of his fallen comrade, conjured a massive fireball, ready to unleash it instantly. Yet, I would not grant him that opportunity. With a flicker of movement, he was met by my cold smile. And a sharp pain gripped his chest. The spell he had prepared dissipated into the air, and he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. I had tasted the bitterness of the sealing spell before, and it was far from pleasant. I imagined that the agony he felt, abruptly severed from his connection to the magical elements, must have been 100-fold worse than my own experience. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Standing there, having incapacitated 3 mages in quick succession, I extended my tongue to lick the warm blood off my blade, a smirk playing on my lips as I regarded Shio from a distance. For the first time in taking a life, I felt no fear. Instead, an inexplicable exhilaration coursed through me. In that moment, I discovered a latent thirst for blood within me. Shio, under my gaze, felt an icy chill run down his spine. As he beheld my grim visage, regret flooded his mind. If only I had brought more people. At this moment, he thought to himself, yet he was not truly afraid, for he had the mage knight to protect him. And in his eyes, I was merely a novice mage, no match for a mage knight, regardless of how formidable I appeared. However, the mage knight, who Shio viewed as his lifeline, was experiencing a level of shock that words could scarcely convey. A novice mage, in his eyes, had effortlessly incapacitated 3 grand mages. This was sheer absurdity. Seeing me utilize the Heavenly Gang's 7-sword technique, he could not help but question, "Who exactly are you, and why do you wield the sealing spell and the Heavenly Gang's 7-sword technique?" Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, the mage knight discarded his passive stance, readying himself to confront me directly. Upon hearing his words, a sense of dread washed over me that in my moment of desperation, I had foolishly forgotten my master's warning and had unleashed the Heavenly Gang's 7-sword technique. Now that he was aware of it, I could not allow him to live. Without responding to his inquiry, I harbored deadly intent, yet I was not foolish enough to confront him head-on. Such an encounter would spell my doom. Instead, I resolved to strike at his weakness. Then my gaze fell once more on Shio, the weakest yet most crucial opponent that I could not afford to miss the opportunity to exploit him. With this thought in mind, I put it into action. The mage knight, sensing my movement as I prepared my magic, grew vigilant and scanned the surroundings with wary eyes. I teleported behind Shio, thrusting the tip of my blade towards his back. If this strike found its mark, Shio would have no chance of survival. Yet, I knew all too well that success was unlikely. Before I could even materialize behind Shio, the mage knight had already sensed my position through the magical fluctuations. Understanding my intent, he dispelled his fire spell and conjured a protective barrier around X. My strike was inevitably deflected. Though the ambush had failed, I had achieved my objective. That I intended to make the mage knight aware that if he focused on me, Shio would not see the dawn of a new day. With one failed attempt, I did not linger but vanished once more, retreating into the nearby woods. It was only after everything had settled that Shio, having narrowly escaped death, realized he had danced on the edge of the abyss. Shaken, he collapsed onto the ground, his once arrogant demeanor replaced by sheer terror emanating from the depths of his being. Though he had often commanded his subordinates to take lives, he had never felt so close to death himself. Fear gripped him. All he wished for was to flee this hellish realm and return home for a peaceful night's sleep. Hoping it would all prove to be a nightmare, upon realizing my intentions, the mage knight indeed ceased his recklessness, guarding Shio with heightened vigilance. For him, failure in this mission was bearable. But if Shio were to suffer even the slightest harm under his watch, he would find it impossible to face the consequences from Shaba. Thus, he dared not take any risks, instructing the remaining 2 wind mages to search for me in the woods from either side. Hiding among the trees, I found myself utterly exhausted, my energy depleted from the fierce battle that had just transpired. The magical power I possessed was now pitifully low, and to my dismay, as my magical energy waned, the enhancements bestowed by the divine protection spell diminished correspondingly. This was untenable. Facing the 2 wind mages who were closing in on me was already a daunting task, let alone contending with the sorcerer in the distance. The space teleportation scroll had fallen into my hands, and in that instant, thoughts of fleeing crossed my mind. Yet, I quickly dismissed the notion, yearning instead to fight back. That I returned the scroll to my spatial pouch and began to analyze the situation at hand. The previous instances of teleportation had drained my spatial magic, and I realized I needed to replenish my dwindling magical reserves. My gaze fell upon the statue of my grandfather, beneath which lay 3 magical circles I had inscribed. Although the focal points had been compromised, I believed that replacing a crystal stone could restore their functionality. With renewed determination, I retrieved my last crystal stone and focused on the distant focal point of the array. My current goal was to find a way to insert the crystal into the circle, without teleportation. Traversing the onslaught of 3 mages to reach that position seemed nearly impossible. As despair began to settle in, I suddenly recalled the tome left by my mother during my time in Der City, which contained the first technique of the dragon god art, known as the Dragon Shadow Mirage. I remembered its ability to bewilder opponents. If I could successfully execute it, reaching the statue would be considerably easier. However, I had previously attempted this technique, and it had yielded no results. Glancing at the 2 mages who had now ventured into the woods, I understood that if I did not take action, they would soon discover my hiding place. Time was of the essence. Even though I knew it was improbable, I had to try to invoke the Dragon Shadow Mirage. This was my only chance. Should I fail, I would have no choice but to retreat to Reno City, and the knowledge of the Celestial 7-Sword art would inevitably reach my master's enemies, forcing me into a life of constant evasion, a fate I desperately wished to avoid. Drawing upon my memories, I crouched atop the tree, closed my eyes, and formed the hand seals for the Dragon Shadow Mirage, concentrating my remaining energy. In adversity, human potential often reaches its zenith, and as I endeavored to summon the Dragon Shadow Mirage, I truly felt the weight of that truth boiling. I could distinctly sense the blood within me surging, a vast and peculiar energy rising from my dantian, coursing through my body and threatening to rupture my veins. The pain I experienced surpassed even that of my master's initial training in martial arts. Gritting my teeth against the excruciating agony, I realized that my dragon god blood was awakening. As the peculiar energy within me reached its zenith, I knew it was time to unleash the Dragon Shadow Mirage, otherwise, my body would be torn apart by this raging force. Dragon Shadow Mirage? I shouted, and a golden dragon shadow soared from behind me, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar that echoed through the skies. The dragon god transformation. Who are you? The sorcerer exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that he stood before the bloodline divine source of the dragon clan from the Aether Empire. His confusion regarding my identity deepened, and he realized that if he did not eliminate me swiftly, I would pose an inexorable threat in the future. Ignoring the sorcerer's outcry, regardless of whether he had discerned the truth or not, I had already resolved to eliminate everyone present when I forcibly invoked the Dragon Shadow Mirage. This could not be attributed to my bloodthirst. If even one person escaped to inform my grandfather in the Aether Empire, I would be left with no path but death. Casting a pitying glance at the few individuals nearby, I gripped my sword tightly once more. As Shio had said earlier, upon coming here, one must be prepared to embrace death. The golden dragon coiling behind me, vast and adorned with scales, emanated an undeniable aura of strength, instilling fear even in its stillness. Though it appeared formidable, I was aware that it was merely an illusion, lacking true substance. Without affording them a moment to react, as the dragon shadow fully materialized, my body began to meld with the dragon's form, subsequently conjuring 2 additional identical dragons. This was the Dragon Shadow Mirage. Each dragon was an illusion, yet each was also real. For instance, if I manifested 9 dragons, regardless of which 8 were destroyed, the final one would always be me. Chapter 29. A timely rescue. The 3 golden dragons I had conjured surged forth. 2 veered towards the encroaching wind mages, while the central one charged directly at the sorcerer. Having not seen a dragon for nearly a millennium in the light and shadow continent, the 3 mages were taken aback by the sight. Even if they sensed no danger emanating from the dragon before them, they dared not underestimate it and hastily erected defensive barriers, precisely as I had hoped. In truth, I did not anticipate the Dragon Shadow Mirage to inflict any harm. My primary objective was to divert their attention. At the moment the dragon shadows unleashed their assault, I slipped away from the fray. Seizing the opportunity while the 3 mages were preoccupied with the approaching dragons, I leaped from the tree and dashed toward the focal point beneath the statue. Successfully reaching the spot, I placed the crystal stone into the circle, and as the 3 spatial arrays reignited, the mages began to realize that the dragon before them was merely an illusion. Yet, The first to react was the sorcerer. Having heard of the Aether Empire's dragon god transformation, he quickly snapped back to reality, comprehending the situation. With the support of the spatial arrays, I stood there, rapidly recovering my strength as a torrent of spatial elements surged into my body, revitalizing my nearly depleted meridians. At that moment, every fraction of restored energy increased my odds of survival. However, the sorcerer would not allow me this reprieve. Upon realizing my intentions, he hesitated not a moment longer and began to chant a spell, only to discover in shock that his magical concentration was faltering, taking twice as long as usual. Dismissing his bewilderment, he pressed on with his incantation. After witnessing my use of the celestial seven-sword art and the dragon god transformation, the sorcerer's earlier disdain had evaporated, replaced by an unnameable fear. Regret washed over him for not having done everything in his power to prevent Shio from seeking vengeance. And at that moment, he contemplated retreating. He resolved to unleash a powerful offensive spell, hoping to eliminate me with a single strike. If that failed, he would swiftly return to Reno City with Shio and seek counsel with Xiaobua. While I was recovering my strength not far away, I sensed the sorcerer preparing to unleash a formidable spell, yet I remained calm. Drawing from previous experiences, I planned to employ the same tactic and attack Shio to pressure the sorcerer. With this thought in mind, I instinctively unleashed the dimensional slash upon Shio that I had expected the sorcerer to, as before, abandon his assault on me to protect Shio. However, to my utter astonishment, he did not follow my anticipated course of action at the moment I executed the dimensional slash. His 6th level attack spell, Fire Arrow, hurtled toward my chest. The searing arrow, composed of concentrated fire elements, shot through the air with such velocity that I scarcely had time to react. The fire arrow, having pierced my defensive barrier, retained its full potency and was poised to strike my heart. Relying on the keen instincts and swift reflexes honed under the tutelage of my sword master, I managed to evade the lethal blow. Though the arrow's speed was overwhelming, it buried itself deep within my shoulder, mere centimeters from my heart. Cursing my misfortune, I felt a spray of blood erupt from my chest, and I let out a muffled groan as my body fell backward. Simultaneously, my dimensional slash ominously appeared before Shio, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as Shio crumpled to the ground, uncertain of her fate. The sorcerer, who had been protecting Shio, turned in horror to witness the dimensional slash pierce her chest. His disbelief palpable. He had never intended to clash with me directly. To him, even sacrificing himself was preferable to allowing Shio to suffer the slightest harm. This was his mission, had he not been absolutely certain of his success. He would never have dared to take such a risk. He could not fathom why his numerous defensive barriers failed to intercept a seemingly simple dimensional slash. Unbeknownst to him, my attack completely disregarded defensive barriers. In the next moment, the sorcerer was at Shio's side, assessing her injuries. While seething with rage, he ordered the other 2 mages, "Kill him. You must kill him." Hearing the sorcerer's nearly thunderous command from a distance, I understood that my chances of survival had vanished. Turning my gaze to the approaching wind mage, I felt a profound sense of reluctance, yet I was powerless. My injuries were too severe, and escaping death had been a stroke of fortune. I lifted my head, looking up at the vast night sky devoid of a moon, adorned only with twinkling stars on the precipice of life and death. My thoughts were filled with the delightful visage of Xu Yiming, and I reminisced about our shared past. The promises I made to her echoed loudly in my mind at that moment. The surroundings faded. No longer were there groans of fallen bodies, nor the furious sorcerer, nor the wind mage intent on claiming my life. There was nothing but the expansive night sky. As I descended into deep reflection, the cacophony of firecrackers and trumpets jolted me from my reverie. Xu Yiming leapt back to my side, pointing into the distance and asking, "Brother Feng, what are those people doing? It looks so lively." Following her finger, I saw that a celebration was underway. Observing her puzzled expression, I could not help but affectionately pinch her delicate nose, saying, "They are celebrating a joyous occasion, specifically a wedding." As I walked, I replied, "Marriage? Why would one want to get married?" Her words nearly made me faint. This girl was not merely innocent, but innocently foolish. Marriage is when a man and a woman live together forever, I answered in a rather simplistic manner. "Oh, is that so? Then I want to be with Brother Feng forever. When Shu grows up, I'll marry Brother Feng, okay?" The little girl asked, tilting her head with her hands behind her back, her flushed face betraying no hint of shyness. Looking into her sparkling, expectant eyes, I found it difficult to refuse. Yet I couldn't bear to deceive her, so I replied ambiguously, If no one wants Xue Wu when she turns 20, I will come to take her. I hope that 10 years would be sufficient for her to forget me." Upon hearing this, she joyfully spun around twice, evidently not comprehending the implication of my words. "You must keep your promise. Let's make a pinky swear," she said, extending her small hand. Reluctantly, I extended mine, and our tiny hands intertwined, binding our hearts closely together. "Farewell, Xiwu. Forgive Brother Feng for his broken promise. In this life, I cannot be with you. In the next life, if you wish, I will surely marry you. Forget me, and I hope you find happiness. Farewell." The sound of a mage chanting spells reached my ears, yet I paid it no mind. In the ethereal night sky, I seemed to see Xiuwu's smiling face, gazing at the stars from the shore. Her chin resting on her hand, her beautiful eyes brimming with longing and sorrow written across her face, heartbreakingly melancholic. "Xiuwu, I truly wish to see you one last time before I depart this world." As I closed my eyes, a crystalline tear slipped down my sorrowful cheek, vanishing into the darkness. "Brother Feng, why did you leave Xiwu behind? Did Xiwu upset you? Please come back. I will be very obedient. You know Xiwu is thinking of you." In the deep of night, under the moonlight, Xiwu sat alone on the cliff where I often lingered, resting her chin on her hand, gazing vacantly at the night sky, murmuring to herself, with no one to respond to her confessions, save for the sea breeze that seemed to whisper something. Ever since I left Qinghe fishing village, Xiuwu had been sitting there alone, watching the ocean from sunrise to sunset. Though she feared the dark, she endured her terror, refusing to leave in the late hours, simply because it was a place I loved, where she could feel my presence. "Free wind element, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to harness the roar of the wind to tear apart the shackles of confinement." Wind technique, swift wind slash. A cerulean wind blade whirled rapidly from the mage's hand, aimed directly at my throat. Did I cease to ponder anything, quietly awaiting the arrival of death? Bloodline divine source, wind escape protection. A loud shout echoed above me. A cerulean barrier enveloping my entire being. The swift wind slash, upon contact with the barrier, was repelled. This sudden turn of events left the wind mage momentarily stunned, and in that fleeting silence, he lost his life. Free wind element. Heed the call of your believer. Allow me to harness the roar of the wind to tear apart the shackles of confinement. Wind technique, swift wind slash. The same spell, executed by that mysterious figure, transformed into an entirely different realm, incomparable in timing, speed, or power to that of the wind mage. Without a scream, the last sight for the wind mage was his own headless body collapsing to the ground. With my eyes closed, awaiting death, the voice seemed somewhat familiar. When I opened my eyes, I found myself gazing upon Zhong Lei, the elder brother of Bing Fei, the one who had once sought to teach me a lesson in the Mu family. I could scarcely believe that he had come to my rescue. But what is he doing here? A question crept into my mind, and I would not naively assume he had traveled all the way from the capital to save me. He must have had a purpose for being here. Regardless of his intentions, they were of no concern to me. Sitting up, I felt fortunate to have escaped death at that moment. Zhong Lei had already descended before me, engaging another wind mage in combat. I glanced at the arrogant and condescending figure before me. Despite my lack of fondness for him, I owed him a debt of gratitude. Observing their battle, I was not worried for Zhong Lei's safety. A high-ranking archmage, along with the inherited wind divine source, would not falter against a mage of the same tier. The fight did not last long. Concluding with the wind mage collapsing in despair, the sorcerer tended to Xiao's injuries, ensuring he would be fine for the time being. But he needed to hurry to take Xiao back to Lanyuo City. Turning my gaze back to the battlefield, I happened to witness Zhong Lei's dramatic entrance. Realizing he was not an easy opponent, prompting me to cautiously inquire, "Who are you?" "From the royal Mu family, Mu Zhong Lei," he replied succinctly. His arrogance prevented him from concealing his identity. "Oh, so you are a member of the Mu family. My family's head, Shiduan, has a long-standing friendship with your Mu family. I kindly ask that you refrain from interfering in this matter to avoid straining the goodwill between our families." It was a blatant threat. Upon hearing that the newcomer was from the Mu family, the sorcerer did not dare underestimate him. If a scuffle broke out, he lacked the confidence to ensure victory, especially with Xiao as a liability. Thus, the sorcerer invoked the family head to pressure Zhong Lei into abstaining from involvement. The arrogant Zhong Lei, of course, would not yield to such intimidation. That he coldly replied, "You cannot kill this man, and he is certainly not one you can kill. Should he die, the Orlan War from 20 years ago may reignite. Out of respect for your family head, I will not make things difficult for you. Take that man and leave." Zhong Lei's words were not mere threats. Such an event could indeed transpire. One was the loyal and valiant prince of the Orlon Empire, and the other was the general of the Ad Empire, my uncle, and my grandfather, although my grandfather would not instigate a war for my sake. He would not turn a blind eye to my demise if he sought to reclaim the God-Layer blade. Hearing Zhonglei's intent to let the sorcerer go sent alarm bells ringing in my mind. That man knew too many of my secrets. If he escaped, I couldn't guarantee he wouldn't reveal them. Zhonglei, you cannot let him go. He knows far too many of my secrets and must be killed. I implored urgently. My decisions are not yours to influence. Zhonglei replied without even glancing at me. Maintaining his haughty and indifferent tone. Left speechless, I could only watch helplessly as the sorcerer led Xiao away, my weakened state preventing me from stopping them. I have yet to settle the matter of your disrespect towards my mother. Today, I save you merely to preserve the honor of the Mu family. Furthermore, you are forbidden from speaking of my presence here to anyone, especially the members of the Mu family. Do you understand? With that cold statement, he turned his back to me, his figure fading away. Xiao Feng, one day you must surpass him, defeat him, and make him no longer look down upon you. I silently vowed to myself as I gazed at the spot where he had vanished. After tending to my wounds, I surveyed the battlefield, noting 5 mages, 3 dead, 2 injured. The sorcerer had fled, and it was pointless to pursue them further. My current priority was to return and heal while remaining vigilant against Xia Bo's potential vengeance. With no further thoughts, I crushed the space teleportation scroll in my hand, and my figure disappeared from that place. After I left, 2 shadowy figures appeared where I had vanished. Is that boy named Xiao Feng the peculiar youth you mentioned? One of the slightly taller individuals inquired with an effeminate tone. Indeed. It is this boy, the other person replied respectfully. Quite impressive, possessing the divine sources granted by the Wind God and the Dragon God, along with the rare devouring body, meeting the criteria to become my vessel. Ensure that someone protects him in secret. I cannot allow my hard-fought vessel to be eliminated before it grows strong. Additionally, go and eliminate the 2 who escaped, and remember to use necromancy. Go. But, Master Xian, that seems unwise. Your revenge plan is about to be set in motion. If our whereabouts are discovered, it could jeopardize your revenge. You need not worry about that as long as you activate the 7 deadly blood array with the 7 young girls' blood you've collected. I have every confidence in its success. Moreover, that fellow from Zetian will be coming as well, so I have nothing to fear. Now go. The individual did not speak further, raising his head to glance at the spot where the sorcerer had departed, revealing a sinister smile before disappearing. Had I been present, I would have recognized this person as the necromancer I encountered in Doer City. As for the individual referred to as Xian, their identity remains unknown. The conversation between the 2 was overheard in its entirety by the 2 surviving mages. After the departure of the one called Xian, he approached one of the mages, not even looking at him as he waved his hand lightly, causing the mage to scream and die as his body decayed. Such a cruel method of killing could only be attributed to a necromancer. The remaining water elemental mentor realized his fate was sealed. The last thing he saw was the remains of his recently slain companion, now nothing but bones, eerily standing and grinning at him. Instilling terror. Chapter 30, Class 5 Awakening from Meditation. I found it was already the following morning. After returning last night and hastily tending to my wounds, I sat cross-legged on my bed, entering meditation to recover the magical elements I had expended. Approaching the window, I drew back the curtains to gaze at the scenery outside. The sunlight pierced my eyes painfully, and it took me a while to adjust. Reflecting on yesterday's peril, I realized that had it not been for Zhonglei, I might never have seen today's sun. I find myself perplexed by the inexplicable presence of Zhonglei in that location, particularly given his desire to keep it from the Mu family. Surely, there lies an unspeakable secret behind this. Yet, such matters do not weigh heavily on my mind. The successful execution of the Tian Gang's 7-sword technique and Dragon God transformation stands as my most significant achievement. In retrospect, I ought to express my gratitude to Shio. Despite the considerable price I paid, Shio fled in a disheveled state, but I am not convinced that this is the end of the affair. Given the personalities and backgrounds of Shio and Xiaobo, it seems implausible that they could remain in Reno City. Instead, I anticipate a brutal retaliation. Even more concerning is the possibility that the mage may divulge my secret, which would spell my utter ruin. My fate is truly wretched. I lamented as I gazed out the window at the azure sky. Searched thoroughly, house by house. The authoritative command echoed from the street below, prompting me to look out cautiously that a throng of soldiers occupied the street corner, and a middle-aged man resembling a general was instructing his subordinates to conduct searches at that moment. My first reaction was vengeance. These soldiers were likely here to apprehend me. I had not anticipated that Xiaobo would mobilize the city guards in his quest to find me. It seemed he was determined to capture me at all costs. Without further delay, I returned to my room, hastily gathering a few garments in preparation for a swift escape. Xiaobo had undoubtedly activated the city's magical barrier, but that would pose no obstacle for me. Just as I was about to depart, a knock resounded at the door, startling me. How swift, I thought to myself. Without hesitation, I retrieved a space transfer scroll from my spatial pouch. Clearly, using teleportation was no longer viable. And for the sake of survival, I had no choice but to resort to the scroll. I had squandered most of my reserves and was left with only 3. I was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. Xiaofeng, are you awake? A sweet greeting from outside the door relaxed my tense nerves. The voice belonged to the girl, Efeya, and I realized it was merely a false alarm, though she had indeed given me a fright. With a sigh of relief, I opened the door to find Efeya entering with a bright smile, followed closely by her burly brother Fao, whose physique suggested he was better suited for martial training. Once they were inside, I cautiously peered outside, ensuring no one was approaching before shutting the door behind us. Xiaofeng, you look rather pale. Did you not rest well last night? I hope we haven't disturbed you. Efeya. Ever observant, noticed the fatigue etched on my face. At that moment, my magical energy, along with my fighting spirit, was nearly depleted, although a night of recovery had improved my condition somewhat. Returning to my previous state would take more than just a day or 2. I am fine. It was merely a minor issue during my training last night, I replied dismissively. Why didn't you two go out to practice today? I inquired, curious as to why they had not followed their usual routine. What, boss, are you unaware? Fao responded with a look of disbelief, which only deepened my confusion. Upon seeing my puzzled expression, Fao realized I was not informed about the events unfolding outside. So he explained, I heard that 2 nobles were killed at the city gate last night. One was reportedly named Shio, and the other was a mage. Their deaths were gruesome, unmistakably the work of a necromancer. Consequently, the city lord has ordered the gates to be closed and a citywide search to commence. Stunned by Fao's revelation, I found myself at a loss for words. I had witnessed Shio being taken by that mage. So how could he have ended up dead at the city gate? Could it have been Zhonglei pursuing him? No, that was implausible. If Zhonglei had intended to kill, he would have acted much sooner rather than waiting until they were close to escape. If it wasn't Zhonglei, then who could it be? I pondered, lost in thought. Noticing my dazed expression, Fao inquired, Xiaofeng, what is the matter? His question snapped me back to reality. Given his puzzled gaze, I realized there were certain things he should not be privy to. Suppressing my astonishment, I forced a nonchalant smile and replied, it's nothing, just some thoughts that distracted me. My apologies. Seeing that I appeared normal, Fao did not press further. Returning to the window, I observed the soldiers still scouring the vicinity. And it dawned on me that they were not here to apprehend me, but rather to locate the necromancer responsible for Shio's death. Watching them bustle about, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Necromancers are notoriously cunning and ruthless, having committed murder. They would never remain in the city awaiting capture. I found myself grateful to that necromancer for eliminating a personal threat. After all, no one desires a life of perpetual evasion, especially with the impending start of classes at the Belga Magic Academy. A rare opportunity for education that I could not afford to miss. With the realization that I had escaped danger, my spirits lifted. In the ensuing boredom, I spent an entire day exploring Reno City with the FA siblings. Although we made few purchases, our enjoyment was boundless. Upon returning, we rested for another day at the inn, preparing to officially report to the Belga Magic Academy for classes. This marked my first foray into formal magical education. An endeavor I regarded with utmost seriousness. The inadequacy of my magical abilities had subjected me to scorn, thus fortifying my resolve to grow stronger. Rising early, I set out with the FA siblings toward the Belga Magic Academy. Arriving at the campus, we found the administration had prepared a welcoming ceremony for new students. Since we arrived a bit early, there were few other newcomers present. Stepping through the gates, I noticed a large signpost beside the main path, where several new students were gathered, examining the information. Approaching, I realized it was a diagram outlining the reporting procedures for new students. Upon closer inspection, the process involved first visiting the reception area in front of the main teaching building, where one could present their magical card to ascertain their assigned class. Subsequently, students from the advanced magic department would escort them to their respective classrooms. Once all students had arrived, the homeroom teacher would take charge. After reviewing the general steps, I did not linger and proceeded with the FA siblings toward the main teaching building. Upon reaching the reception area, we found that not many students had arrived yet. The instructors awaiting us were engaged in casual conversation. "Hello, instructor. We are here to report as new students. May I ask which class we have been assigned?" I approached a young female instructor and inquired politely. "What is your name?" she asked, looking up at me with a friendly demeanor. "My name is Mu Yu Xiaofeng, and these two behind me are my siblings, Fao and Faya," I replied, providing our names. I then presented our magical cards for verification. After confirming our identities, the instructor consulted a memory scroll and soon located our assigned classes. Fortunately, Fao and I were placed in Class 5, while Fau was assigned to Class 7. However, since both classes were within the same building, they should not be far apart. After marking our names off the scroll, the instructor called over a male mage from the advanced magic department, who appeared to be a senior mage. He would be responsible for escorting Faya to her class. After bidding farewell to Faya, the instructor summoned a female mage, whose appearance was not particularly striking. Yet her long, dark green hair was quite eye-catching. "Hello, and welcome to the Belga Magic Academy. From now on, we will be classmates. My name is Moee, but you can call me Xiao Yijia. May I know your names?" The girl approached us, introducing herself, and her sweet smile exuded warmth. "Xiaofeng." A soft exclamation responded to Moe's inquiry. I turned to find it was Yu. Although I was already aware that she was a student in the advanced magic department, encountering her here was still a surprise. Yu walked over to Moee, flashing her a smile, indicating they were already acquainted. "What, does Yu know them?" Moee asked curiously. "Yes, Xiaofeng has assisted me before. Now, go rest. I will take them to the classroom," Yu replied. "Then I will leave it to you." "Yu Jia," Moee said, clearly pleased to avoid any hassle. With that, she said her goodbyes and returned to her previous spot. Thus, under Yu's guidance, we made our way to Class 5 of the Junior Magic Department. I never expected to run into Yu Jia here. "Do you know her well?" I asked, seeking to break the silence that had settled among us. "Yes, we are classmates. Xiao is a nice person, very friendly. Why, do you want to get to know her?" "I can introduce you. She's quite gentle," Yu replied, turning to walk backward as she spoke, a mischievous grin on her face that seemed to tease me. Feeling a bit embarrassed by her words, I could only smile sheepishly, seemingly enjoying my discomfort. Yu continued, "Oh, feeling shy are we? All right, I won't tease you anymore. By the way, congratulations on passing the magic assessment. If you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. I am a student in the advanced magic department." After all, Yu was unfamiliar with Fao, and he, in turn, had little interest in the girls around him, preferring the scenery to the company of beautiful women. Thus, I found myself engaged in conversation with Yu throughout our journey. The distance passed quickly as we chatted, and soon we arrived at the Belga Magic Academy, which faced south. The Junior Magic Department was located east of the main teaching building and consisted of 5 levels. With 8 classrooms accommodating 800 junior mages, the first 3 floors served as practice arenas for students, while the 4 classrooms on the 4th floor were designated for the 400 students admitted in the spring. Our class was situated on the top floor, the 5th, providing a scenic view, though the daily ascent and descent would surely become tiring. Nonetheless, it was all for the sake of physical exercise. Class 5 was the first for the autumn intake. Thus conveniently located near the staircase, I followed Yu into the classroom. The first sensation that struck me was its spaciousness. It was no wonder that this room was designed to accommodate 100 students. The 3 elevated seats at the front stood out conspicuously. I presumed they were reserved for the top 3 students in the class. I was acutely aware that I lacked the ability to compete for such positions in the immediate term. The tiered classroom was devoid of any occupants, indicating that we had arrived somewhat early. "Well, this is your classroom. You will spend a year here. Xiaofeng, you must strive to reach the rank of intermediate mage within this year. Otherwise, you risk expulsion," she stated. "All right, my task here is complete. A teacher will arrive shortly to outline your next activities. I must return to welcome other students. Remember to seek me out for some fun when you have the time." With that, she led us to the classroom and, without pause, turned to descend the stairs. "Boss, not bad. Was that your girlfriend?" Since I forbade Fao from calling me benefactor, He had taken to addressing me as boss. I had requested multiple times that he refrain from doing so. But to no avail. I had resigned myself to it. Seeing the mischievous smile on his face, I understood his implication, yet chose not to retort. I made my way to a seat at the back by the window, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as I replied, "If you think so, I have no objections. Feel free to call her sister-in-law when you see her next." Knowing that he was deliberately teasing me, I opted to play along. I assumed the matter would end there, but when the rumor spread throughout the campus later, I found myself regretting my words. After sitting idly in the classroom for a while, other students began to trickle in. However, FAAO and I remained forgotten in our corner, one lost in thought gazing at the sky, the other disinclined to speak. Yet, there were those who approached us. "Hey, how are you? What are you doing here? How about making some friends? I'm Feilu, a thief, interested in buying some information. Since we're classmates, I can offer you half price. Quite a bargain." I turned to examine this character, who wore a rather lascivious expression. He seemed quite young and of short stature, reminding me of the term lewd. To think that school is no barrier to peddling information, a true thief indeed, I mused, although I was not particularly fond of him. It seemed impolite to ignore his greeting, as we would be living together in the future, and who knew when I might need his services. "All right, I'm Miu Xiaofeng. You can call me Xiaofeng. This is FAAO, my good friend," I replied, my tone tinged with mild annoyance, hoping he would take the hint and leave. However, he feigned ignorance, maintaining his smile as he plopped down in the seat before me. Mu Xiaofeng. What an unusual name. It seems there is no one by that name in the Shadow and Light continent, but there is a Mu Xiaofeng. Feilu's words were faint, almost lost amidst the din of the classroom. Even FAAO, seated beside me, did not hear him, seemingly intentional on Fei Li's part. I glanced around, noting that no one was paying attention, while FAAO continued to rest with his eyes closed. Only then did I relax. Wiping the cold sweat from my forehead, I leaned forward, lowering my voice to a near whisper, tinged with a hint of threat. "Who exactly are you? How do you know about my background?" He remained unfazed, wearing that infuriating grin. "Have you forgotten what I am? I'm a thief. Gathering intelligence is our forte. That I'm quite curious about you. Hey, are you strong?" Without directly responding, I gestured to the junior mage badge on my left shoulder, and his expression shifted to one of understanding. Yet, Feilu, undeterred, turned back around, eager to extract more information. "Just a junior mage? Is that a ruse? After all, the Mu family does not produce weaklings." Not wishing to engage in further entanglement, I was still uncertain about how much he knew about me, so I couldn't afford to offend him. Nevertheless, a small warning was necessary. "I warn you, if you dare to divulge my affairs, you will deeply regret ever being born into this world," I said menacingly. Yet, he seemed unimpressed, leaning back, hands cradling his head, and replied nonchalantly, "No one is showing interest in your information yet. If someone offers a price in the future, I can't guarantee I won't spill the beans." I began. But my words faltered as I noticed two figures entering through the door. "It's him," I exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the two individuals who had encountered me during registration, the nobleman and his attendant. I distinctly remembered the insightful remarks of the nobleman. "Hey, do you know him? Please tell me his identity. I've been keeping an eye on this guy for a while, but no matter how hard I search, I can't uncover his background. Yet my instincts tell me he is quite significant," Feilu urged, his curiosity palpable. I merely shook my head in response. His words sent a shiver down my spine. Even a well-informed thief like Feilu could not uncover this person's origins, which made his identity even more enigmatic. The moment they entered, a wave of ecstatic gasps erupted from the love-struck students. It was clear why. Both were strikingly handsome, particularly the nobleman in front. With his chiseled features and regal aura, was the epitome of the dream prince for countless young maidens. Ugh, it's just not fair. I'm not bad-looking either. Yet why do I never attract any attention from the ladies?" Feilu lamented, resting his head on the desk in despair. I couldn't help but find his disgruntled expression amusing. "With that lewd demeanor of yours, why would anyone want to look at you? You'd be lucky not to scare them away," I thought to myself. The nobleman, after surveying the room, spotted me in the back corner. Ignoring the flirtatious gazes from the surrounding students, he approached my seat directly. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect us to be classmates. My name is Yu, and this is my friend, Lang. May we sit here?" The gentleman named Yu spoke softly, his demeanor exuding refinement. Given his humility, I had no reason to refuse, so I gestured for them to take the seats next to FAAO, and we exchanged brief introductions. FAAO opened his eyes momentarily to glance at the two, but said nothing, returning to his previous state of repose. Meanwhile, Fei Lu seized the opportunity to pry for information, clinging to you like a leech. However, he was quickly deterred by Lung's menacing gaze, indicating that this young man was not to be trifled with. He only 14 or 15 years of age. His eyes hinted at a deadly seriousness that was likely cultivated from a young age, should Fei Lu persist in his questioning. I had no doubt Lung would not hesitate to silence him, but as silence enveloped us, the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, but it did not last long. Eventually, the new students had largely arrived, and a young male instructor walked in. Instantly, the once boisterous classroom quieted, all eyes trained on the man who approached the podium. Greetings, students. Welcome to Class 5 of the Junior Mage Program. I am your homeroom teacher, Gong Changwei, a grand sorcerer of the water element. His gentle voice resonated throughout the room, eliciting two distinct reactions: disappointment from the male students who had hoped for a female instructor, and delight from the female students who had heard tales of this amiable male instructor known for his leniency and relaxed management style. All right. Please quiet down as I outline today's agenda, the instructor began, embodying the carefree demeanor that others had described. Although the students attempted to restrain their chatter, many still whispered amongst themselves. I can't fathom how this guy became a homeroom teacher. He is utterly ineffective, I lamented, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as someone kicked the door open, silencing the classroom completely. All eyes turned towards the entrance, but as soon as they recognized the newcomer, they quickly averted their gaze, sitting up straight in silence, clearly intimidated. Curiosity piqued, I glanced towards the door to see another male mage, appearing to be in his mid-20s, dressed in a striking red fire mage robe. His furious expression suggested a volatile temperament. The podium instructor cast a grateful glance at the fire mage before introducing him. This is your fire magic instructor, Grand Sorcerer Rong Ku. Ah, he is our fire magic instructor? How unfortunate. Fei Lu muttered under his breath, glancing around at the students who bore similar expressions of dismay. It was evident that the fire mage had a reputation for being exceedingly strict. Later, I would learn that this Rong Ku was actually a close friend of our homeroom teacher, leaving me perplexed as to how the two could possibly coexist, one representing water and the other fire. Now, continuing from where I left off, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all new students joining us in Class 5. It is an honor to be your homeroom teacher. Some of you may have questions on your minds, so allow me to provide a brief overview of the Junior Mage program. There are a total of 8 classes, accommodating 800 students, and the department head is the Mage Lord Sanderfeege. Unlike other academies, our Junior Mage program does not differentiate between disciplines. This means that junior students will receive instruction in all 6 elements of magic without distinction between major and minor studies. Once you progress to intermediate status, you will be sorted into different magical disciplines based on your performance. In other words, all graduates from the Belga Magic Academy are proficient in 6 types of magic. Furthermore, I must emphasize that students in the Junior Magic Division attend classes for only 1 year, after which a magical assessment will be conducted. Only those who achieve the rank of Intermediate Magician will qualify to advance to the Intermediate Magic Division, while those who do not pass will be expelled without exception. The same applies to the transition from the Intermediate Division to the Advanced Division. I hope my fellow classmates will strive diligently to prepare for the magical assessment in a year. Upon hearing this, I fully comprehended the educational system of Belga Magic Academy. Among the enrollment requirements for the Junior Magic Division, there is a stipulation that participants must be aged between 12 and 15. Students spend 1 year in both the Junior and Intermediate Divisions, while the Advanced Division requires 3 years of preparation due to the heightened difficulty of training. This means that no student at Belga Magic Academy is above the age of 20. In fact, this is a common practice across all 4 major magic academies. I simply had been unaware of it. The homeroom teacher paused momentarily, retrieving a roster from his sleeve before continuing. As per the Academy's arrangements, we will now begin collecting tuition fees, which amount to 20 gold coins per person. I trust you are all aware that students at Belga Magic Academy are required to reside on campus. Thus, the tuition includes accommodation and meal expenses. I will call out the names, and those whose names are mentioned should come forward to pay the fees and receive a handbook outlining the Academy's regulations. I hope everyone reads it carefully and refrains from violating any school rules. After producing a box of handbooks from his spatial pouch, the homeroom teacher commenced the roll call. However, as he approached the end, it appeared that one student was absent. If that student failed to report today, their enrollment would be revoked. I couldn't help but wonder what that individual was up to. After paying the tuition, the homeroom teacher remarked, "Please read the handbook diligently. before departing with the fire magic instructor, likely to settle some accounts. Will anyone actually read the handbook? I mused. The moment the instructors left, the students resumed their previous discussions, turning the classroom into a cacophony once more. I casually flipped through a few pages of the handbook, quickly losing interest in continuing. After resting my head on the desk for a while, the homeroom teacher returned, this time accompanied not by the fire magic instructor, rank, but by a strikingly beautiful female mage. It was only after the homeroom teacher introduced her that I realized she was our wind magic instructor. IKA. Upon witnessing the arrival of a young female instructor, several boys in the front row began to ogle her with lascivious expressions, their minds undoubtedly filled with unsavory thoughts. Just as the homeroom teacher was about to speak, he was interrupted by a familiar face at the door, the dashing young scion I had previously encountered on the playground. With his handsome features and devilish smile, he exuded an effortless charm beneath his splendid golden robe, instantly capturing the attention of the female students, many of whom gazed at him with infatuated eyes. Seeing this scene, the previously stoic Phil was at a loss for words. He glanced back at you, then at the aristocratic young man, feeling disheartened. Initially hoping to charm a few pretty girls in class, he was now utterly demoralized. Damn it, why is every one of them a pretty boy? How am I supposed to compete? Phil lamented quietly, resting his head on the desk in despair. Unperturbed by the throngs of smitten girls, the young scion had only eyes for the enchanting wind magic instructor. At him, beauty and ugliness reigned supreme. With no consideration for status or identity, the notion of teacher-student romance struck him as merely a laughable concept, so IKA became the next target for his affections. "Excuse me, lovely lady, may I have the honor of dining with you?" he inquired. Bowing with gentlemanly grace before instructor IKA, this moment left not only instructor IKA speechless but also the entire class in stunned silence. I nearly toppled from my chair upon hearing his audacity. Could he truly be so bold as to pursue a teacher? Although the young scion was a head taller than IKA, he was still only 15 years old, leaving me skeptical as to whether he could truly succeed in his pursuit. The homeroom teacher's two coughs jolted the female instructor back to reality, prompting her to graciously decline his invitation. The young scion, visibly disappointed, took a seat in the back row. Yet, I had no doubt he would not give up so easily. After all, he was indeed a notorious flirt. The boys in the rear rows collectively cast him admiring glances, perhaps offering encouragement. After briefly outlining a few administrative matters, the homeroom teacher began leading us to the dormitories. While the female students were escorted by instructor IKA, the academy enforced strict regulations regarding dormitory management, absolutely forbidding male and female students from visiting each other's accommodations. There were 9 dormitory buildings in total, each with 6 floors, and I had been assigned to the 5th floor of Building 5. This meant I would have to ascend 10 flights of stairs each day, a rather vexing prospect. The dormitory was spacious enough to accommodate 8 students, with the academy providing essential supplies, since my roommates were all classmates. The first order of business was to get acquainted. Based on my understanding, my 7 roommates were as follows: my close friend FAO, the lecherous rogue Phil, the enigmatic you, the aloof Lung, the extraordinarily wealthy playboy Goof Fan, whose ultimate ambition was to woo every beautiful woman in existence, and his reason for attending Belga Magic Academy was simply that he had heard there were several stunning beauties here. Additionally, there were 2 others, Wuya and Juit, both from humble backgrounds yet already possessing intermediate magician qualifications. However, Juit was rather reclusive and preferred not to engage much with others, even during conversations. One could sense a subtle distance. Wuya and Juit, like FAO, had no family connections. I suspected that the remaining 4 were far from ordinary, but since they were reticent, I refrained from prying further. Once we had gotten acquainted, it was time for lunch. It was only natural for us to head to the cafeteria together, having just met. After all, it wouldn't cost us anything. I was eager to sample the quality of the meals, although I anticipated it would not be too disappointing. Upon returning from the cafeteria, I declined their invitation to go out and instead chose to practice alone in the dormitory. I assessed my body, pleased to find that my magical energy and fighting spirit had nearly returned to peak condition. Furthermore, I discovered that since my last episode of magical exhaustion, my rate of magical cultivation had noticeably increased. Not only that, but my internal elemental capacity had also expanded. It could be said that I had turned misfortune into fortune. However, the injury on my shoulder had not healed as swiftly, requiring a more gradual recovery. As per our usual routine, a class ranking competition was scheduled for tomorrow, during which the top student would be selected. I wonder what rank I will achieve, I pondered. before dismissing further thoughts and entering a meditative state. Enhancing my own strength was of paramount importance. Thus, the core members of the Xiaofeng Mage Guild had met, and a legendary tale of magical academia was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 32. The contest for first place. Awakening from slumber, I rubbed my bleary eyes. Outside, dawn was just breaking, and my dormitory mates were still fast asleep. That my first night at the academy had been rather pleasant. Imbued with a sense of unfamiliar novelty, accustomed to rising early, I washed my face, dressed, and prepared to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Lately, my appetite had significantly increased, and I found myself hungry again shortly after eating. However, I felt awkward about consuming too much in front of others, leaving me restless with hunger throughout the night. Now that the cafeteria was less crowded, I could indulge myself freely, especially since I had already paid. With that thought in mind, I headed south towards the cafeteria. The sun had yet to rise, and the cool morning breeze refreshed my senses. Glancing at the 3 nearby teaching buildings, I suddenly thought of my brother Bing Fei. Far away in the imperial capital, that I wondered what he was doing. I imagined he was likely busy honing his magical skills. With his talents, he would soon reach the rank of mid-level Grand Magician. Bing Fei commanded a position of great respect and possessed formidable strength, while I, merely a novice magician, was subject to ridicule. The disparity was indeed daunting. As these thoughts clouded my mind, I felt a wave of despondency wash over me. I had dedicated considerable effort to my training. Daily meditation and magical practice were my non-negotiable routines. Yet, aside from notable progress in combat techniques, my advancements in magic seemed negligible at best. Am I truly unfit for magical cultivation? I sighed softly as I entered the cafeteria. Determined to set aside my worries and focus on filling my stomach, that I served myself a hearty breakfast, enough for 3 people, and retreated to a corner, disregarding the curious glances from others as I dug in. I devoured my meal with the ferocity of a tempest, finishing the last piece of bread before patting my slightly swollen belly in satisfaction as I left the cafeteria. Behind me, I could hear exclamations of astonishment. He eats more than a pig. Returning to the dormitory, I found that my roommates had yet to awaken. With nothing else to occupy my time, I decided to check out the classroom, well aware that it was unlikely to be open at this hour. Climbing 5 flights of stairs proved tiring for an average magician, but after enduring the grueling training of my sword master, this was hardly a challenge. To my surprise, when I reached the 5th floor, the classroom door was ajar. Entering with curiosity, I spotted a girl with her head bowed, her not-so-long hair obscuring her face, preventing me from discerning her features. She sat in the front row by the window, seemingly engrossed in whatever she was reading. Unaware of my presence. As I approached, I realized she was studying a magic book, which reminded me of the class ranking competition scheduled for today. She must be preparing for it. Since she was focused on her studies, I chose not to disturb her, quietly taking my seat from the previous day. I glanced at the 3 prominent seats at the front, wondering who would claim the top position in today's contest. I was certain it wouldn't be me. If martial skills were involved, I might stand a chance, but this was a magic academy, not a martial arts school of the 8th Empire. With nothing else to do, I began to nibble on the spatial array that Borg had given me. This book chronicles all the spatial magic arrays that still exist today, categorizing them into 3 main types: guardian arrays, teleportation arrays, and enhancement arrays. It provides a detailed exposition of the functions and arrangement methods of these magical formations, along with the insights and reflections of the spatial mage, Bolger. Ever since I acquired this tome, I have found myself with little time to delve into its depths. The Beldar Magic Academy schedules only 6 classes each day, 4 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, thus granting me ample time for study. However, it was not long before the classroom began to fill with students, and the cacophony of chatter extinguished my desire to continue reading. I set the book aside and turned my gaze out the window. Lost in contemplation, I realized that daydreaming had seemingly become a daily ritual for me. Hey, you really are inconsiderate for not waking us up. Damn, the cafeteria is packed. It feels like a battlefield. Luckily, I'm nimble enough. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble, came a voice filled with complaint. Without turning around, I recognized it was Feller, that little rogue. The Beldar Magic Academy boasts over 2,000 students, and cramming them all into a moderately sized cafeteria must create quite a spectacle. I redirected my attention from the window to Feller, who was approaching, followed closely by Theo, you. In the ever-present cold. It appeared that only Feller was in a disheveled state. Could it be? What are you staring at? Those guys are really inconsiderate, making me prepare breakfast for 7 people. Look at what a mess I am now. My handsome image is completely ruined. Sob sob. Feller lamented as he reached my side. As I had surmised, being of a thieving background, Feller had been coerced into acting as the frontman. However, his appearance was indeed quite comical, with errant strands of straw stuck in his tousled hair and imprints of someone's shoes on his robe. Not to mention a tear in his trousers that I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Fine, you prepare breakfast tomorrow. Who told you to wake up so early? Remember, it's for 8 people. With that irate remark, Feller sulkily returned to his seat, clearly fuming. All right, enough of your whining. This minor inconvenience should be trivial for you. After all, thieves are renowned for their agility. Rest assured, you won't be forgotten when good fortune comes your way, Theo whispered in consolation. To which you nodded in agreement. However, the amusement evident in their eyes was unmistakable, while Cold remained unchanged, sitting there with an air of vigilance. Such individuals are often exceedingly dangerous, which only heightened my curiosity regarding Yu's background. Even nobles wouldn't require such protection, would they? Is there someone out to kill him? Or is he perhaps someone of significant importance? These were questions far beyond my comprehension when all the students in our class had gathered. The homeroom teacher entered, confirming my suspicions that a class ranking competition was to take place. After briefly outlining some points of caution, we were escorted to the first training ground on the 2nd floor. The Junior Mage Division has a total of 6 training grounds, 2 on each floor, and accompanying us was another class. Though I was unaware of its designation, it seemed they were also participating in the ranking competition. The ranking competition for newcomers has become a tradition among the 4 great magic academies that IT serves not only to gauge the strength levels of the new students, but also to select a chief student. After a month, the top 3 from each class will compete for the titles of chief, deputy, and last in the division, collectively referred to as the 3 strong. These 3 are the elite of their grade, granted more freedom by the academy, such as the option to skip classes and occasionally receive personal instruction from the dean, along with the potential for premium magical artifacts. The Academy's motivation for such endeavors is solely to garner honor for itself through these gifted students. If the classroom was spacious, then the first training ground could be likened to an indoor arena, as it was twice the size of the classroom. Even with over 100 individuals entering, it still felt rather empty. Within the training ground were 2 arenas designated for students to engage in magical duels. The instructor brought us to a halt before the first arena and gestured towards the adjacent rest area for us to take our seats. Once all students were settled, the instructor began calling individuals to compete in the arena. The ranking competition was structured as one-on-one duels, with the instructor announcing pairs for the matches, with 100 students. This meant 50 bouts. Do not be misled into thinking this process would be lengthy, for the duels among novice mages are incredibly straightforward, with victories often determined in mere moments. Thus, conducting 50 matches in a single day was not too daunting. Javid and Aftidi, please proceed to the arena for your match. The instructor's soft voice announced the first combatants. I found it perplexing that a man of his stature would choose to practice water magic, traditionally seen as a feminine art. Wow, look at that beauty. You guys see that Aftidi? She's stunning. Feller suddenly exclaimed, his eyes fixed intently on Aftidi in the arena, his expression resembling that of a lovesick fool. Almost drooling, his exclamation drew disdainful glances from the students seated in the front rows. I don't know her, I muttered quietly as I shifted slightly away, raising my gaze to Aftidi in the arena. Her opulent attire revealed her noble status, adorned with expensive jewelry that sparkled brilliantly, projecting an image of grandeur. Although she was indeed attractive, I found myself less fond of this type, in my opinion. The pure and innocent Faya was far more appealing. Alas, this fellow's taste is truly lacking. Can she even be called a beauty? Merely a superficial enchantress. The only one worth my attention in our class is someone named Minjing. If I could take her as my beloved, came the lewd retort from a front-row student named Gufon, his expression grotesquely lascivious. I had no choice but to change my seat, signaling my disassociation from their company. Oh my. What kind of people do I associate with? I couldn't help but lament internally. Javid was the most formidable mage among the newcomers I had encountered, having reached the rank of upper intermediate mage at the mere age of 14. His magical talent unquestionable. Yet, he was not the only magical prodigy. His adversary Aftidi bore a badge on her chest indicating that she was also an intermediate mage. Javid was a dual-element mage, wielding both fire and wind, whereas Aftidi was solely a water mage. Water magic primarily serves for healing, with offensive capabilities not being this element's strength, placing Aftidi at a disadvantage in terms of magical properties. As the two took their positions in the arena, the battle commenced with the instructor's command. Javid was known for his cold demeanor and showed no mercy. he unleashed a fireball right from the start. Aiming to end the duel swiftly, Aftidi, already at a disadvantage due to her lower ranking and elemental susceptibility, had no choice but to evade and look for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Javet was determined to deny her any chance of a comeback. Taking advantage of the intervals between fireballs, he unleashed a flurry of wind blades, forcing Aftidi to defend with a water shield. Although Javet currently held the upper hand, if Aftidi continued to play defense, he wouldn't be able to incapacitate her in the short term. The battle raged on, both their magical energies rapidly depleting. Aftidi, left without any means to retaliate, was bound to succumb sooner or later. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Aftidi, who had been defensively shielding herself, suddenly lowered her water shield and clasped her hands together, exclaiming, "Bloodline Divine Source, Water Spiral." As her words fell, a blue divine emblem appeared on her forehead, and pure water elements began to swirl around her, emanating a faint blue glow from her clasped hands. Beneath her feet, a 1-meter-wide whirlpool materialized from thin air, and she stood atop it, not merely standing, but rather floating above the vortex. Bloodline Divine Source. I gasped in astonishment. This was my first encounter with a water source inheritor outside the Mu family. I was not alone in my astonishment. The students present, including the instructor, were equally taken aback by this unforeseen spectacle. While the Bloodline Divine Source was no secret on the continent of light, the number of those who genuinely inherited such power was exceedingly rare. Wizards possessing a divine source invariably became targets of imperial recruitment, as those blessed with special abilities were formidable forces. It appeared that Aftidi's family was also among the noble houses of the empire, though I was left wondering what status they held within it. Besides knowing that the monarchy was under the control of the prime minister, I was utterly ignorant of the empire's politics. Returning my focus to the arena, Javet, seizing the opportunity presented by Aftidi's retraction of her water shield, sought to unleash an attack. Yet, to his shock, he discovered that the whirlpool had stealthily shifted beneath his own feet, its immense pull dragging him downward as if to swallow him whole. In a moment of desperation, he erected a defensive barrier to prevent himself from being consumed by the vortex. But this left him unable to launch an effective counterattack against Aftidi. Javet, who had once seemed assured of victory, now found himself in a precarious predicament. Caught in the whirlpool, he attempted to utilize a wind spell to gradually elevate himself out of the vortex. However, at the other end of the arena, Aftidi gently waved her staff, casting a water-based slowing spell upon the ensnared Javet. The slowing spell not only diminished his mobility, but also reduced the cohesion of his magical constructs, compounding Javet's difficulties. From a distance, Aftidi prepared a water arrow, her expression one of smug satisfaction as she gazed at the trapped Javet, ready to deliver the final blow. The sudden shift in the tide of battle rendered all present utterly speechless. Such a situation was unforeseen by anyone. The gazes of most individuals directed at Yafudi were filled with envy. The Bloodline Divine Source. How many people had longed for such a rare ability? I can only imagine their astonishment upon discovering that I possess two divine sources. Chapter 33, Convergence of Wind and Fire. The Divine Kin, as the name suggests, are the favored lineage of the gods. During the Divine War, the supreme deities selected the most exceptional individuals among humanity, enhancing their bodies with divine power and bestowing upon them extraordinary abilities known as bloodline divine sources, which could be inherited through bloodlines. The divine kin on the light and shadow continent can be categorized into 8 types: wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, and space. The first 7 kin have naturally inherited the divine powers of the 7 elemental deities, while the last kin is exceedingly unique. It is the only lineage of the dragon god on the light and shadow continent, the Long family of the Yade Empire. The Long family is the sole clan within the Yade Empire that possesses a divine source, thus solidifying their unassailable status, even as the imperial authority has been entirely seized by the martial emperor. The Long family head, Long Ju Ao, serves as the Grand General, wielding an unparalleled position within the army. In the arena, Juit, ensnared by Yafudi, struggled desperately to escape the wretched water vortex. To his horror, he discovered that the vortex seemed to possess a life of its own, moving in tandem with him. Casting a glance at the smug Yafudi nearby, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, as if he had made a momentous decision. I hadn't intended to resort to this so soon, but it seems I have no choice. Prepare yourself, Juit declared coldly, then began to chant an incantation. Fiery elements, I beseech you, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to wield your flames to incinerate all evils that defy the covenant of light and shadow. Fireball. A small fireball materialized in Juet's left hand. Observing Juet's refusal to concede, Ufudi launched a fireball of her own, her eyes glinting with disdain. Yet, Juet's magic did not cease. Still clutching the fireball, he continued his incantation. Element of freedom, I implore you. Heed the call of your believer. Permit me to harness the roar of the winds to shatter the chains that bind freedom. Wind technique. Whirlwind. A miniature tornado emerged in Juet's right hand, swirling rapidly in opposition to the water vortex below. Then, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Juet drew his hands together, allowing the two disparate magics to intertwine. Rather than clashing, they harmoniously fused, with the fireball at the center, encircled by the rotating whirlwind, without granting the onlookers a moment to recover from their astonishment. Juet bellowed, convergence of wind and fire. He then crouched, exerting every ounce of strength to compress the fireball downwards that a mere fireball would be extinguished upon contact with the water vortex. However, the swiftly rotating whirlwind altered the outcome entirely. The counter-rotating winds met the vortex's natural spin, halting its rotation instantaneously. Juet intensified the output of fire elements, and as the fireball made contact with the water, a sharp hiss resonated as the water was rapidly vaporized. In this formidable manner, Juet dismantled Ufudi's divine source, causing her to scream in agony before collapsing to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Is this your bloodline, divine source? The fallen Ufudi questioned, her voice laced with bitterness. No, I am merely a commoner. This is my self-created magic, Juet replied, devoid of expression, before turning to exit the arena. Ufudi gazed at Juet's retreating figure, her eyes harboring a venomous glint. Their battle concluded abruptly, yet Juet's final strike left me profoundly shaken. To simultaneously cast two spells was an unprecedented feat, setting aside the immense mental fortitude required of the caster. The elemental conflict alone could rupture one's body. Witnessing his convergence of wind and fire, I was suddenly struck by a revelation. Since the elements were all conceived by the goddess of light and shadow, why couldn't they be unleashed together? With this thought, I endeavored to simultaneously channel the spatial and fire elements within my body. However, the attempt yielded no response. Lifting my gaze, I observed that my classmates bore expressions akin to my own. None had succeeded. The instructor seated nearby, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. The notion of wielding two spells concurrently was something he had never encountered since his initiation into magic. It was exceedingly rare. Yet, this seemingly ordinary student had achieved the extraordinary, prompting the archery instructor to bestow the title of genius upon him. In a fit of excitement, the instructor noted Juet's name on the list of key candidates for cultivation, placing it beneath Ufudi's. If the students had earlier regarded Ufudi with envy, they now looked upon Juet with reverence, a reverence for strength, for Juet's final strike had left an indelible impression. Without further ado, the instructor declared Juet the victor of the first match and summoned Waya and Minjing to the arena for the second match, upon hearing that Minjing would take the stage. The previously lecherous duo of Waya and Fail cast their eyes upon her, their gazes roaming over her nearly flawless figure, as if they intended to devour the delicate Minjing. This Minjing was the short-haired girl I had encountered that very morning in class. Realization dawned upon me. Whether it was the earlier Juet, Ufudi, or now Waya, Minjing had consistently caught my attention as a remarkable talent in our class. This suggested that the chief instructor had deliberately grouped them together, implying that he had already identified potential candidates and was merely deliberating on whom to select. However, this seemed irrelevant to me. I remained acutely aware of my own limitations. I was not yet capable of contending for the position of chief student. As the two took their positions in the arena, the match commenced. Both were intermediate fire mages, yet Waya was also a martial warrior, and even if he could not employ martial techniques, his agility honed through training would significantly aid him. Thus, the outcome of this match was hardly in doubt. Within moments, the victor was apparent. Waya, leveraging his speed and strength, gained an overwhelming advantage, securing a victory that came as no surprise. The remaining matches paled in comparison. To be honest, the duels of lower-tier mages lacked any excitement. They were devoid of the myriad skills exhibited by intermediate mages and the dazzling effects produced by advanced magic. The match featuring Long, however, held some allure, though his indifference afforded his opponent no opportunity for a comeback, ending the battle with a single strike. By midday, 30 matches had concluded, and at this pace, the tedious contest seemed likely to wrap up by the afternoon. Exiting the training grounds alongside FAAO, I prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Lon Fan, shall we dine together at the cafeteria? FAAO inquired upon spotting Gufan and Fail emerging from within. A place like the cafeteria hardly suits my status. I have a reservation at Fengwei Tower. Whoever wishes to join me, I will treat, Gufan replied languidly. Before anyone could respond, Fail, trailing behind, exclaimed with excitement, I'm in. I am in. Wow, Fengwei Tower. That's the most renowned tavern in Reno City. Not only is the cuisine exquisite, but the entertainers there are said to be the most beautiful. Upon hearing the nature of the establishment, both FAAO and I shook our heads in unison. That place was hardly appropriate for individuals like us. Whoever wishes to come, follow me, Gufan stated, turning to descend the stairs as we expressed our reluctance. Brother, a familiar voice rang from behind. Turning around, I was surprised to see Faya, who had just exited the adjacent training ground and spotted us in the corridor. Hey, Xiaofeng is here too. Are you all going to eat? Come join us. Faya approached FAAO and chimed in, to which I smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, who is this beautiful girl? Hi there. I'm Fail. Let us be friends. Before departing, Fail immediately fixated on the approaching Faya. Wiping his hands on his clothes, which hadn't seen a wash in days, and extending a hand with a lecherous grin. With FAAO beside him, he clearly would not allow his sister to fall prey to such a rogue. He swiftly seized Fail's hand, gripping it firmly as he expressed his displeasure. Apologies, but my sister has no interest in making your acquaintance. He leaned in closer, whispering a veiled threat. If you dare cast your eyes on my sister, I will ensure you suffer immensely. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip, causing Fail to yelp in pain, eliciting incredulous stares from the other students in the corridor. I see. So you're FAAO's sister. I think I'll just join Gufan at Fengwei Tower, Fail stammered. Sensing the unusual gazes surrounding him, he chuckled awkwardly before hastily retreating down the stairs to follow Gufan. But haha. Brother, who was that? He was quite amusing, Faya remarked, watching Fail flee. However, upon noticing her brother's irate expression, she stuck out her pink tongue and fell silent. Following us to the cafeteria. Is your class also participating in the ranking tournament? I casually inquired during our walk. Yes. Oh, by the way, you haven't seen her yet, but our class has a prodigy in light magic. Although she is merely a novice mage, she can instantaneously cast third-tier spells. And even more impressively, she's just a little girl. I've even become good friends with her. It's a pity she didn't come out with me. Otherwise, I could have introduced her to you all. Oh, her name is Usher. Such a lovely name. Faya gushed with admiration. Usher. I came to an abrupt halt, lingering in place, murmuring the name as a fleeting image flashed through my mind. Amidst the clouds, a charming little girl squatted there, weeping, seemingly lost. Why is the little sister squatting here and crying? A tall and handsome youth suddenly appeared before the girl, gently inquiring. I can't find my way home. Could you please take me back? Big brother? The girl, ceasing her tears, looked up with a pleading gaze. The youth tenderly caressed her head and asked, What is your name? I don't have a name. My sister always calls me little girl, she replied. Forlorn. Then, shall I give you a name? Yes, yes, the girl exclaimed, rising with excitement. The youth gazed into the distance at the rain clouds and said to her, How about Usher? I hope you grow up to be as beautiful as a rainbow after the rain. Usher, the girl repeated the name. Then joyfully leaped. Wonderful, now Usher has a name. My sister will surely love it when she hears it. I'm glad you like it. Now, Usher, I must take you home. Observing the girl's cheerful demeanor, a faint smile graced the boy's stern face. What about you, big brother? What is your name? The girl curiously grasped the youth's hand. Me? I am Yui. You may call me Yo-Yu brother. As he spoke, the youth unfurled the two pairs of pure white wings from his back and soared into the distance. Xiaofeng brother, what are you thinking about? Faya asked, bewildered by my daze, awakened by her inquiry. I smiled awkwardly and replied, Nothing, just contemplating a few matters. Let's go. I'm starving. Though I claimed it was nothing, my heart was brimming with questions. Why did I recall such a peculiar scene? And who exactly is that girl's sister? Or am I merely dreaming? With such thoughts, a dull ache began to throb in my mind. Since I couldn't decipher it, I resolved to let it be. After all, everything would ultimately yield a conclusion. Upon reaching the cafeteria, I truly understood the hardships of fetching a meal during the morning rush at Fail. Standing at the entrance and observing the throngs inside, I began to regret not accompanying Gufan. However, regretting was futile now. Patting my now flat stomach, I decided to plunge into the fray. After all, being crushed was preferable to starving. Most of those dining here were commoners. The nobility would never stoop to contend for food among what they deemed plebeians. They would rather travel further to upscale restaurants to uphold their esteemed status. Acquiring a meal was no easy feat, though fortunately, with FAAO, the burly figure, clearing a path ahead, I managed to secure my lunch after a strenuous battle. After a simple meal, I exited the bustling cafeteria. This place was simply terrifying. If a weaker individual ventured in, they would either be crushed or trampled to death. The better fate would be to starve without even a meal. The school ought to consider expanding this minuscule dining hall. After lunch, noticing I still had time, I wandered around the campus. The greenery at Beijing Magic Academy was commendable, and the overall layout was quite meticulous. However, none of this piqued my interest. The library was the place that truly captivated me. Prior to my arrival, I had heard that the library at Beijing Magic Academy housed the most comprehensive collection of magical tomes on the entire continent, including those on dark magic. Yet, the books detailing dark magic, along with other forbidden magics, were sealed away in the library's basement. It was said that the Dark Bible, revered by dark mages as a treasure, was sealed there, naturally, as a forbidden zone of the academy. Robust security was indispensable. Many necromancers had attempted to infiltrate and steal the Dark Bible, but alas, they were buried underground and never emerged again. The divine kin, as the name suggests, were the favored kin of the gods. During the Divine War, the deities selected the most exceptional individuals from the human race and enhanced their bodies with divine power, granting them unique abilities known as bloodline divine source, which could be inherited through bloodlines. The kin on the light and shadow continent could be categorized into 8 types: wind, fire, water, earth, light, shadow, and space. These 7 kin naturally inherited the divine powers of the 7 elemental deities. However, the last kin was quite special. It was the only one of the dragon god on the light and shadow continent. The dragon family of the Jade Empire. The dragon family was the sole possessors of a divine source among the warriors of the Jade Empire, which solidified their unassailable status within the empire. Even now, as the royal power of the Jade Empire was wholly controlled by the martial emperor, the head of the dragon family, Long Juao, stood as the supreme general, his position within the army unmatched. In the arena, Juit, trapped by Yafudi, struggled to escape the cursed whirlpool, only to be horrified to find that the vortex seemed to possess a life of its own, moving with him. Casting a glance at the smug Yafudi nearby, Juit's eyes revealed a flicker of determination, as if he had made a critical decision. I hadn't intended to resort to this tactic so soon, but it seems I have no choice. Prepare yourself. With an icy demeanor, Juit began to chant a spell. Fiery elements of heat, heed the call of your believer. Grant me the flames of fire to incinerate all that defies the light and shadow pact. Fireball technique. A small fireball materialized in Juit's left hand. Observing Juit's refusal to concede, Yafudi unleashed her own fireball, her eyes reflecting disdain. Yet, Juit's magic was far from over, holding onto the fireball without releasing it. He continued chanting, "Free winds of freedom, heed the call of your believer. Permit me to harness the roar of the wind to shatter the shackles of confinement." Wind technique. Whirlwind. A small whirlwind appeared in Juit's right hand, rapidly spinning in the opposite direction of the water vortex below. What followed was a stunning spectacle. Juit brought his hands together, allowing the 2 different magics to interact, instead of a clash of elements. They fused seamlessly. The fireball remained at the center, while the whirlwind spiraled around it. Before the spectators could fully absorb the astonishing sight, Juit shouted, "Wind and fire, one source." He then crouched down, exerting all his strength to press down the fireball. If it were merely a fireball tossed into the water vortex, it would naturally be extinguished. However, with the rapidly rotating whirlwind surrounding it, the effect was drastically altered. The counter-rotating wind met the clockwise spinning water vortex, instantly halting its rotation, while Juit intensified the output of the fire element. Upon contact with the water, the fireball produced a resounding hiss, as the minute water instantly vaporized and vanished. In this formidable manner, Juit dismantled Yafudi's divine source, leaving her, the initiator of the divine source, to cry out in agony as she collapsed, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. "Is this your bloodline divine source?" the fallen Yafudi questioned. Begrudgingly. "No, I am merely a commoner. This is my self-created magic," he replied, devoid of expression. Before turning to exit the arena, Yafudi watched Juit's retreating figure with a glint of malice in her eyes. Thus, their battle concluded abruptly. Yet Juit's final strike left me profoundly shaken. Latio simultaneously cast 2 spells was an unprecedented feat. Aside from the immense mental fortitude required of the caster, The elemental conflict alone could easily rupture the caster's body. Upon witnessing his wind and fire, one source, I was struck with inspiration, realizing that since both elements were created by the light and shadow goddess, why couldn't they be summoned together? With this thought, I began to attempt to channel both the spatial and fire elements within my body concurrently. But to no avail, there was no response whatsoever. I raised my head to survey my surroundings and noticed that all my classmates wore expressions akin to mine, indicating they, too, had failed. The instructor, seated nearby and observing the match, was rendered speechless. The simultaneous execution of two spells was something he had never heard of since he began his magical training. It was simply too challenging. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable student had achieved the extraordinary, prompting the bow instructor to regard him as a genius. Overwhelmed with excitement, the bow instructor hastily pinned Juet's name on the list of students to be prioritized for training. If moments ago the students gazed at Ufudi with envy, now they looked at Juet with admiration. A reverence for strength, for his final strike had left an indelible impression. Without further ado, the instructor announced Juet as the victor of the first match and called Waya and Minjing to the stage for the second match. Upon hearing Minjing's name, the previous lecherous duo cast their eyes upon her, their gazes roaming over her nearly flawless figure, as if they intended to devour the delicate Minjing whole. And this Minjing was the short-haired girl I had seen in class that morning. With this realization, I sensed a pattern. Whether it was Juet, Ufudi, or now Waya, Minjing was the standout talent in our class. This suggested that the chief instructor had deliberately grouped them, implying he had already chosen candidates in his mind and was merely deciding whom to select. However, this seemed irrelevant to me. I was well aware that I lacked the capability to contend for the position of chief student. As the two stood in the arena, the match commenced. Both were mid-level fire mages. However, Waya was a magic warrior. Even if he couldn't employ martial techniques, his honed agility from training provided substantial assistance, ensuring the outcome of the match was hardly in suspense. In less than a moment, the victor was clear. Waya secured a decisive advantage through his speed and strength, rendering his victory unsurprising. In comparison, the remaining matches are far more tedious, to speak candidly. The duels of the lower-tier mages are truly lacking in excitement. They lack the incessant array of skills exhibited by their mid-tier counterparts, as well as the dazzling and awe-inspiring effects characteristic of high-tier magic. The match featuring Lung had a modicum of allure, but regrettably, his indifference allowed no opportunity for his opponent to stage a comeback, ending the battle with a single strike. By the end of the morning, 30 matches had concluded. At this pace, one could surmise that this banal contest would wrap up by the afternoon. Together with FAO, I exited the training grounds, preparing to head to the dining hall for lunch. Gufin. We ought to dine together at the cafeteria, FAO suggested, noticing Gufin and Feilu emerging from within. TCH, the cafeteria is hardly befitting of my status. I have made a reservation at Fengweilu. I shall treat anyone who joins me, Gufin languidly replied. Before anyone could respond, Feilu, who lingered at the back, exclaimed with excitement, I'll go. Wow, Fengweilu. That's the most renowned tavern in Ryunuo City. The cuisine is unparalleled, and the entertainers there are said to be exceptional beauties. Upon hearing this, both FAO and I shook our heads in unison. Such an establishment is hardly suitable for individuals of our standing. Whoever wishes to join me, do come along, Gufin stated, turning to descend the stairs when he realized our disinterest. Brother, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, I was taken aback to see FAO, who had just exited the adjacent training ground and spotted us in the corridor. Oh, Xiaofeng, you're here too. Are you all going for lunch? Come with us, FAO said. Approaching FAO. I smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, who is this lovely young lady? Hello, I'm Feilu, let us be friends. Feilu, who had not yet departed, immediately noticed FAO approaching and, wiping his hands on his possibly unwashed clothes, extended his hand with a lecherous grin. With FAO nearby, he would not allow his sister to fall prey to such a character. Quickly seizing Feilu's outstretched hand, he gripped it firmly and said with displeasure, Apologies. But my sister is not interested in making your acquaintance. Drawing closer, he whispered a threat. If you dare to lay your eyes on my sister, I will ensure your demise is excruciating. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip, causing Feilu to yelp in pain, drawing the attention of other students who gazed at him as if he were a curiosity. Haha. So she is FAO's sister. I think I'll join Gufin at Fengweilu instead, Feilu stammered, sensing the awkward stares around him, before hastily retreating down the stairs to follow Gufin. Brother, who was that amusing fellow? FAO remarked, watching Fei Lu's fleeing figure with a smile. However, upon witnessing her brother's irate expression, she stuck out her pink tongue and fell silent, following us toward the dining hall. Is your class also engaged in the ranking matches? I casually inquired as we walked. Indeed. Oh, by the way, you haven't seen her. Our class has a prodigy in light magic. Though merely a novice mage, she can instantaneously cast level 3 spells, and what's more remarkable is that she's just a young girl. I've even become good friends with her. It's a pity she didn't come out with me. Otherwise, I could have introduced her to you. Oh, her name is Usher. Such a lovely name. Fea spoke with admiration. Usher. I halted, momentarily entranced by the name. As a vivid image flashed through my mind, in the clouds, a charming little girl squatted, weeping as if lost. Little sister, why are you crying here? A handsome young man appeared before her, asking gently. I can't find my way home. Big brother, will you take me back? The girl pleaded, her tears subsiding as she looked up. The young man tenderly stroked her head and inquired, What is your name? I don't have a name. My sisters just call me girl, she replied dejectedly. Then may I give you a name? Yes. Yes, the girl exclaimed excitedly. The young man gazed at the distant rain clouds and said, How about Usher? I hope you grow up to be as beautiful as a rainbow after the rain. Usher, the girl repeated joyfully. Jumping up, wonderful. Now I have a name. My sisters will surely love it. I'm glad you like it. Now, Usher, I must take you home. Observing the girl's joyful expression, a faint smile broke across the boy's stern visage. What is your name? Big brother? The girl curiously asked, grasping his hand. Me, I am Yuyu. You may call me Yuyu brother, he replied, unfurling the 2 pairs of pure white wings from his back and soaring into the sky. Xiaofeng, what are you thinking about? Fea inquired, puzzled by my dazed expression. Startled from my reverie by her question, I sheepishly smiled and replied, Oh, nothing much, just lost in thought. Let us go. I'm famished. Though I verbally dismissed it. My mind was awash with questions. Why did I recall such a peculiar scene? And who was that girl's sister? Or was I merely dreaming? Contemplating this, a dull ache began to throb in my head. Since clarity eluded me, I decided to let it go. After all, every matter will eventually yield a resolution. Upon reaching the cafeteria, I truly grasped the hardships Fei Lu faced while fetching breakfast, watching the throngs of people inside. I began to regret not accompanying Gufen. However, regret was futile now. Patting my empty stomach, I resolved to plunge into the fray, for being crushed in the crowd was certainly preferable to starving. The majority of diners here are commoners. Nobles would never stoop to contend for food with those they would deem beneath them. They would rather traverse a greater distance to dine at a nearby upscale restaurant to uphold their esteemed status. Dining here is no easy feat, yet fortunately, with Fao, the burly figure, paving the way, we eventually secured our lunch after much struggle. After a simple meal, we exited the bustling cafeteria, a place I deemed utterly terrifying. A weaker individual entering could either be trampled or crushed to death. And if fortunate enough to escape, they might still go hungry. The academy should consider expanding this cramped dining hall. After lunch, noting that time was still ample, we wandered about the campus. Beijiao Magic Academy boasts commendable landscaping and a thoughtfully laid-out design. Yet these matters held little interest for me. The library was my true focus. Prior to my arrival, I had heard that Beijiao's library possessed the most comprehensive collection of magical texts on the continent, including those on dark magic. However, tomes documenting dark spells, along with other forbidden magic, are sealed away in the library's basement, where it is said the Dark Bible, revered by dark mages as a treasure, lies imprisoned. Naturally, such a sacred location necessitates robust defenses, as there have been numerous necromancers who sought to infiltrate and steal the Dark Bible, but alas, they were forever laid to rest underground. Chapter 34. Xiaofeng's Magic Society Part 1. After wandering for a while, feeling boredom set in, I decided to return to the teaching building with Fao and his sister. However, at the staircase's entrance, we were unexpectedly obstructed. Ah, Fao, my dear, I've been searching for you. Didn't we agree to have lunch together? Why did you leave first? Come with me tonight as compensation, will you? A boy of about 15 or 16, with a lascivious grin, intercepted Fao, who walked ahead. Recognizing his lavish attire, I discerned that this unsavory character was undoubtedly a noble. The presence of several henchmen behind him further confirmed my suspicions. Nobles' offspring, a horde of scoundrels wielding their family connections to bully others, often indulge in such despicable behavior. Step aside, Adwa. This is impossible. IVE made my position quite clear. Do not harass me again, Faya replied, visibly irritated. It was evident she recognized him, and from her expression, I could tell he was no virtuous character. When he reached out to grope her, Faya screamed and fled, hiding behind Fao as Faya's brother. Fao would never allow anyone to bully his sister, but he strode forward, confronting the noble known as Adwa. Do not lay a hand on my sister, Fao said coldly, staring down at the boy, who was a head shorter than him. Commoner, step aside. It is a privilege for your sister to attract my attention. Do not ruin my good fortune. Adwa sneered, unfazed by Fao's imposing stature. When Fao refused to budge, Adwa signaled his henchmen for junior mages who, instead of using magic, tackled Fao to the ground, pummeling him mercilessly. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment I first encountered Fao. Seeing his brother being beaten, Faya attempted to rush over and pull them apart, but Adwa seized her from behind, and her cries for help garnered no sympathy from onlookers. They seemed accustomed to such occurrences, perhaps viewing it as a commonplace phenomenon in contemporary society, where commoners are regarded as inferior and devoid of status, power, or dignity in the eyes of nobility. Fao lay on the ground, suffering their blows. While I harbored no intention of intervening, for he did not require assistance, the 4 attackers were no match for him, capable of being dispatched in an instant, yet he refrained from doing so. As deep within him lay an inherent cowardice, believing that nobility was sacred and inviolable. Fao must learn to resist. He needs to assert his dignity through strength. Shafong, you must save my brother, Fao implored. But I ignored her pleas, squatting before Fao instead, observing his expressionless face as I asked, what are you hesitating for? Or are you simply afraid? Is it solely because your adversary is a noble? At this moment, your sister is being humiliated, and you still ponder the issue of class systems. Pray tell, is that girl not your sister? In the end, I could no longer contain my emotions and became hysterical. I then stood up and leaned against the wall, for I had witnessed the fury in Fao's eyes, and that was enough. If he does not learn to resist, he will forever be scorned as a lowly peasant. Dignity is not bestowed by others but fought for by oneself. Fao, who lay on the ground, turned to gaze at the struggling Faya behind him, his eyes filled with rage directed at Yato, who clutched Faya tightly. Upon noticing Fao's gaze, Yato approached, lifting Faya and delivering a brutal kick to Fao's face. Cursing, damn it, you lowly scum dare to look at me like that. With a spitting sound, he expectorated towards Fao. Silence, silence, do not erupt in silence, for in silence, one perishes. A person's endurance has its limits. Do not attempt to challenge another's threshold. For the concentrated fury that has long been repressed can result in terrifying consequences. At this juncture, Fao was indeed in such a state, watching helplessly as his sister was subjected to humiliation, a torment for him. Between cowardice and resistance, he chose the latter. Yes, Fao erupted. For the first time under the yoke of nobility, he stood tall, without resorting to his most adept magic. His robust physique allowed him to disregard the suppression of 4 mages. He discarded his magical robe and hurled his staff aside, delivering a powerful punch to the face of the diminutive mage before him, and then hoisting him high above his head. Bellowing as he slammed him against the wall, without a moment's pause, he executed a side kick to the abdomen of the mage on his left, causing the man to emit a muffled groan and collapse. The remaining 2 mages, witnessing their companion's fate, retreated in fear, not daring to advance. Fao ignored these minions and strode purposefully toward the staircase where Yato stood. Yato, upon seeing Fao rise, instantly released his 2 subordinates, now filled with dread as Fao approached him with palpable fury. Fao, what do you intend to do? The assembly has decreed that commoners are forbidden from attacking nobles. Do you wish to rebel? Yato was absolutely convinced that the current Fao would not hesitate to kill him, so he attempted to dissuade him with legal threats. Alas, Fao, in his state of fury, paid no heed. Realizing his warnings were futile, Yato understood he had overstepped today. He could not fathom why the usually timid and cowardly peasant would suddenly rebel. With no time to ponder further, Yato hastily released Fao from his grasp, retrieving a specially enchanted staff from his spatial pouch, preparing to chant the most powerful attack spell he could conjure. Unfortunately, Fao would never grant him such an opportunity. Before Yato could complete his incantation, Fao charged in, seizing the staff and, with great force, snapped the expensive artifact in two. Aware of the impending danger, Yato realized that if he did not flee now, he would either die or be maimed. He grasped the staircase railing and turned to escape upstairs, but it was too late. FAO was already upon him. With a swift motion, FAO seized Yato by the collar and slammed him to the ground. Please, don't kill me. I swear I won't dare again. Faced with the hopelessness of escape, Yato began to grovel before FAO. The onlookers, a mix of commoners who had suffered at the hands of nobles and several nobles themselves, shouted with fervor, beat him, hit him hard. For them, the struggle between two individuals resembled a mere spectacle of beast fighting, offering a vicarious thrill to soothe their increasingly hollow souls, seemingly deaf to Yato's pleas. FAO mounted him, unleashing his formidable fists upon Yato's face. Damn you, noble scum. Die. Just die. He bellowed, cursing as he struck. When a person truly unleashes their wrath, it is indeed terrifying, I thought as I observed FAO's performance. It appears that some students are engaged in a fight. Should we not intervene? A newly appointed young instructor inquired of the elderly mentor seated beside him. Sipping tea. Oh, a fight? The academy has no regulations against students brawling. Besides, you must understand that the oppression of commoners by nobles is a commonplace occurrence. Best not to meddle, as you never know which influential young lord you might provoke. We surely cannot afford such trouble. Alas, such is the state of the world today. The old mentor sighed meaningfully, returning to his magical tome. Had he known that the one being beaten was not a commoner, but a noble, his reaction would have been quite different. After a few strikes, Yato's face was already a bloody pulp, unable to articulate a single word, reduced to groaning in agony on the ground. The two thugs, witnessing their leader's defeat, were terrified and attempted to flee, but I used spatial magic to intercept them that I could not allow them to summon reinforcements, as that would pose significant complications. FAO rose from the battered Yato, still seething with rage, and delivered 2 more kicks to his chest. Enough, brother. If you hit him any further, he might die. The kind-hearted FAO, unable to bear the gruesome scene before her, urged her brother with a hint of terror. From my corner, I observed FAO's actions and increasingly felt that this fellow was more suited for martial training. A lack of aptitude in magic did not imply a deficiency in combat skills. An idea sparked in my mind, to impart the 7 swords of heavenly gang to FAO. As his anger subsided, FAO retreated to the steps, panting heavily. I understood he needed time to regain his composure. FAO approached, taking her brother's hand and whispering something softly. He had vented his anger, but it was now my responsibility to deal with the aftermath. With a resigned sigh, I stood up from my corner and teleported to Yato's side. Squatting down, I gazed at him, somewhat absent-mindedly, and said, You must harbor considerable resentment right now. What do you plan to do when you return? Call for help to annihilate us. I advise you against such actions. As I spoke, I purposefully revealed a finely crafted token inscribed with Mujia of the royal capital, a gift from my uncle. This token symbolizes the Mujia family, a lineage only directly descended heirs may possess. Ah, you are from the Mujia. Yato exclaimed in shock, only for his words to be silenced by my glare. Promise me you'll keep this a secret, or you know the consequences, I whispered menacingly. Yato was merely a fallen noble of Ryunuo City. His family lacking significant power within the Orlan Empire, he could not afford to provoke the Mujia family. Resigned to his fate, he bowed his head, and I knew my intimidation had taken effect. The Mujia family status in the Orlan Empire was not to be taken lightly. Although they had fallen, a dead camel is still larger than a horse, and the Mujia had not yet sunk to such depths. As for the onlookers, I held no concern that these indifferent and self-serving individuals would report the incident. After all, inviting trouble upon oneself is hardly wise, nor could I ensure their silence. I discreetly assessed Yato's injuries. Most were superficial, indicating that even with FAO's restraint, he could have broken a few bones. However, this was not the case, suggesting FAO had not fully committed to his brutality. Mercy toward one's opponent is cruelty to oneself. A lesson FAO had yet to grasp that I would wager that Yato would return, for he had not yet developed a genuine fear of FAO. That primal terror. As the brawl concluded, the crowd of onlookers began to disperse, and FAO gradually regained his composure. To my astonishment, the first words out of his mouth were, "That felt amazing." I nearly fainted, however. Upon reflection, it was indeed his first experience of stepping upon the hallowed ground of the untouchable nobility. Such a sensation could only be described as amazing. The afternoon's matches were even more tedious than those of the morning, and I was assigned to the 44th match. Such an unfortunate number. As expected, I emerged victorious, albeit narrowly. Yato, upon learning of my connection to the Mujia family, refrained from retaliating. Yet I did not believe the matter concluded. Some individuals are like venomous snakes lurking in the grass beneath your feet, ready to strike when you least expect it. Finally, the dreary matches came to an end, and the instructor announced the names of the top 3 competitors. As I had surmised, the instructor had long had a candidate for the position of chief student in mind. Jewett was unanimously chosen, with Yafity taking the 2nd place, and the final spot narrowly claimed by Waya, who triumphed over Minjing. The remaining rankings were of little consequence. After school, I neither returned to the dormitory nor strolled about the campus. Instead, I accompanied FAO to the library, a place that piqued my interest immensely. Within its 5 floors lay over 1 million volumes, encompassing nearly every magical tome and historical record known to exist, making the library a microcosm of millennia of history. However, not all secrets were accessible to everyone. The library consists of 7 levels, 5 above ground and 2 below. The hidden secrets remain sealed beneath, where it is said the first subterranean level houses powerful forbidden spells long since lost to time. Alongside forgotten arcane arts, the 2nd underground level is said to contain dark tomes and the Dark Bible, yet these tales are merely legends. As access to such places is not granted lightly, I browsed through the sea of introductory tomes on the 1st floor, selecting a few basic texts, before settling down in the reading area to delve into them. My primary focus would be on wind magic. After all, I carry the blood of the Mujia family within me, and the significance of the wind divine source cannot be overlooked. Just as I immersed myself in the nuances of magic, a figure burst through the door, calling out FAO's name, only to be met with a stern reprimand from the librarian. The newcomer appeared to be a junior mage, likely a commoner, and seemed quite anxious. I wondered what predicament had arisen. What has happened to Dondi? Why are you in such a panic? Fail, clearly acquainted with the individual, inquired with a puzzled expression as the boy rushed towards him, visibly distressed. The lad referred to as Dondi gasped for breath, arriving at Fail's side, exclaiming in alarm, Adar has been attacked by someone in the woods by the playground. You must go and see. What? Take me there at once. Fail appeared taken aback by the revelation, and I surmised their relationship was quite significant. He then turned to me and said, Boss, I have to leave for a moment. I'll see you in the dormitory shortly. With that, he prepared to depart. Upon hearing this, I realized it was yet another instance of nobles bullying commoners, and a sudden urge to intervene arose within me. I resolved to follow them and witness the situation for myself. Chapter 35, The Xiaofeng Magic Guild, Part 2. Dondi, Adar, and Fail hailed from the same place and had known each other since childhood, sharing a strong bond. After school, with nowhere to go, they decided to take a stroll on the playground. However, they never anticipated encountering Ryder in the small grove. Ryder was a student of the intermediate magic department, and, though a commoner himself, was even more despicable than the nobles. He often bullied and extorted the junior magic students. Leveraging his status as a senior magician, Ryder threatened Dondi and Adar with force, demanding they relinquish their money. After surrendering all his funds, Dondi was kicked aside and released, yet the stubborn Adar refused to comply, resulting in Ryder dragging him into the woods for a brutal beating. When Dondi witnessed his companion being assaulted, his first thought was to seek Fail for assistance, leading to the scene in the library. As we walked, I listened intently to Dandy's account. It was no rare occurrence for commoners to be bullied. In fact, it was quite commonplace, particularly among the junior magic students. The root of the issue lay in the disparity of power and status, compounded by their inherent weakness and lack of organization, making them easy targets for humiliation. A thought suddenly flickered in my mind. Why not unite them? It was indeed a brilliant idea. By the time we reached the grove, Ryder had long since vanished, leaving behind Adar, battered and bruised, lying on the ground. It seemed that Adar had not yielded to Ryder in the end, and I couldn't help but admire him for his resilience. Seeing him unconscious, Fail swiftly picked him up and carried him to the infirmary, leaving Dondi to tend to his friend. Once outside the ward, Fail punched the wall with great force, expressing his fury. Ryder, I will remember this grudge. I approached him from behind, placing a hand on his shoulder without uttering a word, and took a seat beside him. I understood that my good brother was undoubtedly hurting after witnessing his friend being beaten. Before long, Fail regained his composure and calmly asked, Boss, do you have any plans? I know that with my current strength, seeking revenge on Ryder would only bring humiliation upon myself. I nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing his composure, calmness, and prudence, his inquiry prompted me to recall my earlier thought, and a concept began to take shape in my mind. How many commoner friends do you have at Belgar Magic Academy? I countered. Instead of directly answering him, Faye looked puzzled by my question but pondered for a moment before responding. About 20 or so. You know that children from poor families are never short of friends. And I can assure you they are trustworthy. What are you planning, boss? To establish a guild of magicians, I replied matter-of-factly. What? Faye exclaimed, rising in astonishment, only to soon become excited before ultimately settling into disappointment. It's nearly impossible for commoners to form a magician's guild. Even disregarding the interference from nobles, we lack sufficient funds. Faye resumed his seat, disheartened. Heh, I chuckled softly, brimming with confidence. You need not worry about that. For now, all I require from you is to enlist members. I will handle the rest. Is that truly feasible? Faye still seemed skeptical. As you have witnessed, the daily occurrences of nobles bullying commoners within this academy are unrelenting. We must unite to amass enough strength to defend our dignity, don't you think? After a pause, I continued, trust me, we can succeed. This morning, you learned to resist, did you not? What is so remarkable about the nobles? They are merely a group of idle parasites. If you wish to alter the hierarchy, you must first learn to fight back. By the end, I inexplicably added, to change the class system, are you suggesting we rebel? Faye inquired, alarmed. I neither confirmed nor denied it, merely responding vaguely, who knows what the future holds? I gazed at the ceiling, a hint of confusion in my eyes. Boss, whatever you decide to do in the future, I will support you, even if I were to become a dark magician. Upon hearing his fervent declaration, I found myself asking this question without understanding why. Faye lowered his head in contemplation before raising it to meet my gaze, responding resolutely. As long as you remain unchanged, I will follow you into darkness. Good brother, I exclaimed with excitement, standing to embrace Faye. The profound bond of brotherhood deeply moving me at that moment. Now, go and tally the number of recruits. Remember to write down their detailed information and hand it to me. I shall see you in the dormitory. After parting ways, Faye nodded in agreement and departed. As I watched him leave, I suddenly remembered something I had forgotten to mention, calling out to his retreating figure, Faye, I will teach you martial skills when you have time. What? Faye turned to ask. But I did not respond, and he vanished through the door. To establish a magician's guild, securing initial funding was paramount, and it was evident that my meager savings would not suffice. Therefore, I needed to gather resources first. Additionally, attracting skilled individuals to the guild was crucial, as a guild composed solely of junior magicians would have limited potential. When it came to finances, the first person who came to mind was the flamboyant Fan. That fellow was extraordinarily wealthy. And as long as I could discover his weakness, I had no doubt he would assist. Observing the setting sun, I assumed he would soon return from his escapades, so I headed towards the dormitory. However, instead of encountering Fan, I came across Judicator, who was preparing to go out with his magic staff. Isn't this a magic expert? As I brushed past him, a sudden thought struck me, causing me to swiftly turn around and call out to him. I am planning to establish a magician's guild and would like to invite you to join. I expressed my invitation earnestly. Yet this fellow didn't even turn his head, casually responding, not interested, before continuing on his way. There I stood, at a loss for words. Since he was unwilling to join, I let it go, though I felt it was a pity. My primary task now was to locate Fan, who could know where he was now indulging in his vices. Time was not on my side, so I left the dormitory to wander the academy, hoping to spot him in a corner, perhaps luring underage girls. Instead of finding Fan, I unexpectedly encountered Faye Lu, the lecherous little thief, at the school gate. Xiaofeng, are you looking for Fan? I can sell you his whereabouts. It'll cost you 50 silver coins to learn where he is, and an extra 10 silver coins if you want me to take you there. Well, I can offer a discount for long-term services. What do you say? Faye Lu's first words upon seeing me left me astonished at his information network. I was skeptical about how he knew I was searching for Fan, but his actions felt somewhat traitorous to a friend that I shot him a disdainful glance and turned to leave. Hey, boss Xiaofeng, why are you leaving? How about a better deal? Faye Lu persisted, trailing behind me. It seems my magician's guild is still in need of an intelligence team. Observing Faye Lu buzzing around me like a fly, I suddenly had an epiphany. I smiled slyly at him, causing his skin to crawl. What do you want? My sexual orientation is perfectly normal, Faye Lu stammered. His response nearly made me retch. This guy could draw such conclusions. Truly a pervert. I had no such filthy intentions, and seeing that the guild required an intelligence team, this intelligence asset before me would be a waste to overlook. With this in mind, I enticingly proposed, would you like to earn some money? A substantial amount. Of course, I want it. Unfortunately, my information doesn't sell well at the Magic Academy. It's quite frustrating. Boss, feel free to ask for any intel you need, even if you want to know the color of our wind magic instructor Ika's underwear. I can get it for you, Fei Lu said earnestly, patting his chest. Damn, this guy really is something else, I muttered, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. What? Oh, nothing, that I was merely saying that I intend to form a magician's guild and would like you to manage the intelligence team. Of course, the compensation will be generous. As I noticed his expression darkening, I quickly shifted the subject. Haha, as expected of someone from the Mu family, you approach tasks in an extraordinary manner, Boss Xiaofeng. Are you aiming for supremacy over the entire academy? Quite ambitious. After careful consideration, and in light of your reputation, I reluctantly agree to your request. We're all out here hustling. It's not easy for anyone. His demeanor made it seem as if I were begging him desperately. However, I decided to let it go since he had agreed, and together we walked towards the dormitory. I wondered if Fail had returned and how many recruits he had managed to gather. It felt oddly reminiscent of bandits and mountain thieves. Upon returning to the dormitory, I indeed found Fail back, and to my surprise, all our roommates were present. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as the sky outside had gradually darkened, and the academy had strict regulations against being out at night. Boss, I have compiled the list of recruits. In total, there are. As I stepped inside, Fao eagerly rushed to present his accomplishments, but I halted him with a mere gesture, for there were outsiders present, specifically individuals who were not yet confirmed members of the Mage Guild. After all, one must always exercise caution against potential threats. Since everyone was gathered, it spared me the trouble of searching for each person individually. Once everyone had settled, I approached the entrance, closed the door, and stood in silence for a moment before speaking. I wish to establish a Mage Guild, and I wonder if any of you might be interested. Of course, there will be compensation involved. Fao and Fei Lu have already decided to join, and I sincerely hope that all of you will consider participating, though I must respect your personal choices. With that, my gaze turned to the closest individual, Judicator, who coldly shook his head in refusal. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, I shifted my attention to the left, where we is Saturday. He pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. My heart finally eased. If even Wuya declined, my Mage Guild would lack skilled members. Therefore, his participation mattered greatly to me, and I was relieved that he ultimately agreed. Next came the most significant figure, the financial backbone of the Mage Guild, the dashing playboy goof fan. Don't look at me with those eyes. I have no interest in your Mage Guild. If there are beautiful female mages joining, I might reconsider, he stated disinterestedly as I turned my gaze toward him. I had anticipated such a response from this fellow. Being from a merchant family, I knew he wouldn't shy away from involvement. For such a profit-driven businessman, money was undoubtedly the greatest temptation. I feigned disappointment and said with a face full of regret, Alas, I had intended for you to oversee the finances, but it seems you are uninterested. I shall seek someone else. Are you serious? Hey, don't bother looking for anyone else, boss. I'm unmatched in financial management, he replied, suddenly enthusiastic. Wow, that was a quick turnaround. Now you're calling me boss, I remarked, observing the gleam in his eyes. Suddenly feeling a pang of regret. He won't pull a fast one, will he? I worried. My gaze finally landed on you, and I had never considered bringing him on board, as the primary purpose of forming this Mage Guild was to protect the common folk from the nobility. I doubted that you, being a noble himself, would willingly forsake his status to join us. As for Lang, there was no need to inquire. He was merely a servant, just as I was about to proceed with my plans. You unexpectedly said, Can we speak privately, Xiaofeng? I cast a puzzled glance at you as he stood, but I didn't inquire further and followed him to the balcony. I'm glad you took the first step, you remarked, gazing at the last remnants of sunlight in the west with a hint of joy. Thank you, I replied, uncertain of his intentions and waiting for him to continue. Do you know, I am the most pitiable person in this world. Cursed by fate, a mere puppet to others. In truth, I envy you, truly, because you possess a pair of magnificent wings that allow you to soar freely in the vast blue sky. That is the freedom I have longed for in my dreams. Yet I am destined to never attain it. Organize your Mage Guild well. I will always support you and assist you to the best of my ability until I turn 16. If possible, I hope that one day you can lead the common folk to overthrow this wretched social system, even if it means we will become enemies. Listening to Yu's sorrowful tone stirred a wave of empathy within me. My intuition told me that his identity was anything but ordinary. Though I did not fully comprehend why he spoke such words, I firmly replied, "If that day ever comes, I will personally end your life." With that, I departed. The last flicker of twilight was swallowed by darkness, and you smiled. A smile brimming with myriad emotions. He then murmured, "I believe you can achieve it. Best of luck, Judge." Chapter 36. The Eve of the Dark War. FAAO. Report your findings, I commanded as I led a group of individuals to the rooftop. The dormitory rooftop was largely unoccupied and rather secluded, making it an ideal temporary meeting venue. Upon hearing my inquiry, FAAO produced several sheets of paper and said, "A total of 12 individuals are willing to join. I have detailed information here." He extended the papers towards me, but I refrained from taking them. There were several crucial matters I needed to establish first. As for the organizational structure and personnel distribution of our mage guild, I propose we temporarily divide into 3 groups. The intelligence group, led by Fei Lu, will be responsible for gathering intelligence. The judgment group, headed by Gu Fan, will consolidate information and devise specific implementation plans. And finally, the execution group, led by Wu Ya, will handle concrete actions. The mission of our mage guild is to protect the common folk from the nobility. As for our funding sources, they will, of course, come from the nobility. The majority will be distributed to the poor, with the remainder allocated for my expenses, which Gu Fan will manage. I wonder if anyone has any objections to my proposal. Having succinctly articulated my thoughts, I leaned against the rooftop railing and observed their reactions. Sounds good. Haha, I absolutely support this. Gu Fan was the first to express approval upon hearing that I had entrusted him with financial authority, and the others nodded in agreement. Noticing no dissent, I continued, "I shall serve as the guild leader, with FAAO as the provisional vice leader, given that he recruited the 12 members, making it easier for coordination. Regarding the name of the guild, I leave that to your discretion. FAAO possesses detailed information on the members. You may select whom you wish. I shall give you 1 week. Regardless of your training methods, I expect to see results in 7 days. Now, you may discuss the specifics among yourselves. I will take my leave." With that, I teleported away. TCH, what S with the grandstanding? What ability does he possess to be our leader? Gu Fan grumbled after I left. What ability? Don't underestimate our guild leader. He can make you truly understand what it means to play the pig to eat the tiger. Does anyone want to know his true identity? I can reveal it for free, he added. The crowd fell silent, but directed curious glances at him, clearly eager to learn more. Cough, cough. Fela cleared his throat and divulged all the information he had on me. The expressions on their faces shifted to shock, as none had anticipated that an inconspicuous junior mage would be a member of the Mu family from the royal capital. With no further words, the 3 of them obediently took the materials from FAAO and began selecting candidates. It seemed that my decision to have Feilu reveal my background was indeed prudent. I had foreseen some resistance, and this would serve to temporarily suppress it. That I needed to find a time to demonstrate my capabilities as well. The identity of a Mu family member truly comes in handy. I mused cynically while hidden in the shadows. Wishing to avoid revealing my lineage, I still harbored lingering resentment over my father's disownment. Choosing not to eavesdrop any longer, I teleported away and returned to my dormitory to enter deep contemplation. I had not dedicated much time to training recently, resulting in minimal progress in both magic and martial arts. I merely felt a greater purity within. The next day, awakening from my meditation, I found the sky outside still shrouded in a hazy dawn. Upon stepping out of the dormitory, I involuntarily shivered. Unlike magic, the early morning was the optimal time for martial arts training, with few people about in the morning. I sought a secluded spot to meditate, my gaze landing on the rooftop of the main teaching building. It was not only unoccupied but also the highest point in the entire Laino city, making it a splendid choice to enjoy the breeze and the view. With that thought in mind, I made my way toward the main teaching building. However, upon reaching the rooftop, I was taken aback to find someone already sitting there, someone I recognized. Yuro. What are you doing here? Indeed, it was Yuro, seated on the edge of the rooftop, hugging her knees as she gazed into the distant sky. The cool autumn breeze lifted her long hair, adding an air of melancholy that starkly contrasted with the cheerfulness I had first encountered in her. In that moment, she resembled a lost and helpless little girl, evoking feelings of compassion. Suddenly, upon hearing my voice, Yuro jolted slightly, clearly surprised by my presence. Without turning, she recognized me from the sound of my voice. "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to come up to watch the sunrise," she replied thoughtfully. Yuro's figure was bathed in the soft glow of the morning light, and as I looked at her graceful silhouette, I found myself captivated. I felt a stirring within me, as if something had been awakened. sending warmth coursing through my body. I approached and sat beside her. Why did you come here? She inquired curiously, withdrawing her gaze. Hee, I came to watch the sunrise too. I awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, attempting to change the subject. The sky is beautiful, I assent it. Indeed, the sky is beautiful that we are quite similar. Aren't we? Eh? I was somewhat puzzled by her statement. What I mean is our personalities. I see the same melancholy in your eyes as I have within myself. It's quite strange, I assent it. Hee, I've been this way since childhood. My nature has always been sentimental and overly emotional. I cry easily and dream often. Yet, I am also stubborn, unwilling to let others see my vulnerable side. Thus, I always put on a facade of cheerfulness in front of others. And you? I find you exceptionally unique, standing silently among the crowd, looking up at the sky, your eyes filled with endless sorrow. Exuding an air of mystery, your distinct aura inevitably draws many around you, as you silently portray your sadness, am I right? Uro gazed at me, her voice laced with sorrow as her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. I was about to say something, but Uro's outstretched finger interrupted me as she wiped away the glistening tears from her eyes, forcing a bittersweet smile. Can you keep this a secret for me? I do not wish for others to know my vulnerability. This shall be our little secret, and your silence shall be your agreement. I must take my leave now, until we meet again. Without granting me the opportunity to speak, the delicate figure of Uro vanished from the rooftop. Do you feel loneliness as well? As I gazed at her disappearing silhouette, an overwhelming sense of loss washed over me, as if something within me had departed alongside her. The air still lingered with her faint, sweet fragrance, and the image of Shui Wu unexpectedly danced in my mind, though the reason eluded me. I didn't descend to dine, remaining seated until class began. Upon entering the classroom, the first action I took was to pull Fei Lu away from the throng of girls. Boss, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm entertaining my little sister? You mustn't ruin my little brother's blissful future. Fei Lu expressed his displeasure at my intervention while he was engaged in light-hearted banter with the female students. Help me look into someone. Ignoring his sulky expression, I stated directly, Oh, who is the boss inquiring about? Hee, have you taken a liking to some girl? Fei Lu leered mischievously. Damn, this guy's guess was surprisingly accurate. You have half a day. Investigate the advanced mage department. Specifically the last-ranked student, Uro. I want her detailed information. Uro, could it be our academy's enchanting sorceress, Uro? Ha. No wonder you're the boss. Your taste is extraordinary. Leave this to me. I'll ensure the task is accomplished. With that, he made a comical gesture and dashed out the door, provoking a chorus of laughter from the entire class. When I received the thick dossier after the first class, I truly grasped the extent of this fellow's capabilities. I began to suspect he might be a prodigy of the prophecy division. However, upon hearing him mention his family background, I understood. He was the son of the president of the Thief Guild in the Mela Duchy. It wasn't surprising that Fei Lu had such extensive information. The headquarters of the Thief Guild was situated in the Mela Duchy, but their informants spanned the entire continent of light and shadow. In the Thief Guild, there are no secrets you cannot uncover, nor information you cannot procure. This is a true reflection of the Thief Guild. There are indeed very few things that the guild cannot glean in this world. As the future president of the Thief Guild, Fei Lu is not to be underestimated. Given the guild's power, I firmly believe that there are spies among the mentors of Beijia Magic Academy. No longer dwelling on this, I earnestly examined the information in my hands. After perusing the several pages, I gained a profound understanding of Uro. Uro, 15 years of age, hails from a family of merchants, and has an older brother who also studies at Beijia Magic Academy. The two siblings are both prodigies among magic apprentices, with her brother Yutian currently holding the title of chief student in the advanced mage department. In this dossier, I also encountered the most unwelcome words. Dolores, Uro's boyfriend. Not only is he a noble of significant standing in the royal capital, but he is also the second-ranked student in the advanced mage department. Having pursued Uro for 2 years before finally winning her favor. Upon reading this, I furiously incinerated the document with a small fireball, my heart inexplicably aching. Muyu Xiaofeng, what are you doing? This is class. Step outside for punishment. In my moment of agitation, I had forgotten that class was still in session, and to make matters worse, this was the Earth Magic Mentor's class, a stubborn and rigid old man. With a resigned sigh, I stepped outside to stand in punishment. Standing there, I inwardly questioned what was happening to me. After much contemplation, I could only arrive at one conclusion, although reluctant to accept it. I had truly developed feelings for Uro. Even though we had only met a few times, even though she already had a boyfriend, and even though I knew she could never harbor feelings for me. Loving someone is without reason and beyond one's control. As for Xuewu, I had always regarded her as a younger sister. Perhaps in a couple of years, I would fade from her memory to the point of being forgotten. The subsequent days unfolded in monotonous repetition. I drifted between the classroom, library, and dormitory. Life, though dull, was not tedious, for I had completely immersed myself in the joy of practicing magic that I in just 1 week. I mastered magic from all schools, excluding dark magic. Of course, that my proficiency in wind magic particularly astonished Mentor Ik, as I progressed from a novice to a mid-level apprentice in merely 7 days. This rapid advancement led Mentor Ik to praise me as a genius, and my name was subsequently placed on the list of students to be closely monitored. They might not grasp why I exhibited such remarkable talent in wind magic, but I was acutely aware that it stemmed from the divine source of the Mu family within me. It seemed I was not far from awakening the wind divine source, and I was eager to discover its true nature. A week later, on a Friday afternoon, instead of heading to the library as usual, I summoned FAAO and several others to the rooftop of the dormitory. It was time to assess the fruits of their training. I did not want my magic group to consist solely of novices, even if my own magical prowess was not particularly impressive. All right, the 7-day deadline has expired. I'm curious about the results of your training. I don't wish to hear reports. I only want to see the outcomes. Tonight, we commence our first operation since forming the group, targeting the mid-level mage, Lade. Now, you may go and prepare while FAAO stays behind. I issued my first command without waiting for their progress reports, as practical results are far more telling than verbal accounts. Upon hearing that we would be targeting Lade, FAAO cast a grateful glance my way, and in return, I smiled, saying nothing. Everything was understood without words. Upon learning of the impending operation that evening, the expressions of the others varied. Fela smirked slyly, while Wu Ya's face betrayed no emotion. Yet, I could tell from his tightly gripped wand that he was more excited than the others, as he would lead the decisive group in the actual battle. After everyone had left, I learned from FAAO that the magic group was named Xiao Feng Magic Group, a decision unanimously agreed upon. Hearing this, I felt an impulse to weep. If the group faced oppression in the future, I would undoubtedly be seen as the scapegoat. There was little I could do, for the group's name was tied to mine. There was no escaping it. The personnel distribution of the group was as follows. Information team. For members, judgment team. 2 members, decisive team. 6 members, including 2 who were lower-tier mid-level mages. It seemed I would not need to intervene in tonight's operation. If the 3 mid-level mages could not handle a single high-level mage, then we might as well return home to farm. Nevertheless, it was essential to assist them in case of emergencies. I recalled a spatial array I had just learned yesterday, a cruel smile creeping across my lips. Additionally, Kong Fan had evidently become the group's chief strategist, orchestrating nearly all affairs, including drafting the group's regulations. I had no desire to lead this magic group. I believed it would be better for them to manage themselves. After all, if one were to tally it up, I could be considered a noble. Though only a few knew of this fact, if my identity were revealed in the future, it might lead the group members to suspect ulterior motives. Thus, I initially refrained from intervening in the group's management, ensuring that even if my identity were exposed, the group would not undergo significant upheaval. Moreover, I truly yearned for freedom. I did not wish to be burdened by the position of leader. Holding a mere title while remaining detached was the way to enjoy life. Motioning for FAAO to prepare, I stood alone on the rooftop, gazing down at the bustling crowds below, an air of authority emanating from me. In the setting sun, my silhouette seemed to reveal 6 wings slowly unfurling, though no one bore witness to this sight. Quietly, I awaited the arrival of night. Chapter 37, Judgment and Decisiveness. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth once more, awakening malevolence that reveled in the shadows. People often say that light dispels darkness. However, after dusk, how is it not darkness that consumes the light? The mysterious organization of Judgment and Decisiveness initially garnered little attention. But years later, when their judgment scrolls and decrees appeared in the mansions of nobility and even the Prime Minister's residence in the Orlan Empire, people truly recognized the terror of this organization. Soul adjudicators became the term used to refer to members of this organization, tasked with judging all worldly evils and determining the fate of corrupted souls. That evening, Lade, having just exited a tavern, glanced at the darkening sky, intending to return to school. The money he had extorted from the commoners had just been spent. And he walked while scheming to extort once more that night. In his mind, he had already begun to view those timid commoners as a source of easy wealth, albeit a meager one. As for the nobles, he dared not touch them. They were the epitome of those who prey upon the weak while fearing the strong. Turning from the main road into a narrow alley, Lade sought a shortcut, unaware that this dimly lit passage would mark the beginning of his nightmare. Upon entering the alley, Lade sensed a magical disturbance emanating from a distant corner, seemingly of earth magic. His typically cautious nature prevented him from hastily attacking in that direction. Instead, he focused intently, preparing for any eventuality. Having been so brazen in school yet remaining unharmed suggested he possessed some ability. But it was also a testament to his careful disposition. Lade fixed his gaze on the shadowy corner, where a figure emerged from the wall, cloaked entirely in a red robe, appearing strikingly out of place against the darkness. "Who are you?" Lade questioned first. The figure offered no response, merely withdrawing a card from within their robes and tossing it towards Lade. Lade caught it, and in the dim light, he discerned the card's appearance. It was black and white, with the front displaying a white background and red text detailing Lade's past transgressions, some of which he had even forgotten, yet they were recorded with chilling clarity. The reverse side was black with red text, bearing the ominous words, "Judgment Scroll," causing Lade's heart to tighten. Enveloped in an unsettling premonition, the card was grasped. The raspy voice of a figure echoed. "The judgment has been rendered. The condemned, Ryder, I declare in the name of the Judicator, that you shall suffer the punishment of losing your left arm." Startled, Ryder lifted his gaze from the card, only to find the corner of the room devoid of the man's presence. His eyes fell back upon the card, which was suddenly engulfed in flames from a small fireball. Ryder. The individual had not exuded a formidable magical aura, leading him to dismiss the encounter as mere intimidation. Confident in his own abilities, he shrugged off the incident with a contemptuous smile and continued his journey towards the academy. Ryder's misfortune was inescapable, for since the issuance of the first judgment, no one had ever evaded the decree of fate. 3 days. No one had survived to see the dawn of the 4th day after receiving a judgment. How unfortunate that I have to take the wind magic assessment tomorrow. Leah, what should I do? I am utterly clueless about wind magic. If only I could perform as well as you do, lamented a girl named Dilly as she walked through the grove on the academy grounds with her companion. Don't fret, Dilly, if you don't succeed this time, there will be another opportunity. As long as you study diligently, you will surely pass, reassured her friend, a girl of striking beauty. Just then, a shadow loomed before them, blocking their path. "Hand over your money, or you will regret it," the figure threatened. The sudden appearance of the assailant startled the two girls. Dilly, about to scream in terror at the robbery, was abruptly silenced by a powerful wind blade striking her abdomen, causing her to collapse with a muffled groan. Leah stepped protectively in front of her friend, fury emanating from her. "Fine, we will give you the money, but you must let us go," Leah insisted, realizing her adversary was a high-level mage. Knowing her own status as a novice mage rendered her unable to win, she wisely chose to compromise. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, Ryder beheld Leah's delicate features, and his gaze lingered with lascivious intent. Feeling uneasy under his scrutinizing eyes, Leah asked nervously, "What do you want?" "Well, I've changed my mind. I not only want your money, but also your body. If you do not comply, I cannot guarantee your friend's safety," Ryder threatened. "You." Leah glared at Ryder, her teeth clenched in disgust at his vile nature. Yet, she could not abandon Dilly, her closest friend. Biting her lip, she seemed to arrive at a decision. Pointing at the unconscious Dilly, she declared, "All right, I agree, but you must spare her." "Very well, I accept your terms," Ryder replied, advancing towards Leah. Under the moon's glow, Leah's ethereal beauty seemed almost saintly, igniting Ryder's desire to possess her. Overcome by lust, Ryder hastily pushed Leah to the ground, beginning to unfasten her clothing. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Ryder as he leaped back, a long, gaping wound visible on his left side, crimson blood glistening under the moonlight. "Damn it! How dare you wound me, you wretched girl!" He spat in anger. Seeing that her strike had not claimed his life, Leah's expression morphed from disappointment to despair. She realized she had provoked him beyond the point of no return. With no hope for survival, yet she did not regret her actions. At least she had preserved her virtue. Enraged, Ryder approached Leah once more, glaring at her with venomous hatred. "You shall pay for this, you vile creature," he growled, conjuring a wind blade aimed at her throat. However, the attack did not find its mark. Instead, it was thwarted by a protective barrier. Ryder, bewildered by the turn of events, found himself surrounded by 4 mysterious figures clad in red. The sight immediately reminded him of the individual he had seen earlier, and he deduced they were part of the same group. Yet, he felt no fear, as he sensed that all 4 were novice mages. Easily vanquishable by his prowess, what he failed to account for was the 3 mid-level mages yet to reveal themselves. The judgment has been decreed. The condemned, Ryder, in accordance with the verdict, I, as the Judicator, hereby declare that you shall lose your left arm. A chilling voice resonated, sending shivers down Ryder's spine. Just as he sought the source of the voice, he was horrified to find 3 more figures emerging before him, all of mid-level mage status, with the central figure radiating an overwhelming aura of power. At that moment, Ryder realized they were fully prepared and intent on ensuring he remained here. Panic began to set in, as he understood that facing 3 mid-level mages was already a daunting challenge, not to mention the 4 novice mages surrounding him. But a flicker of hope lingered in his mind. This was a magic academy, and any ensuing battle would undoubtedly attract the attention of the instructors, allowing him a chance to escape. Yet, could his adversaries not foresee this? "Who are you? I don't believe we have any grievances," Ryder inquired, seeking to avoid conflict. "I am the leader of the adjudication group. You do not have the right to know more. Prepare for your punishment," the central mid-level mage coldly replied. With that, the red-clad figures sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of varied magical attacks upon Ryder. Frustrated, he found their response far beyond his expectations. They showed no fear of attracting the attention of the instructors. With no time to ponder further, Ryder was left with no choice but to evade the onslaught of magic. Meanwhile, the leader of the adjudication group, Wooey, did not engage in the battle but moved to assist the fallen girl, helping her to her feet. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. "Yes, I'm fine, thank you," she replied shyly, understanding that questions about his identity would yield no answers. Seeing one of the adversaries conversing with the girl ignited a fire within Ryder. "Damn it! I am not some clown to play second fiddle to you. Element of wind, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to borrow the wrath of the wind to shatter the chains of confinement." Wind technique, slicing wind blade. With a furious cry, Ryder unleashed a level 3 wind magic attack towards the members of the adjudication group. The 2 leading mid-level mages, well aware of the technique's potency, shouted to their comrades, "Dodge." They swiftly evaded the strike. Ryder smirked in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. With his adversaries distracted, he seized the opportunity to charge towards Wooey, simultaneously casting a level 3 fire magic spell. Fiery elements, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to wield the flames to incinerate all evildoers defying the light and shadow covenant. Fire technique, blazing fireball. A half-meter-wide fireball hurtled towards Wooey, the air thickening with oppressive heat. "Watch out," Leah cried in alarm, warning Wooey, who stood with his back turned to Ryder. Yet, upon glancing at Wooey's face, she saw no hint of panic, only a calm smile radiating confidence. In that moment, Leah felt an inexplicable sense of safety. As if standing behind him offered absolute security, a trust that surged within her. Shielding Leah, Wooey completed his incantation just as the fireball approached, summoning an earthen shield that absorbed the impact, protecting them both. Frustrated that his attack had failed, Ryder attempted to retaliate, but the other members quickly closed in, encircling him once more. "Stay here, I will handle him," Wooey instructed Leah, then cast a wind-floating spell. Ascending above Ryder, at this point, Ryder had lost the bravado he once held. The wound from Leah's earlier strike still bled profusely, and after enduring the collective assault from the adjudication group, his once pristine magical robes lay tattered and torn. He was now on the verge of collapse. Though he noticed Wooey hovering above him, he was too fatigued to react. Wooey, looking down at Ryder with a cold smile, unleashed his most powerful spell. Gentle water element. Heed the call of your believer. Allow me to wield the sharp ice of water, delivering the wrath of the divine to the defiant. Water technique. Ice sword. As Wooey finished his incantation, a massive ice sword forged from water materialized above Ryder. "Ryder, accept your punishment," Wooey declared, the chilling words accompanying the descent of the ice sword. "No, it cannot be." Ryder's defiant cry echoed as the ice sword, exuding an aura of coldness, struck him. Although Ryder managed to weaken its force with a fire barrier, he was still overwhelmed, resulting in a scream of agony as he collapsed to the ground, blood misting the air. From a distance, Leah watched the scene unfold, her gaze filled with admiration and reverence for Wooey. The moment he conjured the ice sword was forever etched into her blossoming heart. Wu approached Ryder, withdrawing a knife from his spatial pouch, intent on severing his left arm. Everyone's astonishment, Ryder feigned unconsciousness. Seizing the moment of distraction, he rolled aside, narrowly avoiding Wui's blade, and fled towards the edge of the grove. Wu did not pursue, merely watching Ryder's retreating figure with an enigmatic smile. As Ryder, in a desperate bid for freedom, was on the verge of breaking through the thicket, he glanced back only to discover that his pursuers had not yet caught up, allowing his taut heart to finally relax. However, an invisible barrier abruptly halted his escape. Before Ryder could comprehend the situation, in order to bring you to this fragrant abode, I have exerted considerable effort. Isn't your brother quite formidable? He dares to confront nobles, let me tell you. In my eyes, Fao is nothing more than a contemptible dog. Now that I have you, I shall see what he can do about it, ha. Adu leered with lascivious delight. You dare? My brother will certainly not let you off. Nor will brother Xiaofeng. They are both exceptionally powerful, Fao retorted, retreating a few steps in fright at Adu's malevolent gaze. Ha. Why should I fear your inept brother? This time, I have specifically invited experts. If your brother chooses not to come, it will show his wisdom. If he does, then it is he who seeks his own demise that I have long admired, Sister Fao. Soon, you shall experience the most exquisite pleasures this world has to offer, Adu said with a wicked grin, signaling those behind him to withdraw. Once the door was shut, Adu's primal instincts erupted uncontrollably. As he advanced towards her, Fao's delicate face paled in terror. She desperately called out while evading Adu's pursuit. But alas, the soundproofing of the room rendered her cries inaudible to the outside. Do not come any closer. If you do, I shall not hold back, Fao declared, clutching a blade of wind, her voice gaining a hint of confidence. Should I fear you? Come here, beautiful, Adu scoffed, ignoring her warning and lunging at her. Before Fao could unleash the wind blade, she was overpowered and pinned to the ground. The girl, already frail and a mage to boot, struggled in vain, only serving to further ignite Adu's desires. Fao, driven by the unique bond with his sister, pursued relentlessly. The sudden pang of pain shot through him, akin to a needle piercing his heart. He knew his sister was in dire peril. In a panic, he quickened his flight, surpassing his limits, while the relentless Wuya behind him began to tire. Abruptly, Fao halted before a tavern, and Wuya did the same beside him. Just as Wuya was about to inquire about the matter, Fao let out a furious roar and leaped towards the second-floor window, forcefully kicking it open and diving inside. Wuya followed closely, eager to uncover the cause of Fao's distress, but the sight that greeted them was nothing short of horrifying. Adu was grotesquely writhing atop Fao's bare form, while she gazed vacantly at the ceiling, showing no reaction even to Fao's entrance. Stunned by this sight, Fao felt as though his mind had shattered. Damn you, Adu! I will tear you apart. The sudden intrusion startled Adu, and upon recognizing Fao among them, a flicker of panic crossed his face, though he did not feel fear. He had come prepared. Otherwise, Adu would never have dared to act so brazenly despite knowing his identity. Enraged, Fao eschewed magic, seizing a nearby vase and shattering its base with his hand, blood immediately gushing forth, yet he paid it no heed as he stormed towards Adu on the bed. Wuya, too, was incensed by the scene, brandishing his staff and beginning to chant a spell from behind Fao. Just as Fao was about to reach the bed, 3 intermediate mages blocked his path. Get out of my way, and I shall spare your lives, Fao uttered in a chilling tone that sent shivers down their spines. Damn it, all of you shall die. Wuya erupted, unleashing the water-based attack spell, Frostblade, once more. The 3 mages, realizing the peril of the situation, were trapped as their master was right behind them, leaving them no choice but to form a defensive barrier. However, in his furious state, Fao had no intention of granting them mercy. He swung the vase down upon the head of the central mage, declaring, "Those who block my path shall perish." The mages, fully engaged in erecting their barrier, found it too late to evade Fao's strike. With a resounding crash, the vase shattered completely, and the central mage collapsed, his skull splintered, blood splattering across the room, transforming the opulent chamber into a hellish scene. The massacre continued, with the loss of 1 mage. The remaining 2 could no longer sustain their barrier against Fao's 3rd-level attack spell. The frost blade sailed unimpeded through the barrier, piercing the chest of the mage on the left. He stared in horror at the gaping wound in his chest, unable to fathom how he had met his end in such a manner. In the blink of an eye, only 1 mage remained, and Fao's bloodlust surged. Every living being in his sight was doomed to suffer his wrath. His blood-red gaze settled upon the remaining mage, who was already drenched in blood. Fao, resembling a death incarnate, instilled terror in the heart of the mage, who collapsed in fear at the sight of Fao's crimson eyes. Unmoved by the mage's terror-stricken expression, Fao saw only the living and the dead, and he intended to eliminate them all. He struck the mage with a punch that crushed his skull. Blood and brain matter spilling onto the floor, leaving the grim remnants of a shattered skull exposed. The small room had now become a veritable hell on earth. Observing this horror from the bed, Adu felt a sudden, inexplicable fear at Fao's deathly visage. It was a terror that penetrated to the bone, one he never wished to encounter again. "Clodagh, come save me." Adu trembled as he called out. In response, a dagger flew towards Fao's back, though its speed was sluggish. Without even turning his head, Fao deftly evaded it, relying on his acute senses. At that moment, a young man entered the room. Upon seeing him, Adu's panic subsided, as though his presence assured her safety. The newcomer appeared to be in his 20s, clad in a warrior's garb. His large sword hinting at his martial prowess. He paid no heed to the chaos around him and strode directly to the bed. Wuya, sensing the intense killing intent emanating from the newcomer, remained still, preparing his spell defensively. However, the enraged Fao cared not for the identity of the intruder, even if the Pope had appeared. He would not hesitate to strike. Rising from the slain mage, Fao wiped the blood from his hands and approached the newcomer with a sinister grin, raising his fist to deliver a blow. Yet, Clodagh, the warrior, did not even glance at Fao. To Fao's bewilderment, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth as if enduring excruciating pain. "Fao, are you all right?" Wuya inquired anxiously. "Damn it. Die." Fao bellowed. "Fiery elements, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to summon flames to incinerate all who defy the covenant of light and shadow, fire magic." Just as Wuya commenced his incantation, he suddenly let out a pained scream, following in Fao's footsteps. "Humph, a mere grain of rice dares to shine." Overestimating oneself, Clodagh scoffed disdainfully at the sight of the two fallen figures. "All right, let us depart. After this, I shall owe your father nothing." Indeed, indeed," Adu replied gratefully, then donned his clothes and descended from the bed, casting a wicked grin at Fao. "How is it, my little beauty? Quite delightful, is it not? Ha ha." With that, he turned to leave. However, a group burst through the door, blocking their exit. Foremost among them were Gu Fan and two intermediate mages from the Judgment Group, followed closely by myself and Fei Lu. Upon witnessing the bloody scene inside, the timid Fei Lu immediately retched, and the others were not faring much better. I advanced to the forefront to assess the situation. Wuya and Fao were groaning on the ground but seemed to be relatively unharmed. My gaze shifted towards the inner chamber, where Fao lay bare upon the bed, a scene of chaos indicating that she had been sullied by that scoundrel Adu. This sight ignited my fury. And in a cold tone, I addressed the others, Judgment Group, kill without mercy. With that, I drew my dragon whisper blade from my spatial pouch. Though consumed by rage, I remained composed, aware that only two adversaries remained. Adu could not possibly defeat both Wuya and Fao simultaneously. The only plausible explanation was that this man wielding the great sword was undoubtedly a master of martial arts, deserving of my utmost caution. Thus, I brandished my blade, for in this confined space, large-scale magic would be ineffectual. "Oh, I did not expect you to be a magic warrior. State your name," Clodagh remarked, surprised by my drawing of the dragon whisper, especially given its unusual form. Piquing his curiosity, I offered no reply, leaping forward while secretly gauging his martial prowess. I soared over his head, pivoting to strike downwards at the back of his neck. But he evaded easily. Landing, I wasted no time and slashed horizontally at his waist. Clodagh, now alert, turned to block my strike, never anticipating such a fierce onslaught from me. But what he could not foresee lay yet ahead. "Fire Domain Inferno," came the furious shout from behind Clodagh, as a 4th-level fire attack spell surged towards him at breakneck speed. This was a mid-tier spell unleashed by the two intermediate mages in conjunction with Gu Fan, and if it struck true, he would not survive to prevent his escape. I executed a flourish with my sword to restrain him. Sensing the impending crisis, Claude bellowed fiercely as he swung his sword towards my face. While an ordinary warrior might have chosen to confront him head-on, I, despite having ascended to the rank of a high-level fighter, was hindered by my inherently frail constitution, which could not be compensated for in such a short span of time. Thus, I opted against a direct confrontation, instead maneuvering around him like a darting fish, my slender blade showcasing its remarkable agility, slithering like a silver serpent, poised to strike at the opportune moment. From the outset of the battle, Claude found himself in a defensive position. Though he had faced numerous opponents, he had never encountered one who evaded rather than engaged. The confined space of the room severely restricted his capabilities with his acute senses. Claude detected the imminent threat of a fire-based spell approaching from behind him. Without hesitation, he switched his large sword from his right hand to the left, while his now free right hand formed a familiar seal aimed at my abdomen. I had no choice but to evade, which afforded Claude an opening to escape the range of the magical attack. Dispersing finger, I exclaimed in astonishment. You are from the Gangsword sect. Although the technique was not exclusive to the Gangsword sect, they held the largest number of practitioners. I didn't expect you to know that. It truly surprises me, Claude replied, astonished. Humph, a disgrace. As a member of the righteous faction, you aid the wicked. Now, I shall cleanse the Gangsword sect. My companions, having just exhausted their energy with an advanced spell, were rendered incapable of further combat. I surmised that this individual before me was at least of the swordsman level, if not superior to me. And I knew that engaging him directly would spell my doom, especially given his mastery of the Gang 7 sword techniques. Recognizing the unfavorable circumstances, I decided to unleash my full strength. Why do you not employ the Gang 7 sword techniques? Are you afraid of attracting the attention of the city's mages? You are merely a coward, bringing shame upon the Gangsword sect. I retreated a few steps, deliberately provoking him with my words. Humph, what do I have to fear? Since you seek death, so be it. Gang 7 sword technique. Shadowless. Claude took the bait, and from my analysis, he appeared to be just a swordsman. However, invoking the Gang 7 sword technique was an incredibly energy-draining endeavor, which was my opportunity to prevail. When Claude executed Shadowless, it was a sight to behold, far beyond my current capabilities. That a cold light flashed, and countless formidable waves of energy surged towards me, yet I stood my ground, exhibiting no signs of panic or evasion. Just as the myriad sword shadows approached, they vanished in an instant, leaving behind a single, unimpeded strike that pierced through my body. Claude's lips curled into a disdainful smile, but it quickly froze into shock. The impact of the strike did not result in my demise as he had anticipated. My form dissipated before the eyes of onlookers, an inexplicable spectacle. An illusion? The battle-hardened Claude immediately deduced that he had struck my phantom. Cursing his luck, he leaped away from his original position just as a fierce blade of energy converged upon him, leaving a stark scar on the floor. Witnessing this, Claude breathed a sigh of relief, while I, positioned in the corner, lamented the missed opportunity. Such was the significance of experience. Had he been more seasoned, he could have predicted my next move and prepared to counter it. Understanding the enemy's movements allows one to devise appropriate counterattacks. With ample combat experience, when faced with a previously encountered technique, one's body instinctively reacts, evading through reflex. The illusion I had conjured was a technique I had created, drawing from Dragon Shadow Mirage, omitting the dragon aspect to avoid drawing undue attention. Seeing my strike miss, I activated Dragon Chant and teleported behind him, resuming the struggle. As the battle progressed, I sensed my energy dwindling. Prolonging this fight would surely lead to my defeat. In a moment of clarity, I resolved to employ the Gang 7 sword technique, which I had only recently comprehended, to conclude the confrontation. As he swung his sword towards me, I did not evade but instead activated Mirage, disappearing from sight. Claude, after missing his strike, responded as he had before, but this time, I did not rush to attack. As he leaped to the side, still unsteady, I shouted, Gang 7 sword technique. Phantom sword technique. With that command, I raised Dragon Chant above my head, channeling all my energy into it. The once unremarkable blade radiated a pale yellow light, gradually expanding into a colossal sword, brimming with potent energy. Sensing the opportune moment, I directed all my might towards striking Claude's head, the descent of the blade accompanied by a deep, resonating dragon's roar, enhancing the impact of my attack, though a distance still lay between us. The illusory sword shadows conjured by my energy were perfectly positioned to reach him. The slow descent of the blade was almost leisurely, the trajectory visible, yet the overwhelming aura emanating from it was palpable to everyone present, especially to Claude, the target of my assault. Just as Claude landed, the phantom sword I unleashed was already upon him. In my calculations, there was no way he could evade it. Amidst his shock, the yellow sword shadow descended towards his head. Fortunately, Claude's extensive battle experience once again aided him in narrowly escaping calamity. He instinctively sidestepped, avoiding a fatal blow, though the blade nonetheless inflicted a grievous wound upon his arm, exposing ghastly white bone as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Though I did not vanquish Claude, The severity of his injury brought him perilously close to death. Denying him a moment of respite, I disregarded my own need to catch my breath and teleported right before him. Grinning malevolently as I aimed for his throat, Claude, by now on the brink of collapse, fell back to evade once more. At this juncture, Claude was nearing his limits, seeing him on the ground. I pressed my attack, dragon chant flashing like a silver serpent as it whistled towards his head. Claude, now on the ground, had no means of escape, raising his large sword in a desperate attempt to block. He presumed my strength would be insufficient. However, he underestimated the sharpness and resilience of dragon chant, which could accurately be described as capable of cleaving through gold and stone. As the blade descended, I secretly intensified my energy output, determined to deliver a fatal blow. With a resounding clash, Claude's expression morphed into one of horror as his large sword was, indeed, severed by dragon chant. However, this strike did not harm him, for I had overlooked the fact that swordsmen of his caliber possessed protective energy. When my blade met his protective barrier, I realized the gravity of my miscalculation. Rebounded by the energy, I struggled to regain my footing just as Claude discarded his sword and flipped over, casting me a strange glance before leaping towards the window, intent on fleeing. This was a scenario I could not permit. Having committed to vanquishing him when I invoked the Tian Gang 7-sword technique, I could not let him escape. Yet, as a swordsman, if Claude truly wished to flee, I could not impede him. Without regard for my own safety, I teleported ahead of him, blocking his path. Just as I steadied myself, he struck me with a sudden punch to the abdomen, leaving me gasping in pain. Blood surged forth as I collapsed to my knees, finally comprehending the true magnitude of a warrior's strength. Claude paused at the window, glancing back at me with a cold snicker before leaping out, vanishing in a matter of moments. I rushed to the window, but he had already disappeared from sight. Frustrated, I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth with my sleeve. An expression of indignation etched in my eyes. It was evident that he had not reacted to my execution of the Tian Gang 7-sword technique, suggesting he possessed knowledge of my capabilities. Turning my gaze eastward, I pondered the implications of his escape. The outcome remained uncertain. I was not the only one displeased by Claude's flight. Arbiter, too, appeared not merely unhappy, but rather terrified, cowering in a corner and hardly daring to breathe. Upon turning around, I found my companions, Ufan and others, tending to Waya and Faos injuries. Fortunately, they had merely fallen victim to a sealing spell. I approached to assist in their release. As Fao sprang to his feet and rushed towards the bed. I gestured for Waya to keep an eye on Arbiter and followed Fao alone. What greeted my eyes was the sight of Faya's naked body, marred with bruises. My gaze fell lower and was met with the ghastly stains upon her lower body, causing my heart to clench painfully. I had indeed arrived too late. Gazing upon Faya's expressionless, pallid face and her lifeless eyes felt like a piercing agony within my heart. If only I had arrived sooner, she would not have been subjected to Arbiter's vile acts. Overwhelmed with regret and guilt, I looked at her with sorrowful eyes. Faya, do not fear. Brother is here. I will save you. I'll make you something delicious when we return home. All right? Fao knelt beside the bed, taking Faya's hand in his other hand gently stroking her hair as he spoke tenderly. Upon hearing his voice, a flicker of life returned to Faya's vacant gaze, and she turned her head to force a smile. I knew my brother would come to save me. I knew it. Just seeing you is enough to put my heart at ease. Oh, has Xiaofeng come as well? I'm sorry for worrying you all. Seeing her bittersweet smile wrenched my heart, and tears welled in my eyes. I turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Faya, it's all right now. Let us forget everything and return home. We can go back to how things used to be. Brother will take you to the mountains to watch the sunrise, and I'll cook your favorite wild boar for you, Fao said as he began to help Faya put on her clothes. No, she cried, recoiling. Brother, don't touch Faya. My body is tainted. Everything can't return to how it once was. Can it? It can't be undone. Just being able to see you one last time is enough for me. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, flooding her beautiful face. Yet, in that moment, Faya smiled brightly, radiantly, and enchantingly. As I turned my head, I suddenly discovered the glimmer of resignation in her eyes, and I shouted, Fao, quickly stop her. Alas, it was too late. Fao had made up her mind, forcefully channeling the magical elements within her body, severing her own veins, and passing away. A smile still lingered on her face, the most beautiful sight blooming in the final moments of her life. Fao cried out in anguish, cradling Faya's lifeless body. And the brothers present were moved to tears, their hatred for Yato intensifying. wishing to rend him limb from limb. Yet, none of them dared to raise a hand. Upon witnessing Faya's suicide, Yato felt a chilling dread wash over him. He knew he was doomed. His gaze fixed in terror upon Fao's every movement. He had become a harbinger of death. Fao gently laid Faya down, dressing her in her garments and covering her with a blanket. Tenderly saying, "Sleep well, my little sloth. I must attend to some matters, but I shall return shortly." Rising, Fao clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, allowing the blood to flow freely. Moments later, he turned and strode towards Yato, his once gentle demeanor now transformed into a whirlwind of fury. Each step Fao took felt like a crushing blow to Yato's heart. As Fao approached, Yato fell to his knees, pleading, "I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. I can offer compensation. Whatever you desire, I will give. I desire nothing but your wretched life. Go down and repent before my sister." Fao sneered, lifting Yato effortlessly from the ground and slamming him down with ferocity. "Rest assured, I shall not allow him to perish in unbearable agony," Fao declared with a benign smile. Yet, to Yato, there was no grin more terrifying in the world. Yato shrieked in horror, realizing that Fao had shattered his left foot with a single blow, the bones grotesquely exposed. This was merely the beginning. Fao delivered a powerful kick between Yato's legs, rendering him incapacitated, eliciting another agonizing scream before Yato succumbed to unconsciousness. However, Fao employed water magic to revive him, staunching the flow of blood, initiating a new round of torment. This ordeal persisted for nearly half an hour, after which Yato finally found release. His flesh had been torn away, leaving behind nothing but a blood-soaked skeleton. Those present averted their eyes, yet thoughts of Faya's demise quelled any sympathy. Having exacted his vengeance, Fao was now drenched in blood, his visage resembling that of a specter from the depths of hell. He lifted Faya's body, expressing gratitude to the brothers in the room before leaping out of the window. I instructed Gufan and the others to manage the scene while I followed closely behind, deeply concerned about what actions Fao might take in his current state, given the recent events. Gufan and the others were somber. Even the typically loquacious Fela fell silent. We approached Yato's corpse, shaking his head in resignation, and tossed a decree at his face, if one could still call it a face. Chapter 40. A strange dream. In my dream, I beheld a figure strolling alone amidst the clouds, gazing down at the minuscule world below. Everything on the earth appeared so trivial. He observed the bustling people below, their movements akin to ants, a hint of satisfaction gracing his stern countenance, exuding an indescribable charm. Suddenly, a robust man with 6 wings appeared before him, obstructing his view. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he furrowed his brow and opened his mouth to speak. The two seemingly engaged in a quarrel. Ultimately, their confrontation escalated into a fierce altercation, culminating in his victory. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace, where the first impression was one of brilliance, despite the absence of light. The hall itself seemed to radiate luminosity. Directing my gaze within, I spotted him once again, now kneeling on one knee, arguing fervently with the figure seated upon the throne, while the man he had fought stood nearby, casting a menacing glare. The vision morphed once more, and he plummeted from the pristine clouds, roaring in defiance, his eyes filled with resentment, yet powerless to halt his descent into the abyss of darkness. I awoke from my slumber to find myself staring at the wooden planks above Wia's bunk. Realizing I had merely experienced a dream, albeit one that felt unsettlingly vivid. Wiping the cold sweat from my forehead, I exhaled deeply, glancing out the window to see dawn had arrived. The others remained in slumber, as was their custom. Perhaps I had risen too early. My gaze settled on Fao across the room, and memories of Fao flooded my mind, casting a shadow over my mood. Yesterday, I had leapt from the window, trailing Fao's silhouette to the woods outside the city, where I observed from a distance as he used his hands to construct a grave for Fa, yet he knelt before it, weeping and confessing, his fingers bleeding profusely, utterly oblivious to the pain that I could empathize with his anguish. Having experienced the loss of a loved one myself, that I had no intention of offering words of comfort to Fao. What he needed most was solitude. To emerge from the shroud of sorrow and realize what he truly lacked. Others' consolation would only ensnare him further in the web of self-reproach. Last night, I had taught Fao the Tiangang 7-sword technique and bestowed upon him the martial arts insights my master had left for me. Strength was the one thing he sorely needed, the only means for him to validate himself. Currently, the guild was still in its nascent stages, and no one opposed Fao as its leader. However, once the guild began to expand significantly, his prowess would serve as the sole testament to his position. I took a moment to steady my thoughts, shaking my head to dismiss the unpleasant memories. Gently rubbing my sleepy eyes before rising from the bed. A chill from the outside air swept through the window, causing me to shiver as I realized my nightclothes were soaked with sweat. That dream was indeed peculiar, I mused to myself. After a simple breakfast, I made my way to class, where I found Lan Ming, as anticipated, seated in the classroom, reciting incantations. Sometimes, I truly questioned whether she had returned to her dormitory at all, no matter how early I arrived. She was always there, engrossed in her magic tome. This must be why she ranks fourth in the class, I thought. Like FAAO, she was a powerhouse, having achieved recognition through sheer effort rather than innate magical talent, often requiring more dedication than the average person. You arrive early every day, I remarked as I approached her. And you do as well, she replied nonchalantly, not lifting her gaze. I detected a hint of annoyance in her tone. Indeed. Being interrupted while memorizing incantations was exceedingly vexatious. I chose to avoid further discomfort and walked to the back row. Suddenly, Lan Ming glanced back at me, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light, the meaning of which eluded me. Taking my seat, a wave of boredom washed over me, and fatigue soon claimed me as I rested my head on the desk and gradually drifted into slumber. In the darkness, I saw him once more. Unlike the previous encounter, his 6 wings were no longer composed of flames, but had transformed into a dark purple hue, radiating an aura of death. His once splendid attire was now tattered and unkempt, an image of utter disarray. He wandered through the darkness, lost and aimless, unaware of his destination. This void seemed endless. He had no concept of how long he had been walking. Only that thirst and fatigue were steadily eroding his weary body. Eventually, he succumbed, having reached his limit. What he lacked was not water, food, or rest, but air. Yes, he needed to breathe. Even as a deity, a revered 6-winged seraph, he could not survive long without it. Yet, this accursed place offered none, not even life itself, merely the exiled wraiths who, sensing his pure light element, dared not approach. However, he could not endure much longer. The suffocation felt as though his lungs would burst. Desperately, he opened his mouth to inhale, yet found nothing but emptiness. He lay there, consciousness fading, his eyes slowly closing. He realized he was truly on the brink of death. Do gods also perish? Indeed, gods can die. They are merely beings of greater strength than humans, crafted by the goddess of light and shadow, destined to reach the end of their lives, albeit that fate lies eons away. Just as his eyes began to close, a sorrowful voice echoed in my ears. You. I await you. I shall always await your return. A heart-wrenching visage surfaced vividly in my mind, an inexplicable ache gripping my heart that I struggled to call out her name, but it felt as though something obstructed my memory, rendering me unable to utter it. My anxiety grew, my agitation heightened, yet the more I endeavored to recall, the more pain surged through my head. Finally, I screamed, jolting awake, pounding my head in frustration that I knew that woman held great significance for me. But why could I not remember her? I seethed with resentment, only to realize I was still in class. You Shao Feng. It's you again. Sleeping in my class is one thing, but disrupting the order is another. Stand outside the door as punishment, and report to the disciplinary office after class. Unfortunately, this lesson was yet again under the purview of that rigid earth element instructor. Damn, boss, you're so cool. What was that just now? Practicing the lion's roar. Haha, I'm seriously impressed. Fei Lu, seated in the front row, snickered maliciously. I glanced at the clock, realizing it was already the second period of the morning. Those guys had the audacity not to wake me. I vowed to remember this grievance and ensure they paid dearly for it at the next opportunity. Beside me, FAO observed my uncharacteristic display of disarray for the first time, his meticulous nature prompting him to cast a concerned glance in my direction, silently reassuring me that I was unharmed as I exited the classroom amidst the murmurs of my classmates discussing novels. Standing outside the door, I struggled to recollect the details, yet they eluded me. That hauntingly beautiful visage gradually faded from my mind, ultimately vanishing without a trace as though it had never existed. In the northern Mu Fei Bai Empire, within a secluded room on the brink of the Valley of Death, a young woman sat cross-legged on her bed, her eyes closed in intense concentration as she practiced her craft. A vast, pure surge of light-based magic emanated from her form, illuminating the room with an extraordinary brilliance. It was astonishing to witness such mastery at her tender age. Upon closer inspection, one would find her appearance rather ordinary. Yet she possessed an exquisitely flawless figure. Had her looks been even slightly more attractive, she would undoubtedly have been a breathtaking beauty. However, a trace of sorrow etched upon her brow was heart-wrenching. Gentle and rhythmic, the light elements swirled around her, but suddenly her expression shifted dramatically. With a sharp exhalation, she coughed up a stream of blood, golden in hue, no less, striving to calm her turbulent heart. She endeavored to suppress the agitated light elements. Though her efforts yielded little success, that moment, a figure burst through the door, hastily approaching her to assist in regulating the chaotic elements. Through their combined efforts, her complexion finally returned to normal. How could you suddenly lose focus? This is unprecedented for you. Fortunately, I was here today. Otherwise, your cultivation would have taken a significant hit. The handsome man chided her gently. The girl, opening her eyes without a word, smiled, a smile laden with a myriad of emotions, pain intertwined with joy, despair mingled with hope, and heartache contrasted with solace. It was a convoluted tapestry of feelings. The man's confusion deepened at her unexpected smile. He pondered whether her recent training had affected her senses, but that was secondary. The primary revelation was that the girl before him had smiled, truly smiled, with a joy that radiated from her core. It had been an eternity since he had witnessed such a sight. May I inquire why you are smiling? Yue, I had almost forgotten what your smile looked like since that incident, he asked. Curiosity piqued at her sudden display of happiness. It seemed his words had inadvertently grazed a painful memory for Yue, causing her to momentarily retreat into melancholy. I apologize. I did not mean to bring it up, he said, a hint of regret in his voice. It's all right, Khaleesi. Oh, by the way, do you know what I just sensed? I felt the presence of Yoyu. Truly, this time it is real. That familiar sensation cannot be mistaken. I feel he is in the land of light and shadow. To the south. Once this mission is complete, will you accompany me to find him? Yue asked, her voice brimming with anticipation as she turned to Khaleesi. Again with him. He has been dead for so many years. And you still think of him constantly. Wei, wake up. Yoyu, you cannot return. The Archgod personally sealed his divine emblem, stripped him of his divinity, and banished him to the abyss. There is no way he can come back. You know that no sinner has ever escaped from that place. And as for me, I am no less than Yoyu. In terms of appearance, he cannot compare to me, and in strength, I may very well match him now. I have loved you for 1,500 years. When he was alive, I held my tongue. But now that he is gone, why can't you accept me? Is that traitor truly worth your unwavering devotion? Khaleesi's emotions spiraled out of control as he shouted at Yue, only to regain his composure and soften his tone. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. I do not blame you. It is I who am at fault. Yet, I simply cannot forget him. Even though I know Yoyu is dead, I cannot erase him from my memory that he promised to return to me. Why did he go back on his word? As she spoke, Yue collapsed onto the bed, quietly sobbing. Let it be. Focus on your training. Once we complete this mission, I will accompany you to find him, Khaleesi said, unable to bear the sight of her sorrow. With that, he stood to leave. Hearing this, Yue's slender frame trembled slightly as she raised her head to watch Khaleesi's retreating figure. Khaleesi, thank you that if we do not find Yoyu this time, please give me time. I will learn to forget him. And then perhaps I can accept you, she whispered softly. Khaleesi remained silent, his back turned to her, concealing his expression, but the tremors in his body betrayed the turmoil within. Rest well. I sense that the gates of the abyss are about to open again. Our mission is to disrupt the Dark Clan's advance into the land of light and shadow before the gates are fully opened. This will be a fierce battle, so we must dedicate every moment to our training. Do not dwell on this. If anything were to happen to you, it would trouble me greatly. Without looking back, Khaleesi spoke calmly before exiting through the door. Wei, whose full name was Yun Wei, was a paragon among the winged angels of the divine realm, and she happened to be Yu's elder sister. The Khaleesi from earlier was the leader of the winged angels. Possessing formidable strength himself, the current situation in the divine realm was not markedly better than that of the abyss. The six-winged seraphim, Yoyu, had been stripped of his title by the archgod, resulting in the seraphim's position being rendered powerless. The overall affairs of the divine realm fell under the control of the archangel Gabriel. Thus, the divine realm gradually divided into factions. The seraphim faction remained loyal to the archgod, while the authority faction covertly plotted rebellion. The archgod had long sensed Gabriel's ambitions but found himself at a loss for how to weaken the authority faction due to its overwhelming strength. Moreover, he was reluctant to believe that his most trusted subordinate would betray him. Yet in the end, It was all but his wishful thinking. Perhaps the archgod's misplaced trust in Gabriel, allowing Yoyu to be banished to the abyss for alleged treason, was a grave error. Yet, it was now too late for regrets. Others may not comprehend the true nature of the abyss, but the archgod was well aware. It was a forsaken realm created by the mother goddess in the early days of creation, a place devoid of water, food, or even air, filled only with darkness and the wailing spirits lost within it. The most notable feature of this space was that anything could enter, but nothing could escape. Thus, the gods deemed it a fitting prison for the most heinous of sinners, making it the harshest form of punishment. Chapter 41. The Reaper's Emergence. Boss, I truly admire you for daring to stir up trouble even in that old man's domain. Huh. Just thinking about his expression at that moment makes me want to laugh, Fei Lu remarked with a mischievous grin as he chased me down the stairs after school. You still dare to say that? You didn't even wake me up? Humph, I didn't get enough of a fight yesterday. How about we spar a bit? I turned to him with my fists clenched, feigning innocence. Ah well, I think I'll pass. I don't want to meet an early demise. I've seen your prowess, boss. Besides, who would dare disturb your slumber when you looked so peaceful? Fela retreated a few steps, feigning innocence. Come on. Stop acting like a delicate maiden. It's repulsive, I replied, turning to head downstairs. Hey, wait for me, boss. Fela followed closely, like a persistent shadow. Where's FAO? You two are usually inseparable. Shut it, don't bring up that topic. I spun around and swung my fist at his head. Because of yesterday's incident. FAO needs some time alone. I warn you. Do not mention Faya in front of him. Oh, got it, Fei Lu replied, crouching down and hugging his head in a comical display of submission. So, where are you headed now? Boss? Back to the dorm. The library. Are you coming? Ugh, who wants to go to such a boring place? I'd rather wander around and see if I can meet any pretty girls, he said, making his exit. I chuckled at his retreating figure before making my way to the library. The library indeed housed a vast collection of books, yet few were truly useful to me. The ones I had found were already etched into my memory. Upon entering the first floor, I gazed at the seemingly endless rows of bookshelves and resolved to delve deeper in search of new discoveries. However, after a prolonged search amidst the sea of books, I found nothing beneficial. Glancing at the shelf to my left, I randomly picked up a tome on wind magic, only to catch sight of Yuro walking by from across the way. I followed her and saw her settle at a table by the window. May I sit here? I asked as Yuro looked up in surprise at my presence. Ah, it's Xiaofeng. What a coincidence, please. Take a seat, she replied, granting me permission as I took a seat across from her. Yuro, you're quite diligent, still reading magic books even after school, I remarked, noticing her engrossed in a book on water magic. I have no choice. There's a magic assessment coming up, and water magic is my major. If I don't do well, I'll be in trouble. Hey, aren't you in the same boat? I've heard you come here every day, she smiled, her radiant expression momentarily captivating me. Yuro, you're truly beautiful, I blurted out, momentarily lost in admiration. Her cheeks flushed at the compliment, and realizing my own slip, I awkwardly cleared my throat. I was just joking. By the way, could you recommend a few magic books to me? Upon hearing my request, Yuro seemed displeased and shot me an annoyed glance. There are plenty of magic books here. Just pick for yourself. This woman truly was a challenge, whether I praised her or remained silent. I could never win. Alas, there is nothing I can do. I simply possess a remarkable memory. I have perused all the books here that could aid me, and I have discovered that none of the magic described within exceeds level 6. The library of Belgara Magic Academy is rather underwhelming, I murmured in discontent. You are mistaken, Yuro replied enigmatically, closing her book. This library is renowned for housing the largest and most comprehensive collection of texts in the world. It is not merely a hollow reputation. There are indeed many advanced magic tomes, but you simply cannot see them. Could it be the basement? I exclaimed in surprise. Yuro hurriedly approached and placed her small hand over my mouth, cautioning, please refrain from speaking so loudly. Students are prohibited from discussing the basement within the academy. At that moment, her body brushed against mine, and I felt the soft warmth emanating from her figure, coupled with the faint, delicate fragrance of her purity. A strange restlessness surged within me, igniting a warmth in my mind. Hey, what are you thinking about? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Yuro sensed something was amiss and quickly distanced herself from me. Oh, it's nothing, I stammered, striving to suppress my inner turmoil. Oh, right, Since all of this is a secret, how does Uro know about it? I seized upon the crux of the matter. Well, it's not really a secret. The school has permitted the top 3 of the Advanced Magicians Department to enter the underground level to study magic in order to enhance the students' magical prowess. However, once inside, students are forbidden from recording or discussing what they see. Nor may they bring any magic books out, lest they face severe penalties from the administration. But we are not allowed to enter at any time. For instance, I can only go in on Thursdays, Uro continued, her gaze returning to her book. I truly wish to see what kinds of books are kept inside. But alas, I cannot gain entry, I lamented. I have a way to get you in, Uro said, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she regarded the book. Really? Is that true? I was taken aback. After all, the basement was a forbidden area of Belgara Magic Academy, and it seemed implausible that one could simply waltz in. There is a method. But Uro left her sentence unfinished, clearly harboring some difficulties. My desire to enter the basement was merely a passing thought. Suddenly, I recalled that I had not eaten lunch, and my stomach began to rumble. Fine. If I can't get in, so be it. I'm off to have lunch now, I declared, rising to leave. Initially, I was indifferent to the matter, but Uro interpreted my departure as anger, watching my retreating figure. She hesitated for a moment, her gaze suddenly resolute as she gathered her book and chased after me. Shall phone, I will wait for you in the library at this time the day after tomorrow, she declared, positioning herself in front of me. I was surprised by her actions, thinking to myself, she really does care about me. Just as well, I am hungry too. Are you not going to invite me to lunch? Uro asked shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. What? Do you not want to invite me? That's not it. It would be my utmost honor to dine with Uro. Our voices gradually faded into the distance. In the Mufei by Empire, within the remote valleys of the western regions, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, and a chilling wind swept through, casting a foreboding atmosphere. A black hole materialized in the valley, slowly expanding, and a colossal aura of death surged forth, consuming all living beings within several kilometers. The mysterious black hole ceased its expansion at a diameter of 2 meters, yet from within came thunderous roars, mingled with eerie, malevolent howls that sent shivers down one's spine. Yuing, do not act hastily. Let us wait until they are nearly out before we unleash our high-tier magic. This way, we can seal that passage and inflict serious damage upon them, Kreese cautioned. Halting Yuing, who was preparing her spell. Yuing, casting magic at this moment seemed the safest and most effective option. However, she considered the possibility of severely wounding the Dark Clan to be a prudent strategy. Thus, she refrained from casting her spell, closely observing the movements within the passage. Meanwhile, in the underworld, in the temple of the evil god, a massive black hexagram emitted a sinister purple glow, slowly rotating. The demon god sat at its center, surrounded by a dozen undead liches and numerous high-level necromancers, all channeling their magical energy into the demon god. Above his head, a black hole mirrored the one they had desperately opened to connect the underworld to the realm of light and shadow. Kreese and Yuing had sensed this malevolent aura and had come to destroy the passage before the denizens of the underworld emerged. Excellent, just as expected from the demon god, even in my absence. You can still open a spatial passage. Once I reach the realm of light and shadow, I shall trample those wretched humans beneath my feet. They will pay dearly for their past transgressions, the evil god cackled as he descended from his throne. Followed closely by 4 undead liches, his 4 formidable guardians, each possessing immense strength. However, compared to the 12 soul reapers of death, they were utterly insignificant. Evil god, I care not what your intentions are in the realm of light and shadow, but you must adhere to our agreement and extricate me from this cursed place, the demon god stated, straining to maintain the operation of the magical array. His foremost concern was whether the evil god would fulfill their pact once he escaped. Yet the evil god, at this moment, was preoccupied with the thought of reaching the realm of light and shadow, intending to destroy the passage himself and rule over the world, if he were the sole demigod in that realm. His aspirations would not be mere fantasies, therefore it was implausible that the evil god would take the demon god along with him. From the outset, the demon god had merely been a tool for the evil god's scheming. This encapsulated the treachery, deceitfulness, cruelty, and bloodthirstiness inherent in the Dark Clan's nature. The evil god chuckled triumphantly, leading the 4 liches toward the spatial passage. Soul harvesting, the dance of the demons. Suddenly, a voice rang out, accompanied by countless vengeful spirits wailing as they surged toward the evil god. A mere parlor trick, death. You underestimate me far too much, the evil god scoffed, casually waving his sleeve, causing the wailing spirits to disperse with anguished cries. At that moment, a figure appeared before the evil god, blocking his path, clad in a black cloak and wielding a massive black scythe. The figure's visage remained obscured, yet their identity was unmistakable, the harbinger of death among the gods, Death himself. "It has been quite some time since the three of us gathered together," Death remarked, casting a curious glance at the demon god. However, the evil god had no inclination to listen to Death's musings. To him, Death's presence could not possibly be a farewell gesture. "Death, you do not intend to follow me to the realm of light and shadow, do you?" the evil god said with a menacing tone. "No, you're mistaken." "Eh?" The evil god was taken aback by Death's response. "I am not going with you. Rather, I am going on my own." A chilling voice emerged from Death's lips, inciting the evil god to grit his teeth in frustration, yet he maintained a sinister smile, saying, "Heh, just as expected from Death. This is your style, but do you not find it overly audacious to venture alone into my evil god's temple? Go forth, dark knights." With that, the evil god conjured a crimson staff from thin air, topped with a sinister white skull that glowed with an eerie red light. With a powerful shout, four dark knights surrounded Death, ready to unleash a fierce assault at any moment. Death regarded the four dark knights with indifference, instead looking up at the ominous black passage, which now appeared to be on the verge of closing. Clearly, the demon god was nearing his limit. Not hesitating any longer, Death surged forward with all his might toward the black hole. Realizing Death's intent, the evil god cursed under his breath. He summoned his liches and dark knights to intercept. But they were blocked by the sudden appearance of the 12 soul reapers of Death that in mere moments. Death had plunged into the black hole, and the evil god, unwilling to engage further, left his liches and dark knights to fend off Death's soul reapers while he pursued Death into the abyss. "Look, there is movement in the spatial passage." Ewing suddenly sensed a shift in the aura emanating from the black hole and alerted Kreese. "Good, let us combine our powers to unleash the judgment of holy light," Kreese responded. And the two ascended into the air, rapidly gathering their magic. As their magic coalesced, the light elements within a radius of dozens of miles surged wildly into their bodies, while other magical elements were expelled, transforming the area into a realm of pure light magic. The once gloomy sky brightened, and the surrounding deathly aura dissipated entirely. Yet, just as they prepared their magic, a shadow burst forth from the black hole. Kreese and Ewing realized they were a moment too late. Their opponent had already emerged. However, they were not concerned that the Dark Clan would escape, for typical members of the Dark Clan would be reduced to ashes in such a densely concentrated space of light magic. A powerful aura emanated from the black hole once more, and Kreese and Ewing completed their spells, shouting toward the black hole. "Dawn of darkness, holy light of exorcism." A colossal beam of light shattered the heavy clouds. Infused with immense divine power, penetrated the black hole. In the face of this ninth-tier light magic forbidden spell, the black hole offered no resistance and was obliterated in an instant. The evil god, caught in the midst of the passage, was forced to retreat back into the underworld. The destruction of the spatial passage dealt severe damage to all spellcasters within the array, and the demon god, after spitting out a mouthful of black blood, fainted on the spot. While many low-level undead creatures were instantly purified by the holy light, the malevolent deity, rising from the ground, could scarcely fathom how events had spiraled into such chaos. Not only had he failed to return to the realm of light and shadow, but he had also suffered the loss of numerous elite followers. Yet, these setbacks paled in comparison to his seething rage at having allowed the Grim Reaper to seize an unexpected advantage. The spatial rift, painstakingly forged, had been utterly obliterated by that divine beam of judgment, leaving the dark god to contemplate alternative means of return. However, the account of his recent misfortunes would not be left unavenged. The Grim Reaper's domain would soon fall into his grasp. A sinister smile crept across the dark deity's face as he gazed toward the western stronghold of the Grim Reaper, pondering the unfolding confrontation. But would the Grim Reaper remain oblivious to the dark god's intentions? Perhaps only when the dark deity laid siege to the Reaper's domain would the truth be revealed. Chapter 42. The onset of chaos. The Grim Reaper, one of the triad of deities birthed by the god of darkness, was a figure of formidable power and reclusive demeanor, perpetually cloaked in black and wielding a massive scythe that he thrived in the shadows, tirelessly harvesting human souls, earning him the dread and hatred of mortals. Rarely seen in his true form due to his penchant for concealment, those who glimpsed him often met their demise beneath his scythe. Wherever he appeared, calamity followed. marking him as the harbinger of death among the pantheon of gods. As the last vestiges of light faded, Cress and Moonshadow beheld the utterly destroyed passageway with triumphant smiles. Yet, before they could exhale their relief, a shadow loomed ominously in the sky, prompting them to steel themselves once more. Cress sensed an overwhelmingly dangerous aura emanating from the dark silhouette, a stifling pressure that was far beyond that of an ordinary denizen of the dark. Its ability to hover amidst such a concentration of light elements spoke volumes of its formidable strength. Determined not to underestimate the threat, Cress resolved to unleash his most potent magic for a decisive blow. Dawn of Darkness, Annihilation of Sin, Divine Judgment of the Exorcism Light. With a commanding shout, beams of white light ignited around the shadow. Spinning ceaselessly, the shadow remained suspended, seemingly ensnared by the luminous pillars. Observing this, Cress's taut expression softened. Perhaps this foe was not as formidable as he had imagined. Suddenly, the four encircling beams transformed, unleashing countless sword-like apparitions that lunged at the shadow from every angle. Even a lich could not evade such a relentless barrage, Cress thought this. Yet the outcome defied his expectations. The shadow vanished like a wraith, reappearing outside the beams. Cress was astounded that the entity could elude the divine judgment. However, if such a magic were so easily bypassed, it would hardly hold the rank of an 8th-level spell that the swords, now aimlessly slashing, redirected toward the shadow's new position. A chilling voice emerged from the darkness. I detest light magic. An icy chill gripped Cress and Moonshadow as they felt an overwhelming cold seep into their bones. The power conveyed by mere words is unsettling. The strength of this being exceeds my expectations, Cress mused. Confronted by the onslaught of radiant blades, the figure merely scoffed, sweeping its sleeve to obliterate the divine judgment. Cress realized he faced a formidable adversary indeed. The ability to dispel an 8th-level light spell with a mere flick of the wrist confirmed his suspicions that this being was one of the 4 Lich Guardians. No longer concealing his power, Cress fully unleashed his hidden energy, unfurling a pair of wings spanning 2 meters behind him. With a powerful flap, he uprooted a nearby tree, his gaze sharpening as he looked up at the shadow above. Akin to a predator on the hunt. Oh, a 4-winged seraph, indeed impressive. However, I must inform you, I loathe avian beings. The chilling words dripped with malice, provoking a deep flush of indignation upon Cress's face. After all, he was the archangel of the divine realm. Such disdain was intolerable. Cress, we must strike together. This foe is not to be trifled with. Moonshadow, who had been observing the shadow intently, recognized the gravity of their predicament. A pincer attack would undoubtedly be their best strategy. Do not interfere. I shall personally dispatch this arrogant being, Cress retorted, brushing aside Moonshadow's offer of assistance as he soared toward the shadow. Though brash, Cress was not devoid of cunning. Understanding that the foe could disregard his most potent spells, he devised a plan. O great god of light, grant me the divine sword of light, to sever the chains of sin and cleanse the fallen soul. As he recited his incantation, a radiant white light manifested before him, and beneath his feet, a massive golden hexagram began to rotate slowly. From within the blinding glow, a sword of light materialized, halting before Cress's chest. As the brilliance faded, it revealed a magnificent golden sword, its most striking feature being the pair of pristine angelic wings that formed its guard. The intense light emanating from the blade left no doubt of its potency. It was the sword of light, the weapon of the God King. Oh, that God King has entrusted the divine sword to a seraph. How amusing. It seems even he can miscalculate. The shadow showed no fear of the sword of light, but rather astonishment at Cress wielding it. What do you mean by that? Cress queried, perplexed by the dark figure's words. Yet, he had never encountered a being of the dark clan so composed in the presence of the divine sword. The true extent of his opponent's power was shrouded in mystery, and the prospect of battle loomed dauntingly. However, retreating now was an impossibility. To withdraw from a confrontation with the dark clan would be a disgrace. Thus, every angel understood the need to confront their foes, even in the face of insurmountable odds. You may leave now. I have no desire to kill you. The shadow's tone shifted upon seeing the divine sword, sounding almost conciliatory. That is out of the question. Prepare yourself. With dawn's arrival, darkness shall surely perish, Cress proclaimed, lifting the sword high above his head as he charged toward the shadow. Dawn of darkness. Annihilation of sin, spirit of exorcism, repentance of the soul. With Cress's incantation, the sword's emitted radiance intensified, blinding to behold. The divine blade struck true, piercing the shadow, and the dark essence dissipated like snow beneath the sun's warmth. Utterly vanquished. Is it over already? Cress, hovering in the air, felt no trace of darkness remaining, signifying that the entity had been completely consumed. I warned you, I detest light magic. Ah, what? Suddenly, the chilling voice resonated from behind Cress. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword in a downward arc, only to strike nothing but air. Upon raising his gaze, he was horrified to discover that the shadow still lingered, now less than 5 meters away. Why? I clearly struck him. How can he still exist? Cress grappled with the bewildering reality that the shadow persisted despite being struck by the divine sword. Could it be? A dawning horror filled Cress's eyes as realization struck. Game over. Magic suppression curse. With that, the shadow spoke, and Cress let out a piercing scream as he plummeted downward. The advanced spell of the Dark Clan, the magic suppression curse. Who was this being? How could he remain unscathed after enduring the soul repentance of the divine sword? Helplessly, Cress lay on the ground, gazing up at the shadow with terror. Soul repentance, an impressive technique, indeed, but unfortunately for you, it is ineffective against me, for I am the soul harvester. Grim Reaper. Cress gasped in horror as the dark mist began to dissipate, revealing the figure's visage. Instantly, he recognized the iconic weapon, a massive black scythe. It became clear that no one in the Netherworld but the Grim Reaper wielded such a distinctive weapon, the Soul Harvester. For he had claimed countless lives with that very scythe, earning him this title. Cress had never anticipated that the strongest of the Dark Triad would emerge from the depths of the Netherworld. Is this the power of a deity? He pondered, resigning to the reality of his imminent demise upon realizing his opponent's true identity. After a millennium away from the realm of light and shadow, I expect much has changed. I shall borrow your memories. As the Grim Reaper spoke, he lifted Cress from the ground, placing a hand upon his head. Are you going to? No, just kill me. Cress gasped, struggling desperately against the Grim Reaper's grip, but it was futile, bound by the Reaper's power. He could do nothing but wail in despair. The Grim Reaper coolly intoned, Soul Inquiry. With that, the hand resting on Cress's head began to emit a palpable aura of death, gradually permeating his consciousness. Soul Inquiry was a sinister magic unique to the Dark Clan, designed to siphon the memories of others. Moreover, those who fell victim to this spell would lose their memories entirely, becoming mere husks devoid of humanity. Driven only by their primal instinct for sustenance, an insatiable hunger for flesh. Release him. A commanding voice rang out, causing the Grim Reaper to halt his actions. Turning to the source, he beheld a female angel. Strikingly beautiful, standing defiantly before him. The individual in question is none other than Wei, who had been spectating from the sidelines. At this moment, she had completely entered her battle form, her 4 wings fully unfurled behind her. However, this was not the most striking aspect. The Fade had dissipated, revealing Yue in her true form. Her angelic visage, adorned with flowing golden hair and captivating eyes, was enveloped in a robe of pristine white, radiating an ethereal beauty that was utterly breathtaking. This was Yue, the most exquisite angel of the divine realm, her own formidable prowess equally worthy of recognition. Yet another intelligent angel. The strength of the divine realm seems to have grown even more formidable, Death remarked. Unfazed, continuing his actions. I command you to release him. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I shall take decisive action. Yue asserted, conjuring a blue bow and arrow in her grasp, drawing the string taut and aiming directly between Death's eyes, poised to unleash a fatal strike. Yet, to Death, this appeared to pose no significant threat. A peculiar wave emanated from Yue, prompting Death to halt and observe her curiously as the frequency of this disturbance intensified. Gradually, he felt his divine power being eroded bit by bit. This situation. Ah, I see. Death murmured, lowering his weapon, his gaze fixated on the white heart-shaped pendant adorning Yue's chest. Indeed, it is the light element crystal. Oh, divine king, have you truly lost your wits? To bestow your 2 most vital treasures upon another is a grave error that may lead to your tragic downfall. After uttering this enigmatic statement, Death unexpectedly ascended into the air, soaring westward, leaving Yue in a state of bewilderment, staring blankly as his figure vanished from her sight. Did Death just flee from me? Yue questioned within herself, astonished at the notion. Regardless, the salvation of Cress was a stroke of fortune. Dispersing her bow and arrow, Yue hurried to Cress's side to assess his injuries. Thankfully, he had merely been ensnared by Death's curse. A cleansing of the deathly aura with holy light would suffice. Moments later, Cress awakened from his slumber, discovering that death had long departed. After learning the details of the encounter from Wei Ying, he fell into deep contemplation, suddenly exclaiming in alarm. The western region of the Mufei Empire was home to one of the three forbidden grounds, the Valley of Death, where a terrifying entity, the God of Darkness, was sealed. Among the three demigods created by the God of Darkness, the demon god was a reckless brute, and the evil god an insidious traitor. Only Death remained wholly loyal to the God of Darkness. Thus, upon escaping the underworld, his first act would be to unseal the God of Darkness, the overseer of death, treachery, and bloodshed. The consequences of such an act would be unfathomable. With this thought, Cress disregarded the restoration of his magical energy, promptly meditating to relay news of Death's emergence to the other angels stationed in the Holy City, while simultaneously issuing orders as the chief intelligent angel. Following this, he took flight with Wei Ying toward the west, intending to intercept Death before he reached the Valley of Death, or at the very least by some time for the Holy Church to prepare adequately in the Holy City of the El Empire. The 10 angels left behind, upon receiving the message from Chief Intelligent Angel Cress, immediately sought out the Pope to alert him to notify the Holy Knights in the Valley of Death to be on high alert, before soaring off to provide assistance. Your Holiness, these angels seem excessively alarmed. After all, without the key to unseal the God of Darkness, it is impossible to achieve such a feat, the cardinal in crimson robes murmured, approaching the Pope after the angels had departed. Let them busy themselves, then my only task is to safeguard the key to the seal entrusted to me by the God of Light. The Pope responded nonchalantly, gazing out at the scenery beyond the doors. And the key to the seal? Rest assured, I have divided it into 3 parts, hidden within the Holy City, the Adar Palace, and the Belar Magic Academy in the Orlan Empire. As night fell, Death, resting within the woods, inscribed an unusual magical array before him. As the purple light faded, 4 shadowy figures materialized within the array, each cloaked in black and wielding a scythe. They were 4 of the 12 soul reapers of Death, summoned from the underworld, a feat that pushed Death's powers to their limits. Annihilate the Holy Church's holy city. Phantom, you will target the Adar Empire's royal palace, and Spirit, you shall proceed to the Belgar Magic Academy in the Orlan Empire. It is imperative that you obtain the key to the seal, for it is the key to breaking the seal. As for me, I shall venture to the Valley of Death to test the strength of the seal. The cold command emanated from Death's lips, and the 4 soul reapers vanished in an instant, shattering the prolonged peace of the Shadowlight continent after a millennium. Chapter 43. Infiltration of the basement in the stillness of the night. A shadow raced desperately through a narrow alley, glancing back in fear from time to time. After running for a while, the individual found no pursuers and allowed his taut nerves to relax, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. Damn it, daring to ambush me? Just wait until I return to the Lanhuang Aristocrat Society. I will show you how to deal with scoundrels like you. The man cursed in anger. Oh, you wish to deal with me? Unfortunately, you shall never return. The decree of judgment is merciless. Suddenly, a figure appeared atop the wall, leaving the man no time to react. In the moonlight, a silver flash revealed a crimson spray. The man gazed in terror at the figure on the wall, his eyes filled with resentment and dread. He clutched at his throat in a futile attempt to staunch the flow of blood, unable to emit even a scream, before slowly collapsing to the ground. Breathing his last out, I stood atop the wall, expressionless, observing as he fell lifelessly, devoid of any compassion. A villain such as he was deserving of his fate. Retrieving my weapon, Longing, Gufan, and the others soon caught up. Well, boss, you are becoming increasingly formidable. This guy was a high-level mage, and even Waya was defeated by him, yet you dispatched him with a single strike. Truly monstrous. The last statement was uttered in a hushed tone, but I still caught it. Not wishing to dwell on it, I approached Waya to inquire about his injuries. Fortunately, he had only sustained burns from fire magic on his arm, easily remedied with a simple water-based healing spell. All right. The Judgment Squad will remain to clean the battlefield. The rest of you may return, I declared before vanishing from sight, with Gufan trailing behind. Waya leapt down beside the noble's corpse, coldly placing a decree of judgment upon him. Is FAO all right? I haven't seen him for several days. Perched atop a building, Gufan asked with concern. Yes, he's fine if he should be training somewhere, I replied nonchalantly, before inquiring with curiosity. Oh, by the way, what is this Lanhuang Aristocrat Society? I believe I heard that man mention it. Upon hearing my question, Gufan's brow furrowed, his expression suddenly grave. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, as the name suggests, the Aristocrat Society is an organization exclusive to nobles. Initially, it was merely a gathering for bored nobles seeking amusement, but it gradually transformed into a gang-like entity, exploiting their status and power to deceive commoners or extort protection fees. Such societies are not uncommon. Every academy has them. And ours has two particularly arrogant ones, the Lanwang Aristocrat Society and the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society. The Lanwang Society has a relatively strong overall presence, according to information from Feilu. It boasts over 50 members, with 3 core figures. The individual we just eliminated was one of them. My approach to this society is to capture the ringleader, given their numbers as for the Blue Blood Society. To be frank, they are beyond our current capabilities. Their strength is simply too overwhelming. With over 200 members, many of whom are formidable experts. Upon hearing Gufan's explanation, I halted him from continuing. All right, just knowing this is sufficient. You can manage future matters as you see fit. I trust you. Turning to pat him on the shoulder earnestly, I entrusted the future of the faction entirely to Gufan. For him, this gesture represented not only complete trust, but also an undeniable responsibility, and I believed he could shoulder it. The following morning, I was the last to enter the classroom, taking a seat at the back. Glancing to my side, I noted that FAO was absent yet again. This was the 3rd day without a trace or word, as if he had vanished into thin air. Though I longed to assist him, some challenges must be faced alone. FAO is absent again today. Could it be that he has dropped out in despair and returned home? Feilu in the front row remarked. I don't think that's the case, I replied absently. Gazing out the window, I knew FAO better than that. I was confident he was not the type to succumb to weakness or the whims of fate, which is why I was not worried he would simply disappear. Oh, right. We have an operation tonight. This time, we're targeting the second-in-command of the Lanwang Aristocrat Society, who is said to be a mid-level high mage. Are you going, boss? Feilu inquired excitedly, shifting the topic, observing his confident demeanor. I suddenly noticed a transformation, not just in Feilu, but in every member of the faction. They were growing stronger through continuous battles. Yet, reflecting on my own progress, aside from achieving the rank of mid-level mage in spatial magic, my other 5 elemental magics were still at the beginner level, and my martial skills remained stagnant at the advanced tier, showing no signs of advancement. This realization cast a shadow over my mood, and I silently resolved to seize any opportunity for serious training. Otherwise, at this rate, they would inevitably surpass me. Boss, what are you thinking about? Are you going or not? Feilu asked, noticing my pensive silence and growing impatient for a response. Oh. It's nothing much. I might not have time to go tonight. Heh, I have a date. Suddenly, I recalled my promise with you, Ro. Today, being Thursday, is a rare opportunity to visit the basement. And I certainly wouldn't let it slip by. I just wasn't sure how she planned to get me inside. After enduring the anticipation until after school, I parted ways with Gufan and made my way to the library. To my surprise, Uro was already waiting for me there. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I didn't expect you to arrive so early, I said apologetically as I approached her. It's all right. I just got here too. Let us go inside. But remember, once we're in, you must follow my lead, she instructed. Of course, I assured her. With that, I followed Uro into the library. Hey, Uro, why are we going upstairs? Shouldn't the basement be downstairs? I queried softly, puzzled as we ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. Who said the passage to the basement must be on the 1st floor? Have you ever seen stairs down there? No, that's because the passage is on the 5th floor, Uro explained. So that's how it is. That's quite unexpected. I chuckled to myself that as we climbed to the 5th floor, I could distinctly sense the increasing desolation. And upon reaching the 5th floor, we found it utterly deserted. Uro stopped in front of a door and whispered, All right, wait here for a moment while I go inside and make arrangements. I'll call for you. Okay, I nodded in response. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, revealing nothing but an empty hall. Wishing to see more, she had to close the door behind her. Resigned, I picked a few books from a nearby shelf and began to leaf through them, gradually understanding why few students frequented this place. It seemed all the books were related to history, naturally attracting a limited audience. Before long, Uro opened the door and urged, Xiaofeng, hurry inside. There's not much time. Seeing her urgency, I dared not delay, setting the books aside and instantly appearing before her. Startling her and earning a roll of her eyes. Without holding a grudge, she grabbed my hand and dashed into the room. Once inside, I finally grasped the full layout of the chamber, and my first impression was one of emptiness, directly ahead. Behind the door was another door that stood ajar. Next to it was a table where a minter lay motionless. Upon noticing the bottle of wine on the table, I exclaimed, you didn't just get him drunk. Did you? This guy's tolerance is outrageous. Less chatter. Minterbrook is a drunkard. Trying to get him intoxicated is just a joke, she retorted. Then what is this? I merely added a little something to the wine. And since I have a very good relationship with Minterbrook, it was quite easy to put him out, said with pride, resembling a mischievous cat. All right, enough talking that we need to get in quickly. The door will close soon. And the barrier will reactivate we won't be able to enter again, she urged, pulling me through the door just as it began to close, severing our connection to the outside world with a formidable barrier. Phew, that was close. Rose sighed, patting her chest. Ignoring her, I curiously placed a hand against the barrier, only to be rebuffed by a strong force that sent me stumbling back. Standing up, I stared at the barrier in awe. Curious about the composition of this barrier. Don't waste your energy. You can't even touch it. If someone were to forcibly break through, the entire academy would know of the intrusion the moment the barrier shattered. This is a complex barrier laid down by our headmaster, she explained. A complex barrier, I exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that such a sophisticated barrier technique was not something ordinary individuals could master. Hearing this only deepened my admiration for the headmaster. All right, we can safely proceed down now. The basement is at the very bottom, she said, directing my gaze to a spiral staircase descending before us. The dim yellow glow of the magical stones illuminated the way, yet the bottom remained obscured from view. Without further thought, I followed downwards. At the staircase's end, we encountered a large door adorned with a gold six-pointed star formation. Externally, it bore no magical fluctuations, indicating that it was merely an ordinary door without any applied barrier. Approaching the double doors, they swung open automatically, and Rose stepped in effortlessly. Clearly familiar with the place, that I followed her inside to discover a spacious chamber filled with countless bookshelves, the thick layer of dust on the shelves suggesting they had existed for centuries. Upon entering, we stood on a raised platform, with stairs descending on either side, allowing us to survey the entire room. The basement's shape was irregular, resembling a hexagon, with a faint six-pointed star formation discernible in the center. What captivated my attention was a circular reflective object embedded in the floor, which upon closer inspection appeared to be a mirror, its purpose unknown. Haha, see, I told you I could get you in here. However, we must leave before nightfall. The academy does not permit students to stay overnight, Rose said, beaming with pride. Observing her smile, an unsettling premonition washed over me. But how will we know the time here? I asked, glancing around at the dimly lit magical stones. Oh, you needn't worry about that. The mentors outside will open the barrier and call us out when the time comes, she replied, wearing a look that suggested she had anticipated this. However, I couldn't help but interject. But how am I supposed to get out? Of course, you'll come out with me. Oh no, I was so focused on getting you in that I completely forgot how to get you out. Hee, no worries, just concoct a little lie, and you'll be fine, Rose said, scratching her head awkwardly. Her words ignited a desire to cry within me. You think the Academy's mentors are fools? What am I supposed to do? I raised my voice in exasperation. Why are you yelling? You wanted to come in, and now you blame me. I never said I'd get you in and then responsible for getting you out, she defended. After a lengthy argument with no resolution, Rose, in a huff, descended to find some books. Watching her retreating figure, I could only shake my head in resignation and smile wryly that I didn't genuinely blame her. I was merely frustrated by her carelessness, which prompted my admonishments. Nonetheless, having already entered, I resolved to explore these books, no matter the cost. With that determination, I plunged into the sea of literature. Meanwhile, outside the basement, a mentor arrived to take over the watch and immediately spotted Mentor Brooks slumped over the table. Frowning, he moved beside him and remarked discontentedly, "This guy always drinks on the job. I can't believe they assigned him to oversee the basement passage. Sigh, I suppose I'll have to call someone to take him home." Casting a glance at the door, he mused, "Surely no students have entered, right?" Thus, Rose and I were pitifully forgotten in the basement. Unaware of our predicament, in the western outskirts of the Mufei by Empire, Death Valley stands as one of the 3 forbidden places on the continent of light and shadow. Alongside the elven forest to the east, when the goddess of light and shadow reigned, this place was already a forbidden zone, with the goddess forbidding anyone from approaching. Rumors suggest that a dispute between the goddess of nature and the goddess of light and shadow led to the latter sealing the former here. Though this claim remains unverifiable, the Lake of Darkness is a distant name. No one has ever witnessed its true form, yet its location is well known, situated directly beneath the holy city, before the Dragon Valley. It is said that the goddess of light and shadow created the dragon race to guard the seal of the Lake of Darkness, as the release of the ancient viper would lead to catastrophic destruction, rendering the continent of light and shadow non-existent. Even the combined might of the seven main gods may not suffice to defeat ITAS for Death Valley. It is a heavily guarded area by the Holy Church, as it seals the ruler of the night, the god of darkness. With 100,000 light knights stationed here, it has become an impregnable fortress. However, with the arrival of the Grim Reaper, can 100,000 light knights truly halt his advance? The answer is about to unfold. Chapter 44. The second layer of the basement in the outskirts of Death Valley. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. The tranquil forest echoed with the sound of chaotic hooves. Approaching from a far point, two light knights, clad in golden armor and wielding silver lances, ambled leisurely on horseback, one of them occasionally taking a sip from a flask. "Ah," one of them exclaimed, stretching and rubbing his sleep-filled eyes as he complained to his companion, "Damn it. I had a terrible loss last night, and now I have to patrol early in the morning. None of us want to be out here, but it's unavoidable. I heard it's a direct order from the Pope to enhance vigilance." "We have no choice," his companion replied, taking a swig of his drink. "Hey, what's this Grim Reaper all about? Does he dare to stir trouble in Death Valley, where we have 100,000 light knights? Who knows? That guy must be out of his mind. Enough of this. Let us finish our patrol so I can get back to sleep. My right eyelid has been twitching, and it's been causing me to lose money. So frustrating." The two continued towards the valley's exit when suddenly, through the mist, one knight spotted a dark figure ahead. Initially dismissing it as an illusion, he soon realized the shadow was drawing closer, prompting his companion to ready his lance. The first knight spurred his horse forward and called out, "Who goes there? This is a restricted area of the church. Don't you know? Turn back." However, the dark figure seemed oblivious and continued to advance, although the knight sensed no trace of magical fluctuations emanating from this individual. He nonetheless heightened his vigilance, remaining on guard. When persuasion proved futile, the knight raised his spear, poised to act, only for his companion behind him to curiously note that his body had come to an abrupt halt. The shadow passed by him without eliciting any response. Just as the knight behind was left bewildered, his comrade in front suddenly tilted and fell from his horse, followed closely by the steed collapsing to the ground in silence. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. "Who exactly are you?" The final word escaped his lips as his body slumped to the ground, a gaping wound in his chest gurgling forth blood like a broken wine jug, contrasting sharply with the white liquid that had flowed earlier. "This is bad. I didn't expect death to conceal its aura. Now that we've lost track of it, what shall we do?" said Wang, frowning as she gazed at the mist below from a lofty branch. "Fear not. We need only hasten to the Valley of Death. I believe that given Death's nature, rescuing the God of Darkness will undoubtedly be its foremost priority," reassured Cleese, descending beside Yue, flapping his pristine wings. "Let us move quickly. We must arrive at the Valley of Death before death does, or else." Cleese left his warning unspoken. For his angels, they had clashed with death a millennium ago and were acutely aware of its terror. For death, annihilating 100,000 Knights of Light was but a fleeting moment. At Beigao Magic Academy, with the aid of Uro, I had infiltrated the basement and was now wholly engrossed in the realm of magic. The first underground level housed a collection of tomes that was leagues beyond that of the library. In comparison, the library's books could be likened to mere children's textbooks. Here, one could find advanced magic from various disciplines, forbidden spells, and even godly incantations. At that moment, I was engrossed in a volume titled Compilation of All System Forbidden Spells, though I could not recall how many I had already perused, without delving into the meanings within. I relied on my photographic memory, committing the contents to mind, for our time was limited. Casting my gaze around the towering bookshelves, I marveled at the prowess of Beigao Magic Academy. Not only was the rarity and value of these tomes astonishing, but the sheer volume of them left me in awe. Even for someone like me, who could read rapidly, it would take more than a couple of years to exhaust this collection. Before long, I completed yet another book. Having lost all sense of time in the subterranean depths, my legs grew weary, and I leaned against a bookshelf, seated to alleviate the fatigue that it was then that it tattered. Yellowed book caught my eye. I bent down to retrieve it. I realized it bore more resemblance to a few sheets of scrap paper than an actual book, for it contained only a handful of pages and was a handwritten manuscript. Yet, the title on the yellow cover was still legible: All System God Mages. All System God Mages. What does this mean? I pondered, puzzled by the title. Did it refer to God-level mages or all system God mages? However, upon flipping to the first page and reading it, I was utterly astonished that a God-level mage signifies a human who cultivates to the realm of divinity, becoming a being capable of contending with gods. Yet, such God-level mages existed only in the realm of imagination for millennia. No individual had ever achieved the rank of a divine mage, remaining forever unable to transcend the pinnacle of the archmage, which represented humanity's utmost limit. By chance, a light system archmage fell from grace, becoming a dark mage, thereby becoming the first mage in history to master all forms of magic. After he had cultivated all magics to the imperial level, he uncovered a secret, emerging as the first divine mage in history, a being who had transcended humanity to attain divinity. However, his outcome was tragic, as light and darkness have always been in opposition. Gods would never permit their followers to betray them. Ultimately, he was slain by both the god of light and the god of darkness, who deeply felt the threat posed by a human who had attained the power of a divine mage. Henceforth, any mage who attempted to cultivate both light and dark magics would meet with explosive demise. This is what we refer to as magical repulsion. A prohibition imposed by the two primary deities. All system god mages can be viewed as god-level mages, or as mages who possess mastery over both light and dark magics. For to reach the god-level realm, one must encompass all 7 magical systems. In truth, among the beings created by the goddess of light and shadow, the most formidable were not the 7 primary gods, but rather humans who had attained the status of god-level mages. He would, flipping to the next page, to my dismay, it was blank that I felt faint. How could it end here? Just as I was getting to the intriguing part, what was written afterward? Eager to uncover the following content, I leaned down again to search the spot where I had found this book. But alas, apart from dust, I found nothing. Right, I should seek out Uro and see if she knows what kind of book this is, I thought to myself. Rising from the ground and calling out, Uro, are you there? No response. I raised my voice again. Are you trying to make me deaf? I'm not a mute. A voice of complaint drifted from the adjacent bookshelf, revealing Uro's presence. Elated by her reply, I made my way over, passing by the peculiar light mirror at the center of the magic array. The pearly light that flowed appeared ethereal, obscuring its true essence. I probed my consciousness into it. I detected no magical fluctuations, yet my early training in spatial magic allowed me to sense the spatial elements emanating from the mirror. Xiaofeng, where have you been? Just breathe if you're still alive. Hearing Uro's complaint, I no longer lingered and proceeded towards her. Did you need something? Noticing her unfriendly tone, I realized she was still miffed from the earlier incident when I had scolded her. Uro, have you heard of this book? I asked, presenting All System God Mages to her. This book seems familiar. Uro, you indeed know it. Quickly tell me if there's a complete version. My face lit up with excitement. Sorry, I've never seen this book before, Uro replied flatly. Returning her attention to her reading, I was taken aback. If you've never seen it, why the expression? I exclaimed. Revenge, Uro retorted with a sly grin. I cast her a disdainful glance and turned away. For my curiosity about the book's continuation stemmed from a significant reason. By an unfortunate coincidence, I presently possessed mastery over all 7 elemental systems, albeit lacking the ability to perform magic. After reading the arcane descriptions within, a thought began to form in my mind. Magical repulsion, you say? At least I had not experienced it yet. Once more, I paused before the light and shadow, suddenly realizing something. I hurried to the entrance balcony to survey the entire basement, excitedly calling down to Uro. Uro, have you been to the 2nd floor of the basement? Uro responded with irritation, I would love to go, but unfortunately, I cannot. Why not? You fool, have you seen any other passageways? I've been here countless times and have never discovered a route to the 2nd floor. I suspect the tales of its existence are mere myths. No, it is real. I believe I have found a way to the 2nd floor. As I spoke, I leaped towards the central light mirror. Hey, Xiaofeng, what did you just say? Uro, noticing my unusual behavior. Followed closely behind. I said I've found the passage to the second floor of the basement, and it's this. I pointed at the light mirror before us. That's impossible. It can't be. Hey, where are you going? Without paying her any heed, I retrieved white crystal powder from my spatial pouch and began to sprinkle it along the faint traces on the ground. Why use white crystal powder? The reason is that I had just realized that the entirety of the first underground level was, in fact, a magic array. A long-distance spatial teleportation array. It was precisely for this reason that I had sensed the spatial elements within the light mirror. However, I also discerned that this array was damaged, likely due to intentional destruction, as shallow grooves marred the floor. It was evident that these grooves were not for drainage. I surmised that they once contained white crystal powder. For only this substance could facilitate the array's connection. Thus, I sprinkled the white crystal powder into the grooves to restore the array. In that moment, it dawned on me that all these years, no invader had managed to access the second underground level, not only due to formidable defenses but also because the second floor did not exist directly beneath the library. Rather, it resided elsewhere. With the only thing here being a teleportation array. Having completed the array, I returned to stand before the light mirror. Xiaofeng, what on earth are you trying to do? If the instructor finds out, we'll face punishment. Yuro asked, concern evident in her voice. In the midst of Yuro's astonishment, I stepped into the light mirror, smiling at her perplexed expression. Yuro, would you like to see the second floor of the basement? Come, take my hand, and I shall take you there. After a moment of hesitation, Yuro stepped forward, grasping my hand gently as she murmured, I believe in you. I cast her a tender glance, saying nothing further. With my other hand, I summoned divine protection, layering several magical enhancements upon myself. Activating such a long-distance teleportation array was extremely taxing on mana, and one had to maintain a high level of mental focus throughout the process. Otherwise, one risked being teleported to an entirely different location due to misalignment. As the magic was gradually infused into the luminous mirror beneath my feet, it instantly responded with a soft, burgeoning white glow that enveloped both me and Yuro. Beneath my feet, a golden hexagram slowly materialized, gradually rotating. With my eyes closed, I reminded Yuro, it's time to go. Without a reply, I sensed her grip on my hand tighten slightly as the white light dissipated. Our reflections vanished from the mirror. Where am I? Yuro, are you all right? The magic circle transported us into darkness, surrounded by an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional sound of dripping water. I surmised we must be in a cave, and holding onto Yuro's soft hand brought me a measure of comfort. I'm fine, but where are we? It's so dark. I'm a bit scared, Yuro whispered. The small fireball ignited in my palm, finally allowing me to discern our surroundings. To my surprise, this was not a cave, but rather a man-made underground tunnel, long abandoned. Torches adorned the walls, and I released Yuro's hand to approach and ignite one. Just as I prepared to move forward, Yuro called out, you don't intend to light them one by one, do you? You really are dense, aren't you? Watch this, fire domain twin dragons. With her spirited exclamation, 2 fire dragons soared from her hands, expertly directed along the walls, simultaneously igniting all the torches. The entire passage was suddenly illuminated. Wow, is this the legendary second level of the underground? It's not as impressive as I'd imagined, but I've heard it houses the Dark Bible and something of great importance to the Holy Church. What is that? I inquired, puzzled. You really don't know. I've heard it directly from my mentor. The seal key is sealed here. The seal key? What is it? Heavens, you can't possibly be from another world if you don't know the seal key. Are you aware of the God War from 1,000 years ago? Yes, during the latter stages of the war. The God of Light sealed the God of Darkness in the Valley of Death. The Dark Clan must find the seal key to rescue their leader. However, when the God of Light entrusted the key to the first pope, the pope, fearing unforeseen events, divided the seal key into 3 segments, storing them in the holy capital, the royal city of the Yade Empire, and Arbiter, our magic academy. Now you understand. Yuro patiently explained. I think I comprehend a bit now. Never mind that. Let us venture in and see for ourselves. I chuckled awkwardly and stepped deeper into the tunnel. What awaited us there? Certainly not a tranquil scene, for the Soul Reaper, known as the Spirit of Death, had already arrived. Chapter 45, The Sudden Change in the Guild as night fell in the dense forest on the western outskirts of Reno City. Feller, is your information accurate? At that moment, Gufan was fixated on a modest wooden house in the distance. Addressing Feller beside him, do you doubt me? Wherever I go, I uncover the truth. This wooden house is the secret gathering place of the Lan Wang aristocratic society, and tonight, the organization's second-in-command, Gale, will arrive with only a few personal members. This is our prime opportunity to strike. If we can eliminate him, the Lanhuang aristocratic society will soon be erased from the academy. Feller leaned against a tree, confidence radiating from him. Let us hope so, but something feels off. The core members were killed. Yet they showed no reaction. Isn't that a bit? Hey, look, someone's coming. Wuyo interrupted Gu Fan's concerns from his perch in the tree. Everyone turned to the direction he was pointing in the faint moonlight. 3 figures were indeed approaching the wooden house. It went without saying that the leader among them was their target for the night, Gale. Don't act too hastily. Let's observe the situation first. At this critical juncture, Gu Fan concealed his usual nonchalant demeanor, calmly analyzing the scene. With the vice leader, FAAO, temporarily absent, the guild's operations rested solely on his shoulders. Any misstep could prove disastrous. The group in the forest held their breath, keenly watching Gale and his companions. Is the girl inside all right? Gale inquired as he reached the wooden house, addressing the 2 guards. Yes, nothing seems amiss. Good. You all stay outside and ensure no one enters. After issuing his orders with a lecherous grin, Gale pushed the door open and stepped inside. Look, he's gone in, and there are only 4 guards. Wuyo, hurry and trap Gale inside. He won't be able to escape. Feller exclaimed with excitement, observing Gale enter the wooden house. Wait, I still feel something isn't right. Gu Fan halted the judgment group's advance, his suspicion piqued by Gale's earlier exchange with the guards. They were still some distance from the wooden house, yet it seemed the adversaries wanted them to overhear their loud conversation. Could there be a plot at play? Just as Gu Fan pondered this, a cry for help from within the house disrupted his thoughts. What do you want? Please, let me go. The voice belonged to a girl, and recalling that Gale had just entered, everyone could guess what awaited her. Humph, that scoundrel Gale is at it again. Wuyo, why are you still dawdling? Go. No, we can't go, Gu Fan replied sternly. Gu Fan, what are you thinking? Are we supposed to wait until that girl is violated before we rush in to save her? I thought better of you. Wuyo, let us move. Feller expressed his dissatisfaction with Gu Fan's hesitation and dashed forward. Feller, don't go. This could be a trap. Gu Fan leaped after him, but it was too late. The die was cast. He had no choice but to decisively command the judgment group behind him. Wuyo, lead the judgment group to charge in. Forget the mission. Bringing Feller back is our priority. At that moment, Gu Fan's heart raced with anxiety. If this truly was a trap set by the enemy, the consequences would be dire. However, Feller had already rushed forward, and ignoring him was not an option. He could only hope that his unease was unfounded. Hearing the girl's cries for help, Wuyo could no longer contain himself. Upon receiving Gu Fan's order, he immediately led the judgment group into the fray, anticipating that their opponents would not be weak. The elite of the judgment group was deployed, determined to capture Gale. The guards left outside quickly noticed Feller charging toward them, and with his airborne approach, he became a moving target. Attack spells from various elements were immediately directed at him. Feller, while well-informed, was not particularly skilled in magic, but fortunately, he was agile enough to evade the attacks. The 4 guards, seeing their spells miss, began to chant incantations for another round of magic, when suddenly, a group of unidentified red-clad individuals appeared before them, and a fierce battle ensued. Are you hurt? You really know how to cause me trouble, Wuyo grumbled as he caught Feller, who had fallen from the air, amidst the chaos. TCH, I didn't ask you to save me. Enough of that. We need to rescue the girl. With that, Feller and Wuyo dashed through the battlefield. Upon entering, they beheld a large bed where Gale was pinning the girl down, tearing at her clothes as she struggled desperately. Her cries piercingly heart-wrenching. Unfortunately, her plight only fueled Gale's depravity. Scum, you will pay for this. Cleave Windblade. Witnessing this scene, Wuyo was instantly reminded of Faya from days prior, his fury igniting as he raised his staff to unleash a wind magic attack at Gale. Gale screamed as he tumbled off the bed, his eyes filled with terror upon seeing the 2 newcomers. What are you? That's not something you need to know. Did you enjoy yourself a moment ago? Hee, I'll make sure you enjoy it even more. With that, Feller advanced toward Gale at the bedside. The girl, in panic, scrambled to fix her disheveled clothes and threw herself into Wuyo's arms, sobbing in pain, her face a portrait of sorrow and fear, even stirring compassion within the usually indifferent Wuyo. You filthy wretch, fireball. Just as Feller was about to unleash his fury on Gale, he suddenly heard Wuyo's furious shout from behind. he turned to see Wuyo collapsing in a pool of blood. A sharp dagger embedded in his chest. Glancing at the girl beside him, he was met with a sinister smile that starkly contrasted with her previously innocent visage. Feller immediately grasped the situation, letting out a roar as he attempted to seize the girl, but a sudden surge of danger from behind made him instinctively raise a defensive barrier to block Gale's sneak attack. By now, the battle outside had concluded, and Gu Fan led the judgment group into the room. Upon seeing Wuyo lying in a pool of blood, his heart sank, and he quickly realized they had fallen into a trap. Just as he intended to warn everyone to retreat, he was horrified to discover that the house was already surrounded by numerous mages, cutting off their escape. Ha ha ha. A bunch of small fry thinking they can kill me. You re far too early for that. Brothers, kill them all for the sake of my third brother. Gale rose from the ground, a formidable aura emanating from him, the cowardice and fear in his eyes replaced by malice. It dawned on him that he had been played. If you want to kill them, you must first pass this test. Wuyo, trembling and bloodied, managed to stand with his staff, transmitting a message to Gu Fan. Wait for me to unleash a large-scale attack spell. Take this chance to escape swiftly. Humph. A mid-level mage poses no threat to me. You are far too weak, Gale scoffed, disdainfully eyeing Wuyo's profusely bleeding wound. Haha. No. You are mistaken. I have just transcended into the realm of advanced sorcery. Though I cannot extinguish you, I shall not easily allow you to ensnare me. Fiery elements, heed the call of your devoted believer. Permit me to wield the ferocious flames to incinerate all evils that defy the sacred covenant of light and shadow. Fire magic, Inferno domain. With an indignant roar, Waya summoned the searing fire elements, and the parched wooden cabin was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. After casting the spell, Waya collapsed to the ground, calling out to those behind him, "Hurry, find the boss and avenge me." Gu Fan, heartbroken at the sight of Waya in the Inferno, resolutely issued the retreat command, aware that any hesitation would lead to their encirclement, resulting in total annihilation. As a leader, he had to make the most prudent judgment in the critical moment. No, I will not leave. I must save Waya. Fela disregarded the others' attempts to restrain him and ran toward Waya, but was forcibly dragged away by Gu Fan, who led the judgment group to carve a path through the siege. Gale, just wait. There is no reason for the judgment scroll to ever be retracted. Within 3 days, I will ensure you meet your end without a grave. The surroundings fell silent once more, leaving only Gu Fan's final roar echoing into the void. Ah, Xiaofeng, come quickly. There's a door here, in the basement's second level. Uro and I ventured deeper into the passage, oblivious to the turmoil outside. Approaching Uro, I beheld an ice crystal door, a deep blue portal that I placed a hand upon it, carefully probing. Judging by the magical fluctuations, this door is formed from condensed water elements. To enter, one must forcibly shatter it using fire magic. Hee, Uro, this one is yours to handle, I said shyly. Now you acknowledge my prowess. Fine, it's just an ice barrier. Watch me, Uro declared confidently, beginning to chant her incantation. However, would such a barrier, found within the Academy's forbidden grounds, truly be so easily breached? Fiery elements, heed the call of your devoted believer. Permit me to wield the ferocious flames to incinerate all evils that defy the sacred covenant of light and shadow. Fire magic, Inferno dragon. With a delicate shout, a blazing fire dragon surged forth toward the ice door, yet the outcome was that the dragon vanished while the door remained unscathed. How can this be? This is my most powerful attack spell. Uro pouted in frustration at the lack of effect. Haha, so it seems you are not invincible after all. My jest further inflamed her anger, and she retorted, if you're so capable, then you try. If you can break it, I shall grant you a wish. Ah, the moment the words escaped her lips, she realized her blunder, lowering her head in silence. You did say it, didn't you? For your words, I shall shatter this ice barrier, even if it is a divine seal. Uro, step back, as far as you can. Oh, all right. Although unsure of my intentions, Uro obediently retreated. An ice barrier, is it? With a cold smirk, I focused my energy, emanating a formidable aura that widened Uro's astonished eyes. Yet, what astonished her even more was yet to come. In the dimly lit passage, a sudden burst of golden light illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a clear dragon's roar that resonated throughout the underground corridor, a fearsome presence overwhelming enough to cause Uro to kneel in awe. This feeling is divine might. Uro gazed in disbelief at the golden aura enveloping me. The Godslayer blade. Indeed, to breach this barrier, I had summoned the God-Slayer blade, the dragon family's treasure of the Jade Empire. With its immense sacred aura, breaking through this ice barrier would be a trivial endeavor. Dragon God's art. Dragon's roar of 9 heavens. Upon my thunderous command, blinding golden light rendered Uro briefly sightless. When she opened her eyes again, she beheld a shower of shimmering ice shards and me standing amidst them. Sword in hand, a scene that felt dreamlike to her. What's wrong? Are you stunned? Hurry, let us go. I approached Uro, pulling her up and turning toward the door. Xiaofeng. Muyu, Xiaofeng, I am truly astonished. How many secrets do you possess that I am unaware of? Watching my retreating figure, Uro smiled enigmatically, catching up to me without posing any questions, for she understood that everyone has secrets, and if I chose not to speak, inquiries would be futile. As we stepped through the door, the sight before us left both Uro and me in awe. This place is so beautiful, Uro exclaimed in admiration. It is indeed lovely, but it likely harbors complexities. I frowned at the walls, now transformed into ice mirrors. Gazing into the myriad reflections within the deep blue ice mirrors, an inexplicable eeriness enveloped us. Suddenly, a sound echoed from behind, and upon turning, we saw the ice door reappear. It appeared we were trapped within. With no retreat, Uro and I had no choice but to press onward. However, this passage differed from the previous one. It was no longer a straight path, but rather filled with twists and turns. After an indeterminate amount of time, Uro first sensed something amiss. Xiaofeng, do you think we've been here before? She queried, filled with doubt. Are you suggesting? Indeed, I have a nagging feeling we are going in circles. Upon hearing her words, I too felt something was off, drawing out Dragon's roar and embedding it into the ice beneath us, signaling Uro to proceed ahead. Not long after, we halted in astonishment, for not far ahead, we spotted Dragon's roar once more, embedded in the ice. How can this be? Uro exclaimed in disbelief. Haha, it seems this is not as simple as it appears. I sensed something was amiss from the outset. What then should we do? I suspect that even if we wished to turn back now, it would be impossible. If I am not mistaken, there must be a spatial looping teleportation array at some point along our path. A spatial looping teleportation array. Yes, and you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Just follow my lead. With that, I retrieved the remaining white crystal powder from my spatial pouch, scattering it as I moved forward, instructing Uro, keep an eye on this. If the white crystal powder behind us suddenly disappears, let me know. Understood. Though unsure of my intentions, Uro attentively followed, her gaze fixated on the trail of white powder. After walking for a short distance, wait, Xiaofeng, look, the powder has vanished. Upon hearing Uro's astonished cry, I allowed a hint of a triumphant smile to surface. Chapter 46, The Dark Scriptures. Uro turned to me, puzzled by my knowing expression. Xiaofeng, what on earth is happening? The explanation is quite simple. We have been teleported back by the array. As for the specifics, I cannot articulate clearly, but follow me and you will soon understand. With that, I continued forward, pulling the bewildered Uro along. As expected, it was too long before we found Dragon's Roar again. I picked it up and followed the trail of white powder until we halted at the spot where it disappeared. Look, the white powder has vanished here, indicating that there is a teleportation array ahead that sends everything entering it back to the starting point. In essence, we have been going in circles from the very beginning. I explained to Uro, pointing to the spot where the powder had vanished. Ah, how can this be? How can we get past? She lamented, revealing her unfamiliarity with spatial magic. Haha, there's no need to pass through, nor is there any way to do so. I replied mysteriously. What do you mean? Ah, at Uro's startled exclamation, I summoned the God-Slayer blade once more, shouting, Heavenly Gang's 7-sword technique, Phantom Sword. The pale yellow energy coalesced into an illusory great sword, infused with a fierce aura, cleaving through the air in an instant. The surrounding space shattered, and the once bright passage was plunged into darkness. A small fireball reappeared in my palm, igniting the torches on either side. Returning to Uro, I found her gazing at me in astonishment. Please, no questions. I do not wish to deceive you. I spoke gently, locking eyes with her. Uro finally came to her senses, but then suddenly shouted, Could you at least give me a heads up before wielding that blade? It's terrifying. The roar of the river East Lion. Today, I have truly witnessed it. I'm used in the final moment of being stunned. Get up and stop pretending to be dead. Tell me, what is going on? At her command, I scrambled to my feet and pointed behind her. Ah, how can this be? Turning around, Uro gasped. Indeed, as you see, everything that just occurred was merely an illusion. Since we stepped through that ice door, we have not moved an inch, I remarked, gazing at the shattered ice door not far away. So that is how it is. It is simply too terrifying. I can hardly believe that everything was a fabrication. How did you realize this, Xiaofeng? Well, didn't you notice that the ice mirrors in the illusion had no magical fluctuations? I truly wonder how you ended up at the bottom of the class, I said as I walked. Humph, mind your own business, Uro retorted, displeased by my sarcasm. After traversing a long passage, a massive black wooden door came into view. Its most striking feature being the golden hexagram embedded within it, alongside various peculiar carvings. Sensing the magical energy emanating from the door, I was taken aback. There was no need to specifically probe. Merely standing before it allowed me to perceive the formidable barriers inscribed upon the door, all of which were composite barriers. A composite barrier is one that incorporates two or more magical elements, endowing it with corresponding elemental characteristics. The composite barrier, akin to earth and fire, possesses not only the defensive qualities of the earth but also the offensive power of fire. With such a sophisticated protective barrier in place, it is self-evident what lies beyond the wooden door. Xiaofeng, look over there. A stone tablet, suddenly exclaimed Uro, pointing excitedly at a stone tablet nestled in the corner. Following her gaze, I observed 8 crimson characters inscribed upon it. Teaching extension forbidden zone, entry prohibited. When did Beijing Magic Academy become a forbidden zone for teaching extensions? I pondered, perplexed by the inscription. Xiaofeng, I think we should head back. I'm feeling a bit frightened, Uro implored. Grasping my hand, unable to disregard her pitiful expression, I turned to glance once more at the formidable barrier atop the wooden door, which I realized I could not breach, and thus resignedly accompanied Uro back. I'm sorry. Uro suddenly apologized during our walk. You really wanted to see inside that door, didn't you? Haha, indeed I did, but alas, I cannot enter. Thank you, Uro, for bringing me to the first floor to see so many magical tomes. I am already quite satisfied. Alas, I dread to think of the punishment that awaits me. The thought of facing severe repercussions upon my return dampened my spirits. After all, I had worked hard to attend this academy. It's all right. I will share the burden with you, Uro reassured, squeezing my hand. Yes, what has transpired cannot be altered. Evasion serves no purpose. Resolving to confront the situation with composure, a faint smile reappeared on my lips. I wonder what time it is now. I hope the instructor doesn't scold us. As we reached the entrance to the 5th floor, Uro playfully stuck out her tongue and took a few steps forward to knock on the door, but at that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly. Upon recognizing the visitor, Uro smiled. Oh, it's Professor Bridget. You startled me. Huh? How did you know I was back? I scrutinized this professor. While Uro seemed to know him well, a sense of unease gripped me. Suddenly realizing something, I grasped Uro's arm to prevent her from stepping forward. It's all right. Xiaofeng, he is Professor Bridget. He is very kind, and I can ask him a few questions, Uro declared cheerfully. No, Uro, Professor Bridget, has already passed away. My words fell like a bucket of cold water upon her. Huh? How could that be? Xiaofeng, even jokes require a suitable context, she chuckled nervously, unable to accept the reality. Ignoring her reaction, I shielded Uro behind me and pointed at Professor Bridget, saying, Do you not perceive it? He is devoid of life, emanating an aura of death. To be precise, the current Professor Bridget is a wraith. Only then did Uro become alert, and upon closer inspection, she realized that I spoke the truth. The figure before us was indeed lifeless. No, how could this be? He is a grand sorcerer. How could he have died so suddenly? She gasped in disbelief. A grand sorcerer. The revelation of Bridget's rank sent a shiver down my spine. It was evident that the entity responsible for his demise possessed strength far beyond that of Bridget. For otherwise, he would not have been able to eliminate him so quietly. As I pondered this, Bridget's body lurched forward, and a shadow materialized behind him. Sensing the overwhelming aura of death emanating from this figure, I knew I stood no chance against it. Uro, we must flee, I shouted, grabbing her hand as we dashed back to the first level of the basement, where we stood upon the balcony. Surveying the area below, where there was no place to hide, the footsteps of the approaching figure grew ever closer. If we did not devise a plan, we faced certain doom. In a moment of desperation, my gaze fell upon the luminous mirror at the center. This visitor was none other than the Soul Reaper dispatched by the Grim Reaper to retrieve the seal key, a being capable of dispatching a grand sorcerer in an instant, thereby illustrating its formidable power. Dubbed Ling, by the Grim Reaper. The Soul Reaper pushed open the wooden door and entered the first level of the basement, only to find it utterly empty. However, a cold and cruel smile soon crept across his expressionless face as his gaze fixated on the luminous mirror at the center. "Are you unhurt?" The situation was exceedingly perilous just now, so I inquired anxiously upon returning to the wooden door. "Yes, I am fine, but who exactly was that? Why did they come here?" "Without a doubt, they belong to the Dark Clan, and their objective is likely the dark scriptures beyond this door," I replied, raising my eyes to the golden hexagram on the door. Upon hearing my answer, Uro exclaimed, "What? The dark scriptures? Could they really be here?" Just as I was about to address Uro's confusion, a terrifying aura of death surged from behind us, prompting me to shout, "Uro, erect the defensive barrier." With that, I pulled her into my embrace, utilizing spatial teleportation to evade, while simultaneously activating Uro's protective barrier. A black sphere of energy struck the wooden door, causing an explosion. Though we managed to evade it, the residual shockwave shattered the barrier Uro had conjured. To be struck by it would spell certain death. As the dust settled, I was astonished to find that the wooden door remained unscathed despite being struck by such a powerful spell, its resilience astonishing. The figure outside uttered softly, refraining from launching another attack. Instead, approaching the door and pausing, he placed a hand upon the door, closing his eyes to probe within. The fire elements within the composite barrier instantly retaliated against him, yet all were nullified by the faint dark energy emanating from his body. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, and a black sphere reappeared, growing darker as he infused it with dark magic, ultimately transforming into a deep violet hue with arcs of deep blue electricity surrounding it. Compression magic. Uro gasped in astonishment at his actions. This was indeed compression magic. The sheer magnitude and purity of the dark magic compressed into a small sphere would unleash terrifying destructive power upon detonation. In the next moment, Uro and I were about to grasp the full extent of this realization. The figure ceased channeling magic and raised the black sphere high above his head. What is he planning? Could it be no? As Uro's exclamation echoed, the figure suddenly hurled the sphere towards the wooden door. Boom! The resounding impact drowned out Uro's voice, causing the passage to tremble violently, debris flying everywhere. Without a second thought, I threw myself over Uro, pinning her to the ground as debris struck me, the intense pain nearly rendering me unconscious. Meanwhile, in the office of the Academy's headmaster, Ubi, who had been sipping tea while gazing out at the moonlit night, suddenly froze, the cup slipping from his grasp and shattering upon the floor. Moments later, the headmaster rose and addressed the magical amplification stone with a grave tone. All faculty members must enter a state of level 1 alert. Summon all instructors of Grand Sorcerer rank and above to gather in the library. There has been an incident. As the smoke began to dissipate, the passage lay in disarray. Looking up at the wooden door, I was astonished to find it still standing intact. However, my astonishment quickly transformed into shock. The cloaked figure approached the door and, with a gentle push, swung the massive wooden door open. The barrier, it has been breached. At that moment, I was rendered speechless by the sheer incredulity of the situation. It was unfathomable that such a formidable composite barrier could be shattered by a single blow. Glancing at Uro beside me, I found her expression mirrored my own, her eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding events. A blood-curdling scream erupted as the door swung open, radiating blinding light that was unbearable to behold. This is holy light from the light element. As members of the Dark Clan, the holy light serves as their nemesis. Thus, when the cloaked figure was illuminated by the holy light, he let out a cry and rapidly retreated. "Quick! Uro, let us enter." Grabbing her hand, I urged her to run inside, for as long as the holy light remained, he would not dare to follow. Upon entering, Uro and I were immediately taken aback by the sight before us. The room was circular, divided into two sections by a corridor. On one side, shelves overflowed with tomes of dark magic, while the other side displayed a rack filled with dark wands and magical stones. The entire hall was adorned with golden hexagrams on both the floor and ceiling, and the walls were embedded with light element magic stones, their radiance wholly overshadowed by a pedestal at the center. As Uro and I ascended the pedestal, we beheld a milky white magical stone hovering above it, beneath which lay a black wooden box seemingly sealed. The box exuded a dense aura of darkness. Yet this was suppressed by the light emanating from the stone above. Could it be the legendary light element holy stone? The light element holy stone, what is that? I inquired, taken aback by Uro's familiarity with the stone. The light element holy stone is the treasure of the teaching extension, said to be bestowed by the god of light upon the first pope. This small stone contains light element energy thrice that of a grand sorcerer, and its greatest utility is in healing. Healing. Indeed. With this, as long as the injured party is still breathing, even if their organs are shattered, they can be revived, Uro explained. Ah, revived. Incredible, but why would such an important object be placed here in the teaching extension? How foolish. It is obviously used to seal this wooden box, as for what lies within, I need not elaborate, Uro declared haughtily, pointing at the black wooden box. Oh no, he is coming in. I inadvertently glanced toward the entrance, where the figure from the Dark Clan was laboriously erecting a defensive barrier as he approached. Do not worry, just watch me, fire domain flame dragon. The magic has failed. As the incantation concluded, the spell did not manifest, leaving Uro utterly bewildered. I knew this would happen. Sister, did you not notice the anti-magic stones embedded in the walls? Ah, how could this be? Uro lamented in disappointment. No longer gazing upon her sorrowful visage, it is hardly surprising that the demon-slaying stone resides here. Since magic proves ineffective, I shall resort to martial prowess. After all, my own magical abilities leave much to be desired. In this realm, the warrior holds an advantage over the mage. Drawing forth the slender blade of Longin, I leaped from the high platform, advancing towards the cloaked figure, upon seeing me approach with my weapon drawn. The pallid face of the figure remained expressionless, issuing a cold snort as a strange black scythe materialized in his grasp. Both Uro and I gasped in horror, the Grim Reaper. Indeed, wielding a scythe could only belong to the embodiment of death. However, I was certain that this individual was not the true Grim Reaper, for he lacked the divine aura. If he were not the Grim Reaper, then his identity became all too clear. The Grim Reaper's 12 Soul Harvesters. Chapter 47. The seal of the key. The identity of the adversary was established, yet another question lingered in my mind. According to the prophetic records, the Dark Clan had been sealed within the Netherworld. Yet this soul harvester before me posed a paradox. Had they somehow breached the seal? Such a notion seemed implausible. There had been no stirrings from the demon clan. Were the seal broken? The Dark Clan would surely launch a massive invasion. Shaking my head, I cast aside these distracting thoughts. My foremost concern was to devise a means of escape. In this domain, magic was rendered useless, which meant Uro possessed no means of self-defense. Gripping Longin tightly, I silently vowed, even if it leads to my demise, I must not allow Uro to suffer even a scratch. Shadowless blade technique of the 7 celestial swords. With a thunderous shout, countless blades of light surged forth towards the figure. In the face of such a covert assault, the figure displayed no sign of panic. In fact, he seemed utterly unmoved. As the myriad of blade lights approached, they vanished in an instant, leaving only one to continue its trajectory towards his forehead. For an ordinary individual, such a sudden disappearance would render any attempt at defense futile. Yet this man was no ordinary foe. He was a being far more terrifying than a lich, a soul harvester. With a mere flick of his scythe, he effortlessly countered my sword energy, his motions deliberate and unhurried. Humph, he scoffed, leaping onto a nearby bookshelf. Retrieving Longin, I summoned the devouring blade once more. The failure of my shadowless attack had been anticipated. It had merely served to gauge the enemy's capabilities. The true battle was only just commencing. With both hands gripping my weapon, I leapt towards his position, invoking Dragon God's transformation, Dragon's roar of the 9 heavens. A deafening roar resonated, infused with tremendous fighting spirit. As I struck towards him once again, utilizing the Dragon God's transformation in conjunction with the devouring blade was essential to unleash its full potential. Clutching the devouring blade, I felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me, instilling a sense of invincibility. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as shockwaves shattered the wooden door. To my astonishment, my formidable strike had been effortlessly countered, and with a single hand at that. Is this the disparity in strength? I murmured in disbelief. Descendant of the Dragon God, your technique is commendable, but alas, you are far too weak. A millennium ago, during the judgment of the gods, the Dragon God was also involved. Now, you shall repay the debt on his behalf. The voice that emanated from him was as frigid as the depths of hell. And in the next instant, the sharp scythe pierced deeply into my chest, vibrant blood gushing forth. Staring in horror at the wound upon my chest, I could scarcely believe it was real. I had not even been afforded the time to react to his assault, let alone evade it. In that moment, I truly comprehended the chasm of power that lay between us, one that could not be bridged merely by skill. It turns out I have always been but a weakling, I uttered, my body tilting backward. No, Xiaofeng. Yuro cried out in despair, collapsing to her knees, her eyes brimming with tears as she beheld my fallen form amidst the pool of blood. Rest assured, he yet lives. But his fate lies in your hands. Retrieve the holy light stone, and you may save him. At his words, both Yuro and I trembled. Yes, with that holy light stone, I could be drawn back from the brink of death. However, should we proceed in that manner, the soul harvester's objective would be fulfilled. With a great effort, I implored Yuro, you must not do it. Yuro. The dark scripture must never fall into the hands of the dark clan. Only then did I grasp the soul harvester's intent. He sought not to end my life immediately, but to sever my arteries, compelling Yuro to take the holy light stone to rescue me, thus fulfilling the dark clan's insidious scheme. The dark scripture? No, no, no. Such a thing is of no use to me. I have merely come to reclaim what belongs to Lord Hades. To reclaim what belongs to Hades. What might that be? I pondered inwardly, bewildered that his goal was not the dark scripture. No, Yuro must not act on this. Raising my head, I saw Yuro hesitating, her hand extended towards the holy light stone suspended in midair. Uncertain of what course to take. What are you hesitating for? His time is running out. The figure pointed disdainfully at my bleeding form, the blood continuing to flow as my consciousness began to fade. Was this truly how it would end? Xiaofeng, what am I to do? Yuro's gaze was filled with helplessness as she looked towards me, torn, observing her sorrowful countenance. A spark of inspiration ignited within my mind. Ha ha! I chuckled softly, suddenly shouting. Yuro, quickly seize the holy light stone. Upon uttering this, I leapt forth, scattering the remaining white crystal powder from my spatial pouch towards the figure, then leaping onto the high platform to AT that moment. Yuro, having heeded my words, grasped the holy light stone in her hand. The dark aura emanating from the wooden box enveloped the room, causing the walls to begin collapsing as if bereft of support. Without a second thought, I seized the black wooden box and stowed it in my spatial pouch. The figure, taken aback by my sudden assault, let out an angry snort, unleashing a black blade of light towards Yuro. As she was unable to evade, I resolved, I must protect her. Ignoring all else, I dashed towards Yuro, enveloping her in my embrace, using my back to absorb the blow entirely. It's a relief that you're unharmed. In my fading consciousness, I crushed the spatial teleportation scroll in my hand. The cloaked figure cast a cold glance at the spot where Yuro and I had vanished, his emotionless visage betraying a hint of malice, before swiftly retreating. However, as he emerged from the library, he was met by throngs of people awaiting his arrival. The Dark Clan, a soul harvester. The headmaster, Obi, exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the figure. It seems the dark scripture has already fallen into his hands. Form a formation. We must not let him escape. Headmaster Obi commanded the assembled mentors, each of whom understood the catastrophic implications of the sealed entity beneath the second level of the basement. The soul harvester, Ling, remained silent at the misinterpretation of his intent, for he deemed it beneath him to explain himself to mere mortals. The escape of Yuro and me had already sealed the fate of this mission. And Ling was incensed. With minions approaching for their demise, it suited his desires perfectly that a cruel smile crept onto his lips as the slaughter commenced. Death's domain of the soul harvesting, accompanied by the raspy voice of the cloaked figure. A vast barrier enveloped the Bajar Magic Academy, a dense aura of death spreading relentlessly, consuming all life. Within the barrier, dark elements continuously repelled all others. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the headmaster unleashed his full power, acutely aware of the horror that accompanied the 12 soul harvesters of the Grim Reaper. O fervent fire element, heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to harness the flames of your inferno to incinerate all that defies the covenant of light and shadow. Fire technique, meteor shower. The 8th tier high-level magic flowed effortlessly from Headmaster Obi's hands that in response to his incantation. The once clear night sky darkened ominously, turning a crimson hue as countless fireballs rained down, striking the death's domain and illuminating the darkness as if it were day. This was merely the beginning. The fireballs grew ever larger until, at last, they shattered the barrier, witnessing the destruction of his barrier. The cloaked figure's fury intensified. Gripping his massive black scythe, he leapt into the air, coldly declaring, "Soul harvesting, dance of the demons." Countless shadowy figures, accompanied by chilling wails, surged forth, ensnaring all living beings in their path, causing them to wither instantly. The mentors present knew little of the Dark Clan, and even Headmaster Obi had only encountered scant references in ancient texts, which were far too limited and distant to provide true insight. The moment the dance of the demons commenced, losses began to mount on our side. Despite never underestimating the enemy, the path ahead promised only devastation for the Academy. Headmaster Obi erected a formidable earth magic barrier. Urgently instructing the mages behind him, quickly, prepare to jointly unleash the 9th-tier light forbidden spell, Judgment of the Holy Light. Upon hearing the headmaster's command, the mentors began to chant the lengthy incantation in unison. O sacred light element, heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to borrow the light of redemption to cleanse all fallen souls. Light technique, Judgment of the Holy Light. The once fiery night sky underwent another transformation. As a colossal beam of light pierced the heavy clouds, descending upon the Bejar Magic Academy below, the combined might of dozens of high-level mages unleashed tremendous power, and should this holy light strike the ground, the entirety of Lanyuo City would likely be erased from the map of the Orlon Empire. Unbeknownst to Ling, he could never have anticipated that President Obi would issue such a command. Yet, could it be true that President Obi was such a reckless individual? Certainly not. He was merely biding his time, awaiting the moment when the Soul Reaper would make his move. Is this truly your line of thought? I must concede that you have triumphed, proclaimed the Soul Reaper with a thunderous voice. Soul Harvest, Blade of the Death God. Upon uttering these words, the figure transformed the scythe in his grasp into a great sword. As the sword materialized, the aura of death surrounding the Soul Reaper thickened, and Ling raised the colossal sword high above his head that a black sphere of light manifested at the tip of the blade, drawing the surrounding dark elements towards it at an alarming rate. However, no matter how much dark energy was absorbed, the sphere's size remained unchanged. This was the essence of extreme compression magic. The Judgment Holy Light was drawing near, and all present held their breath, captivated by the stark contrast of black and white in the impending clash. Seizing the opportune moment, the Soul Reaper unleashed a blade of shadows from the great sword, which pierced through the luminous sphere above, carrying with it the compressed dark elements towards the Judgment Holy Light, where victory would be determined in an instant. Contrary to expectations, there was no tremendous explosion. Instead, the collision of such formidable energies erupted in a dazzling radiance, plunging those present into temporary blindness, while beautiful pale blue shockwaves radiated above the city of Reno. The mages who had invoked the forbidden spell collectively coughed up blood, collapsing backward, while the Soul Reaper was not faring much better, kneeling on one knee with a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The only one remaining upright was President Obi, who swiftly erected an 8th-level water-based defensive barrier above the city of Reno to shield against the residual shockwave. He glanced back at the fallen mages behind him. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have resorted to such drastic measures, yet the significance of the seal key was paramount, as it affected the future of the entire light and shadow continent. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Surrender the seal key, President Obi stated solemnly as he approached the Soul Reaper, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority. You despicable human. As an inferior being, you ought to be acutely aware of your station. How dare you issue commands to a superior with such insolence? Such a crime is unforgivable. The chilling voice of the Soul Reaper reverberated once more, this time laced with profound anger. Soul Harvest, Soul Summoning. As the words left his lips, two figures materialized behind the Soul Reaper. No. More accurately, the souls of the deceased. Instinctively, it was clear that these two souls had once belonged to highly skilled mages. You wretched human. Soul Harvest, Scythe of the Death God. The Soul Reaper's roar drew President Obi's attention. But what he beheld was an ethereal scythe plunging into his own body. In that moment, President Obi felt his very soul being gradually extracted by the scythe of death. So this is the Death God's secret, Soul Harvest. With each fleeting moment, as his soul began to detach from his body, he could distinctly sense his magical and vital energies ebbing away. Release President Obi, you scoundrel. Holy Light Purification. A charming young girl appeared behind Obi, casting a 7th-level light magic spell instantaneously, sending a beam of white light hurtling towards the Soul Reaper. An angel, is it? The Soul Reaper scoffed upon seeing the girl, vanishing from sight. Grateful for his salvation, the president turned to see that the girl was none other than Ewer, a key student from Class 7. Yet there was no time for further contemplation. He summoned a nearby instructor and commanded, quickly send word to the Holy City, informing the Pope of the events that have transpired here. State that the seal key has fallen into the hands of the Dark Clan. Understood. The messenger vanished in an instant. After the messenger had departed, another instructor approached, handing President Obi a letter. The correspondence was from the Holy City and bore grave news. The Yade Palace has come under attack, and the seal key has been stolen. The Holy City was also assaulted. But fortunately, the Pope managed to repel the attackers. It seems their objective was the seal key as well. I never imagined things would escalate to this point. Our remaining hope rests solely on the Holy City. As long as that portion of the key does not fall into the hands of the Dark Clan, the Dark God shall remain eternally sealed within the Valley of Death. With that, President Obi set the letter aside and gazed up at the vast night sky, murmuring to himself. Chapter 48. The departing moon Ruyo as the first rays of morning sunlight pierced the heavens, casting their golden hue across the land. In a secluded grove, the dawn filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground, gradually awakening from my unconscious state beneath the great tree. The first sight that greeted my eyes was the exquisite visage of Ruyo. Almost immediately, a fierce pain surged through me, eliciting a groan as I recalled the grievous injuries I had sustained the previous night. Ruyo remained peacefully seated against the tree, lost in slumber, while my head rested upon her lap.my hand, seemingly possessed by its own will, reached out to caress her soft, rosy cheek. In that fleeting moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. I wish time could freeze at that instant. Gazing upon Ruyo's delicate features, I smiled, for I had come to realize that I had hopelessly fallen for her. What are you thinking about? You look so happy, Ruyo inquired, perhaps startled awake by my sudden outburst. Upon seeing my radiant smile, she seemed perplexed. It's nothing. I thought I might have died, I replied, retracting my hand and chuckling awkwardly to mask my embarrassment. Rest assured, with me around, you'd find it quite difficult to meet your end. Ruyo's proud demeanor evoked a look of confusion upon my face. Because I possess this, she declared, producing a milky white gemstone from her spatial pouch. A gentle radiance emanated from the light magic, swiftly enveloping the entire forest. The holy lightstone. Indeed, Xiao Feng was gravely injured. Without it, I would have been at a loss. Now I understand. As I attempted to rise, a sharp gasp escaped my lips. Though the bleeding had ceased, the injuries on my chest and back continued to cause excruciating pain, forcing me to lie back down. Xiao Feng, don't push yourself. Rest a little longer, or your wounds may easily reopen, Ruyo urged, concern etched on her face as she observed my agony. Also, about yesterday. Thank you. Thank you for taking that blow for me. It was the least I could do. Ruyo, from this day forth, let me protect you, all right? I spoke softly, gazing into her enchanting eyes. Ruyo's face flushed with embarrassment at my words, and it seemed she comprehended the deeper meaning behind them. Ruyo, I like you, I declared earnestly, enunciating each word with conviction. Once again, my heartfelt confession struck her like a heavy hammer against her soul. Xiao Feng. Ruyo hesitated, as if grappling with words that remained unspoken. I understand. I chuckled awkwardly again, but this smile was laden with myriad emotions, sadness, bitterness, regret, and perhaps even a touch of blessing. Sister Ruyo, you already have a boyfriend, don't you? His name is Dolores, right? It seems I have been deluding myself. That's not it, Xiao Feng. He and I actually. All right, let's not dwell on that. We should make haste back to the academy. We have no idea where we were teleported to. With great effort, I supported myself on Ruyo's shoulder and took the lead forward, unwilling to glance back at her for fear of betraying my own emotions. My eyes betrayed me, brimming with unshed tears. This is sufficient. Compared to the harshness of reality, I would rather drown in the beautiful illusion. I thought to myself, even though I had not received a direct rejection. It was enough for me. As long as Ruyo could find joy and happiness, that was all that mattered. Sister Ruyo. I paused and intentionally lowered my voice, hoping she would not detect my vulnerability. What is it? There are times when I truly wish I had met you sooner, before you had a boyfriend. I wish you happiness. My final words were spoken so softly that even I could barely hear them. Please don't say that. Xiao Feng. Ruyo looked at my back, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes, though she remained indecisive, caught in a dilemma. Observing my faltering steps, Ruyo hurried to my side, offering her support. I kept my head bowed. Though my tears had long since been stealthily wiped away. My first love had withered away, ending before it even began. I felt such profound sorrow and melancholy, yet suddenly realized I was not alone. For I had solitude as my companion. A desolate town. This small town was utterly devoid of life. Though houses stood, light flickered within, the streets remained eerily deserted. Peering through a window, I could see inhabitants within, but they were engaged with their own affairs, glancing at other homes. The same scene unfolded. Everyone seemed to be preoccupied with their own company. This town, like many others, thrived in solitude, for the joy of companionship with one's own kind proved to be far more fulfilling than mingling with others. Leading to a complete absence of inhabitants. I yearned to embark on a journey, to explore other towns in search of the one who belonged to me. Yet, if that person were to love me, they would inevitably have to part from me. Even so, I still wish to meet them, I mused. Wandering through the stillness of the town today, after stepping out of the grove alongside Ruyo, I discovered that we had been transported outside the city of Reno. Checking the time, I surmised that classes at the academy had already commenced, making tardiness inevitable. Supported by Ruyo, we entered the academy, instantly drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, some envious, others jealous, and yet others with ulterior motives. As we parted in front of the main teaching building, I instructed Ruyo to keep the holy light stone concealed, urging her not to divulge its existence to anyone, lest it attract unwanted trouble. Furthermore, the black box retrieved from the second level of the basement remained hidden within my spatial pouch, a fact that Ruyo was unaware of. Could it possibly contain the Dark Bible? Gritting my teeth against the searing pain, I trudged into the classroom, only to find that my companions, Kongfan and the others, had not attended class today. A sense of foreboding enveloped me. Xiaofeng, your timing is impeccable. Why have Gufan, Waya, and Fail not attended class? Ah, you're injured. The wind magic instructor, IKA, asked with urgency from the podium. Oh, it's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. I'll go find them now. With that, I turned to leave, leaving instructor IKA baffled. Your Highness, should we assist them? A voice from the back of the classroom inquired softly towards you. No need. Such trivial matters are within Xiaofeng's capability to handle, you replied with a mysterious smile that left many perplexed. Ignoring my own pain, I sensed that something significant must have transpired within the guild, and I cast a wind-based levitation spell, making my way to the rooftop of the dormitory. Upon reaching the rooftop, I indeed found everyone gathered there, and my taut nerves finally began to relax. My usually perceptive instincts detected an unsettling atmosphere. Everyone was silent, heads bowed, and the mood had turned heavy. As my gaze swept across the group, I suddenly realized something. Where's Waya? I asked in a low voice, but no one responded. Where's Waya? Answer me. I shouted again, this time with an undeniable authority. Gufan stepped forward and suddenly knelt before me, coldly stating, due to my poor command, we fell into the enemy's trap, and Waya has been captured by the Lanhan aristocratic society. Did I implore the guild leader to punish me? What? I stepped back, disbelief etched on my face. Guild leader. This cannot be blamed on Gufan. It was my erroneous intelligence that led to this. If punishment is due, let it fall upon me. Fail also knelt. You are all utterly infuriating. In a flash, I moved and kicked each of them down. Is this truly the time for blame? Gufan, I am deeply disappointed in you. How could you be so muddled at such a critical moment? I stood beside Gufan, my expression one of disillusionment. Hearing my words, Gufan seemed to awaken from a trance, rising to his feet and sternly addressing the guild members behind him. As the acting vice leader, I command the information officer Fail to immediately investigate all data regarding the Lanhan aristocratic society and deliver it to me by dusk. The judgment team will promptly issue a challenge to the Lanhan aristocratic society. The time for our decisive battle is tonight. I will lead the judgment team temporarily, and we must rescue our leader Waya, even if it costs us our lives. Understood. The group echoed in unison before disappearing from the rooftop. Well done. You have not disappointed me, I said, approaching Gufan and patting his shoulder in praise. This simple gesture sent a sharp pain through my wound. What? Xiaofeng, are you injured? Gufan asked, supporting me with concern. It's nothing, just a minor injury. No need to worry. Now, I must go prepare. Those who dare to harm my brother will deeply regret their existence, I declared with a chilling finality before vanishing from the rooftop. As I exited the dormitory, my first task was to replenish the depleted mana stones and white crystal powder, essential items for the battlefield. However, some individuals always seem to appear at the most inopportune moments. Junior Mage Division. Class 5, Muyu Xiaofeng. I was halted at the school gate by an individual. Looking up, I saw a man clad in extravagant attire, clearly flaunting his noble status, handsome yet exuding arrogance, a sight that irked me immensely. Who are you? I have urgent matters to attend to. Do not obstruct my path, I stated bluntly, unwilling to engage in a drawn-out exchange. Heh, indeed a commoner. I have no other intention here but to simply to warn you to keep your distance from you, Ro, or else. Heh, he sneered, lifting his chin in contempt. From his words, even a fool could deduce his identity. You must be Dolores, the last student of the senior mage division, and you Ro's boyfriend? I could hardly believe I would encounter him here. Indeed. I am Dolores. Know your place, boy. Do not aspire to chase after you, Ro. You're simply not worthy. His haughty demeanor ignited a desire within me to deliver a few punches, yet time was not on my side. Nothing mattered more than rescuing Waya. Suppressing my anger, I chose to ignore him and exited through a side door. However, Dolores was not inclined to let me go so easily. What? Planning to leave? Do you think I will let you off that easily? If you want to avoid further trouble, you'd best remember your place concerning you, Ro. What do you want? I asked, my patience wearing thin. Simple, crawl under my legs and call me grandfather, and I won't make things difficult for you, he replied with a smirk. His words ignited a fire of fury within me. You bastard, you are hardly fit to be my grandfather. With that, I swung a punch at his loathsome face, given the close distance and his surprise. Dolores was caught off guard. Blood trickled from his nose as he stared at me in shock, unable to fathom my sudden aggression. You commoner, how dare you strike a noble, he stammered, summoning the fiery elements. Raging flames. Heed the call of your believer. Allow me to wield your fire to burn all who defy the light. Screw you. I delivered another punch straight to his gut. I was not foolish enough to wait for him to finish his incantation. Dolores doubled over, clutching his abdomen in pain, his earlier bravado vanishing entirely. Under normal circumstances, even as an advanced warrior, I would not have easily bested Dolores, but his underestimation of me proved fatal. A mage approaching a warrior is a perilous miscalculation. Now, let me warn you, stay away from me, I threatened, standing over him with my blade poised at his throat. Xiaofeng, stop. I turned to see Ro rushing toward us. Upon seeing her, my expression softened, and I almost spoke. But Dolores, still on the ground, weakly interjected. Xiaofeng, I know you like Ro, but if you think that force will win her over, you are mistaken. I will not easily let her go. I love her. What? Xiaofeng, you. Ro looked at me in astonishment, as if seeking confirmation that I remained silent, my expression impassive, unwilling to explain that if Ro chose to believe me. Xiaofeng, tell me this isn't true, she pleaded, but I continued to gaze at her without a word. No. How could you do this? Don't think that just because you have some martial skills, you're remarkable. I was wrong about you. Her icy words pierced my ears, echoing painfully in my mind, and my heart felt as if it were being twisted in agony. Standing there, I watched as Ro helped Dolores to his feet, and together they walked away, a sinister smile creeping across Dolores's face. I realized I had fallen into a trap, feeling the coldness and disdain in Ro's eyes. I suddenly sensed the vast distance between us, growing ever wider. It was autumn, yet I felt an overwhelming chill. Watching Ro and Dolores fade into the distance, I made no move to pursue them. Nor did I wish to explain myself further. Was this not a fitting conclusion? Their happiness, my sorrow. I held no grudge against Dolores's treachery, nor did I blame Ro for her distrust. After all, they were a pair, and I could merely linger in the shadows, offering my silent blessing that I shed no tears. Time did not permit me to wallow in sadness. Waya was still waiting for my rescue. With that thought, I turned and dashed toward the school's exit, ignoring the pain in my body. One heading north, the other south, two parallel lines destined to never intersect, forever gazing from afar, yet devoid of any intersection. Heartache always surpasses physical pain. Chapter 49. The dissolution of the guild. In a dense, primordial forest, the Grim Reaper sat cross-legged beneath a tree, eyes closed in meditation. Before him, four figures materialized with a flash of purple light. How did it go? The Grim Reaper inquired without opening his eyes. Reporting to my lord. We successfully retrieved the seal key of the Yade Empire. However, regarding the Holy City and Beijir Magic Academy, I regret to inform you of our failure. One of the four stepped forward, respectfully replying and recounting the events. It seems the Pope is quite formidable, having defeated 2 Soul Reapers. Yet, he is but a human, forever subordinate to the divine. The seal set in place by the God of Light is indeed impressive. Retrieving the seal key is the sole means to rescue Lord Hades. I will make my way to the Holy City eventually, but first, I must venture to the Olan Empire to deal with the rat that has been stealing. The Grim Reaper's cold voice echoed. and his blood-red eyes suddenly opened, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace that chilled the air around him. Back in Renu City, after purchasing magical supplies, I returned to the dormitory and immediately entered meditation to prepare for tonight's decisive battle. Recent events had been tumultuous and chaotic, leaving little time to cultivate my magic and martial skills. As my consciousness swept through my body, I discovered my magical and combat abilities had made little progress, though I had anticipated this. Disappointment still washed over me that as a mid-level mage and advanced warrior, my rank was commendable, yet I yearned for more strength, a pursuit that proved far from easy. Resolving not to dwell further, I adjusted my breathing and entered meditation once more. Upon awakening, it was already evening. Rising from my bed, I sensed the magical elements within me. However, the effect was not as favorable as I had hoped, due to yesterday's injuries. My current capabilities were reduced to half of my usual level, and tonight's battle would require a desperate gamble. Ascending to the rooftop, the core members of the guild were gathered, each one eager and ready for the impending confrontation. We were poised for retribution this very night. According to the information obtained from Fail, the true threats within the Lonhun aristocratic society were only the president, Orser, and the vice president, Gale, both of whom held the rank of advanced mage. Upon encountering this situation, I found myself in a state of hesitation. The opposing side boasted 2 senior mages. While I could potentially tackle President Orser, restraining the 2 mid-level mages from the judgment group to contain Vice President Gale presented a formidable challenge. Although Waya was compelled to intervene, I was equally reluctant to see any of my comrades come to harm, which left me in a quandary, sensing the puzzled gazes of those around me. I voiced my concerns aloud. Upon hearing my words, the previously high spirits of the group inevitably sank, as this was indeed a particularly thorny issue. "Ha! I wonder if my presence can alleviate everyone's distress," a bright voice rang out from behind. Everyone turned to see the newcomer, their expressions morphing into one of astonishment. "FAO," they exclaimed in unison. Yes, it was FAO, who had returned. I turned, my heart brimming with excitement as I rushed to him, and the 2 of us embraced tightly. I had known he would return when our brigade needed him most. The likes of Gufon and others remained silent, yet their faces betrayed a mix of concern and joy. No words were necessary, for a single glance could convey volumes. "FAO, you rascal, you finally decided to come back. Now tell me, where on earth have you been these past few days?" Feller exclaimed, bursting forth with unabashed exuberance, clapping FAO on the shoulder, which made FAO lower his head in silence. Observing this, I gave Feller a sharp kick to the rear. Turning to FAO with sincerity, I said, "It's all right. Your return is what matters. You must be aware of Waya's predicament. Let us go. Together, we will rescue our brother." In an instant, we vanished from our location, soaring towards the wooden cottage in the western outskirts of Reno City. The night was dark and tempestuous, a perfect backdrop for deeds of treachery. Under the cover of night, a figure clad in red approached the small wooden dwelling. "Who goes there?" A guard stationed outside inquired warily as the individual drew near. "I wish to speak with your president," came the calm reply from a distance of 10 meters. "State your name first. Our president is not someone just anyone can meet," another guard interjected with a haughty sneer. "You wish to die?" The guard was suddenly lifted by the collar, hoisted effortlessly by the mysterious figure. "A warrior. You are a warrior," he stammered in shock. Ignoring his astonishment, the figure in red hurled him against the wall, where he fell unconscious with a muffled groan. "Take me to your president. I have no desire to repeat myself." The red-clad individual fixed a cold gaze upon the remaining guard. Having witnessed the fate of his companion, the guard dared not utter a word of defiance and obediently led the figure into the wooden cottage. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted him was a red coffin placed prominently in the hall, accompanied by 5 mages scattered throughout the room, all of whom appeared to be of intermediate rank or higher. "Are you the leader of that mysterious organization? I have heard tales of your group. Notorious for hunting nobles, and you pride yourselves on being arbiters of souls. Is that so?" A handsome nobleman lounged in a corner, speaking nonchalantly. It was then that the figure in red realized he was the only one seated among the 5, indicating that this man was none other than Orser, the president of the Lan Wang Noble Society and a senior mage. "Indeed, I am the leader. What I wish to know is the whereabouts of the member you have detained." "Oh." Such words from the leader. "They do not sit well with me." It was not I who summoned him, but since he has arrived, how could I not extend a warm welcome? "Ha ha." The man laughed boastfully. "To have the audacity to come here alone as the leader. I am quite impressed. Your comrade lies in the coffin before us. I wonder if you dare to open it and rescue him." Be wary of hidden arrows or poison that may await you. Orser rested his chin on his hand, observing the situation with an air of amusement. The red-clad figure clenched his hands tightly, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Orser. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, swiftly, he drew a two-handed sword from his spatial bag and cleaved the coffin in half. Blood gushed forth, spreading across the floor, but instead of Waya, it revealed a member of the Lan Huang noble society, clutching a poisoned dagger. Now, tell me where that member is. I have no time to waste here. The red figure threatened, pointing the sword at Orser. Ah, I had forgotten. Our esteemed leader is a martial warrior. This makes our game rather tedious. In that case, you have lost all value in existing. Wishing to see your comrade? Very well, I shall grant your request. After you descend, you shall meet him. With that, Orser snapped his fingers, and the four mages in the room quickly moved to the corners to prevent any escape by the red-clad figure. Humph. I had anticipated that this matter would not be easily resolved, I tell you. I am sworn enemies with the corrupt nobility. A roar erupted from the red figure's lips, as the four mages prepared to attack. He suddenly sat cross-legged, producing a magic stone seemingly from thin air. He placed the stone on the ground and cast a small fireball upward, which broke through the roof, illuminating the dark night sky. FAO is ready. Everyone, commence the chant for magic. Unleash your might. On a nearby hillside, Gufan commanded the mages behind him, and the air was soon filled with the sounds of intricate incantations. Indeed, the figure clad in red was not me, but FAO. While I was positioned directly above the cottage, upon seeing FAO's signal, I shouted, "Spatial repulsion array," and directed the spatial elements within me downwards, infusing the magic stone in FAO's possession. The entire array activated and began to function. This was my intention, to have FAO impersonate me and infiltrate the cottage, placing the magic stone at the center of the array, which I would then activate from above. Consequently, the speed at which the guards within the array could cast spells would be significantly hampered. While the members of the judgment group outside could seize this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the noble society. Moments later, Gufan and the others completed their spell preparations, and a deluge of magic rained down upon the cottage, leaving the noble society members with no time to enact their defensive barriers as they scrambled in panic. Realizing the imminent danger, President Orser was the first to launch a fire-based attack spell toward the seated FAO. But alas, it was repelled by FAO's protective aura. FAO had undergone tremendous growth during his days away, diligently studying the Tian Gang's seven-sword technique I had entrusted to him, along with the martial arts insights left by his master. Now, he had achieved the rank of intermediate warrior. Even I could not help but admire his martial talent. Though he may not yet surpass me in rank, if a confrontation occurred, even I might find myself at a disadvantage against his formidable strength and defense. It seemed my decision to teach him martial skills had been entirely correct, but was it truly so? Only time would reveal the answer. Damnable commoners, how dare you conspire against me? Follow me. Once we exit this wretched array, I shall show you how I will deal with you little pests. Orser fumed at the four mages. Just as they attempted to make their escape, the array's power abruptly dissipated. Could it be? A sense of foreboding enveloped Orser's heart. Moments later, the door swung open, and a procession of red-clad figures filed in, encircling Orser and his companions. Indeed, it appears my subordinates outside have been dealt with by you, Orser conceded helplessly. Following this, I entered alongside Gufan and Feller. I approached Orser, halting before him, and removed my mask, addressing him respectfully. Greetings, President. I am the leader of the Xiaofeng Mage Brigade, Muyu Xiaofeng. Allow me to introduce these two behind me. Gufan, the leader of the Judgment Group, and Feller, the leader of the Intelligence Group. As for the member you have detained, he is Waya, the leader of the Judgment Group. May I now request that you release him? My self-introduction left Orser and his associates utterly bewildered. Oh, do not misunderstand. I had no intention of allowing any of you to leave this cottage alive, I added as a further clarification. My audacious words ignited Orser's wrath, however, before he could unleash his fury. One of the mages beside him could no longer contain his impatience and began to chant a spell, but I denied him the opportunity. Instantly, I teleported in front of him and cast a sealing spell upon his abdomen, causing him to scream and collapse. Your subordinate appears to lack discipline. Very well, I shall deal with you all myself, I declared, once more channeling spatial elements into the magic stone protected by FAO. Reactivating the array, All the members in the room cast aside their wands and drew their swords, embarking on a new round of carnage. Indeed, this was how the guards outside were dispatched by the members of the judgment group. Those below the rank of senior mage could not achieve instantaneous spellcasting. Similarly, the speed at which the opposition could cast spells was greatly impeded, signifying that within this array, it was the martial artist's domain, while it became a hell for the mages. Despicable! Orser spat, desperately defending himself against the onslaught with his staff while cursing under his breath. He was acutely aware that he had reached a dead end, and being reduced to a mere pulp was merely a matter of time, despite possessing the ability to cast large-scale destructive spells. The lack of chanting time left Orser with an overwhelming urge to weep. "Cover me. Watch how I will deal with you insignificant pests," he commanded, as two of the remaining standing mages shielded him in a corner, striving to buy him time to chant his spells. Observing this entire scene, I could not allow Orser to succeed. Just as I grasped the longing sword and prepared to rush forward, FAO intercepted me. Without needing to ask, I could perceive his emotions through his gaze, prompting me to halt and regard him. With swift precision, FAO advanced, executing a downward strike with his sword before seamlessly transitioning into a sweeping motion, causing the two mages to topple to the ground in shock and resentment. Afterward, FAO let out a sinister chuckle and lunged at Orser, who was cornered against the wall, but the Orser he struck had already become a lifeless corpse, a shard of ice piercing through his throat first. Upon witnessing this, I immediately became alert. No need to search. I am right here. A figure suddenly materialized at the entrance, managing to appear silently within my spatial rejection array. This person was undoubtedly formidable. Are you wondering why I am unaffected by the magic array? That is simply because you are too weak. I spear of the extreme domain. With a resounding shout, an ice spike rapidly shot toward the magic stone, and in an instant, the protective spell of FAO was rendered ineffective as the ice spike shattered the magic stone, causing the entire array to collapse. The man sneered and continued to chant, "Gentle water element, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to borrow the sharpness of water's ice, and let the defiant face the wrath of the gods." Water technique, wrathful ice surge. As the elaborate incantation concluded, I immediately sensed the impending danger. Having thoroughly studied magic tomes, I recognized this as a mid-tier large-scale 4th-level spell, just as I intended to raise a defensive barrier. It was already too late. A torrent of ice swords rained down, and the unprepared Gufon and others were instantly knocked to the ground, all severely injured. Only FAO and I fared slightly better, as we possessed protective battle energy. "Damn it, don't push your luck," FAO cursed, raising his sword to charge, but I intercepted him. "What do you intend to do?" I asked in a deep voice to me. This person did not seem intent on total annihilation, given that he was a grand sorcerer. It was evident that victory could not be secured with just FAO and myself. "You are quite astute. No wonder the leader has taken a liking to you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Celeste, the Vice President of the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society. As for my purpose here, it is quite simple. I demand your immediate disbandment," Celeste said nonchalantly, while FAO, unable to contain himself, leapt forward, swinging his sword at the man's face. However, this attack was repelled by Celeste's protective barrier, and before we realized it, an ice sword shot forth and embedded deeply in FAO's chest, instantly staining his clothes with blood. "What if I refuse?" I coldly addressed Celeste, ignoring FAO's injury. "Oh, that is quite simple. The President's intent is to prevent future troubles, and there will be no mercy." Celeste's seemingly harmless smile belied an overwhelming aura of menace. "Very well, I understand. The Xiaofeng Sorcerer Group shall hereby disband." "Captain, we can't do that. I would rather fight him." The members, hearing my decree to disband the group, grit their teeth and struggled to rise despite their excruciating pain. "Everyone stand down. Even if we could kill him, could we withstand the retaliation of the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society in the future? I do not wish for this, but I am even less willing to see my brothers harmed or lose their lives." I collapsed to the ground, powerless in that moment. Tears fell from my eyes, tears for my own weakness. If only I could be stronger, I would be able to protect all that I wish to safeguard. Yet now I find myself utterly helpless. "Very well, congratulations, Captain Xiaofeng, for making a wise decision." Celeste turned to leave. "Oh, by the way, I must thank you for eliminating a significant threat to the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society." Ha ha ha. Amidst peals of laughter, Celeste's figure gradually faded into the night, and the Xiaofeng sorcerer group was disbanded. However, this matter was far from over. 3 months later, the Xiaofeng sorcerer group would re-emerge with even greater strength. Chapter 50. A surprising encounter with Zidane. Waking from a deep slumber, my eyes were met with a sky as clear as a mirror, devoid of any impurities. It was late autumn, and the occasional breeze atop the building carried a hint of chill. I could not remember how many days had passed since I had been able to sleep so peacefully and awaken contentedly, squinting my eyes to savor this moment of tranquility. Last night, we had successfully rescued Waya and eradicated the Lanwang Aristocrat Society, a cause for celebration, yet we were forced to disband our entire group by a Grand Sorcerer from the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society. If it were only me, I might have had a fighting chance against a Grand Sorcerer, but I could not bear the thought of my brothers being harmed, even though Gufan and the others were now lying in the infirmary, gravely injured and unconscious. I am too weak. Upon returning to the academy last night, I could not stop berating myself. Strength. I once again felt a profound longing for it. Heavy footsteps approached from the stairwell, growing nearer with each moment, seemingly deliberate in their dragging pace to capture my attention. "So this is where you are. No wonder I couldn't find you," you remarked, sitting beside me and gazing at the distant sky with a smile. Noticing my continued silence, you pressed on. "Has the group suffered a setback? I just came from the infirmary." Hearing this, I opened my eyes with a glimmer of urgency and asked, "How are they now?" "The situation is dire. Especially FAO, who was directly pierced through the chest by an ice arrow. Thankfully, he is not in mortal danger," you added, seemingly to assuage my guilt. After a moment's pause, you inquired, "What do you plan to do?" The Xiaofeng, I remember, would not simply let this go. "There is still over a month until the winter break," I suddenly stated. You, puzzled, responded with a soft waiting for me to elaborate. "That means there are 3 months until the spring semester begins. I plan to use this time to travel and enhance my strength that I have already requested leave from my mentor." I lazily sat up from the ground. You, seemingly anticipating my decision, showed no signs of surprise. "That sounds good. At least you can clear your mind. Oh, by the way, the incident of you killing the aristocrats last night has caused quite a stir, but I have already sent Lung to suppress it," you said casually, as if such matters were trivial to him. Ignoring my astonished expression, you continued, "When do you plan to leave?" "Tonight," I replied decisively. "Aren't you going to wait to say goodbye to them when they wake up?" you asked, somewhat surprised by my decision. "No, just let them know that I am going out to train and will return next year." "All right. Additionally, I can assure you that no one will trouble the group members before your return. This way, you can train with peace of mind," you solemnly promised, patting his chest. "I have no doubt about that. Your status must be quite remarkable. You needn't tell me. We are friends, after all," I said, feeling relieved as a weight lifted from my heart with his assurance. "Indeed, we will always be friends." Yu's figure faded from the rooftop, leaving only the gentle whisper of his voice drifting in the wind. As night fell, I departed from Reno City, heading south, and set up a campfire to rest amidst the dense woods. Staring into the flickering flames, I found myself uncertain of my destination that I claimed to be seeking strength. Yet I lacked any clear goal. Perhaps, as you suggested, I had merely come out to clear my mind. Reflecting on the past few months felt like a dream, ethereal yet achingly real. Suddenly, a fleeting image flashed in my mind, prompting me to retrieve the black wooden box I had obtained from the second level of the basement. I took out the box. The surrounding space seemed to contract, pure dark elements surging forth from it. Feeling these dark elements, my body instinctively reacted, resonating with the faint trace of darkness already within me. Upon closer inspection of the black box, I noticed it was adorned with peculiar golden patterns, resembling seals. Driven by curiosity, I yearned to open the box and uncover its secrets. I carefully set up several barriers around me before cautiously prying it open. To my surprise, the box bore no protective barriers, and I easily opened it without any overwhelming dark elements pouring out. Everything was eerily calm. This only heightened my tension. Holding my breath, I fully opened the box, revealing a book with a black cover resting quietly inside. As I picked it up, I discovered that the cover bore no inscriptions, completely black. Flipping to the first page, I found it blank. The second page, blank. The third page, still blank. After turning through the entire thick volume, I was left speechless at the absence of any writing. Is this really the legendary Dark Bible? It was merely a few pages of black paper. Perhaps there were secrets I was yet to uncover. One thing was certain, The hefty tome in my hands was undoubtedly the Dark Bible. As for its mysteries, there would be plenty of time to explore them later. For now, I was more concerned about the empty box. I had removed the Dark Bible, yet why could I still sense that bone-chilling cold? Pure dark elements continued to seep out, confirming that the box held deeper secrets. Setting the Dark Bible aside, I picked up the box for a thorough inspection. Before long, I discovered something suspicious. The box contained a hidden compartment. Realizing this, I struck the base of the box with my fist, only to be rebuffed. Just as I suspected, it was protected by an incredibly formidable barrier. Such a hidden treasure could only mean that whatever lay within was far more significant than the Dark Bible. As for what it was, I would soon find out. Yes, I would take it out. Hee, a defensive barrier, you say? I'm afraid that will not work on me. Chanting a spatial spell, I invoked the elemental resonance once more. This long-lost spatial spell proved to be quite effective. Had it not been recorded in the prophecy codex, even a grand sorcerer would likely have been unable to breach this barrier. After utilizing elemental homogeneity, I clenched my fist and struck the wooden box once more. This time, disregarding the barrier, I successfully shattered the wooden bottom of the box. Reaching inside, I located the magical stone at the focal point of the formation and, with a slight exertion, crushed it in an instant. The formidable defensive barrier collapsed. Cool. The moment the barrier vanished, the only sensation I experienced was an overwhelming chill. As I surveyed my surroundings, I was engulfed in complete darkness. Immense dark elements surged upward, piercing the sky. The previously clear night sky suddenly morphed into a mass of ominous clouds, with countless bolts of lightning swirling like massive purple dragons within the tumultuous layers, roaring in fury. Below, in the forest, a biting wind arose, and all living beings within a 10-mile radius were utterly consumed by this overwhelming aura of death. Being the closest to the wooden box, I felt its effects acutely. Given that I already harbored dark elements within me, the resonance with the dark elements inside the box caused a deluge of these elements to rush into my body like a tidal wave, flowing through my narrow meridians. This sudden influx of elements caused my meridians to expand continuously. Fortunately, although my meridians were quite narrow, they possessed significant elasticity, preventing them from bursting. Such is the potential of humanity. Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through my meridians, I found it 100 times more agonizing than the struggles I endured when my master taught me about combat energy. The dark elements flooding my meridians converged into my dantian, merging with the dark elements already present within me. As the dark elements continued to flow in, the elemental forces within my body began to fall into disarray, with the swelling dark elements forcing the other 6 elemental types into the corners. This imbalance in my internal elements signaled that I was on the verge of a catastrophic explosion. Is this the end? The intense pain rendered me nearly unconscious, my awareness fading into obscurity. Just as I was about to explode, a sudden change occurred within the dark elements in my body. The previously scattered dark elements recoiled and condensed into a black sphere. Despite the ongoing influx of dark elements, the size of the sphere remained unchanged, while its color gradually shifted from black to purple. Could this be? I thought in astonishment. This is elemental compression. Ultimately, humans are still limited, despite how much we cultivate. The amount of elements we can contain is finite. To possess more elements. The concept of elemental compression was derived. This method effectively increases the storage capacity of elements within the body, and the hallmark of elemental compression is the formation of a sphere. Throughout a lifetime, a grand archmage may compress their elements a dozen or even dozens of times. As the sensation of expansion subsided, I breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Yet, to my horror, the newly formed black sphere suddenly shattered, unleashing a torrent of dark elements once more. The unbearable feeling of rupture made me contemplate self-destruction, as that might provide some relief. However, this sensation did not linger long, as the dark elements within my body once again coalesced into a sphere, completing a second compression. This process repeated several times, perhaps spanning centuries or merely seconds. Everything came to a halt, returning to tranquility. Enduring the agonizing pain, I sat up from the ground, only to realize that my clothing had long been soaked and congealed with blood, making it exceedingly uncomfortable. Seated on the ground, I did not deliberately attempt to assess my condition. Merely thinking about it reflected in my mind a form of internal sight. To my astonishment, the meridians, now flowing like a rushing river due to the influx of dark elements, had expanded several-fold. My gaze fell upon my lower abdomen, where 7 spheres of varying luminosities rotated slowly. I had no idea what rank I currently held. All I knew was that the abundant dark elements made me feel capable of achieving anything. I swiftly cast a water-based healing spell to tend to my injuries. Approaching the wooden box, I peered inside and was astonished to find a shattered sword sealed within. The blade was entirely black, exhibiting an ancient design, and within it, a faint glimmer of light flickered, likely linked to the immense dark elements it contained. Is this what the Holy Church sealed within the Baikal Magic Academy? I curiously picked it up, only to find that it bore no weight at all. Unable to fathom why the Holy Church would seal such a broken sword, I was left pondering whose sword it might be. The question lingered in my mind. The length of the blade appeared to be divided into 3 segments. This was merely the hilt, and I wondered where the other 2 parts might be. At this moment, I was unaware that the sword in my hands was deemed by the Holy Church as the key to the forbidden, known as the sealing key. Indeed, this sealing key was the sword of the Dark God, the only artifact capable of rivaling the Light God's divine sword. The emergence of this sealing key immediately drew the attention of many, inciting a mix of joy and concern. At the very least, the 2 missing segments of the sealing key had become a source of frustration for our graying Pope. Coupled with the difficulties posed by several birdmen, our normally untroubled Pope found himself in a dire predicament, contemplating his very existence. I've finally found it. What have you got there, boy? Let me see. Just as I was examining the broken sword in my hand, a sinister chuckle echoed from behind me. I spun around to find a gaunt, black-clad mage. Upon seeing his eerie red eyes, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Necromancer. Haha, I've struck gold. With such a vast and pure concentration of dark elements. That artifact must be extraordinary. That it's not your fault to possess a treasure, but it's quite unfortunate to be so weak while holding it." The necromancer sneered as he advanced toward me step by step. Having just endured a torturous ordeal, I found myself devoid of any strength. I couldn't even muster the energy to flee, let alone resist. Why am I so unfortunate? I mused internally, observing the encroaching necromancer. I felt no panic. Despite my inability to fight back, I still possessed a space transfer scroll. The necromancer conjured a black sphere in his hand, and I prepared to activate my space scroll. Suddenly, a flash of black light surged forth, and the necromancer let out a pained scream as he collapsed inexplicably to the ground. This unexpected turn of events left me utterly bewildered, while I was still trying to comprehend the situation. 2 figures emerged beside the fallen necromancer. "Another necromancer," I exclaimed again. Judging by their demeanor, they too seemed drawn by the dark aura from earlier, likely aiming to seize the sword. "Don't worry, I have no interest in what you hold," a raspy voice echoed from the surroundings. Startled, I extended my senses to locate the source of the voice. "No need to search, I'm right here." The voice came again, this time from directly behind me. I turned to see a shadowy figure, though he stood quite close. I could not discern his features no matter how intently I tried. "You are quite remarkable, surpassing my expectations," the figure continued. "Who are you?" I shifted slightly to place the Book of Darkness and the broken sword into my spatial bag. "I've already told you. I have no interest in your possessions. Would you like to know the secret of the Book of Darkness? The words within only reveal themselves after being soaked in blood. As for who I am, it matters not. What is important is that you seek power, and I can provide it for you, even awakening your wind element divine source. That I believe you have longed for this. Haven to you? Ha ha ha. Do you desire that kind of power that commands submission? If so, follow me." With that, the figure turned and strode deeper into the forest, coldly stating, "Remember my name, Zidon." Chapter 51. The Return of Xiaofeng 3 months later. In early spring at the Baikal Magic Academy, during the lunch break, Fao and Feilu, having finished their meal, wandered aimlessly around the academy. "Is there still no news from the boss?" Fao inquired of Feilu. "None at all. It's infuriating. Everyone keeps asking me that question. The boss should have woken up by now. It's been over 10 days since the semester started, and not a trace of him." Feilu grumbled, feeling the weight of the incessant inquiries. "Come on. You're the one who is supposed to be in charge of this. If I don't ask you, who else should I ask?" Fao kicked Feilu playfully, leaving the latter to rub his sore backside. Feeling aggrieved. "This world is so unfair. I worked hard during the winter break and managed to break through to the intermediate mage level, which I thought was quite commendable. But who would have thought that all of you would surpass me and obtain the advanced mage certification? Fei Lu muttered under his breath, though Fao overheard him. Haha, what can I say? You're a rogue after all. Agility is your forte. Fao chuckled proudly. What about Gu Fan and Wu Ya? Why haven't we seen them all day? Fao suddenly remembered to ask Fei Lu. Oh, them. Gu Fan is undoubtedly off trying to lure underage girls. And as for Wu Ya, he is probably still training hard after last year's incident. Wu Ya must be acting this way because of what happened last year. Yes. Yes. Fei Lu nodded in agreement. Excuse me, do you have any news about Xiaofeng? Just as Fei Lu and Fao were chatting, a voice interrupted them. Already irritated, Fei Lu didn't even bother to look and snapped. Get lost. Do you think I'm a god? Stop bothering me. After cursing, Fei Lu awkwardly realized that the speaker was a girl. Yu. Upon recognizing her as Yu, Fei Lu's anger immediately dissipated, and he offered a harmless smile, bowing in apology. Scoundrel, just go die. Fao kicked Fei Lu again. Then turned to Yu with a serious expression. Yu, if I'm not mistaken, this is the third time you've asked me today. The matter concerning the boss has been weighing heavily on our minds as well. However, despite mobilizing the full power of the Fei Lu family, we have been unable to trace the boss's whereabouts. It is as though he has evaporated entirely. I believe we can only wait for him to re-emerge on his own. Fao said with an expression of helplessness to Yu. At that moment, Yu appeared even more beautiful, yet for reasons unknown, she seemed to have lost considerable weight, and a lingering sorrow was etched upon her brow. Oh, I apologize for the disturbance. If you receive any news about Xiaofeng, please be sure to inform me. There are things I wish to convey to him personally. Her melancholic tone made it difficult to reconcile her with the cheerful senior from 3 months prior. As Fao watched Yu's departing figure, he crawled back and lasciviously remarked, Sigh. Fao, what do you suppose this Yu means? You have known the boss longer than anyone. Do you think there is something between them? I'll give you something to think about. Fao retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Fei Lu's lower regions, causing the unfortunate Fei Lu to clutch his groin and collapse to the ground, howling in agony. Considering Fao's strength as a high-ranking warrior, Fei Lu's lower half was effectively incapacitated, and his pitiful cries drew the sympathy of countless passers-by. After being carried back to the classroom by kind-hearted individuals, Fei Lu lay motionless on the desk, resembling a lifeless body. Those in the know chuckled softly, while those unaware looked on in confusion. A pure-hearted girl mustered her courage to approach Fei Lu and asked with concern, Fei Lu, are you unwell? I am a water mage. Let me take a look. Perhaps I can assist you. Fao and the others could no longer contain their laughter, leaving Fei Lu wishing for death. All right, everyone quiet down. The homeroom teacher, Gong Chongwei, entered the room, and an immediate hush fell over the classroom. He approached the podium and solemnly addressed the students below. I am here to announce something very important that is customary. There will be a ranking competition held in 10 days at the academy. The winners will receive substantial rewards from the institution, and the top 10 will represent our academy in the Inter-Academy Exchange Tournament at the Royal Magic Academy 20 days from now. Due to the limited seating at the Royal Magic Academy, only the top 110 students from the ranking competition will be eligible to attend as spectators. I trust the details are clear, so I will not elaborate further. The Academy ranking competition is an excellent opportunity to assess your own abilities, and I hope everyone will actively sign up. After enduring the teacher's lengthy discourse, the students below grew increasingly impatient, and a few began to step forward to register. The registration list naturally included the names of Gu Fan and others, although the guild had temporarily disbanded. Fao and Gu Fan's influence remained, and they had instructed their former guild members to secure a spot within the top 100. Is there anyone else wishing to register? This is a singular opportunity. If there are no further entries, I will submit the list. As the teacher scanned the classroom and confirmed no further registrations, he began to tidy up the forms when a cold voice from outside called out, Wait, I wish to register. All eyes in the classroom turned toward the entrance. Xiaofeng, the crowd exclaimed in unison. Wow, it's the boss. He has finally emerged from hibernation. Fei Lu leaped up in excitement, but the pain in his lower half quickly brought him back down. Although Fao and the others said nothing, their concern was palpable in their gazes. Xiaofeng, have you resolved matters at home? The teacher asked this because the reason for my previous absence was due to family issues. Yes, I replied in a deep voice. That is good to hear. You wish to participate in the academy ranking competition, correct? Very well, please take your seat. With that, the teacher added Mu Yu Xiaofeng's name to the registration list before exiting the classroom. Ignoring the strange stares from my classmates, I quietly took my seat at the back. Feeling the concerned gazes of Gu Fan and the others warmed my heart, and a faint smile appeared on my otherwise expressionless face. After school that afternoon, I said nothing, only leaving the brief instruction, meet on the rooftop, before disappearing from the classroom. You, seated in the last row, observed my departure with a flicker of light in her eyes. Her intentions uncleared. In the next moment, I had appeared atop the dormitory building, leaning against the railing and gazing at the setting sun, a wicked smile curling at the corners of my mouth as I recalled the events of the past 3 months. Boss, please don't go missing like that, we've been quite worried, Fei Lu grumbled as he arrived. The accusatory glances from the others were unmistakable, yet they hesitated to voice their thoughts. Enough, Fei Lu. Stop complaining, I'm sure the boss has been diligently training these past 3 months, Gu Fan interjected, sensing the oppressive atmosphere. Oh, speaking of training, I certainly didn't slack off. I had my father hire a tutor, which genuinely touched him. I am now an intermediate mage, while Fao and Gu Fan have all worked even harder and are now advanced mages. The most outrageous of all is Wu Ya, who has already reached the rank of low-tier Grand Mage. All right, that's enough. You ever stop talking? Listening to Fei Lu drone on like a hawk in my ear made me irritable. Fei Lu, feeling wronged, shrank into the corner and fell silent, while the others looked on in astonishment, unsure why I had suddenly lost my temper. I don't wish to know about anything else. Fei Lu, tell me where the headquarters of the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society is. 3 months have passed. Surely you know something about our formidable rivals. Turning my gaze toward the sky, I spoke coldly. Fei Lu, unable to fathom my current thoughts, trembled as he replied. It's on the 3rd floor of the club activity building to the east of the academy. All right, I see. Tonight, Fao and Wu Ya will accompany me to pay a visit to the president of the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society. Huh, the others exclaimed in surprise at my declaration. What? Is there a problem? I shot a sharp look at them. No, very well. With that, I prepared to leave. Xiaofeng, if you have some time, you should meet with Senior Uro. She has been looking for you and seems to have something to say. Fao called out to me, hesitating momentarily before finally expressing his thoughts. After pondering for a moment, I simply acknowledged with an and vanished from the rooftop. Do you feel that? The boss seems to have changed, Fei Lu murmured as he emerged from his corner. Dude, you re so slow to react. It's not that he seems to have changed. He has definitely changed, Fao replied with irritation, kicking Fei Lu again. How did the boss spend the past 3 months? There's also something important I haven't nearly mentioned, Gu Fan mused, gazing at the sunset. What is it? Wu Ya asked curiously from the side. Recently, an assassin has emerged in the noble district of the Western Royal City, specifically targeting corrupt nobility, causing quite a stir, Gu Fan replied. What does that have to do with us? Fei Lu poked his head up again to inquire, only to be swiftly kicked down by Fao once more. The key point is that after this assassin carries out a hit, they leave behind a decree of judgment, and they refer to themselves as the sole arbiter. Upon hearing this, Fao and the others were struck with shock. Who was this mysterious assassin? Why were they usurping the title of sole arbiter? This question would soon reveal its answer on the rooftop of the main teaching building of Bejar Magic Academy. Uro sat alone, her arms wrapped around her knees, as the gentle breeze tousled her silky long hair. In the evening, the fading sunlight elongated her shadow, accentuating her solitude. She remained there, lost in thought, gazing at the sunset, her heart heavy with sorrow. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? A languid voice drifted from behind her, causing Uro to startle. Slowly turning her head, she beheld the figure that had haunted her dreams countless times. Xiaofeng, she hesitated, scarcely believing her eyes. The person she had long yearned for now stood behind her. And even if this were merely a dream, she wished never to awaken from it. You've lost weight, I observed, my heart tightening at the sight of her sorrowful face. That I leaned down and gently brushed my hand across her cheek, only to have her grasp my wrist. It's really you, Xiaofeng, it's really you, Uro exclaimed, springing to her feet and tightly embracing me. As if fearing I might vanish again, I pushed her away with some annoyance and coldly asked, "Where is Duoluo? Why isn't he with you?" "No, Xiaofeng. You misunderstand that I've wanted to tell you that there's nothing between me and Duoluo. I don't like him. Moreover, about what happened last time. I learned the truth from Duoluo, and I truly apologize for having wronged you. When I went to find you the next day, you were already gone, so..." "Oh, is that so? Understood. Then if that's all you wanted to tell me, I'll be on my way. I'm quite busy," I said coldly, preparing to leave. Yuro, staring at my back, clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes. She dashed forward and embraced me from behind, crying, "Please don't go. I beg you, don't leave. I can't bear the torment in my heart any longer. Xiaofeng, I like you and I want to tell you that I miss you. I miss you to the point of madness. To the point of dying, every day since you left." At this point, Yuro was already in tears, and upon hearing her confession, my body trembled, and I halted my steps, a wicked smile creeping across my face. I turned to face her and pulled her into my embrace. "Don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't be beautiful anymore. Look, you'll turn into a little raccoon." I gently wiped away the tears from her eyes with a handkerchief. At my words, Yuro immediately broke into a smile, her rain-soaked beauty captivating me, and I pressed my lips against her delicate petals, savoring her warmth that we only parted when she was on the brink of gasping for air. "Aren't you leaving?" she asked. Her cheeks flushed, making her all the more enchanting. "With you here, would I dare to leave?" I retorted. "How annoying. When did you learn to speak so slickly?" Yuro chided. "Since you developed feelings for me. All right, let me introduce you to a few people." "Who are they?" "You'll find out when we get there." Ignoring Yuro's protests, I conjured a small fireball and led her down from the rooftop. "Damn, boss, what are you trying to do? Climbing up and down is exhausting." Upon receiving my signal, Su Fan and others rushed to the rooftop to gather, with Fei Lu, being the weakest, lagging behind, after a strenuous climb. He was astonished to find that Fao and the others were all standing frozen, staring ahead. Curiously, Fei Lu maneuvered around them to see. "Wow, the boss really has won over Sister Yuro. How cool," Fei Lu exclaimed as he spotted me embracing Yuro, gazing at the scenery. The others immediately covered Fei Li's mouth and kicked him off the rooftop, turning to us and saying, "Apologies. Please continue." They chimed in unison, attempting to leave. However, I called them back. "I didn't summon you here for anything else, but to inform you that Yuro will henceforth be your sister-in-law," I declared proudly to Fao and the others. Yuro shyly pinched me, not contradicting my words, which was tantamount to acquiescence. The sight of her blushing left everyone incredulous. "The boss is indeed formidable," they thought to themselves. "All right, you may leave now, but do not forget tonight's task." I continued to embrace Yuro, admiring the view, while Fao and the others discreetly departed. "Xiaofeng," Yuro suddenly called my name. What is it?" "I know you have many secrets, and while you may not wish to share, I foolishly pride I just want to stay by your side, but you must promise me to stay safe. All right, don't make me worry." Yuro spoke softly, looking down at her worried expression. I felt a pang of guilt. "I'm truly sorry, Yuro. There are some things I cannot disclose at this moment. Trust me, when the time is right, I will reveal everything," I said apologetically, inhaling her pure fragrance. "I look forward to that day." We fell silent, with everything unspoken binding our hearts tightly together. Chapter 52. The Blue Blood Aristocrat Society. As night fell, in the eastern part of Belga Magic Academy, there stood the Society Activity Building. This three-story edifice was designated for various club activities. A public space in name, yet no student dared venture to the third floor, as it housed the headquarters of the Academy's dominant faction, the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society. As the name suggests, this society was exclusive to the nobility, having evolved into a gang-like entity, with an estimated membership exceeding 500, including 26 high-level mages, the core of the organization. The vice presidents and the president were all high-level mages, with the president being a grand mage. Clutching the information I had acquired from Fei Lu, I smirked as I made my way towards the Society Activity Building, accompanied by Fao and Wu Wyatt. To my surprise, our ascent to the third floor was remarkably smooth, devoid of any presence, and my probing senses detected no hidden eyes. It seems the president is quite confident in his abilities, I mused. At the farthest end of the third floor, a door marked President's Office caught my eye, which was my destination. Without knocking, I pushed the door open. The room was small yet unexpectedly emptied. In the dim light, 3 figures emerged before me, with the one sitting in the middle being instantly recognizable. So, you are the president of the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society? Oh no, I should address you as brother now, shouldn't I? You Tion, the top student of the high-level mage department, and also you Rose brother. I entered with a sly grin. My sudden revelation left everyone present in shock, especially Fao and Wuya behind me, who had never heard this from Fei Lu. How did I know? He, Xiaofeng, the leader of the Mage Association. My sister's boyfriend, Muyu Xiaofeng. What an unusual name. To be honest, I find you quite intriguing. You are a mystery that I have investigated you, but alas, found nothing. Your name is a facade. Your identity is a facade. Even the information you registered with is fabricated, as though you appeared out of thin air. However, if we connect the dots of your name, the answer becomes apparent. The Mu Xiaofeng, or should I say, Your Highness Mu Xiaofeng, a direct descendant of the loyal Marquis Mu family, and also the grandson of the Dragon Clan's Longju Ao from the Yade Empire. Your lineage is indeed illustrious. Yu Tian leaned on his hand, his expression laced with smugness, clearly mocking me that my brief statement had inadvertently revealed nearly all my secrets, and I clenched my fists to suppress my shock, maintaining a calm smile. This person must not be allowed to live, I told myself. But let us get back on track. I came here today solely for a duel, I coldly declared. Oh, do elaborate. Yu Tian maintained his indifferent demeanor, which ignited my anger. If I win, you must acknowledge the existence of the Xiaofeng Mage Association, and the Blue Blood Aristocrat Society must disband on the spot. I stated firmly, my words imbued with an undeniable authority. Ha! Ha! Yu Tian first erupted in laughter, then continued. Are you really that confident? What if I win? You won't win, I replied resolutely. Yu Tian shifted his posture, and just as I thought he was about to make a move, he suddenly stated, Not now. Coward, I sneered disdainfully. Boldly, for a trivial being like you, one person is enough. With that, one of the people to Yu Tian's left could no longer contain himself, roaring as he charged at me with his staff, exuding the aura of a high-level mage that I watched him approach with cold eyes. Secretly mocking him, Yu Tian sensed something was amiss and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. In an instant, I vanished from my spot, and when I reappeared, I had the charging man pinned to the ground. The slender blade of long ink glinting coldly in my hand, its tip aimed at the man's back, the blade already piercing the skin, blood seeping into his clothing. That knife. Yu Tian's first concern was not for his subordinate, but for the weapon in my hand. I heard there's been a soul reaver in the capital who exclusively hunts nobles, and his weapon is a slender blade. Could it be that person? Is you? Yu Tian looked at Long Yin in my grasp with hesitation, unable to believe that such a terrifying entity could be me. Behind me, both Wuya and Fao trembled at the realization, having just received word from Su Fan, and now confirming it within mere hours. The one who had vanished for 3 months was indeed their boss. Since you figured it out, I shan't conceal anything further. Yes, it's indeed me. Over the past month, the nobles who have perished at my hands include 14 barons, 11 viscounts, 6 earls, 2 marquises, and 1 duke. I casually recounted my achievements, as if none of it were remarkable to me. Gasps of astonishment filled the room, expressions of horror plastered on every face, gazing at me as if I were death itself that I spoke so lightly. Yet Yu Tian understood the immense strength required to achieve such feats, which could only be described as horrifying. Anyone capable of holding a title, not to mention the elite guards surrounding them, would deter most assassins, let alone to kill them. The notion that a mere 14-year-old could be the embodiment of a noble's nightmare was utterly preposterous. Believe it or not, I only wish to ask if you want to compete with me. Ignoring the looks of shock from everyone, I pressed the blade deeper into the man beneath me and turned to Yu Tian. Please. No. Yu Tian, startled by my inquiry, saw my hand move and hastily stood up, only to collapse back down in pain. Ah, so that's why you're reluctant to compete. It seems you're injured. Hee. You should have said so earlier that I want to take advantage of your weakness to in 2 days at the west suburbs of Rainer City, the headquarters of the Yuan Lan Huang Aristocrat Society. I will be waiting for you. Where you fell, I shall rise. All right, Yu Tian weakly replied, his injuries evidently severe. Who could have inflicted such harm on the academy's strongest student? I was puzzled. Take your time to recover. I wouldn't want to intrude. However, Before that, I have some housekeeping to do, I said with a sinister grin. What do you mean? No. Tion initially did not comprehend, but when he saw my actions, he cried out in agony as the man beneath him could not evade the fate of having his heart pierced by longing. His eyes wide open, dying with unwillingness. You, Xiaofeng you. Don't be agitated. This is merely the beginning. The game of revenge commences now, and it is indeed a violent game, so be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Remember, I am a demon from hell, and all who stand in my way shall be cast into the abyss. I spoke coldly, and in an instant, a flash of cold light severed the man to Yution's left, who had no time to react. Cleaving him in two as the perpetrator, I gazed down at the bodies with nothing but indifference, a demon who kills without blinking. Both Yution and Wuya, as well as Fao, shared a similar thought at that moment. Well, I had no choice. Your subordinates know too much. For self-preservation, I had to act decisively. Remember our agreement. Do not disclose my affairs. Sister Yuro is in my hands, and I am most unwilling to harm her. Ha! As that sinister laughter echoed, my figure vanished beyond the door. Muyu Xiaofeng, you are truly despicable. Yution, seated upon a chair, glared at my disappearing silhouette with palpable fury, her tightly clenched fists digging into her palms, blood oozing forth like a gentle stream. Boss, don't you think this is a bit too? Wuya hesitated, unable to suppress the question that a frigid glare silenced him. Wuya, you must remember, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. I have deeply understood this truth, I intoned gravely. All right, enough of this. Wuya, trust the boss. He surely has his reasons for this course of action, Fao interjected, sensing the tense atmosphere. Although Fao found my actions somewhat excessive, after the incident with Faya, he had grown indifferent to everything, harboring an even greater disdain for the nobility. I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Inform the brothers to gather tomorrow afternoon. There is an important task at hand. With that, my figure dissipated from the spot. The next moment, I stood atop the main teaching building, the cold breeze invigorating my mind. The events of earlier were trivial to me. I had grown numb to killing, all thanks to that person. He taught me not only magic, but also the essence of life. To live is to continuously trample upon others and strive to ascend, reaching the highest peak, compelling the world to bow in submission. Everyone is but a pawn in the game of success, with the world revolving around me. The following afternoon, the core members of the guild collectively skipped classes. My return invigorated each member, who had once been a disarray of individuals. Now reuniting once more on the rooftop of the dormitory, I announced the revival of the Xiaofeng Mage Guild, and our first task upon returning was. After school, I arrived at the front of the main teaching building, waiting for Yuro to descend. Shortly, her graceful figure appeared at the staircase, seeming to be in a bit of trouble. I have already stated that I have a boyfriend. Stop bothering me. A group of aristocratic youths clung to Yuro, vying for her attention. Observing this, I leaned against a tree, a wicked smile playing on my lips as I watched Yuro, eager to escape. Perhaps sensing my presence, her eyes met mine, and upon seeing my mischievous grin, she appeared infuriated. Feeling the intensity of her glare, I realized that if I did not intervene soon, I might very well be meeting my parents in the afterlife. Level 3 Fire Magic, Fire Ring, erupted from my hands, immediately dispersing the swarm of flies. Yuro rushed to my side, casting me an exasperated glance and discreetly pinching me. This is my boyfriend, Xiaofeng. From now on, don't bother me. She affectionately wrapped her arm around mine, triumphantly addressing the group of vultures. Ah, I never imagined Yuro's boyfriend would be a commoner. If you're looking for a shield, at least choose someone presentable. The onlookers reacted with disbelief at my plain attire. Hearing her publicly affirm our relationship filled me with joy, and I affectionately ruffled Yuro's nose that I stated firmly. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on her, I assure you, they will receive a summons for judgment tonight. The mere mention of judgment caused the aristocrat's expressions to shift, and I knew my objective had been achieved. I no longer lingered and turned away, embracing Yuro as we departed. Stop! A figure suddenly blocked our path. Dolores, we exclaimed in unison. Commoner, release Yuro. You are unworthy of her love. Dolores declared coldly. Oh, is that so? Yuro? I inquired, glancing down at her. Dolores, please step aside that I have made it clear. We are impossible. The one I like is Xiaofeng. Come on, Xiaofeng. Let's go. Uro asserted, pulling me around Dolores toward the school gate, leaving her standing there with a malevolent expression as we walked away. What brings you to seek me today? Is there something on your mind? I asked, and for the first time, Uro seemed quite pleased. Can I not come to see you without a reason? I feigned grievance. Of course not. All right, enough of the teasing. Tonight, I wish to invite your brother to dinner, if you don't mind. I said casually. Ah, invite. My brother, why the sudden desire? Uro could hardly believe I wanted to meet her brother. It's nothing. Merely that I heard Uro's brother is the chief of the advanced mage department. Quite impressive, and I wish to meet my future brother-in-law soon. I replied with a smile. How infuriating. What future brother-in-law? If my brother hears this, you're doomed. Fine, my brother dotes on me. If I ask him, he will surely come. After some contemplation, Uro decided to assist me. Thank you, Uro. I will spare him, I whispered. What? Oh, it's nothing. Let us go wander about first, and then you can write a letter inviting your brother out, and I'll find someone to deliver it. I took her soft hand, and we strolled into the distance. As night fell, the academy gradually quieted, yet the third floor of the club activity building was abuzz with excitement. The core members of the Blue Blood Aristocrats Society had been summoned by Yution, seemingly discussing significant matters. Meanwhile, from the eastern staircase of the Intermediate Mage Department, the core members of the Shaofeng Mage Guild had gathered, a dark current flowing through Belga Magic Academy. Haha, just as the boss predicted. Yution has indeed gathered the core members after being frightened. Wow, the number of attendees is quite impressive. All the advanced mages are present. Tonight, we shall sweep them all away. The boss is truly remarkable, Fei Lu remarked, observing the bustling activity below. All right, the time has come. We shall act according to the boss's plan. Fei Lu, you are to deliver the message. Once everyone had disappeared from the rooftop, Gu Fan handed a letter to Fei Lu. This was the very letter I had asked Uro to write herself. Ah, why must it be me? What if something goes wrong? Fei Lu lamented, looking pitiful at the prospect of delivering the letter. Damn it. Stop playing innocent. Just go, Gu Fan replied, uninterested in his complaints, giving him a shove. The rise of the Shaofeng Mage Guild was set to unfold this very night. Chapter 53, Dominance of the Academy. In the club activity building, the headquarters of the Blue Blood Aristocrats Society, upon receiving my challenge, the cautious Yution indeed gathered the core members as I had anticipated to discuss countermeasures. Just as the meeting reached a critical juncture, a member suddenly entered, handing a letter to the president. Yution, puzzled, opened it, and upon reading its contents, was struck with shock. By the time she finished, she slammed her hand down on the table, shaking with rage, and a small fireball reduced the letter to ash. Despicable, Shaofeng, what exactly do you intend to do? Yution cursed inwardly. President, what has happened? A concerned member inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Continue discussing your strategies. I'll step out for a moment. Yution provided a brief explanation before hastily departing, leaving the members bewildered. As he left, my figure suddenly appeared behind Gu Fan on the rooftop of the Intermediate Mage Department. Boss, could you not make such dramatic entrances? It's quite terrifying, Gu Fan pleaded, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Oh, my apologies. I shall be more mindful next time. Yes, just as you suspected, Yution left immediately after receiving the letter. Gu Fan turned to face the activity building. Is that so? Excellent. I gazed at the shifting shadows on the third floor, my eyes narrowing like a predator fixating on its prey. The time was ripe for action. Gu Fan, signal to Wu Ye and the others. After issuing the command, I soared to the top of the club activity building and established a spatial magic array to isolate the area from the outside world. As I completed the barrier, Gu Fan shot a small fireball into the sky. Wu Ye and the others had long since arrived at their designated location, surrounding the club activity building in a hexagonal formation. Upon receiving the signal, the 6 of them sat cross-legged, retrieving a black scroll from their possessions, which was inscribed with eerie characters in red on a black background. They then produced fist-sized black magic stones, placing them upon the open scroll. With a dagger, they pricked their middle fingers, allowing blood to flow and drip onto the black stones below. As if responding, the stones absorbed the blood, emanating a potent aura of malevolence, and 6 beams of blood light surged skyward. Observing that Wu Ye and the others were prepared, I surrounded myself with a barrier. Those outside could see me muttering incantations, yet could not hear my voice. Once I completed my incantation, The 6 beams of blood light enveloped the club activity building entirely, with the magic array activated. I returned to Gufan's side. All right, let FAAO and the others proceed. I have but one demand: no mercy. After uttering that chilling command, my figure vanished into a flash of white light. The next moment, I found myself back in the prearranged tavern, where I had set up a mid-range teleportation array on the rooftop of the intermediate mage department, allowing for seamless travel. After erasing the spatial array, I entered the private room where Uro lay peacefully asleep. That I sat beside her, poured myself a drink, and took a sip, anticipating Ution's imminent arrival. Just as I suspected, before I could finish my drink, Ution burst through the door, and the first sight that met her was Uro slumped on the table. Xiao Feng, are you not a man? Using a woman as leverage. Ution stormed in, hurling curses at me. Do not be angry. I merely wish to meet my future brother-in-law. I replied softly. Do not try to play games with me. I will never allow you to be with my sister. Speak. What trickery do you have planned for today? I, Ution, will see it through to the end. The moonlit sky bore witness as Ution unceremoniously sat down and poured himself a cup of wine, which he downed in one swift motion. What a bold display! I couldn't help but exclaim. To be candid, I summoned you here today solely to propose advancing our duel to tonight, right now. What do you say? Ution cast a glance at the slumbering Uro and replied solemnly. Do I even have a choice? But let me make one thing clear. If I emerge victorious, you must leave Reinuo City and never return. Agree to this, and I shall consent to the duel. Thus spoke Ution, perceiving me as an extraordinarily perilous individual. One who should never be kept close. Very well, I accept your terms. Let us meet at the wooden cabin in the western suburbs. I shall await your arrival. With that, I gently lifted Uro and vanished from the private room. Ution, lacking any knowledge of spatial magic, was left to cast a levitation spell upon himself, soaring westward. Ever since I obliterated the Lan Huang Noble Society 3 months ago, this place had become desolate. I found a clean spot within the room to lay Uro down, shedding my outer garment to drape over her. Forgive me, Uro, but the guild must progress, and your brother's Blue Blood Noble Society stands as an obstacle. I have no choice but to act decisively. However, rest assured, when you awaken tomorrow, I promise to return you an unharmed brother. As I caressed Uro's silky hair, I spoke softly. Ordinarily, I would not wish to manipulate her. But the fact that the leader of the Blue Blood Noble Society is her brother complicated my premeditated assassination plan, leaving me with no option but to lure Ution out, thus ensuring his survival. That I also wished to avoid any animosity from Uro. You finally arrived, I said languidly as Ution's figure gradually came into focus. Humph, arrogance, he retorted, evidently displeased by my demeanor. You care deeply for your sister, do you not? I suddenly inquired. Is that even a question? Should anyone dare to cause my sister even the slightest distress, I, Ution, will not let them go, and you shall not be an exception, he threatened. All right. In truth, the outcome of this contest is of little consequence. If it were possible, I would prefer not to be your enemy, as it would sadden Uro. However, I know it is impossible to persuade you to abandon your guild. Hence, before I could finish, I retrieved a divine artifact from my spatial pouch. The battle was about to commence. Meanwhile, upon my departure from the Beijing Magic Academy, Gufan and the others had also launched their assault. Elements of wind. Heed the call of your believer. Allow the roar of the wind to shatter the chains that bind freedom. Wind magic. Wind tornado. Ution initiated with a level 4 wind spell, but alas, as a wind-affiliated being myself, spells of the same level held no effect against me. Ignoring the approaching wind tornado, I showed no inclination to evade it, and as it drew near, it mysteriously vanished. This phenomenon left Ution utterly astonished. Yet his seasoned experience quickly led him to the realization, exclaiming, Wind-affiliated clan, descendants of the Mu family. I should have anticipated this. With a look of frustration, Ution altered his method of attack. Fiery fireball, he bellowed as a massive fireball hurtled toward me. Instead of confronting it head-on, I utilized spatial displacement to evade, simultaneously launching an ice sword back at Ution, which he successfully blocked with an earthen wall. Time was on my side as I continued to evade while launching surprise attacks, making it difficult for Ution to gain the upper hand. Ution, do you know why I lured you here today? I asked while dodging. Not interested, he retorted, vexed by my evasive tactics. Hee, it is because of you, Ro. I do not wish to see her distressed. To put it simply, the Blue Blood Noble Society has now been eradicated from the Beijir Magic Academy. As I spoke, Yution's immediate response was disbelief. Ignoring me, he unleashed a large-scale fire spell toward my vicinity. With no time to evade, I erected a water-based defensive barrier, which unfortunately vaporized in an instant. Truly, he was a formidable high-level mage. If it were a formal duel, I certainly would not stand a chance against him. With time running out to cast my magic, I drew forth Longine and unleashed a yellow aura to disperse the fire spell, swiftly displacing myself once more. You do not believe me? No surprise there. Considering your guild boasts numerous experts. However, what I am about to reveal may plunge you into despair. Are you aware of a spell known as the Sealing Curse? Noticing a flicker of confusion in Yution's eyes, I realized he had no knowledge of it. The Sealing Curse is a type of dark magic. During the God-Demon War a millennium ago, the Dark faction relied on this magic to defeat the angelic race. Do you understand? The moment you departed, I activated a sealing array based on the Sealing Curse. Within that array, all magic except for dark magic is confined, meaning the tragedy that befell the Lan Huang Noble Society will replay itself, not bothering to evade any longer. I cast several earth-based barriers around myself, standing before Yution. Upon hearing my words, Yution comprehended that he had fallen into a trap. Even if he rushed back now, his guild members would likely meet a grim fate. How can you employ dark magic? After a pause, Yution grasped the crux of the matter and coldly inquired. All thanks to that individual. One day, I shall personally slay him. I replied, Isolite Zian, the necromancer. For the past 3 months, I had truly come to understand the essence of darkness and evil. It was a tangible hell for me. Although the power he bestowed upon me was immense, my soul had become tainted, eternally lost to sin. Within the Beijir Magic Academy, sensing the impending doom, the members of the Blue Blood Noble Society attempted to take action. But alas, it was too late. Fei Lu charged in as the vanguard, blade drawn, in the small room. 31 core members of the Blue Blood Noble Society gathered, and as mages, their spatial pouches brimmed with magical artifacts. Who would carry a mere blade idly? Yet soon, they would regret their inaction, casting scornful glances at the intruders. Just as they prepared to unleash their signature spells, they despaired to find themselves severed from the magical elements within them. The futility of their staves against sharp blades spelled their doom, and a one-sided massacre was poised to unfold. The basest aspects of human nature were laid bare at that moment. Screams, wails, blood, and corpses ignited a primal bloodlust. Amidst the flashing blades, vibrant lives fell like withered petals. Damn it! Come here, I will slaughter you all. One of the martial mages from the Blue Blood Noble Society, wielding his blade, descended into madness, losing all sense of reason, striking down friend and foe alike like a rabid dog. Observing from the sidelines, Fao chuckled coldly, drawing a great sword from his back and advancing toward the man. Uft. Upon hearing my words, Yution's anger surged, and he spat blood. Realizing that the society he had painstakingly built was being annihilated, he could no longer contain the fury within him, shattering his staff in two and soaring into the air. I never expected you to be a dark mage. Mu Yu Xiaofeng, that I shall make you pay in blood for your debts. With that, Yution spread his arms wide, his garments billowing without wind. Water magic surged uncontrollably into his being, reaching saturation in an instant. His hands and eyes erupted with a brilliant blue light, and a blue hexagram appeared beneath him. The source of water, I exclaimed in astonishment. Bloodline source, extreme ice dragon. With a mighty shout, Yution summoned forth a colossal ice dragon, which roared as it charged toward me, freezing everything in its path. With no time to admire the beautiful sight, I pondered how to counter this formidable foe. Retreat was not an option, for behind me lay the cabin where Uro resided. I had vowed to protect her. As the ice dragon drew nearer, I smirked. Let me show you what a true dragon is. With that, I planted the divine protection and longing into the ground on either side, retrieving the devouring blade. As it emerged, a crisp dragon's roar resonated through the skies of Reinuo City that I leaped into the air, shouting, Dragon God Transformation, Wrath of the Dragon God. This was the third technique of the Dragon God art, the highest move I could currently unleash, and I had no idea what would happen as I had never used it before. With the slash of the devouring blade, a golden dragon silhouette manifested. Its thunderous roar echoing, a powerful and majestic form surged forth to confront the ice dragon. The clash of these two formidable forces resulted in a tremendous explosion. As the two dragons collided, the ice dragon was instantly crushed, scattering countless ice crystals through the air, reflecting a soft blue glow in the gentle moonlight. A beautiful scene that left me momentarily entranced. After the ice dragon shattered, Ution spat blood and collapsed to the ground, gazing at the storm of blue ice crystals, murmuring, "Defeated, utterly defeated. The society is finished." As I emerged from my stupor, I approached Ution's side. "Thank you for allowing me to witness such a splendid spectacle." Is this sarcasm? You did not unleash your full power today, did you? Ution gazed at me weakly. "Indeed, but you were far too hasty just now. Had we fought honorably, the outcome may have been uncertain." "Your talent truly incites envy," he remarked before closing his eyes, awaiting my judgment. "I promised you, Ro, I would not kill you, but you possess far too much knowledge, so, unable to suppress my sympathy, I cast a final glance at Ution and began to chant solemnly, chilling dark elements. Heed the call of your believer. Allow me to harness the darkness of destruction to consume all beings that stand in my way." Dark magic. Memory erasure. A beam of purple light enveloped Ution's forehead, and he was immediately struck with excruciating pain. Ution gritted his teeth and moaned, ultimately succumbing to the torment and losing consciousness. I had used the dark magic memory erasure on him. The dark element is directly thrust into the opponent's mind to erase specific memories. Of course, the suffering endured during this process is unimaginable. "Forget everything about me," I said apologetically as I gazed at the unconscious Ution. After handing the siblings over to two members of the judgment team, I hastened towards the Baikal Magic Academy. Upon reaching the third floor, I found it had already descended into a hellish battleground, littered with fragmented corpses and splattered blood. This was indeed a battlefield. Entering the room, I saw Fao and others engaged in clearing the scene, the participants of the massacre appearing as if they had crawled out of a pool of blood, their bodies smeared with gore. "Did you leave any survivors?" I asked Fao in a low, grave tone. "No, but what? There is one woman we did not kill." "Huh? Where is she?" I replied coldly. Realizing my darkening expression, Fao led me to the adjacent room where the woman was confined. Pushing the door open, I immediately spotted her, seemingly terrified, curled up in the corner and trembling. Judging by her figure, she was quite a beauty, yet at that moment, Fei Lu sat beside her, leering at her in a lascivious manner. "Who is she?" I inquired of Fao beside me. "Confirmed as a core member of the Blue Blood Nobility Society," Fao answered in a hushed voice. Sensing the gravity of the situation, "Show no mercy." The icy command escaped my lips once more. "But boss, she is a woman." "Humph." With a cold snort, I teleported and swiftly slashed the woman's throat with my dragon's roar. In my eyes, there is no distinction between weak and strong, only enemies and friends. If she must be blamed, let it be for her affiliation with the Blue Blood Nobility Society. With that, I exited the room. The boss has changed. As he grows stronger, he becomes colder, more ruthless, and somewhat unfamiliar. Is this good or bad? Fao murmured as he watched my receding figure. After this battle, the Xiaofeng Mage Corps cleared all obstacles at Baikal Magic Academy, establishing themselves as the true overlords. Yet, this was not the end. It was merely the beginning, as the Corps would continually expand, aspiring to dominate the entire Light and Shadow continent. Chapter 54. Academy Ranking Tournament. In accordance with the traditions of Baikal Magic Academy, an Academy Ranking Tournament is held every early spring, which also serves as a selection event. The top 10 students from the competition will represent the Academy in the 4 major Magic Academies Exchange Tournament, hosted 10 days later. The Academy Ranking Tournament employs an elimination system, with no registration restrictions. Any student from Baikal Magic Academy may participate. This means that junior students might face off against advanced students, so participants must assess their own strength before registering. The rewards for achieving a rank are enticing, as premium magical artifacts are coveted treasures for lower-tier mages. Today, Baikal Magic Academy is particularly boisterous, with both instructors and students busily preparing for the tournament. Upon arriving in the classroom in the morning, I was inundated with the rules and precautions of the venue by my homeroom teacher, a tedious lecture that felt like a death sentence. It was only near noon that our teacher led us into the spectator seats of the competition venue. A total of over 400 participants were competing, with 8 from our class signing up. Following the Academy's notification, we proceeded to the drawing area to select our lots. The preliminaries were divided into 4 groups, each with only 2 qualifying spots, while the top and second top students of the advanced mage department advanced directly without competing, thus determining the 10 students who would participate in the 4 Academy Exchange Tournament. Observing the seemingly endless queue for drawing lots, the competitive spirit was palpable. Heaven help me, let me draw a good lot, murmured Fei Lu behind me. Dai was no wonder. Among Fao and the others, he was the weakest. Initially unwilling to participate, he reluctantly came under my coercion and persuasion. Besides the 5 of us, the top and second top students of our class, Jewett and Yafty, were naturally present, but the last participant was a surprising twist, an unidentified figure. I had previously tasked Fei Lu with investigating you. But unfortunately, he found nothing. It wasn't that information was inaccessible, but rather that he encountered various obstacles, leading me to suspect Yu's identity was rather extraordinary, perhaps that of a prominent noble. Time slipped by as I pondered, and I casually grabbed a lot, revealing it to read. C. 32. This meant I was placed in the 3rd group, and my first opponent would be the one who drew C. 31. Soon all participants had drawn their lots, and the order of appearance for the preliminaries was determined. Fao and Gu Fan were placed in one group, while I and Fei Lu were assigned to Group 3. With Wuya alone in Group 4. Overall, this outcome was favorable, as I, Fao, and Wuya all possessed considerable strength to vie for the top 10, and it was fortunate we did not encounter each other in the preliminaries. Looking at the freshly posted list, I found my name in the 8th match of Group C. Glancing at my opponent's name, I took out several sheets of paper to review. This was the information Fei Lu had prepared in advance about the competitors. Thoroughly understanding one's opponent is the key to victory. Junior Mage Department's last-ranked student. It seems my luck is truly unfortunate. My first match is against a formidable foe, but it's not a major issue. I murmured, studying the data in my hands, returning to my seat. Dean Obi took the stage for yet another impassioned speech, but the audience was most eager to hear the words. All right, the Academy ranking tournament begins now. The duels of lower-tier mages are rather monotonous and typically short-lived, often decided in a single blow, and after watching a few matches, I found it dull. In comparison, I preferred to take a brief nap, instructing a nearby girl to wake me when it was my turn. I then tuned out the world around me and drifted into slumber. I awoke after an hour had passed. Fao and Wuya had both, as expected, won 3 consecutive matches and advanced to the top 8. While Fei Lu and Gu Fan had each secured a victory as well. It seemed our results were quite satisfactory. Now it's my turn to shine. I yawned lazily, muttering to myself. Jumping onto the 3rd combat stage, I found it surprisingly empty. Perhaps they haven't come up yet, I thought, glancing at the setting sun in the west. Although it was still early spring, the heat was quite uncomfortable. Do you dare to underestimate me? Water ice sword. A sweet voice rang out beside me, and before I could react, a water ice sword shot toward my abdomen. Instinctively dodging, I narrowly avoided the attack, observing the shattered floor beneath me with a silent expression of relief. At that moment, a delicate figure gradually emerged not far from me. A cute girl adorned in a blue robe, unmistakably a water mage. But what was that attack? A sneak attack. Miss, being late is one thing. But is this sneak attack not a bit underhanded? I replied, slightly annoyed, though I often resorted to similar tactics. Underhanded? You're the one being unreasonable. The match had already begun, and I merely attacked after noticing you standing there. Oblivious to my presence, the girl retorted, her anger evident. The match has started? I questioned myself, turning to the referee who nodded in affirmation. It seemed I had indeed overslept. Ah, is that so? My apologies for not noticing. All right, let us commence the match, I said sheepishly, scratching my head. Huh? What? Aren't you using a staff? If you think you can rely on me, you're mistaken. I will make you regret it. As soon as her words fell, the girl vanished again. Water magic, like earth magic, allows the caster to conceal themselves before launching a surprise attack. If the levels are not too disparate, this tactic can be devastating for the opponent. Indeed, she is worthy of being the last-ranked student in the intermediate mage department. She does possess some strength. However, since she drew this lot, it can only be deemed her misfortune, without defense or initiating an attack. I cast an earth concealment spell, making my body vanish from the arena. Damn, both of them have disappeared. What the hell are we watching? A murmur of disappointment arose from the audience below. You playing dirty. How can we fight like this? Come out. The girl shouted angrily, concealing her spell. Gentle water element. Heed the call of your believer. Allow me to wield the ice of water to bring the defiant to the wrath of the gods. Water spell. Rage of the Ice Storm. A level 4 area attack spell. Its range covered the entire arena, leaving me with nowhere to hide. There was no alternative. While I initially intended to refrain from using my power, it seemed that was no longer an option. Solid earth element. Heed the call of your believer. Allow me to utilize the strength of the earth to protect your follower from evil threats. Earth spell. Earth shield. The defensive earth magic of the same tier rose around me, completely shielding me from the descending ice swords. You're not a junior mage, are you? How can you cast a level 4 spell? The girl's face was filled with shock as she glanced from my earth magic back to the badge on my left shoulder. Who said junior mages cannot cast level 4 spells? UVE played enough. It's time to end this. With that, I began to form seals with my hands and shouted, "Spatial transfer formation." Before the girl could comprehend the meaning, she found herself standing off the combat stage. Did I lose? The girl asked me, bewildered, as she stood at the foot of the stage. Yes, you lost. Don't feel wronged. You are simply not my match. Just like before, I gazed towards the heavens and murmured to myself, "What? Is that it? How can it end like this?" A chorus of puzzled voices arose from the audience, with only a few understanding the underlying reasons. The leader is indeed the leader. The advanced mage was dispatched in a single strike. However, could you elucidate what transpired moments ago? I must admit, I was quite bewildered. As I descended from the arena, Fei Lu immediately approached me. One glance at the referee's subsequent reaction would suffice to understand the situation. Ignoring him, I uttered this phrase and proceeded towards the audience, continuing my meditation, sleep. Upon hearing my words, Fei Lu turned his gaze back to the arena at that moment. The referee had made his way to the center of the combat area. Casting an earth-type spell upon himself, he then reached into the ground, extracting a milky white stone from below. I comprehend now. The earth manipulation is not merely for concealment. It is intended to place this spatial magic stone. A faint smile graced the girl's face as she watched my retreating figure. In truth, defeating her need not have been such a convoluted endeavor. I merely employed this gentle method to avoid harming her. In the ensuing matches, I advanced through the ranks with the first position in 3 groups. While the second spot was claimed by the chief student of the intermediate mage department to avoid drawing attention, I intentionally restrained my prowess, making each victory appear narrowly won. Nevertheless, even so, my evident strength astonished all present, particularly since I had previously maintained a low profile. On the other hand, Wuya and the others also advanced without incident, with Fei Lu and Gu Fan securing their places among the top 100. Now, we awaited FAAO's outcome, which was likely nearing its conclusion. After vanquishing the final opponent in his group, an upper-level advanced mage, I descended from the arena where Wuya and the others awaited my arrival. Let us proceed to Arena 1 and observe how FAAO is faring. As we made our way to Arena 1, the second match of the quarterfinals was underway. FAAO was in the midst of combat, facing a competent advanced earth mage from the advanced mage department. As per Fei Li's records, if FAAO were to triumph in this battle, he would secure his advancement. Observing the situation, it appeared that FAAO's progression was quite assured. He had completely subdued his opponent, and defeat seemed merely a matter of time. The progress FAAO had made in 3 months was astonishing. He had become an upper-level advanced warrior and a lower-level advanced mage. Even if martial techniques were not permitted in the match, the agility and strength cultivated through training would play a crucial role in the duel. Splendid. With this, our Xiaofeng mage group occupies 3 seats among the top 10 of the academy. Truly formidable, Fei Lu exclaimed. Cheering for FAAO. In the arena, FAAO unleashed a level 3 fire spell, Flame Fireball, but this time his opponent did not employ an earth shield for defense. Instead, he leaped high into the air. This presented an excellent opportunity. If FAAO could seize the moment, victory would be imminent. FAAO evidently recognized this as well, planting his staff into the ground, forming hand seals to chant a level 4 spell, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to his adversary. However, I discerned a hint of a sinister smile on his opponent's face. This is not good. As my words fell, the dynamics of the arena shifted dramatically. Blessed by the earth god, bestowed with divine grace, the bloodline of the earth sacrifices. This incantation is, no, he is of the earth kin. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fao also became aware, yet as he was in the midst of chanting an advanced spell. It was too late for him to switch to a defensive spell. He felt himself sinking, the once solid ground beneath him rapidly transforming into sand, gradually engulfing Fao's form. However, he was not one to submit easily. Fao cast a wind-type levitation spell upon himself, and with a mighty shout, he leaped, breaking free from the sandy grasp. Yet, it was not over. The once soft sand coalesced into sharp spikes, thrusting upward towards Fao. In that moment, he found himself with no means to evade the impending danger. Ultimately, he executed an astonishing maneuver, diving headfirst towards the approaching spikes. Were it any other mage, such an act would be suicidal. Yet Fao was no ordinary mage. If he could not wield sword or blade, he would resort to his fists. The two collided, yielding an unexpected outcome. Fao shattered the spikes with a single punch and, utilizing the force of impact, propelled himself to safety. Just as he thought the crisis had passed, a new wave of attacks commenced. So, you are a magic warrior. Heh, it seems I underestimated you. Allow me to deploy my full strength to defeat you. Blessed by the earth god, bestowed with divine grace, the bloodline of the earth's curse. As his words echoed, Fao, still regaining his footing, found himself ensnared by hands emerging from the ground. Element of free wind, heed the call of your believer. Permit me to harness the roar of the wind to shatter the shackles of confinement. Wind technique, wind blade slash. A premeditated level 3 wind spell struck Fao with full force, despite his formidable physical defenses. He collapsed to the ground, battered and unconscious. Interesting, he managed to unleash 2 divine sources. This opponent will not be easy to handle. Observing the combatant, I perused the information in my hands. Pity, you say? This grudge shall be remembered. Closing the dossier, I murmured to myself. In truth, he is not the sole one to watch out for. Perhaps the leader may not believe this, but the individual vying for first place in our group is a girl. Around 12 or 13 years of age, seemingly an intermediate mage from class 7 at you comprehend her terrifying capability. A level 5 light magic spell, instantaneously cast. With just a single strike, I found myself defeated. Wuya recounted the earlier events with lingering trepidation. The revelation sent a collective shiver through us all. A level 5 light magic spell, instantly cast, and she's just a young girl. How is this possible? The Grand Archbishop of the Holy Church would be a more plausible threat. Phala scoffed, questioning Wuya, fully aware that he seldom spoke falsely. I suspect she must have utilized some sort of artifact. Having witnessed a mysterious girl instantly cast a level 7 light magic spell, I was no longer surprised by such feats. Very well, let us check on Fao. With that, our group headed towards the infirmary. The top 10 slots for the ranking competition had been filled. And these individuals would represent Bajar Magic Academy at the Royal Magic Academy for the Inter-Academy Exchange Tournament. In truth, I had no desire to partake in the ranking competition, nor did I wish to visit the royal city to meet my uncle and Ice Fae. I harbored some reservations in my heart. Yet, this was an order from that individual, compelling me to secure a place among the top 10. Xian, a necromancer, a formidable being who altered the course of my life. I vow to one day take his life with my own hands. Chapter 55. Encountering you again. The 10 students chosen to represent the Royal Magic Academy had been selected, yet the Academy's ranking competition had not yet concluded. Among these 10, a champion still needed to be determined. And this final match would take place the following day. Given the significance of the finals, the Academy was quite invested in the event, which would occur at the main arena in front of the Advanced Mage Department. As previously mentioned, those competing in this arena were undoubtedly the strongest among the students, representing the prowess of Bajar Magic Academy. Likewise, the clash of these formidable individuals would surely be exhilarating. Accompanied by Wuya, I arrived at the arena, which was already teeming with a crowd, the atmosphere somewhat chaotic. After all, this was a grand event held once a year, and the entire academy had suspended classes to witness the competition. The junior mage department occupied the western side, the intermediate mage department the eastern. While the senior mage department was situated to the south.as for the northern side, the prime viewing position was reserved for the academy president and the heads of each department. The competition schedule had been drawn and organized. The chief and lowest-ranking students from the advanced mage department were granted automatic advancement. This could be considered a defense of their championship title. The remaining 8 contestants would once again be grouped to face off, with 2 advancing to challenge last year's champions, ultimately determining the victor of this ranking competition. The main arena featured elevated seating on either side. Designated for the participants, contestants drawn against each other would occupy these seats. The results of this draw were surprisingly favorable. Wuya and Uro would not encounter one another in the quarterfinals. A stroke of luck, indeed. Most thrillingly, my first opponent would be the Earth Mage Patey, who had bested FAAO. I would avenge FAAO. As I approached the western seating area, I noticed Uro already seated there. Observing her delicate silhouette, my stern demeanor softened, revealing a faint smile. My beautiful lady, do you not feel a touch of loneliness sitting here alone? Would you care for my company? I approached Uro from behind, playfully teasing her in a hushed tone, leaving the interpretation to her. Go away, you didn't even look at me. She playfully punched me on the cheek, though there was little force behind it. What? Feeling shot, I leaned down to catch a glimpse of Uro's slightly flushed cheeks, reminiscent of a ripe apple, tempting enough to make one wish to take a bite. All right, I was just joking, don't take it the wrong way. With that, I settled beside Uro, taking her delicate hand in mine. Xiaofeng, please don't do this. There are so many people watching. Uro struggled to free herself from my grasp, but I provided her no such opportunity. If you continue to squirm, do you believe I want to lift you up on the spot? A public kiss wouldn't be out of the question either. Fine. You've got guts. After the competition, I'll show you what's what. Uro clenched her other fist, gesturing at me threateningly. You lowly peasant, remove your filthy hands. Some individuals always seem to appear at the most inopportune moments, and Dolores was certainly a prime example. Hearing the voice, I looked up to see Dolores glaring at me with palpable rage. If looks could kill, I'd have been reduced to mere ashes. Alas, he lacked such divine power, confined only to envy from the sidelines. Ignoring him, I continued to banter with Uro, treating him as nothing more than an inconsequential passerby. Wuya stifled a laugh nearby. Dolores, hailing from nobility, could hardly endure such indignity. Seething with rage, he completely forgot the decorum of the occasion and conjured a blade of wind, intent on attacking me. Cease. Dolores, do you not realize the gravity of this situation? You cannot act recklessly here. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a distance, halting Dolores's advance. The mere appearance of this individual caused a stir among the crowd, particularly among a group of infatuated young women who were fervently chanting a name. Yution. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Yution, the chief mage of the high mage department and the brother of Uro. Upon seeing her brother unexpectedly arrive, Uro panicked and withdrew her hand, clearly intimidated by him. Are you Mu Xiaofeng? Yution inquired, his gaze fixed upon me, his tone grave. From his demeanor, I understood that my magic had taken effect. He had completely forgotten my presence. Yes, I am Mu Xiaofeng, I replied, remaining seated, responding with an air of arrogance. You lowly commoner, do you even know who you are addressing? Do not forget your place. While Yution remained composed, it was Dolores who erupted first. Dolores, enough? There will be ample opportunity for legitimate revenge soon. We shall see if someone can endure until then. With a disdainful glance in my direction, Yution turned and walked toward the platform to the north. Yes, lowly commoner, do not disappoint me. You must secure a place in the top 2 so I can rightfully trample you. Ha! Dolores sneered malevolently, which irked me greatly. I warn you, do not call me a lowly commoner. Before me, you are merely a dog. I coldly remarked at Dolores's retreating figure. I felt no remorse in saying this. I had researched his background, and his father was merely a count, a lackey to the prime minister. Since Yution and Dolores were last year's champions, they were permitted to sit at the northern seats until the top 2 were determined. All right, everyone, please quiet down. We now invite the president of Bejar Magic Academy, the vice president, and the heads of various departments to take their seats. The resonant voice from the magic amplification stone commanded silence throughout the venue. Subsequently, with a flash of white light, several figures appeared in the previously empty seats. The president, Obi, along with the important figures of the academy. However, There were still 2 unoccupied seats to the right of President Obi, indicating that more guests were yet to arrive. Pondering this, President Obi began to speak. Students, today we have 2 distinguished guests attending the event at Bajar Magic Academy. Let us welcome the Lord of Reno City and his daughter. As his words concluded, another flash of white light illuminated the stands as several figures came into view. The Lord of Reno City, a mage in his 30s, required little introduction, but the true highlight was the girl by his side. With her charming features and splendid attire, she exuded an air of nobility. Behind her stood 4 mages, vigilantly observing the surroundings, clearly there to protect her. Below the platform, Yu and Lung noticeably tensed at the sight of the girl, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. Even President Obi, rising to greet her, claiming she was the Lord's daughter, seemed excessive. No duke would have such treatment. The way the Lord and the President sat together indicated the Lord's deep respect for the girl, implying that she was certainly not just the daughter of the Lord, but perhaps the daughter of the Prime Minister. Ah, Xiaofeng Gij, I finally found you. Yu missed you so much. A delicate voice floated from beside me, drawing my gaze away from the platform. Ah, how can it be you? I exclaimed, astonished, as I stood up from my chair, but before I could finish my sentence, the girl leaped into my arms, knocking me to the ground. All right, can you get up first? This is a bit too. I began, but the girl, sitting atop my waist, wore a dress, and under the circumstances of the arena, her actions drew the attention of the entire audience. You cease this folly that we have distinguished guests. President Obi, observing the girl atop me, spoke in a stern yet unaccusing tone. Ah, my apologies, President. I found the person I was looking for. You exclaimed, scrambling off me and fiddling with the hem of her dress. President, it's all right. This girl is quite adorable. The girl on stage chuckled lightly upon sitting down, prompting a sigh of relief from the president, who chose not to delve further into the matter. Oh, so you are Uair? I only just realized, I said, rising from the ground to face her. This girl was the blonde I had saved during my martial arts training, and I had thought I would never see her again after her mysterious disappearance. I came specifically to find you. I sensed you were at Bajar Magic Academy, so I enrolled, but I couldn't find you. As she spoke, her mood visibly dampened. It's all right, now I stand before you. Don't I gently comforted her, stroking her silky blonde hair. Yes, I knew Gij would take care of me, she exclaimed, just as she was about to leap back into my embrace, only to be stopped by Yu, who clung to my arm, questioning, Xiaofeng, who is she? However, her eyes clearly conveyed a message that said, how dare you charm a girl behind my back? Just wait and see how I deal with you. At this point, it was too late for me to say anything. Well, this is... Oh right, she is my sister. I hastily concocted an excuse. Oh, is that so? Yu replied, her skepticism evident as she looked at Uair. Yes, that is correct. I am indeed his sister, Uair cooperatively affirmed, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief, only for her to follow up with a statement that nearly made me wish for death. And he's also my husband. I was dumbfounded. When did I become so fortunate in love, to suddenly have a wife appear out of nowhere? Ah, Yu, don't listen to her. There is absolutely no truth to that. You must believe me. Yet, it was too late. A chilling aura radiated from Yu, and I knew my end was near. Yu and Uair locked eyes, their silent battle a quintessential arena for women, a nightmare for men. Damn. Boss, how could you be so excessive? One Yu isn't enough, and now you're even after this adorable little sister. Truly despicable. In the audience, Gu Fan cursed with envy, while Phelan nodded in agreement. However, they had no idea of the anguish I was currently experiencing. Offending either of these young ladies was ill-advised, and staying out of their way was the wisest course of action to avoid a fate akin to Wu Yu's. You two, please stop. The competition is about to begin. Wu Yu kindly interjected from the side, but before he could finish, he was met with a sudden onslaught of freezing magic followed by a blinding light. What a pity, I silently sympathized. Ultimately, it was President Obi who intervened, separating the two, as a throng of well-meaning bystanders had already collapsed from attempting to mediate. If this continued, the competition would be rendered impossible. This incident made me acutely aware of how terrifyingly possessive women can be. The first match featured Yu against the high-level mage, Veet. Although he possessed some skill, he paled in comparison to Yu, a mid-tier archmage, especially considering she was currently in a foul mood, if she viewed her opponent as me. The outcome was predictable. The match became a one-sided massacre. Poor Mage Veet, my condolences. The first round concluded surprisingly swiftly. The second match saw Wuya pitted against the second-place contestant from the intermediate mage department. Although it was somewhat challenging, Wuya, a lower-tier archmage, was expected to emerge victorious against the mid-tier high mage. Given the disparity in ranks .as for the third match, it was Usher facing the chief student of the intermediate mage department. If Uro's victory was swift, then the third match could be described as lightning-fast. Usher soared into the air, effortlessly casting a 6th-level light-based area attack spell, leaving the chief student no opportunity to prepare his magic before both he and the arena were sent soaring. President Obi, watching the unfolding events, felt a pang of heartache. The materials used to construct the arena came from the precious, rich stone of the Mera Principality, and now the Academy's finances would take a hit due to Usher's destruction. Consequently, the competition had to be paused to repair the arena, which only resumed in the afternoon after the repairs were completed. The fourth preliminary match featured me against Petty. As I stepped onto the arena, Petty was already waiting, brandishing his staff with an arrogant expression directed at me. Ignoring his bravado, I made a dismissive gesture and declared, "I've come to settle the score for FAO. Humph, you lowly commoner. What are you so arrogant about? You must be that waste friend from yesterday. I belong to the God-favored lineage of the divine source. Do you really think you can defeat me? It is still 100 years too soon. Humph, relying on the divine source. You are nothing but trash. Without it, you are a mere waste, an affront to the gods, and I shall be the one to punish you. Those who dared to harm my friends would face only one outcome. I would make them regret ever coming into this world." At the referee's command, I unleashed a barrage of first-level water and fire magic, forcing him to struggle to keep up. I had already deciphered his capabilities. He was mediocre and relied solely on his Earth-type divine source for defense. Since he prided himself on his robust defenses, I would shatter them and show him what true power looked like. He was a favorite of the Earth God, but I happened to wield the scroll of the Wind God. Wind overcomes Earth. Even if he did not fall, he would be made to. Without any prelude, I cast a mid-tier spell, compelling him to activate his divine source for defense. I ceased my onslaught, lifting my feet from the ground and stretching my arms wide. I gazed skyward and intoned in a solemn voice, "Blessed are the scions of the Wind God, endowed with divine grace, inheritors of the bloodline of wind and thunder." As my chant resonated, the once clear sky darkened abruptly, shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. In the name of the divine, I convey the will of the gods. Let the winds and thunder rage. With that, I turned my gaze towards the nearby Pady, and with a forceful clap of my hands, a thick purple bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Pady's protective barrier. The blinding purple light left the audience momentarily incapacitated, and as their vision returned, they beheld the esteemed Dean Obi standing resolutely before Pady, having entirely absorbed the impact of the purple lightning, while behind him, Pady lay charred and bloodied, his fate uncertain. Dean Obi cast a peculiar glance my way and declared, "The victor of this match is the junior mage, Muyu Xiaofeng." The anticipated uproar did not materialize. The spectators were utterly stunned by the ferocity of my strike. I raised my head to regard Dolores on the stage. This was a provocation, and soon I would confront him in a duel. I could not afford to falter at this juncture. Chapter 56. Dolores. The Wind God's source was not exclusive to the Mu family of the royal city. However, they were the most distinguished among its bearers, especially after Mu Chifeng ascended as the family head. The Mu family basked in a period of great prominence, once emblematic of the Orlan Empire's might. Alas, all of that was buried with Mu Chifeng's demise. Now, the Mu family languished in decline, gradually succumbing to the oppression led by the rightist faction headed by the Chancellor. The Mu family's divine source, a tremendous blessing bestowed by the Wind God, was something I had not expected to awaken so swiftly. Yet, under the influence of that man, all seemed possible. Within 3 months, he had fully unleashed my potential, including the Wind God's source. The price I paid was steep. I had sold my soul to a demon. My hands stained with blood. Those 3 months were a waking nightmare, spent in a relentless cycle of killing and being killed, all thanks to Zidane. Yet, that man remained an enigma to me, his origin shrouded in mystery. His appearance striking, and his strength unfathomable. The only thing I knew was that he was called Zidane, a necromancer, and a core member of a clandestine organization known as the Purple Dawn. Having defeated Patey, I descended from the arena, moving on to the next stage of the preliminary rounds, alongside Uro, Wuya, and Uer. Though I dreaded the impending confrontation, it was unavoidable. The first match featured Uro against Wuya. Both evenly matched in strength, however, Wuya lacked a divine source, a deficiency that sealed his fate. Scions of the Water God, bestowed with divine grace, inheritors of the bloodline of the frigid domain. With a melodic cry, Uro summoned a chilling wave that rapidly lowered the already warm air to sub-zero temperatures, encasing the arena in ice, and poor Wuya, caught unawares, was instantly encased in amber. This outcome mattered little to me. Either one could advance. But the approaching battle with Uer filled me with trepidation. I would rather charge into the fray of 1,000 soldiers. Steeling myself, I stepped onto the arena, where Uer awaited me. Her eyes, filled with heartbreak, made me feel like an unfaithful husband caught in an affair. Mu Xiaofeng, dare you betray me? Prepare to meet your demise. Ah, why did you have to reveal my true name in public? This complicates matters. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I swiftly teleported behind her, covering her mouth. Fortunately, the cacophony of the crowd masked our exchange. However, a greater dilemma arose. Our position must have appeared to the spectators as though I were tightly embracing her from behind. Go on. Eliminate her. Let her witness what it means to be a man, the crowd shouted, their voices a relentless tide. What on earth is he doing? Uro lamented, shaking her head in disbelief. How can you do this? Despicable. Uer, now enraged, would not heed my attempts at explanation. I had no doubt she possessed the strength to send me to my grave. Just a single, swift invocation of a 6th-level light magic spell could spell my end. Die. Divine retribution. Indeed, Uer soared into the air, unleashing her 6th-level light magic, and as beams of light struck the ground, the arena that had only just been repaired was obliterated once more. My money! My money! Dean Obi cried out in anguish, witnessing the devastation unfold. From that moment, he decreed a strict ban on any duels within the academy that involved spells of 4th level or higher. Well, Uer, are you serious? If I get hit, I'll be finished. I dodged about frantically while pleading for her to cease. Ever since I had embarked on this journey, I had never found myself in such a precarious situation, especially against an adorable girl that I had initially entertained the notion of playing both sides, but now I was merely grateful to cling to life. Though Uer was formidable, capable of instantaneously casting 7th-level spells, her prowess did not intimidate me. Her lack of experience rendered her attacks predictable and imprecise, relying solely on raw power to overwhelm her opponent. With this thought in mind, I resolved to bring this farce to an end. Hey, Missy, it's time for you to cool off. No longer evading, I raised my head languidly to address her. Huh, what do you mean? Uer tilted her head, puzzled. I mean, it's time for you to take a breather. My relaxed tone echoed again, this time from behind her. Sleep now. When you awaken, I will explain everything. With that, I covered my hand, poised in a gesture of restraint, and delivered a punch to her abdomen. Sealing magic mark. Huh, why didn't TU receive any reaction? I questioned. Bewildered by Uer's apparent lack of response to my sealing spell, this was the first time it had failed. It wasn't that she was entirely unresponsive. You're bullying me. How despicable. Tears glistened in Uer's eyes as she protested. Divine judgment of light. That's an 8th-level spell. If she unleashes that, the entire Magic Academy will be erased from Reno City. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I had no choice but to yield to Uer. Wait, she halted her incantation. You accuse me of betrayal. Yet I never promised you anything. I voiced the question that had been gnawing at me. You promised. You said you would protect me. Sister said that if someone loves another, they will do anything to keep them safe. Uer argued passionately. Hearing her words, I recalled that I had indeed said something along those lines when I had rescued her, but her interpretation was utterly skewed. While that may be true, it must also be contingent upon the circumstances. So, will you still protect me? Uer asked quietly, fiddling with the hem of her garment. Yes, of course you are. I knew you cared for me the most, Xiaofeng. I adore you. Before I could finish, Uer lunged at me. In that moment, I had intended to say, you are my sister. This was the end. I could already envision Uro's furious reaction, but then again, if death awaited, perhaps it was better to perish at her hands. Prolonging my fate a little longer. Are you hurt? It's all my fault. Uer, can you forgive my recklessness? The pleading look in Uer's eyes made it seem as if any negative response from me would be a grave sin. My Xiaofeng is not so fragile. I'm fine. How could I ever blame you? Gazing at you, Air, I was reminded of the distant Shui Wu. The resemblance between them was striking. This thought brought a wave of melancholy to my heart. Well then, I concede this match. Let us depart. Just like that. I could scarcely believe my ears. I had genuinely believed I could win the match. Hey, why have you stopped fighting? The audience below was clearly vexed. Bewildered by the abrupt cessation of the battle just as it had reached a thrilling peak, the two of us had been locked in an intense exchange, only to suddenly embrace one another. Leading to the match's untimely conclusion. As I descended from the arena, the resting area was devoid of Uro's presence. It appeared she had truly taken offense. I would have to seek her out later to explain. With Uro and I emerging victorious, the rankings were set, and we approached the climax of the tournament. The final draw determined our match order, and regrettably, I was to be the first to face off against none other than Dolores, Uro's ex-boyfriend. Xiaofeng. Just before I stepped onto the stage, Uro called out to me. Be careful, especially of Dolores' divine source. If it becomes too much, don't hesitate to concede. You cannot win against him as you are now. Before I could respond, Yu Air interjected with enthusiasm. Don't worry, my Xiaofeng is incredibly strong. You should pray for that Dolores instead. Heh, I chuckled confidently, turning to stride onto the arena. Dolores, as you wished, I have arrived. With my hands clasped behind my back, I narrowed my eyes in challenge at Dolores. Ha, is that so? Excellent. I shall demonstrate to you Ro who truly deserves to protect her, and teach you the meaning of absolute power, you lowly wretch. Do not call me a lowly wretch. My eyes snapped open, my piercing gaze causing Dolores to falter. My father is a count. What are you? Just a mere servant, unworthy of seizing you Ro from me. I will make you pay dearly for your insolence. After delivering his venomous words, Dolores brandished his staff, declaring, Wind Mage. Atop the staff was a magnificent azure magic stone, and as I felt the overwhelming power radiating from it, I knew it must be no ordinary artifact. What's the matter? Are you not going to draw your staff? Oh, I see. You must be too impoverished to afford one. Arrogant. In response to Dolores' mockery, I was the first to strike. Seething fire element. Heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to wield the flames of fire to incinerate all evildoers who defy the covenant of light and shadow. Fire spell, blazing fireball. With swift hand seals, I completed the incantation simultaneously, launching a searing fireball toward Dolores. You're still too inexperienced. Kid, Dance of the Wind. A 5th-level wind magic circumvented the fireball from both sides, while Dolores' figure vanished from sight. 3 months of vigilance against crisis prompted me to instinctively cast an earth-based defensive spell. Stalwart Earth Element. Heed the call of your devotee. Permit me to borrow the firmness of earth to shield your adherent from the threat of evil. Earth Spell. Bolster Earth Shield. For earthen shields rose from the ground to encase me. I warned you that you were too inexperienced. Wind Tornado. Damn it. Although the bolstered Earth Shield could defend against attacks from the sides, it was utterly helpless against the top and bottom. Ethereal Space Element. Heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to summon the gate of space to judge all beings who forsake the faith of the Mother Goddess. Space Spell. Chaotic Space. As I completed the incantation, the descending wind tornado was suddenly drawn into a white gate that appeared beside me, vanishing within it, only to re-emerge in the Academy's training ground. Chaotic Space. Do you see that? That is a 6th-level space magic, Chaotic Space, which can redirect the opponent's attacks. This should have been lost to time. Yet how is it that this boy can wield it? A space mentor in the stands exclaimed in astonishment. With the ability to redirect attacks, I immediately leaped from my encirclement. But alas, Dolores' slicing wind blades awaited me above. Ugh. Gritting my teeth, I endured this 3rd-level magic. My clothing was tattered in numerous places by the wind. And despite my formidable resistance, my arms suffered significant damage, leaving me sprawled on the ground in utter disarray. Is this the power of a mid-tier archmage? I uttered begrudgingly. Indeed, I shall make you acutely aware of the disparity in strength. With that, Dolores approached me and delivered a kick to my abdomen, sending my body rolling to the edge of the arena like a mereball. Xiaofeng. From below, upon witnessing my injury, Uro and Yuer exclaimed in unison. Heh. I understand now. I rose from the ground. Oh, you can still move. Gentle water element, heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to wield the chilling ice of water to deliver punishment to the defiant. Water spell, wrathful cyclone of ice. I cast a 4th-level spell at Dolores, not intending to harm him, merely buying myself time to heal. Holy light element, heed the call of your devotee. Permit me to invoke the mercy of light to heal all the pain of the world. Light spell, healing light. I cast a healing spell upon myself, and my arm's wounds began to mend. What level of magic is this now? Asked Dean Obi from the northern stands, turning to the vice dean beside him. The 4th level, but I can only say he is a genius, the vice dean replied, somewhat incredulously. Come now, show me just how much surprise you can bring me. Go find out which class this student belongs to. And then summon the homeroom teacher. The dean suddenly became unusually serious. The underlings have sturdy lives. Behold my move, roaring gale. A furious tempest suddenly erupted in the arena, sweeping up sand and stones as it bore down on me. If truly struck by this attack, I had no doubt I would be torn to shreds. However, such superficial attacks were ineffective against me, for I possessed space teleportation. Gentle water element, heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to wield the chilling ice of water to deliver punishment to the defiant. Water spell, Sword of the Polar Region. I shifted position to evade the oncoming wind tornado and unleashed a 5th level water magic toward Dolores. A colossal ice sword descended from above, aimed directly at Dolores below, and at this moment he could no longer evade. Yet, I discerned a hint of smugness upon his face. Xiaofeng, watch out behind you. Upon hearing Yu Ro's warning, I did not turn to look but immediately teleported. Unfortunately, it was too late. The furious wind tornado circled behind me and drew me in. After being shredded by countless wind blades, I plummeted heavily from a height of over 10 meters. As the caster sustained damage, the ice sword aimed at Dolores naturally dissipated, and I had failed once more. Without martial skills or dark magic, the gap between him and me was immense, rising again. I cast a sinister smile at Dolores, and seeing the cruel smile on my face, an ominous premonition gripped Dolores's heart that I, who could slay a duke, would not be so feeble. Hidden beneath my frail exterior was a bloodthirsty soul awakening in defiance. Ha ha. I laughed maniacally, my aura transforming as it had before, now imbued with a sense of hubris, mingled with a touch of malevolence. Thanks to Zidian, I possessed 2 souls. One was my original self, gentle and kind, while the other was domineering and wicked. Chapter 57. The Resurgence of the Wind and Thunder Technique. Thank you for awakening me. Heh. As a token of my gratitude, please accept death. With that, I drew out the staff, Divine Blessing, from my spatial bag. Ha. What is that? It doesn't even have a magic stone. Did you pick it up from someone else? Dolores scoffed disdainfully as he recognized the staff I held. That staff. Could it be? Dean Obi said, his face reflecting disbelief as he gazed at the staff in my hand, utterly astonished and at a loss for words. Indeed, you are not mistaken. This is. The vice dean's affirmation made Dean Obi realize he was not dreaming. Dean Obi, what are you talking about? What is the staff that the boy holds? The mysterious girl beside Dean Obi inquired curiously. Oh, you may not know, but the staff in that boy's hand is called Divine Blessing. Upon hearing the dean's explanation, Lord Renu of Thunder City was also taken aback, being seasoned in worldly affairs. He certainly recognized what the Divine Blessing was. Dean Obi continued. Divine Blessing was the staff of the great space archmage Zitteral from hundreds of years ago. It is said that this staff was bestowed upon Zitteral by the god of space, making it a genuine divine artifact. Moreover, Dean Obi paused before continuing. Moreover, the staff should be embedded with an elemental heart. Elemental heart? What is that? The girl pressed on. Few are aware of the elemental heart, for it is a secret of the gods, and I only know a little about it myself. The elemental heart, also known as elemental crystal, consists of 7 pieces, each representing wind, fire, water, earth, space, light, and darkness. Because of its heart-like shape, it is colloquially referred to as the elemental heart. The reason the elements in the air are inexhaustible is due to the existence of the elemental heart. In other words, the elements in the air are all products of the elemental heart. If one day the elemental heart were to vanish, the realm of light and shadow would forever lose the ability to cast magic. Furthermore, there is another rumor. What is that? The audience was captivated by the dean's narration. It is said that whoever obtains the elemental heart can instantaneously cast spells of up to the 9th level. Such power is terrifying. However, the elemental heart itself has no magical fluctuations. In its normal state, it resembles a mere stone by the roadside. Thus, locating the elemental heart is not merely a matter of strength. What about that girl? All eyes in the audience turned toward you air, standing by the arena. No, that girl does not possess the light elemental heart. I have already investigated this .as for how she is able to cast spells instantaneously. I have yet to figure that out. However, more than this, I am curious as to why that boy possesses that staff. Dean, I have brought that boy's mentor. 2 mentors approached from behind, one of whom was my homeroom teacher, Gong Changwei. Oh, so it's Mentor Gong, the dean said in surprise. May I inquire what brings you to seek me? Dean, Mentor Gong questioned. Oh, it's nothing much. By the way, is that student in your class? The dean pointed to me in the arena. Yes, indeed. Heh, I never expected to have such a remarkable student in my class. Changwei glanced at me in the arena, responding in astonishment. Is that so? What is his name? Xiaofeng, Miyu Xiaofeng. Upon hearing my name, Dean Obi's half-squinted eyes suddenly widened, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within them. Is that so? Miyu Xiaofeng. I see. Very well. Mentor Gong, you may step down. With the dean's experience, he had discerned everything upon hearing my name. Let me see, Xiaofeng, let me see how you stand at the pinnacle of the world. Ethereal space element. Heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to wield the spear of space to judge all beings who forsake the faith of the mother goddess. Space spell, dance of chaos. With a fierce roar, countless dimensional slashes surged toward Dolores from all directions. With the aid of divine blessing, my 5th-level magic could no longer be measured by rank. It was only now that I understood the wondrous nature of divine blessing. Its magical enhancement would rise in tandem with the user's strength. And such a staff with this capability could not possibly be an ordinary item. Enough. Let this end here. Dolores cast a levitation spell upon himself and soared into the sky, casting a disdainful glance. Now, let me demonstrate the distinction between genius and folly, a disparity that no amount of effort can bridge. The base commoners shall forever remain as insignificant as ants, a scion of the wind god, bestowed with divine grace and the bloodline of the wind god /. With that, countless wind elements rapidly converged towards Dolores's body that he formed his hands into a sword grip, summoning a colossal azure blade that materialized in his grasp. A wind sword forged purely from elemental essence, its might not to be underestimated. Die. Dolores bellowed as the giant sword lunged towards me. Just as I attempted to evade, I was horrified to find that my body was no longer under my control. I could only watch helplessly as death approached. Frustrated, I desperately sought to connect with the magical elements within me, but alas, there was no response. The formidable sword of Dolores struck me squarely, expelling a mist of blood as my body fell like a withered flower. So Navi. If my divine source could be so easily evaded, my family would not have secured a foothold in the royal city. Dolores laughed triumphantly in midair. How does it feel, commoner? Do you now comprehend what absolute power entails? Moon-Ro shall be under my protection. I see. I replied with a hint of irony. Wow. I coughed up another mouthful of blood. Below, Moon-Ro gazed at me with tearful eyes, and I offered her a reassuring glance. Fixing my gaze on Dolores in the sky, I declared resolutely, you are mistaken. Moon-Ro can only be protected by me. With that, I rose once more, eliciting a wave of applause from the crowd. Tsh. The cockroach that cannot be killed. I shall try again. I refuse to believe I cannot slay you. Is that so? The time for theatrics has ended at a divine source of wind. You say? Do not jest. Now I shall reveal to you what true power is. What a genuine divine source of wind embodies. With that, I stood still and closed my eyes. Dolores sneered, preparing to gather wind elements to cast a spell, only to be struck with horror as he realized that the wind elements around him had been completely siphoned away. What kind of magic is this? The entirety of the Magic Academy, no, the entire city of Reno's wind magic, has been drained. The vice principal exclaimed in shock. Although Principal Obi said nothing, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. Everyone in the arena turned their attention to me, awaiting my eruption. The wind elements of the entire city of Reno had been absorbed. It seemed almost unbelievable, yet it was occurring before everyone's eyes. As the catalyst of this phenomenon, I was now suspended above the ground, my garments billowing without wind, surrounded by a radiant azure glow. At that moment, my eyes shot open, a gleam shooting towards Dolores above. As if I were fixated on my prey, slowly, I extended a hand towards Dolores, coldly intoning, Scion of the Wind God, bestowed with divine grace, bloodline divine source wind thunder technique, wind thunder sealing. What did he just say? Principal Obi suddenly slammed his hand down in disbelief. It is the wind thunder technique, the vice principal affirmed. Quick, follow me. We must establish a barrier around the arena, or else the entire Bejar Magic Academy will be doomed. With that, Principal Obi led the various department heads to encircle the arena, working in unison to erect several high-level defensive barriers. The Wind Thunder technique, this boy claims to wield it, a divine source unique to the great Royal Grand Magus Mu Tianqian. How could he possibly employ such power? Muttered the Lord of Reno from the stands. Grandfather, watch closely. I will inherit the Wind Thunder technique. Wind Thunder ceiling, I shouted, clenching my outstretched hand. A sudden orb of light enveloping Dolores. What? What is this? Just a mere commoner. Before Dolores could comprehend, I bellowed again. Wind Thunder technique. Wind Thunder flash. The skies darkened abruptly. As countless purple dragons writhed within the storm clouds, a lightning bolt with a diameter of 1 meter thundered down upon the orb, a blinding violet light obscuring the scene within. Yet Dolores's bone-chilling scream made it clear what awaited him. The Wind Thunder technique had been unleashed. No one could stop it. Ignoring Dolores's cries, I continued coldly. Wind Thunder technique. Wind Thunder explosion. With a resounding bang, the orb erupted violently, shattering the surrounding barriers in an instant. Thankfully, the outermost barriers erected by Principal Obi and others still held, but even so, they trembled significantly, imparting a profound understanding of the Wind Thunder technique's might. As the dust settled, Dolores lay bare on the ground. His life status uncertain, his body charred and battered, wounds gushing blood, a harrowing sight. Oh, not dead yet. Let us see how you fare against this. I sneered, extending a hand to conjure a luminous sphere, infusing it with wind elements, that is, Mu Tianqian's Wind Thunderball, Mu Yu Xiaofeng. I command you to cease your assault. You have won this match. Principal Obi's voice resonated with undeniable authority. I despise being commanded by others, I replied coldly, continuing to channel my magic. However, the relentless exertion had left me utterly drained. My weakened form could no longer sustain the high-level spell, and I collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself in the infirmary. A fierce pain coursing through my body, a clear sign of overexertion. As I scanned the room, I spotted Principal Obi standing by the window with his back to me. You are awake. How do you feel? He asked warmly as he turned around. I'm fine, but how is it that you are here? I was taken aback by the principal's wait for my awakening, suspecting he had questions to ask. Oh, it's nothing, just some inquiries I wish to make. As expected. Ask away. But I cannot guarantee I will respond. Hee, young man, do not be overly assertive. That is my advice to you. I wish to know. No, I simply wish to confirm, you are indeed the son of Mu Tianhai. Correct. The principal inquired solemnly, his piercing gaze locking onto mine, instilling a fleeting sensation that he knew everything about me. Dash. You guessed correctly. I turned my head away, irritated, disliking his domineering approach. Did your father never tell you anything? About your birth and future? The principal pressed on. No. I replied resolutely. Very well, then. Next, you must prepare for your final match against Utian, the principal stated calmly before preparing to leave. What? Did you just say that? After suffering such severe injuries, you expect me to compete immediately? That seems rather unfair. Remember, those who aspire to claim the top seed of the academy must possess strength that exceeds merely surpassing the previous champion by a slight margin. Enduring the pain, I returned to the arena, where the match between Moon Ro and Utian had concluded. The latter's prowess far surpassed that of his sister. I staggered towards the arena. Yu Er and Moon Ro rushed to my side, supporting me on either arm. Xiaofeng, forfeit. In your current state, you cannot possibly fight. Moon Ro urged worriedly. It's all right. Even if I know defeat awaits, I must give it my all. That I refuse to be labeled a coward, I replied. And seeing my determination, Moon Ro ceased her objections. Releasing their support, I stepped onto the arena. Utian, I have arrived, I said with a faint smile. You are stronger than I anticipated. Your presence surprises me. Yet I am uninterested in your current self. With that, Utian leapt down from the arena, eliciting a wave of murmurs from the crowd. Next time, once you have healed, I will show no mercy, he declared. Turning his back to me while communicating through magic. I forfeit, I announced loudly from the stage. What? Gasps of surprise echoed from below. I do not require your pity, I retorted to Utian. I find you increasingly intriguing. I hope you do not disappoint me next time we battle, he replied before vanishing from sight. Thus, The Bajar Magic Academy ranking competition concluded with both parties forfeiting, marking a rare instance in history where no first place was declared. Yet, the story was not over as I descended from the arena. A multitude of Orlan soldiers stormed in, swiftly surrounding the Magic Academy. Principal Obi utilized a magic communication stone to reassure the gathered students and instructors, signaling them to remain calm. It seemed he had anticipated this. The soldiers' attire indicated they were not ordinary city guards, but members of the Imperial Guards that a luxurious carriage awaited outside, seemingly to receive someone. I pondered who it might be. The girl known as the Lord's daughter walked into the audience area, flanked by 4 magisters, parting the crowd effortlessly until she came to a halt before one individual. The sight of him left me and Wu Yu in shock. It was you. Watch closely. The mystery is about to be unveiled, I said with a look of intrigue. Observing you as his identity was poised to be revealed that moment, Long had drawn his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of you. What, brother? Do you still wish to defy father? What, brother? So Yu's true identity is. Long, step aside. Yu commanded, simultaneously directing his gaze at the girl before him. I knew this day would come, even if I fled to the ends of the earth. Father, no, the Prime Minister would retrieve me. I just did not anticipate that it would be my beloved Imperial sister who would come to capture me. No, brother, you are mistaken. I am not here to arrest you, but to ensure you fulfill your responsibilities. For you are the Prince of the Orlan Empire and the next king. All right, I understand. I shall return with you, back to that 4-cornered prison. However, I wish to converse with someone first. In Yu's eyes, there lay an abundance of helplessness, a resignation to fate, as he spoke and approached me. Chapter 58, Prince Orlan. Ever since the decline of the Mu family, the royal power of the Orlan Empire has gradually fallen into the hands of the Chancellor. The king, engrossed in debauchery, has entirely entrusted state affairs to the Chancellor, which has rendered the latter's factionalism increasingly brazen, openly eliminating dissenters. Consequently, the military officials, led by the Mu family, eagerly yearn for a new king to restore order to the court. Under this grand premise, Yu, as the crown prince, has been thrust onto the political stage. Yet, despite being fully aware of the Mu family's intentions, the Chancellor ardently supports Yu's ascension to the throne, leading one to ponder whether there lies a deeper conspiracy behind the Chancellor's unusual behavior. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yu stepped before me. Xiaofeng, I have a few words to share with you. I nodded in agreement. To my astonishment, Yu conjured a spatial barrier. Do not be surprised. I possess a modicum of mastery over spatial magic. My mentor is the spatial mage, Bolger, and it is from him that I learned of certain matters concerning you. My matters. Wait, let us first clarify your identity. How can you be a prince? Yu's sudden revelation left my thoughts in disarray. You need not concern yourself with that. My full name is Dolan Trellit Jessifer. Dolan Trellit, a surname of the Orlan royal family. In the midst of my astonishment, a question lingered. If he is a prince, why is he here at Bajar Magic Academy? Isn't it peculiar that I find myself in this place? In truth, I escaped. Escaped? Yes, I fled from that 4-cornered prison. At this point, the sorrow in Yu's gaze became increasingly palpable. I, Dolan Trellit Jessifer, am a prince of the Orlan Empire, a prince. My future has never belonged to me. From the moment of my birth, my father laid out a bright path for me, and all I have done is glide along the trajectory drawn by others. Yet, the rebellious spirit within me despises being confined. I yearn for freedom, for the ability to live by my own desires and pursue my own aspirations. That I refuse to be a mere flower in a greenhouse. I long to dance in the light, to breathe in fresh air. The vast palace feels like a luxurious prison. Those outside yearn to enter, while those inside long to escape. I am indeed a pitiful soul, despite my lavish life. My heart remains lonely. Within this walled city, I have no friends. Only sycophants drawn to my status. What I know is merely the disparity of identity and rank. Enclosed within these walls, I am melancholic. Having never enjoyed the company of others, preferring to stand at the altar, day after day, staring vacantly at the 4 corners of the sky, the depths of my eyes reveal only eternal sorrow. Fortunately, I have a younger brother, who is the only one I can truly call a friend. Dolan Trellit Kino, my half-brother, often entertains me with various antics to elicit my laughter during my moments of contemplation. He gazes into my eyes and asks why I am so sorrowful. I reply, my dear brother Dolan Trellit Kino, how I wish we could swap places. with you becoming the future king and me shedding all responsibilities to pursue my freedom. Yet, Kino shakes his head solemnly, kneeling before me, saying, "My dear brother, being a prince is your destined identity. You shall always be the king in my heart." I gently help him to his feet, gazing deeply into his sincere eyes that I loathe being shackled in this four-cornered prison. It drives me to madness that I yearn for the world outside, for the freedom to live for myself. Ultimately, unable to endure the loneliness, I clandestinely slipped out of the palace at the age of 14, stepping onto land beyond the confines of the royal estate for the first time in my life, gazing at the bustling streets and the myriad of passers-by. Everything felt astonishingly novel, as if I were a newborn child marveling at this familiar yet strange city that it was during that escapade that I encountered Sife, a girl who captivated my very soul. Beneath the summer moonlight, I placed her hand upon my heart and solemnly vowed, with the moonlight as witness, I, Jessifer, shall care for you for all eternity. Without awaiting her response, I embraced her. Yet, happiness is always fleeting, eventually. My father found me. Upon returning to the palace, I pondered how to bring Sife into the royal abode, only to unexpectedly receive the chancellor's proposal for me to wed Princess Mela of the Mela Duchy. Hearing this news left me in shock. Tio escaped the marriage. To see Sife once more, I fled the palace again, but alas, I never managed to meet her again. Perhaps the chancellor had uncovered our affair. Or perhaps Sife had already faced persecution. Disheartened, I arrived at Bejar Magic Academy. Yet I am aware that one day, the chancellor will find me and drag me back to wed a woman I do not even know, a loveless political marriage. How absurd that I stood there, attentively listening to Yu's tale, utterly captivated, finally understanding the lingering sorrow in his gaze. Being born into a royal family, one cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse. The story has concluded. I must soon return, Yu said, lifting his gaze to the azure sky. Next year, I shall celebrate my 16th birthday, which will also coincide with my coronation ceremony. Once that day passes, I shall become the new king of the Orlan Empire. Xiaofeng, Yu shifted his gaze back to me. Perhaps our next encounter will find us as adversaries. What? This is all fate. No one can escape the machinations of destiny. Do not attempt to resist. It is all in vain. Continue on your path, pursuing what you desire. Now, Xiaofeng, the Mage Guild has grown strong enough to no longer require my protection. Forge ahead, my judge. I await the day you rescue me from the throne. With those parting words, Yu turned and walked towards the door. Watching his retreating figure, I found myself rendered speechless, utterly stunned by his words, and filled with a sense of helplessness for his plight. Fate. If it does not align with my desires, I shall change it. I looked up at the sky, a confident smile gracing my lips. After the ranking competition concluded, I remained in the infirmary for 3 days. Utterly exhausted, outsiders, I appeared to be enjoying a blissful, dreamy existence, accompanied by the 2 stunning beauties, Yu Ro and Yu Er, who personally fed me during meals. Yet, no one could perceive the pain hidden behind my smile. The 2 girls, eager to show their concern, would often prepare breakfast for 10, with Yu Ro's cooking being somewhat palatable, while any dish Yu Er managed to serve was considered a remarkable feat. Looking at the charred, unidentifiable mass she presented, I could only endure, swallowing with great effort while praising her with forced enthusiasm. Oh God, please save me. It was the first time I earnestly yearned for divine redemption. Finally, having healed, I had to remain elusive, for whenever the 2 girls crossed paths, chaos would ensue. Now, I had become something of a celebrity within the academy. I had secured a privilege from my mentor to be exempt from attending classes. What was I doing now? Meditating atop the dormitory roof. In truth, I was merely sleeping. Without the interference of the blue blood aristocratic society, the guild flourished within the academy, swiftly establishing itself as the new dominant force. Gufan adhered to the principle that quality trumps quantity. Thus, the guild's membership did not expand significantly, which greatly reduced its financial expenditures. As the overseer of finances, Gufan had become akin to a wealthy landlord. But I paid little mind to such matters. Each day, I collected protection fees, taking only a fraction, yet my spatial bag was rapidly transforming into a small treasury. 3 more uneventful days passed, marking the time to travel to the Royal Magic Academy for the 4 Academy exchange. Among the 10 participants, the junior mage department had an unprecedented 3 representatives, Eliciting a rare smile from Minister Sandy Fagia, we departed in the morning, floating toward the royal capital with a grand procession of students that attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Given the proximity of Reinuo City to the royal capital, we arrived in just one day at the Royal Magic Academy in the eastern district of the royal city. The exchange event is held annually. So the welcoming ceremony and student accommodations proceeded smoothly. Although Reinuo City is the closest to the royal capital, it was not the first to arrive. Upon reaching the gates of the Royal Magic Academy, I discovered that the first arrivals were from the Magic Institute in the Magic Capital, which lies in the northern frontier of the Orlon Empire and is the farthest from the royal capital. The Magic Institute is the weakest among the 4 major magic academies, consistently finishing last in the annual exchange events. However, the most striking aspect is that all the students and faculty at the Magic Institute are female mages. Not lacking in beauty, the head of the Magic Institute, a close friend of the headmaster of Bajar Magic Academy, personally came to welcome us, having heard that Headmaster Obi was leading the Bajar delegation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Royal Magic Academy, I was greeted by the youthful and vibrant figures of the female mages, who stood in unison, forming a stunning landscape at the academy. The accompanying males could hardly contain their instincts. If not for the headmistress's presence, I doubted they would have been able to restrain themselves. Yet, even without her, I dared not harbor any improper thoughts. For 2 fierce guardians stood vigilant behind me. If I dared to steal a glance, I might not see the light of day again. How unfortunate, I lamented, standing before the grand entrance of the Royal Academy of Magic. A wave of nostalgia washed over me. It was just a year ago when I first set foot into this esteemed institution as a novice magician. Yet here I am now, competing as one of the top 10 from the Bajar Academy. Words fail to capture the essence of this feeling. I wonder if Fei is inside. Perhaps fate will lead us to cross paths in the arena. The thought of facing him is daunting. The memories of the troubles my impulsiveness caused for the Mu family a year ago lingered in my mind, and I wish to avoid them. Never mind, I shall keep a low profile and compete discreetly. Even if I lose in the first match, it matters not. I have come here following that person's instructions, and the rest is none of my concern. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The revenge of Zidian. My exclamation drew the ire of nearby students, but I paid them no heed. Zidian, an enigmatic necromancer of unfathomable power, was rumored by his 4 prominent underlings to be seeking vengeance. Had he summoned me here in connection with this vendetta? If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Yet, even if Zidian were formidable, surely he could not contend against the combined might of numerous high-ranking mages. Furthermore, the Grand Master and Dean of the Royal Academy, Master Zyode, would undoubtedly be present to oversee the exchange competition. Moreover, I had heard that the president of the Magic Guild, Dorkanis, would also attend. With 2 royal grandmasters in attendance, it seemed unlikely that Zidian would dare to make any drastic moves. Reflecting on this eased the tension that had gripped my heart. How silly of me to worry, with so many high-ranking mages around. What is there to fear? I chuckled to myself as I observed Dean Obi and others bantering with the academy. Unfortunately, my intuition proved accurate. Zidian was indeed coming, and with a resolute confidence. One must never underestimate the dark forces, for in certain respects, they can be more potent than those who consider themselves righteous, as they are willing to employ any means to achieve their ends. The Royal Academy of Magic was vastly larger than Bajar Academy, encompassing the entire eastern district of the royal city. As for the headquarters of the Magic Guild, the kings of the Orlon Empire were no fools. They would not place danger at their doorstep. Though loyal, who could guarantee that a sudden coup would not occur? Thus, the guild's headquarters was situated in the eastern outskirts of the capital, a distance that would take 2 or 3 hours on foot. Guided by the welcoming committee of the Royal Academy, we proceeded to settle in after the academy students. To accommodate the students from the other 3 academies, the Royal Academy had set aside 2 dormitory buildings, one for boys and one for girls. This was my second visit to the Royal Academy, so I was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. After organizing my belongings in the dormitory, I disregarded the suggestion of Gu Fan and others to go out, and instead collapsed into bed. I was utterly exhausted, and with the exchange competition just 2 days away, I needed to use this time wisely to prepare. As I drifted into a deep slumber, outside, a tempest brewed, and dark currents surged within the royal city. In the Prime Minister's mansion, within a dimly lit chamber, 2 shadowy figures engaged in conversation. I have fulfilled your request. I hope you do not disappoint me by eliminating Mu Tian Shuang in the exchange competition. Rest assured, I will. Ha ha. I never imagined the Prime Minister would conspire with a necromancer. No, it is not a collaboration. We merely seek to exploit one another's strengths. I will help you infiltrate the Royal Academy. And you will assist me in killing Mu Tian Shuang. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit. With that, one figure rose and departed, while the other, with a cold gaze, whispered, "Once he is dead, it will be you and your son. Anyone who drives Sushi to the brink shall come forth to repent." In a secluded forest, the Grim Reaper meditated within a cave, though the scythe-wielding soul collector was nowhere to be seen. 2 months prior, the Grim Reaper had ventured alone to the holy city in an attempt to retrieve the key to the seal. However, the Pope had anticipated this move, and with the combined might of the clergy and the angelic kin, even the Grim Reaper had fared poorly. After sustaining injuries, he had hidden away here to recuperate. The scarcity of dark elements in the light and shadow continent had hampered his recovery. Yet now, he could no longer remain still, for he sensed the presence of the seal key, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the Orland Royal Capital. At the same time, the Moon Shadow, Lors, who had been tracking the Grim Reaper, also detected this pure dark aura. Various forces began to converge upon the Royal Capital. Chapter 59. The Captain's Bodyguard. I awoke from my slumber to find it was already evening. Gu Fan and the others had yet to return from their escapades. Feeling my empty stomach, I decided to pay a visit to the Five Organs Temple before anything else. Exiting the dormitory, I navigated towards the dining hall, relying on my memories from a year ago. The Royal Academy of Magic was indeed vast. Newcomers would undoubtedly get lost. Given that the Royal Academy was a haven for nobles, the dining hall was rather desolate, with only a few commoners dining within. "How quiet it is," I remarked as I stepped into the dining hall, rubbing my sleepy eyes as I queued up for food at the window. "Hey, kid in front, can you lend us some money?" I turned to find myself encircled by several individuals dressed in noble attire. Robbery. Extortion. I chuckled internally, never expecting that I, Mu Xiao Feng, would find myself in such a predicament. Stealthily assessing the group before me, I discerned that their attire and demeanor suggested they were not true nobles. For nobles were proud and would never stoop to robbing what they considered mere ants. Among them, only the long-haired wind mage leading the group possessed some skill, but alas, he was merely of intermediate rank, and I had no desire to engage with them. "Are you talking about me?" I feigned ignorance in response. "Not you. I'm talking about someone else. Hurry and hand over your money. I don't want to resort to violence." Before he could finish, I tossed a gold coin in their direction and turned back to continue my queue, dismissing these petty thugs entirely. Wow. Brothers, today we've hit the jackpot. No wonder the Royal Academy has so many wealthy individuals. Come on, since we have plenty of money, why not just give it all to us? Greedy fools. I glanced at the disdainful expressions in their eyes, but still tossed another gold coin their way. If they remained unsatisfied, I would ensure they learned the consequences of their actions. Blackmailing the black market was a common occurrence. However, the gold coin I had thrown was intercepted mid-air. "Classmate, this isn't right. There should be limits to bullying others." Turning curiously, I saw a girl standing before me, her figure suggesting she was quite the beauty, though I was more concerned with her identity. Law Academy, I inferred from her robe, adorned with the emblem of crossed swords and a scale on her right arm, symbolizing judgment, which was also the emblem of the capital of law. This girl is certainly attractive. It seems my luck is turning. Perhaps I can enjoy both wealth and beauty today. What do you say? Little sister, would you like to join me for some fun? The long-haired mage rubbed his hands together, his gaze lustfully fixated on the girl. Despicable. Before seeking trouble, one should first assess their own capabilities, lest they invite death upon themselves. With that, a powerful surge of water elemental energy erupted from the girl, instantly stunning everyone present. The small thugs, sensing the danger, scurried away with their tails between their legs. A water mage of great power. It seems this person is undoubtedly a competitor from the Law Academy, I mused. Here, this is your money. These people are truly despicable for bullying the weak. The girl turned and returned the money to me. She is quite pretty, though perhaps a notch below Euro. I muttered under my breath as I assessed her appearance. What did you just say? Nothing. By the way, I'm Mu Xiao Feng. May I know your name? I hurriedly shifted the topic. I'm Olivia. You can call me Vea. Really? That's a lovely name. As a token of gratitude for this meal, it's on me. After obtaining 2 servings of dinner, Vea and I chatted while eating in a corner of the dining hall. Xiaofeng, are you there? Outside the dormitory, Yuro softly knocked on the door, inquiring. However, beside her, Yuer was unaware of what gentleness meant. Losing patience, She delivered a swift kick, sending the flimsy door flying open. Oh, no one is here. Striding boldly into my room. Usher found no trace of me. He must have gone out, Uro mused. How infuriating. I went through so much trouble to prepare a heartfelt lunch, and he is not here. Only then did they realize that both Uro and Usher were holding lunchboxes, evidently brought for me. Are you looking for classmate Xiaofeng? I saw him go to the dining hall just now, a kind-hearted classmate nearby pointed out. However, his good intentions were a nightmare for me, as I was currently enjoying dinner with a beautiful girl. Oh, thank you. We'll go find him, Uro replied as she and Usher headed towards the dining hall. Turning back, the thugs who had fled earlier could not swallow their humiliation. They returned to the dormitory to find their leader, embellishing the tale of what had transpired. Really? Another meddler. Let us go. Take me to meet her. With a sinister chuckle, the so-called leader followed the thugs back to the dining hall. Boss. Look, it's those two that what do you think of that girl? She's quite a catch. One of the lackeys exclaimed after searching for a while and finally spotting me and Olivia in the corner. The boss scrutinized us for a moment before suddenly berating his underlings. Damn it. A bunch of fools. If you're looking for trouble, at least choose someone weak. Did you not notice the expert among them? We did not anticipate that girl would suddenly appear. With just the few of us, we could hardly contend, but our leader is different. He is indeed a genius of our academy. The long-haired mage nonchalantly flattered. Enough. Have you not realized that the truly formidable one is not that female mage? Are you implying? Humph. Victory does not rely solely on brute force. If you desire a cunning act of playing the pig to eat the tiger, I shall create an opportunity for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress. Gather around and heed my arrangements. A conspiracy unfolded behind my back. After a delightful dinner, I parted ways with Wei Ye in front of the cafeteria. Stretching lazily, I noticed that the sky was gradually darkening, and I intended to return to the dormitory, only to find my path obstructed by several mages. You again. I recognized these familiar faces and suddenly recalled they were the very group that had robbed me earlier, though it seemed the long-haired mage was absent. What do you want from me, gentlemen? I asked nonchalantly. What do you think? Haha, you were fortunate to be saved by a beautiful girl earlier, but now. Humph. The henchmen grinned maliciously, their expressions predatory. Well, a little post-dinner exercise wouldn't hurt. With that thought, I assumed a stance, ready to unleash my wrath, when suddenly, another person burst onto the scene that a few fire spells sent the small henchman flying. What is happening today? Am I encountering benefactors at every turn? After being saved twice in succession, I was at a loss for how to feel. Are you all right, classmate? I never expected such scum would exist within the esteemed Royal Magic Academy. They don't seem to be students of the Royal Magic Academy. I mused silently, though I kept my thoughts to myself. Oh, by the way, my name is Charlotte, the second in command of the Advanced Mage Department at Bliss Magic Academy. The second in command of Bliss Magic Academy? I sensed no magical fluctuations from him. This person is certainly not simple. I quietly noted his name in my mind while responding discreetly. Hello. I am Fei Lu, a student from the Intermediate Mage Department of the Royal Magic Academy. Thank you for saving me. One must always be cautious, especially when dealing with someone from the less reputable Bliss Magic Academy. So I introduced myself as Fei Lu. Upon hearing my introduction, a glimmer of interest flashed in Charlotte's eyes, though I remained oblivious. I suddenly recalled, the girl you were with earlier seems to be in trouble. I saw several mages, led by a long-haired mage, pursuing her direction. Charlotte remarked, tapping his head. What? I was not keen on the idea of that girl facing misfortune because of me, just as I resolved to chase after her. Charlotte stopped me. Wait, dueling is strictly prohibited within the Royal Magic Academy. Take this. He produced a small vial from his spatial pouch, containing a semi-transparent black-purple stone that emitted an eerie purple light. Could this be? Indeed, this is a magic suppression stone. Shattering the vial will disable magic within a certain radius, alleviating concerns of large-scale magic attracting the mentors. Thank you. I sincerely expressed my gratitude before rushing in the direction Wei Ye had departed. Charlotte watched my gradually fading figure, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Surprisingly, Charlotte isn't too bad. I mused to myself, as he had just casually gifted me something as precious as a magic suppression stone, earning him a modicum of goodwill. Not long after, I found Wei Ye in a secluded grove, and as expected, she was being besieged, just as Charlotte had mentioned, considering that high-level magic would draw the mentor's attention. I shattered the vial of the magic suppression stone, dropping it beside Weya. The mages present immediately realized they could no longer cast their spells. Without magic, it was a martial artist's paradise. I dispatched the henchman with ease, using just a few punches and kicks. Haha, my apologies, but it is now my turn to save you, I declared triumphantly as I approached Weya. I didn't expect you to come after me. Thank you so much. Being surrounded by a swarm of flies and unable to use large-scale magic, I truly didn't know what I would have done without you. But why is it that I suddenly couldn't use my magic? Weya asked, perplexed. Aware that the magic suppression stone was considered taboo in the Orlan Empire, I feigned ignorance. Oh dear, the act was splendid. What a hero saving a damsel in distress. However, I can no longer bear to watch, came a voice from behind a nearby tree. Accompanied by applause, under the moonlight, I recognized the figure. Charlotte, I exclaimed in surprise. What is the meaning of this? Weya inquired, confused. I merely came to unveil the truth. The young man beside you is in cahoots with that group of ruffians, merely staging a heroic rescue for your benefit. Though an old trick, it is undeniably effective. Wouldn't you agree, Fei Lu? Charlotte gazed at me with arrogance, eager to witness my flustered reaction, but I was determined to disappoint him. So that's how it is. If I were to refute you, you would surely demand I present this, I said, pulling the magic suppression stone from my pocket. Ah, I never expected you, despicable fiend. Weya glared at me in anger and disdain before turning to leave. Boring. Ignoring her, I walked out of the grove. You lowly commoner, daring to disregard me. Do you think you can leave unscathed? On them. With that, the henchmen I had previously driven off surrounded me once more. Do you know what I despise most? Being called a commoner. After coldly uttering those words, I crushed the magic suppression stone, unleashing a tempestuous wind element that swirled violently at my feet. Yes, that's it. Let your anger rise. Show me just how much power you possess. Fiery element of heat. Heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to wield the flames to incinerate all evils that defy the covenant of light and shadow. Fire art. Explosive inferno domain. A commanding shout resonated as a level 3 fire area attack descended from above, causing the surrounding henchmen to scatter in fear. Dealing with you insignificant pests does not require the captain's intervention. A youthful girl appeared before me at that moment. I was utterly speechless. I had been saved 3 times in one day, and I was supposed to be a hidden expert. Now, it seemed I was deprived of any opportunity to act. I wondered who this latest savior was. Who goes there? Several figures approached swiftly from a distance. I realized the earlier fire magic had drawn the mentor's attention. Locking my sharp gaze on Charlotte, I coldly declared, I will remember this grudge. We shall meet on the battlefield. With that, I took the girl's hand and vanished from the spot. Humph, just a commoner. Yet you dare to be so arrogant. You better not fall into my hands. Retreat. Charlotte, have you stirred up trouble again? Upon returning to the dormitory, someone awaited him. President, how come you are here? Upon seeing the imposing figure, even the usually confident Charlotte lowered his head in fear. I warned you not to cause trouble before the competition. Our purpose here is to seize the position of Academy Head. Remember that. The mage referred to as the President by Charlotte spoke in a grave tone. President, you are being overly cautious as long as we execute that ultimate move. Haha, the position of Academy Head will surely belong to Bliss Magic Academy. While that may be true, there could still be unforeseen obstacles. Especially with the rise of Mu Yu Shao Feng from Beijar Magic Academy that I have heard he possesses the wind thunder art, derived from the source of wind. The president turned to gaze at the moonlight outside. Speaking cautiously, tell me, who exactly are you? A short distance teleportation spell whisked us away to a deserted area. Not rushing to ascertain our location, I gripped the girl's throat with one hand and asked in a low voice, who are you? I am the vice captain of the Judgment Group, an advanced mage named Shui Jing. Vice captain of the Judgment Group. So you are under Wu Ye's command. Upon hearing her explanation, I loosened my grip on her throat. Despite being choked, she showed no fear, and I cast an appreciative glance her way. Now, tell me, what is going on? I leaned down to look at her, who was crouched on the ground, and asked in a low voice, to report to the captain. It was Captain Wu Ye's order for me to stay by your side to ensure your safety. Beyond that, I know nothing. Shui Jing replied respectfully. Damn it, it must be that Gu Fan and Fei Lu schemed against me. Just wait until I return. I will deal with them. By the way, how did you follow me, and why didn't I notice? I suddenly remembered and curiously inquired. Regarding this, It is related to my divine source. I am a favored kin of the water god, and my divine source grants me invisibility. Unless someone possesses significantly higher power than I, they would not be able to detect my presence. So when did you start following me? I asked eagerly. From the moment you left Beijar Magic Academy, Shui Jing replied in her usual respectful yet indifferent tone. So, you have been observing my every move these past few days, including my sleep, bathing, and even using the restroom. Yes, my orders were to protect you at all times. Upon receiving Shui Jing's answer, I immediately exploded with rage. Damn it, Fei Lu, you better not let me find you. With a roar, I determined our direction and sprinted back toward the dormitory. Chapter 60. The Dark Past of Purple Shadows. The competition rules for the 4 Academy Exchange Tournament have traditionally included some rigid stipulations. Firstly, there shall be a preliminary round consisting of 5 matches, with the first place of the previous year battling the 3rd place and the 2nd place facing the 4th place. The victorious 2 academies will vie for the positions of Academy Head and 2nd place, while the 2 defeated academies will contend for 3rd and 4th place. This is the general outline of the regulations. Moreover, in addition to contending for the position of the head of the academy, each college must also nominate 2 students to vie for the title of special student. The special student is recognized as the strongest among the 4 academies, enjoying certain exclusive privileges, such as rewards of money and magical artifacts. Most importantly, the victor will receive the title of Viscount, bestowed personally by the king, and will gain direct entry into the Royal Mage Corps, a coveted shortcut to wealth and power that many students dream of. However, the competition for the special student is exceedingly arduous, as emerging victorious among the elite of the 4 academies is no small feat. Early in the morning, I, along with Uero and 8 others, was summoned by Principal Obi for a pre-battle mobilization. Today, we are to participate in the preliminary round of the 4 academies exchange competition, facing off against the weakest of the 4, the Law Academy. The head of the Law Academy had publicly declared her lack of interest in the head position, instead focusing on retaining her 2 strongest students for the special student competition, thereby making our victory in the preliminaries seem quite assured. In order to preserve our strength for the upcoming matches, Principal Obi did not send either myself or Yue Dian to compete against the Law Academy, given the tightly packed schedule. Any student injured in the preliminaries would be unable to participate in the finals or the special student contest. Consequently, the principal retained me, Yue Dian, Dolores, Uer, and Uero for the finals.as for the contest for the special student. The principal left us with a single directive. The collective interest must take precedence. As I sat, bored, watching the preliminary match between Beijar Magic Academy and the Law Academy, it was evident that, since it was not the finals, the competition was held in the training grounds, resulting in a painfully sparse audience of students that I was more preoccupied with my surroundings than the preliminaries. The night before, I had approached Gufin and others to inquire about the girl following me, only to receive a response of, "The collective vote has passed. The captain's opinion has been overruled." That lascivious fail then solemnly declared, "The captain has exceeded the bounds of the legal faction, so it is of utmost importance to protect her. Everyone has unanimously decided to assign a personal guard to the captain." That was all. Unable to withstand the barrage of opinions, I reluctantly acquiesced. The thought that every move I made was being monitored sent chills down my spine. Heaven forbid Uero discovers this. It could truly lead to dire consequences. I silently prayed. The competition against the Law Academy concluded without any surprises, with Beijar Magic Academy securing its usual 2nd place position. However, news from another competition venue was utterly astonishing. The Royal Magic Academy had surprisingly lost to the Bliss Magic Academy, and not just once, but in a series of 3 defeats, an outcome that seemed utterly inconceivable. Stunned by this revelation, I found myself momentarily frozen, setting aside the overall strength of the Royal Magic Academy. Both Bingfei and Muzhongliai, whom I knew, were high-ranking mages, while the Bliss Magic Academy was merely ranked 3rd. A 3-time defeat seemed implausible. This left me perplexed, convinced that there must be some hidden secrets at play. Upon receiving this shocking news, Principal Obi convened an emergency meeting that evening, as our final opponent the next day would be the Bliss Magic Academy. From Principal Obi, I learned that the overall strength of the students at Bliss Magic Academy remained consistent with previous years, with no exceptionally powerful students appearing. However, in their battle against the Royal Magic Academy, they seemed to have employed some newly developed magic that could instantaneously triple their power, albeit with the caveat that students using this magic would be unable to cast spells for a month thereafter. The notion of such a grotesque magic left the assembled students in a state of shock. Could such a spell truly exist? Yet, it had just unfolded before our very eyes. Xiaofeng, are you still pondering tomorrow's finals? As we exited the meeting, the sky was still bright, and I strolled through the academy with Yuero. Oh, no. I was merely contemplating why the moon is so round tonight. Nonsense. There's not a single star in the sky. Where would the moon come from? My rather poor joke prompted a peal of laughter from Yuero, like the sound of silver bells. There's someone ahead, I whispered, pulling Yuero back. What are you afraid of? You're making it sound like we're thieves sneaking around. Yuero exclaimed loudly, seemingly eager for the world to know we were a couple. Focusing on the distant shadow, in the blink of an eye, the figure was suddenly before me. What speed is this? There is not a hint of magical fluctuations. As I regarded the elder before me, I remained on guard. It seems I have interrupted. However, I have a few questions for your young boyfriend. Would you mind lending him to me for a moment? The elder looked at Yuero with a kindly expression. This, you misunderstand. Actually, Yuero, typically unflappable, was thrown into confusion by the elder's sudden words. Yuero, you should head back, that I'll see you in the dining hall tomorrow morning. I dismissed Yuero and followed the elder to a secluded pavilion. Who exactly are you? And why have you sought me out? I inquired, veiling my hostility. The finest assassins conceal their murderous intent until the final moment, yet you have clearly failed to do so. The elder replied, his smile enigmatic. I will ask you again, who are you? And why do you seek me? I pressed, ignoring his previous comments. We actually met a year ago. I am the old gatekeeper of the Royal Magic Academy. Do you remember me? Upon hearing this, a flicker of recognition crossed my mind. The gatekeeper, if that is the case, I find it even harder to comprehend why you would seek me out. I hesitated. Your progress is truly astonishing. A year ago, you were a novice in the magical realm, yet now, you may very well be unmatched among your peers. Let us set that aside for now. I came today simply to ask you one question. What question? What is your opinion on dark magic? Particularly considering that humanity generally deems it evil. Dark magic. The elder's inquiry sent a jolt of apprehension through me. Could he have sensed something? Steeling myself against the shock, I responded calmly. As for dark magic, I believe that the distinction between justice and evil does not lie within the magic itself, but rather with the mage wielding it if the user applies it for righteous purposes. Then that magic is just. Conversely, if misused, it becomes evil. That is my perspective. Upon hearing my answer, the elder visibly trembled with excitement. Excellent. Just as I expected from the grandson of Mu Qinfeng. Your response is precisely what I hoped for. The elder suddenly broke into hearty laughter. Wait. How is it that you know about my lineage? Sensing that this elder was far from ordinary, I maintained my vigilance. Do you wish to know? Had your answer not aligned with my expectations, I would not have hesitated to erase you from existence. That I have long perceived the dark magic radiating from you. Although you strive to conceal it, your murderous intent reveals it as soon as it surfaces. Please pay heed to this in the future. One more thing I must confirm. It was Zidian who taught you dark magic, correct? What? How do you know his name? I stared, wide-eyed, at the elder before me. Unable to fathom how he could know my secret, under his gaze, I felt completely exposed, with nothing left to hide. Do not be alarmed. If your strength were to reach my level, some truths would become self-evident. Perhaps this is what people refer to as divinity. Would you like to learn more about Zidian? The elder gazed into the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. In truth, Zidian is not his real name. He adopted it after joining a mysterious organization. His true identity is Warge, a rare magical prodigy of a century, who once studied at the Royal Magic Academy. At the time, the academy was headed by the noble Baird, a mediocre individual who held disdain for commoners. While the current head, Shio, served as the vice principal, Warge, an orphan, was taken in by Shio from a young age and became his prized disciple. Shio imparted all his knowledge to Warge, who, in turn, did not disappoint Shio's expectations. Achieving the rank of mage at a mere 20 years old, a feat unprecedented both then and now. Thus, Warge earned the title of a once-in-a-century magical genius. Warge was Shio's pride. Moreover, Shio had a daughter named Susie, a gentle and beautiful girl. Warge and Susie pledged their love to one another, which eventually came to Shio's knowledge. However, Shio had intended to unite the two, thus formalizing their engagement. Shortly thereafter, Warge set out on a journey. Intending to return for their wedding, Tragically, upon his return, he found Susie's lifeless body awaiting him. After relentless inquiries, Warge learned that Susie had been encountered by the Prime Minister's son, Satar, during an outing. Upon returning home, Satar persuaded the Prime Minister to propose to Susie. Initially, Shio was vehemently opposed, but when the Prime Minister promised to elevate Shio to the position of head of the Royal Magic Academy, he reluctantly acquiesced. However, the fiercely independent Susie, who had not received Warge's timely rescue, took her own life on the night of her wedding. Thus, this tragedy unfolded. Upon learning of these events, Warge merely uttered one phrase: "I will return." He then vanished without a trace. When he re-emerged in the public eye, the once great magical genius had descended into the realm of necromancy. That I knew that one day he would return to seek vengeance, and upon discovering you at the academy, I realized that his actions would soon unfold. The elder's tale concluded. I found myself profoundly captivated and astounded. I could scarcely fathom that the usually ruthless Zidane harbored such sorrowful memories. The tragic demise of his beloved at the hands of others. If I were in his position, I too might have resorted to necromantic magic in pursuit of power. These events must have transpired long ago. How do you know of them? I queried, having calmed my sorrowful heart and grasped the crux of the matter. As I mentioned, at my level, certain truths reveal themselves without the need for deliberate thought, the elder replied, his eyes narrowing in a mysterious smile. Unable to extract further information, I shifted the topic. What can you tell me about the organization known as Zixiao? My knowledge was limited to the fact that Zidane was affiliated with Zixiao. And beyond that, I was in the dark. Zixiao, you say? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. I only know it to be a clandestine organization with 5 core members, all S-rank fugitives sought by various nations, Zidane included. The leader is known as Zixiao, though his true identity remains unknown to all. With that, the elder declared, "It is getting late. I shall not disturb your rest. You must strive in tomorrow's competition." Alas, I never imagined the Bliss Magic Academy would have fallen so low as to teach such magic. With a sigh, the elder rose to depart. Wait, may I ask your name? My curiosity about the elder's identity was insatiable. You will come to know that in due time. Rest assured, I shall not turn against you, for I was once your grandfather Mu Chenfeng's mentor. With these parting words, the elder's figure faded into the night. Grandfather's mentor. I stood there, incredulous, repeating the phrase to myself. To the south of the Royal Magic Academy lies a grand arena, the venue for the inter-academy exchange competition among the 4 schools that IT can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, and after a year of silence, the arena buzzed with life once more. The entire Royal Magic Academy had suspended classes to gather here and witness this annual event. A splendid opportunity for observation and learning that the competition had yet to commence. The atmosphere was abuzz with excitement that in contrast, the other 3 academies, limited by seating, could only bring 100 students each to spectate at that moment. Gufan and his companions occupied a section of the stands reserved for Beijing Magic Academy, cheering us on, though their voices were swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of thousands. However, the presence of students was not the only notable aspect. I observed over 20 mentors patrolling openly. Unless one were a fool, it was clear that any attempts to disrupt the competition would meet with dire consequences. Yet one individual stood apart, Zidane, who was neither foolish nor overestimating his abilities. He was there for revenge, long-planned vengeance. Hatred can drive one to madness, compelling them to resort to any means necessary. To the north of the arena, a prominent section of seats was clearly reserved for the deans. Students, please be silent. A resonant voice echoed through the arena via a magical amplification stone, instantly silencing the previously raucous crowd. Now, let us welcome the deans of the 4 academies. 4 figures appeared in a flash of white light, with Dean Obi among them. Behind the 4 deans, 3 elevated seats remained unoccupied. Who are those reserved for? I pondered in silence when the amplification stone announced, "Now, let us welcome the esteemed guest of this exchange competition, His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Orland Empire." What? I gasped in astonishment at the entrance of the venue. 3 figures, escorted by 4 magic masters, made their way toward the high platform. The foremost figure was none other than Yu, who had recently departed from Beijing Magic Academy to know. He was no longer the Yu I once knew. He had transformed into Dolent Lut Jessifa, the Prince of the Orland Empire, exuding an imposing aura befitting royalty. However, I was even more taken aback by the 2 individuals following the prince, my uncle Mu Tianshuang and my brother Mu Bingfei. Chapter 61. Mysterious Magic. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, the Royal Magic Academy had specially invited 2 bishops from the Holy Church of Yin, who held a relatively high status among the clergy. Their presence guaranteed the integrity of the contest. Following our preliminary match with the Law Academy yesterday, only 6 of us remained eligible to compete, while the Bliss Magic Academy had appeared in the arena. Having decisively defeated the Royal Magic Academy, earning the cheers of the audience, among their 7 participants stood Charlotte, whom I had encountered days prior, glaring at me with disdain. Charlotte, I repeated his name in my mind. If Gufan and the others were to witness my current state, they would undoubtedly realize I was genuinely enraged, and those who incited my wrath invariably met their doom, for I am a demon from the depths of hell. The 4 deans of the academies reconvened after a year, their relationship a complex mix of rivalry and camaraderie. With the competition still pending, Dean Obi initiated a light-hearted conversation. I thought the president of the Magic Guild was supposed to attend. Why have we yet to see that old coot? Hee. Should he hear you, he might just dismantle your frail frame. The president is likely unable to attend due to a sudden influx of undead in the southern city of Kyra, which prompted him to lead an investigation, Dean Shio replied lazily. His eyes half closed. Is that so? Oh, by the way, I am quite curious about the peculiar magic that allowed the Royal Magic Academy to be defeated, a feat our Beijir Magic Academy has never achieved in years. Dean Wollant, might you divulge a hint of insider information? I would prefer my students not to suffer a similarly unclear defeat as the Royal Magic Academy. Dean Obi's tone shifted as he directed his inquiry toward Dean Wollant of Bliss Magic Academy. Hearing this, Dean Shio opened his eyes fully, clearly eager to glean answers from Wollant as well. Dean Shio, traditionally proud, found it hard to believe the outcome of the match he had missed due to prior commitments. Actually, it's nothing extraordinary. I merely made a few modifications to some ancient spells and no need to fret. You'll see shortly. How enviable. This year Beijir Magic Academy has produced many talented individuals, Dean Wollant responded. Casting his gaze toward the arena and deflecting the question, with Dean Obi occupied in the stands, the decision-making authority for the event fell to the head of the Advanced Mages Department. Dean Oma, who determined the order of our participation, given the stakes of the final match against the formidable Bliss Magic Academy, today's 5 participants would represent the strongest lineup from Beijir Magic Academy. The final match of the Inter Academy Exchange competition commences with Beijir Magic Academy's Grand Mage Uro facing Bliss's senior mage Ida. It was instantly apparent to any observer that the 2 were on completely different tiers, even without drawing upon her magical source. Uro would likely secure an effortless victory. Is this truly the academy that defeated the Royal Magic Academy? I questioned in disbelief, for they hardly appeared formidable at all. Uro began with several probing spells, not concealing her strength, and relaxed as she prepared to attack Ida. Just as everyone anticipated a swift victory for Uro, the Royal Magic Academy attendees watching from the stands wore expressions of helplessness. Gentle water element. Heed the call of your believer. Grant me the icy advantage of water to punish the defiant with divine wrath. Water spell. Raging ice torrent. As she chanted the 4th level water spell, Uro aimed for a quick resolution. With her magic prepared, she levitated gracefully, her blue robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind. The pale blue hexagram beneath her radiated a dazzling glow, and in that moment, she resembled the solemn goddess of ice. Go forth. Raging ice torrent. With a flick of her wand, a cry escaped her lips, and the 4th level spell erupted forth, unleashing countless ice swords directed at Ida. However, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. After a moment of agonizing indecision, Ida's gaze solidified with resolve. A soil-based barrier enveloped him, leaving the onlookers unaware of his actions within. Yet when the barrier dissipated, the Ida who re-emerged appeared transformed, whereas he once conveyed weakness. He now exuded strength and authority. Ida's visage contorted with rage, his eyes blazing crimson as fiery elements began to coalesce violently within him. His physique expanded, his clothing shredded by the ferocity of the elemental forces, and his power surged as he transcended the realm of a mere senior mage. Oh! I must win, I must win. Ida screamed in anguish, the sounds of his muscles and bones fracturing echoing through the arena. This magic gives off a sinister aura, as if, Dean Shio, observing from the stands, opened his previously narrowed eyes upon witnessing Ida's transformation. Despite his decades of experience, he could not decipher the nature of the magic, yet he distinctly sensed the overwhelming presence of death permeating it. Die. Let all perish. Inferno devastation. Ida howled, unleashing a 6th level fire spell, summoning a torrent of fireballs that rained down upon the arena, causing Yuro's ice swords to dissolve within the inferno. Yuro, danger, jumped down from the arena. To be capable of unleashing a 6th level fire magic indicates that the opponent possesses at least the strength of a mage. Although it is merely a single rank difference, the disparity increases significantly as one descends the ranks. Thus, even a single rank difference translates to an absolute gap in power. Upon hearing my shout, Yuro attempted to evade, but alas, it was too late. Her figure was completely engulfed by the sea of flames. In a moment of desperation, I momentarily forgot that we were still in a competition. And with my heart solely focused on Yuro's safety, I recklessly charged towards the arena, only to be intercepted by the minister. The medical team carried Yuro away from the arena. Unfortunately, she had managed to shield herself with a water barrier at the last moment, leaving her merely unconscious. In stark contrast, Ida, who had caused this chaos, collapsed to the ground after expending his magic. Resembling a deflated balloon, with a furious gaze directed at the Bliss Academy's camp, a sinister smile crept across my face as I hungrily licked my lips. Those who understand me know that I had become exceedingly dangerous at that moment, for I had been thoroughly provoked. "Oh, is this your so-called mysterious magic?" I inquired. "I must say, old man Volante, this is rather absurd, isn't it? An instantaneous tripling of strength. Even the weakest among our senior mages was annihilated in an instant. This defies all logic, and such magic seems rather peculiar. I fear that once this magic is utilized, one may not be able to cast magic again for over a month." Dean Obi remarked thoughtfully after witnessing the events unfold. Hee. Dean Obi, you're not one to take a loss, are you? The head of your academy has said nothing, so what right do you have to question my student? Volante retorted with a mocking grin. Enough. You two, cease your bickering. I shall discern who is right and who is wrong. Now, both of you, be silent. With Shioti's angry reprimand, the two fell silent, their indignation palpable. The unexpected outcome of the first match left the spectators in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief. Amidst hushed discussions, the second match commenced, with all speculating whether that peculiar magic was indeed divine in origin. However, should a Bliss Academy student manage to employ it again in the second match, it would no longer be a matter of individual strength but rather one of the magic itself. Why had such a formidable magic not appeared in the textbooks? This question plagued the minds of those present. To ascertain whether the opponent was wielding divine magic or not, the minister dispatched Dolores, a mid-tier grand mage. Conversely, the opposing team sent forth yet another moderately skilled senior mage. What is the meaning of this? Why are all the participants from Bliss Academy merely senior mages? I queried the minister beside me, only to receive the unexpected response: this is truly Bliss's real strength. In other words, the overall strength of Bliss Academy had been average in previous years. Yet for some unknown reason, they had become so formidable this year. The outcome of the second match mirrored the first in a strikingly similar fashion. The opponent's capability was merely average. Logically, it was expected that mid-tier Grand Mage Dolores would easily defeat a senior mage. However, just like in the first match, at the moment of the final strike, the opponent suddenly unleashed a 6th level wind magic, overpowering Dolores with overwhelming force. Fortunately, Dolores had been well prepared, so she did not sustain severe injuries. Dolores's defeat left the audience in shock. The truth became evident. The reason for Bliss Academy's formidable performance this year was not due to an overall rise in strength, but rather reliance on that mysterious magic. This stirred intrigue among some onlookers. If one could learn such magic, they could defeat opponents of greater strength without excessive effort. The ability to triple one's power in an instant was a coveted magic desired by countless individuals. However, does such an absurd magic truly exist in this world? The answer is yes, but the side effects that follow its use are not something everyone can endure. After all, the world is fair in gaining. One must also lose. Dolores's defeat would signify that Beijir Magic Academy was on the brink of a 3-match losing streak, inexplicably succumbing to that strange magic. The spectators were filled with dissatisfaction, and winning the next match became crucial. As for who to send into battle, that became the minister's greatest dilemma. In terms of strength, the candidates for the next match included Ution, Uair, and myself. After considerable deliberation, the minister ultimately decided to entrust this critical match to Ution, as sending forth a stable performer under the constraint of not allowing failure was the wisest choice. I was uncertain how others perceived Ution's strength, but after battling him, I realized that without employing martial skills or dark magic, I was slightly inferior to him. Considering he had been the top student in the senior mage department for 3 consecutive years, his prowess was evident. Ution. Defeat him and let Bliss experience the might of Beijir Magic Academy. The students from Beijir, who had accompanied me, cheered for Ution from the stands. Undoubtedly, Ution represented Beijir, a symbol of its strength. Making victory in this match imperative, knowing that we were sending Ution, Bliss Academy correspondingly dispatched a low-tier Grand Mage. Yet the disparity between him and Ution was immense. Standing in the arena, the opponent looked at Ution with an arrogant grin. Hee, so you are Ution from Beijir Magic Academy. Excellent. Finally, I can savor the pleasure of defeating you so-called geniuses as long as I utilize that magic, none of you will stand a chance against me. Ha. Damn it, where did that guy come from? I'll deliver judgment upon him tonight. He*s really getting on my nerves. Phala cursed furiously from the stands. Ution ignored the provocation, remaining vigilant. He understood the principle of not underestimating even the weakest of foes and prepared to give his all. Having witnessed the previous 2 matches, Ution recognized that engaging the opponent in a war of attrition was futile since their inherent strength was lacking. The key lay in that mysterious magic. Thus, the goal was to conclude the match before the opponent could unleash that magic. Seizing upon this critical point, Ution began to prepare his most powerful spell, clearly intending to secure victory in a single strike. Hee. Old man Volante, your mysterious magic is about to be thwarted by Ution as long as he prevents its activation. Even the mightiest magic becomes useless. Ha. Dean Obi remarked, looking at Volante with a triumphant smile. Oh, is that truly the case? This magic was developed by me. If it could be so easily countered, I would not be seated in this position as Dean. Volante replied dismissively, his gaze upon the arena betraying a hint of malice. Gentle water element. Heed the call of your believer. Allow me to borrow the sharpness of ice, so that the defiant may receive the punishment of the gods. Water art. Polar sword. After reciting the intricate incantation, Ution clasped his hands together, and a massive ice sword suddenly coalesced above. Wow. Look, it's a 5th-level water magic. The appearance of the ice sword sent shockwaves through the audience. Invoking a spell of a higher level without external aid was no small feat. And the process itself carried the risk of backlash. The Bliss Academy mage, upon witnessing the emergence of the ice sword, showed no sign of panic and instead erected a soil barrier to envelop himself. Disregarding the rapidly descending ice sword, the assembled spectators understood that the opponent was preparing that enigmatic magic. However, as the ice sword approached, it became evident that completing the spell was no longer an option. The simple earth barrier could not withstand a 5th-level magic, rendering the outcome inevitable. Yet, what transpired next once again overturned the spectators' assumptions, and amidst the shock, they began to believe that this mysterious magic was indeed infallible. Chapter 62. The Formidable Usher. The colossal ice sword descended rapidly, but just as it pierced the barrier, a stunning spectacle unfolded that left everyone astounded. A radiant array of colors erupted from within the earth barrier, causing the ice sword to vanish as if it had melted away upon contact. Divine light. Dean Chiote and the 2 white-robed bishops exclaimed in unison, rising to their feet at the sight of this dazzling display. Wow! What magic is this? It's so beautiful. The audience, captivated by the breathtaking radiance, could not help but admire the spectacle. However, this sudden appearance of light was not merely for show. Dean Volante, please explain why this magic is accompanied by divine light. We both know that this is not the holy light of the god of light, but rather the divine light of the goddess of light and shadow. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall have you escorted to the holy city to consult with the Pope for verification. A magic blessed by divine light exceeded the capabilities of ordinary users, and upon analyzing the situation, Chiote discerned that this magic was clearly performing some sort of ritual. However, what baffled Chiote the most was the thick aura of death mingling with the divine light, a foreboding sense of unease lingering in his mind. I say, Dean Chiote, if you wish for an explanation, that can certainly be arranged, but it must wait until the conclusion of the match. I wouldn't want my painstakingly developed magic to be easily appropriated by others, Volante replied, unfazed by Chiote's astonishment, wearing a composed expression as though he had anticipated Chiote's reaction. With the match still ongoing, it was indeed not the right moment to halt proceedings, and upon realizing this, Chiote chose to exercise restraint. Meanwhile, the Bliss student enveloped by divine light found that no matter what magic Ution employed against him, The results were akin to the previous ice sword, strangely vanishing. As Ution pondered how to break through, the opponent's magic was already complete. Upon witnessing the darkened sky of this month, one cannot help but lament the misfortune. The opponent, originally a grand sorcerer, if further empowered by that mysterious magic, would now likely stand as a formidable archmage. Despite Ution's arrogance, he is acutely aware that his current strength is insufficient to contend with an archmage. Yet, the competition has progressed to a point where retreat is not an option. With a last-ditch effort, he begins to chant the incantation for the water element's divine source. O fervent fire element, heed the call of your devoted follower. Allow me to wield the flames of fire to incinerate all evildoers who defy the covenant of light and shadow. Fire art, flame dragon, blessed by the water god. With supreme divine grace, bloodline divine source, Arctic ice dragon. As both competitors complete their incantations simultaneously, the 6th level fire magic flame dragon confronts the water element's Arctic ice dragon. That a fire dragon and an ice dragon erupt from their hands. Soaring into the air.at the moment when ice and fire collide, a fierce explosion ensues, and as the dust settles, both dragons vanish. The onlookers shift their gaze from the sky to the ground, where the two exhausted combatants stand. Ution, leaning on his staff at the edge of the arena, has blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his robe significantly scorched, clearly indicating severe injuries. Yet, he remains standing. In stark contrast, the opposing contestant, after employing that enigmatic magic, collapses, unconscious. Regardless of whether Ution's divine source inflicted harm upon him, the outcome is clear. As long as Ution stands, the opponent's defeat is inevitable. In the third match, Ution from Bajar Magic Academy emerges victorious. With the judge announcing the result, a wave of cheers erupts from the crowd, particularly from the students of Bajar Academy, who fervently rally behind Ution. Truly deserving of his reputation, Ution has demonstrated the strength to defeat an archmage. Possessing such a water element divine source is indeed enviable, but Bajar Academy has only one Ution. In the next match, Bliss Academy is sure to win, sneers Walton, casting a menacing glance at Obi. Is that so? While I cannot predict whether Bajar Academy will clinch the title, I have complete confidence in my victory in the next match. And it will be a resounding triumph. Obi responds nonchalantly, his demeanor brimming with confidence, which only serves to infuriate Walton further, who grits his teeth in silence in the waiting area of Bliss Magic Academy. Surprisingly, there is not a single instructor present. Seated in the commander's chair is a golden-haired young man, whose handsome visage, clad in a white robe, undoubtedly embodies the ideal Prince Charming in the hearts of countless young women. Yet, a sinister glint lurks within his eyes. Charlotte, who does the opponent intend to send into the arena next? The boy coldly inquires of Charlotte beside him. It appears to be a little girl. I never expected Bajar Magic Academy to have fallen so low as to send a tiny one to fill the ranks. Charlotte replies dismissively. Plans have changed. Call Kira back. I will take the stage next. President, is such a little girl worthy of your attention? Charlotte asks, astonished at the young man she refers to as president. Our goal is to seize the title. I cannot allow any mistakes at this critical juncture. But there are no buts. Do you wish to defy my orders? The young man casts a cold glance at Charlotte, his voice low and commanding. Understood, President, Charlotte replies respectfully, falling silent. The typically proud Charlotte's sudden humility indicates that this president is indeed no ordinary individual. Turning back, our department head initially intended for me to compete, but suddenly received orders from the dean designating Usher to take my place. Thus, the department head had no choice but to comply with the dean's wishes and substitute me. For me, it matters little whether Usher or I compete next. However, if it is Usher, I do feel the need to offer her a few reminders. After hearing my plan, Usher cheerfully nods and ascends to the arena, her confident demeanor leaving me uncertain if she fully comprehends my intentions. A little girl. Has Bajar Magic Academy no one else? As expected, upon Usher's appearance on stage, the audience erupts in ridicule, as it is commonly believed that an 11 or 12-year-old girl, no matter how gifted, cannot be formidable. Yet, only the students of Bajar Academy understand that Usher is beyond the realm of ordinary judgment. Where is everyone? As Usher soars onto the arena, she finds herself at a loss, unable to spot any opponent. My apologies, beautiful lady, for keeping you waiting. I am your opponent for this match, Likyut. a tall figure appears at the opposite end of the arena. A gentle smile gracing his face as he bows apologetically to Uer. His entrance immediately incites a chorus of adoration from the audience. You are the one I am to fight. Correct? Uer boldly questions, hands on her hips, exuding an undeniable cuteness. Indeed, my lovely lady, though I would rather not. Enough of your prattling. My brother Xiaofeng said that if I can defeat you, I'll get to go on a date. So now, prepare to meet your demise. Ah, how could this girl say such a thing? Heaven help me. Xiaofeng, what on earth is happening? Yuro approaches me, her expression darkening, fists clenched. Oh, is that so? Well, I would love to assist you. A competition is not a child's playtime, Ligyut responds, arms crossed over his chest in a pose of feigned despair. Then you refuse to concede, no matter the circumstances? Uer pleads pitifully, a tempest brewing in her eyes. Damn it. What are you doing? Hurry up and fight. The audience, losing patience, begins to shout in frustration. If that is the case, I have no choice, though my sister forbids me from using high-level magic, for Xiaofeng's sake. I shall gladly endure her reprimand afterward. What did you say? Ligyut appears perplexed, unable to comprehend Uer's words. Seal released. With a delicate cry, Uer leaps into the air, her arms wide open, emanating a soft, sacred aura. As the crowd gasps in astonishment, a massive golden six-pointed star formation materializes beneath her feet, slowly rotating. A beam of holy light ascends from the formation into the heavens, as if in response. Dispersing the heavy clouds above, another identical golden six-pointed star appears in the sky. Uer stands bathed in radiant white light, eyes closed, arms embraced, her golden hair and white dress billowing without wind. This scene profoundly stirs the hearts of all present. In a valley 100 miles from the royal capital, Lorraise and Yuing are exerting every effort to prevent the Grim Reaper from approaching Orlan City. However, the disparity in strength is too great. They can only stall the advance, for it is impossible for two celestial beings to repel the Grim Reaper. At this moment, the extraordinary phenomenon occurring in the royal city captures the attention of the three. That is, divine manifestation. Upon seeing the golden six-pointed star in the sky, Lorraise immediately understands the significance of the anomaly. Generally, deities descend to the continent of light and shadow in a fragmented form, possessing only 1/10 of their true power. Allowing for the concealment of their presence, however, summoning their true forms through a ritual known as divine manifestation requires a specific ceremony. This feeling, not good. It's Uer. She must be in danger. Sensing the familiar aura, Yuing anxiously gazes towards the royal city, disregarding the ongoing battle. Observing this, Lorraise decisively commands, Yuing, hurry to the royal city and retrieve the seal key. Bring it back to the holy capital and rescue Uer. I will hold the fort here. Grateful for Lorraise's assistance, Yuing takes flight towards the royal city without hesitation. Once she departs safely, Lorraise turns his gaze towards the approaching Grim Reaper, his expression turning icy. Come, Grim Reaper, let me witness your true power. No longer holding back, a similar six-pointed star formation appears beneath Lorraise's feet as he raises his voice. O great God of light, heed my prayer and allow me to descend to the mortal realm in my true divine form. As the white light dissipates, a complex golden divine emblem materializes on Lorraise's forehead, and two pairs of pure white wings unfurl from his back. Having completed the divine manifestation, Lorraise's strength is fully restored, capable of obliterating a city with but a flick of his fingers. Yet, his opponent is the Grim Reaper, one of the three deities of the underworld, and even facing the Reaper's avatar, Lorraise is uncertain of victory. As he gazes at the approaching Grim Reaper, Lorraise brandishes the Sword of Light. Within the royal city, Uer floats serenely in the arena, surrounded by swirling light elements that rush into her being. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I dash to the front of the stage and shout towards Uer in the sky. Uer, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Unfortunately, at this moment, Uer can hear nothing. O great God of light, heed my prayer. Her voice, akin to celestial music, escapes her lips as she chants an incantation incomprehensible to the audience. Allow me to descend to my true divine form. To manifest divine. Uer, stop this at once. Upon hearing my desperate cries, Uer finally halts her incantation. Brother Xiaofeng, do you want me to stop? Uer opens her eyes, a look of confusion upon her face. Yes. I want you to cease this perilous magic immediately. Seeing my serious expression, Uer pouts. But didn't you tell me to start with my strongest magic? Usher is merely following your instructions. My heavens, while I did say that, I never meant for you to use such an outrageous spell. Consider it my mistake. Something more ordinary will suffice. Just use a standard spell. Rain's words unleashed a hexagram of 6 points and sacred light that descended from the heavens. Seeing that the crisis had been averted, I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and returned to my seat, reflecting on how a single careless remark had nearly cost me my life. Slumped in my chair, I couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. Director Obi, what on earth is happening? What kind of magic did that little girl just use? Is it a divine source of light? The 3 directors in the stands turned their gaze intensely towards Director Obi, eager for answers. Don't ask me. I'm just as baffled. However, this girl is indeed quite extraordinary. Extraordinary? What do you mean by that? The 3 directors inquired, perplexed. Well, you'll understand as the events unfold, Obi replied, and the crowd's attention shifted back to the arena. It's all your fault. You got me scolded by Brother Xiaofeng. Just perish. Rain pouted and pointed accusingly at Ligyut, who stood not far away. Is that so? I'm truly sorry about that, Ligyut responded, though he was unsure of what the girl intended. Regardless, he decided to end this tedious match. Sacred light element, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to borrow the light of redemption, cleansing all that is fallen. Before Ligyut could finish his incantation, the match had already concluded. Lacking the patience to wait for his spell to be completed, Rain unleashed a 7th-level light magic, Holy Light Baptism, which sent both him and the arena flying. What? A 7th-level spell instantaneously cast? Is that even possible? Dean Vorlin rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. The other spectators mirrored his astonishment, and the once boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence. All present rendered speechless. Only the students of Bajar Magic Academy remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the extraordinary event, perhaps accustomed to such wonders. Director Obi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, once again, this girl has wreaked havoc on the arena. When that old coot, Shiote, wakes up, Bajar Magic Academy will face a significant financial burden. Chapter 63. Life Magic. Due to Rain's disruption, the match had to be paused for repairs to the arena. After the previous battle, Rain succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Nevertheless, she had successfully secured victory in that bout that I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the president. He might be formidable, but he faced an even more terrifying opponent in Rain. Half an hour later, the arena was restored, and the match was set to proceed to its final and most crucial battle. With both sides having won 2 and lost 2, this decisive round would determine who would become this year's academy head. The responsibility of claiming the position now rested on my shoulders, which suited me just fine. Regardless of the outcome, I could not afford to lose this round, especially with Charlotte stepping onto the stage. Xiaofeng. Upon my arrival on the arena, my uncle and Ice Fei, who were watching from the stands, exclaimed in unison, "Father, it really is Xiaofeng. It truly is him." Ice Fei shouted excitedly, completely abandoning his previous composure. How can he be at Bajar Magic Academy? No wonder my numerous spies were unable to locate him. Uncle Mu, you know a bit about my circumstances. In fact, I've been with Xiaofeng for these past few months. He is one of my few friends, a very important one, Prince Jesse said mysteriously, leaning towards the father-son duo before him. What? The prince has been with Xiaofeng. Mu Tianchuang glanced at me in the arena, a hint of concern etched on his face. But Xiaofeng is just a novice magician. Can he truly contend with a grand magician? Upon hearing this, Jesse chuckled lightly. Uncle Mu, Xiaofeng is a novice magician in name only. One could only describe him as extraordinarily gifted. Just watch closely. His magical talent is certainly on par with that of Mu Chifeng. So, does this mean, is it true that someone from Bajar Magic Academy has mastered the wind and thunder technique? Mu Tianchuang fell silent, looking towards the arena with great anticipation. Oh, so it's you? What a coincidence that we meet again, Charlotte remarked casually as she took her place on the stage. I mentioned before that we would meet in the arena. Unfortunately, that has come to pass. The humiliation you've inflicted upon me, along with the grudge against you, will be settled here, I stated, licking my lips with a bloodthirsty glint in my eyes. A mere commoner dares to be so arrogant? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, Charlotte produced her staff from her spatial pouch, the magical stones embedded within indicating her affinity for fire magic. What? Aren't you going to bring out your staff? Charlotte asked, puzzled by my stillness. Indeed, winning against you is quite a challenge. Therefore, I began, But before I could finish, I slowly retrieved my staff, divine favor, from my spatial pouch. Divine favor. The three directors in the stands gasped in unison. Especially Dean Edith, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, I didn't expect the three of you old-timers still had your wits about you. You recognized it right away, the first time I saw Xiaofeng wield that staff. I was equally astonished. Obi thought to himself, reveling in the shock that spread across the crowd. Director Obi, can you tell me where that staff came from? It is of utmost importance to me. Edith turned to Obi. Her excitement palpable. Heh, even with you asking. I know how significant that staff is to a spatial magic user like you. However, that boy is unwilling to divulge the details, and I cannot force him. Obi replied with a resigned shake of his head. Disheartened by Obi's response, Edith sank back into her seat, murmuring to herself, now that divine favor has appeared, perhaps that robe is also in his possession. As if hearing her words, I unfastened the buttons of my outer garment and shed it, revealing a magnificent white robe. It has emerged, the artifact granted by the goddess of space to the Grand Magus Zidaloo of the Spatial Magic School. This is one of the last two artifacts of its kind. And I can hardly believe it is in the hands of this young man. But why is the magical stone on divine favor missing? Edith stood up again, her excitement renewed as she turned to Obi, asking, who is this young man? Why does he possess two artifacts? In contrast, Obi remained composed and replied nonchalantly, Edith, you're not a child anymore. Why do you still lack patience? Just watch slowly, and the outcome will reveal itself. Huh. You think donning that cheap garment will enable you to defeat me? You are sorely mistaken. Fiery elements of heat, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to summon the flames of fire to incinerate all who defy the light and shadow pact. Fire magic, explosive fireball. Charlotte wasted no time in launching a 5th-level spell. However, since I had donned the robe, I had no intention of confronting her head-on. This robe was my first time wearing it in front of an audience. It was not merely splendid, but had been honed through my extensive exploration, allowing me to grasp its unique properties. Its purpose was neither defense nor attack, but rather healing. Not only did it mend wounds, but it also possessed the remarkable ability to absorb spatial elements from the surroundings and replenish the user's energy. Furthermore, it could self-repair unless completely incinerated. Otherwise, it would restore itself in no time, just like divine favor, which was also an absolute artifact. Reflecting on the artifacts, I couldn't help but smile wryly. What others longed for as treasures seemed to me like mere refuse, easily found among my possessions. Shaking off such thoughts, I focused on dealing with my formidable opponent. Evading the incoming spells through teleportation, I pondered how to counter that mysterious magic if I disregarded that aspect. Charlotte posed no real threat. A grand magician was hardly something I feared. However, that magic which could instantaneously triple one's strength was something I had to keep an eye on. While I contemplated, I continued to teleport away from her attacks. As long as Charlotte wasn't as overpowered as Rain Air, who could obliterate the entire arena, she would not be able to harm me. Given my superior rank, even in a war of attrition, I had no fear. In the end, I could outlast her as I sifted through the memories in my mind. A long-lost spell suddenly illuminated my thoughts. Formulating a strategy, I cast a sly smile toward Charlotte and utilized Earth Escape to burrow underground. Noticing my cunning grin, a sense of foreboding crept into Charlotte's heart. Damn it. All you do is hide. Are you even a man? Come out, you bastard. Charlotte cursed vehemently while unleashing area attack spells. Enormous fireballs rained down from the sky, striking the ground, and in no time, the arena was engulfed in flames, waves of scorching heat sweeping toward the audience. Do you know? Charlotte, you've committed two grave offenses against me. First, you insulted my mother. Second, you referred to me as a commoner. The consequence of your actions is this. Those who offend me shall perish. My cold voice echoed from beneath the ground, the palpable killing intent sending shivers down the spines of all present. Gentle water elements, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to borrow the icy embrace of water to punish the defiant. Water magic, frozen domain. With a powerful shout, torrents of water surged from the earth, extinguishing the raging inferno in an instant, transforming the arena into a realm of water. My figure emerged atop a pillar of water, and I gazed down at the submerged Charlotte with a wicked grin. Freeze, I bellowed, and the waters beneath me rapidly crystallized into icy in mere moments. The arena transformed into a frozen world, with Charlotte firmly encased in this ethereal realm of icy blue. Wow. Did you see that? It's a 6th-level water magic. Gasps of awe erupted from the audience. Damn, the boss is so cool. Go, boss, defeat him. Standing atop the icy pillar, I heard the cheers of Fail and the others. With my eyes closed, I awaited the moment. Could it truly be Xiaofeng? In just a year apart, he has grown to such heights. Mu Tianchuan gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, unable to accept it as reality. Uncle Mu, your astonishment seems a tad premature. This is merely Xiaofeng's warm-up. Prince remarked with a hint of amusement, having not witnessed his uncle's astonishment in quite some time. Has the match concluded so soon? No, I am still waiting. Fiery element of fervor, heed the call of your devotee. Grant me the flames of fire, that I may incinerate all evils that defy the covenant of light and shadow. Fire magic, inferno of the heavens. Following a series of incantations beneath the ice layer, countless fireballs rained down, striking the surface with a hissing sound, releasing plumes of white mist as the ice began to melt away, gradually obscuring the view within. Fiery element of fervor, heed the call of your devotee. Grant me the flames of fire, that I may incinerate all evils that defy the covenant of light and shadow. Fire magic, explosive fire domain. Stalwart earth element, heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to borrow the earth's solidity to shield your follower from malevolent threats. Earth magic, bolster the earth shield. The onlookers could only hear the incantations of magic, entirely oblivious to the happenings within. Free-spirited wind element, heed the call of your devotee. Permit me to unleash the roar of the wind, shattering the chains that bind freedom. Wind magic, wind tornado. Ultimately, it was I who dispelled the mist with a gust of wind magic. Revealing the two spectators of the match, I floated in midair and scathed, while below, Charlotte fared far worse. His expensive magical robe was torn in multiple places by wind blades, and a gruesome wound on his arm bled profusely. You are still far from my match. Do you understand? This is the chasm of power. I declared haughtily from my lofty position. Is that so? Your conclusion seems somewhat premature. The contest of victory and defeat has only just begun. With a furious glare, Charlotte summoned an earthen barrier, enveloping himself within, rendering him invisible to the outside world. Humph. At last, you intend to employ that magic. Come forth. Let me witness the truth of your sorcery. I spoke solemnly, placing my staff upon my chest and commencing the intricate incantation, void element of space. Heed the call of your devotee. Allow me to traverse the shackles of time through the portal of space, space magic, subdimensional realm. As my incantation concluded, a white hexagram emerged upon the arena, followed by a semicircular shield forming above my head. With the continuous infusion of my magic, the shield expanded until it aligned with the edges of the hexagram, encompassing the entire arena. Subdimensional realm. No, this is impossible. How could that boy possess such power? It is utterly inconceivable. The audience was left in a state of shock at the magic I had unleashed. Dean Edith stood frozen, speechless, fully aware as a spatial magic instructor of the immense magical output required to invoke such a long-lost domain. Even she could not simply summon it at will. The other three deans appeared equally incredulous. Yet the reality before them brooked no denial. Although they were not spatial mages, they understood the significance of a domain. A spatial domain is a forbidden magic unique to spatial sorcery. A mage who successfully activates a domain becomes a god within that realm, an absolute deity capable of manipulating time and space. However, domains are categorized into various levels, with subdomains being the most basic. Even so, escaping such a domain is not within the capacity of ordinary individuals. The pinnacle of domains is the absolute spatial domain, a forbidden technique of the spatial element. Yet, to maintain such a domain, the caster must constantly sustain magical output. Thus, the caster's strength dictates the duration of the domain. Currently, I face this dilemma. However, invoking the domain felt somewhat tenuous. Just as I had previously defeated that water mage, I had initially used earth evasion to burrow underground and establish the spatial enhancement magic array, aided by 2 artifacts to successfully activate the subdomain. Now it was time to unveil the true nature of this mysterious magic. With this thought, I willed the earthen barrier encasing Charlotte to disintegrate, proving my omnipotence within the domain. However, the ensuing 7-colored divine light posed a challenge. Despite my efforts, I was unable to breach this divine barrier. Not only that, but I found myself facing backlash. I had not intended to defeat Charlotte within the domain. After several attempts, the 7-colored divine light finally began to fade, rendering it transparent, and all eyes widened in anticipation of the unfolding events. Yet, on the stands, Dean Walton exhibited a distinct demeanor. one of anxiety and rage. As the divine light gradually clarified, the spectators finally discerned the happenings within. Charlotte, seated cross-legged, had his eyes tightly shut. Subsequently, he drew a dagger from his bosom and, to the astonishment of the crowd, sliced into his wrist, blood spilling onto the ground before him. He then formed an unusual hand gesture with both hands, intoning solemnly, "God of destruction, slumbering in the heavens. I offer my blood as a medium and my soul as a sacrifice. Awaken your mighty power and bestow upon me formidable magic. Ignite the flame of my life." This incantation is. Quickly, someone stop him. Zyode exclaimed after a moment of contemplation. It is too late. You know that once this magic begins, it cannot be halted. Woolton slumped into his chair, dejected. Woolton, you scoundrel. As a dean, how could you teach such magic to your students? I shall have your head. The usually composed Dean Zyode now seized Woolton by the collar, shouting furiously as he delivered a heavy blow to Woolton's face. Woolton let out a gasp, blood spilling from his mouth as a front tooth fell to the ground. What on earth is happening? Dean Zyode, what magic is this? Dean Obi inquired, bewildered. Releasing Woolton, Zyode resumed his seat, speaking gravely. That is one of the 10 forbidden magics outlined in the joint treaty between the Magic Guild and the Holy Church. Life magic. Chapter 64. A sudden turn of events. Life magic allows the practitioner to sacrifice their own life force for an instantaneous surge in power. However, as it costs life energy, an individual may only utilize it thrice throughout their lifetime, with each use requiring a sacrifice of 20 years of vitality. This is precisely why this magic was deemed forbidden by the joint treaty between the Holy Church and the Magic Guild. Furthermore, life magic does not fall under the purview of the 7 elemental gods. It directly invokes the god of destruction. It is said that the goddess of light and shadow has 2 attendants, the god of life and the god of destruction, who embody her divine power, one representing creation and the other representing destruction. Alas, what terrible luck! Why must I be on duty today? I long to witness the exchange competition. I wonder who will claim the title this year. Outside the arena, 2 Grand Magi were patrolling as the Royal Magic Academy, being an affiliate of the Magic Guild, hosted the annual exchange competition, prompting the guild to dispatch mages to ensure the event proceeded smoothly. Enough. You've repeated that 1,000 times. My ears are growing calloused. One mage complained about his companion's incessant prattling. The sky has suddenly darkened. It was just clear and sunny. What accursed weather. Someone approaches ahead. The mage's gaze shifted to the figure approaching them. Hey, who goes there? Please identify yourself. One mage stepped forward, addressing the approaching shadow, which was shrouded in black robes, obscuring its appearance and remaining silent. The 2 mages grew wary. I will say this once more. We are mages of the Magic Guild. Please identify yourself, or else. The mage's words trailed off as his throat was suddenly seized by a hand. Horrified, he looked down to see a ghastly skeleton emerging from the ground beneath him. Just as he intended to react, another hand struck from behind, piercing through his chest. He spun around, only to find his companion with blood-red eyes, grinning malevolently at him. Thus, the mage fell to the ground, defeated and unyielding. The black-robed figure walked past the 2 corpses indifferently, pausing a short distance away, then sitting cross-legged, extracting a glass vial filled with dark red liquid from his sleeve. Next, he produced a black scroll from his bosom, laying it on the ground to reveal its blank surface. The black-robed figure uncorked the vial, pouring the crimson liquid over the scroll, which instantaneously absorbed it. The once blank scroll began to manifest strange red symbols, and with their appearance, a chilling wind swept around the figure, intermingled with countless haunting wails. Returning to the arena, Charlotte had completed the casting of his mysterious magic. Dean Zyode, seemingly having realized something, abruptly commanded the match's termination, but the now irrational Charlotte could not hear the external clamor. His singular focus was to defeat me, although I remained uncertain of the magic he wielded. The fury etched upon Dean Zyode's face suggested it was far from benign. O fiery element, heed the call of your devoted believer. Allow me to wield the fierce flames of your fire to incinerate all evils that defy the covenant of light and shadow. Fire arts and violet flames. After employing such potent magic, Charlotte's strength had ascended to that of a grand mage. Determined to settle the duel with a single blow, he unleashed a 6th-tier fire magic attack. However, from the very beginning, I had no intention of confronting him head-on. Activating the reversal of light, I slipped into a spatial tunnel, Once the effects of the magical assault subsided, I reappeared on the stage. While Charlotte lay weakened and sprawled upon the ground, his once triumphant smile twisted into a grimace upon my arrival. Why? How could you survive a 6th-tier magic attack unscathed? No, this is impossible, Charlotte exclaimed in horror as he gazed at me. It's quite simple, really. After casting such magic, one inevitably falls into a state of magical exhaustion. Thus, as long as I evade your attack, victory is assured without a fight. With my staff retracted, I approached Charlotte. A sneer of disdain upon my lips. You despicable fiend, have the audacity to face me directly. I dare you. Ugh. With a forceful step, I crushed my foot upon Charlotte's chest, the sound of bones cracking echoing as he spat forth blood. His earlier boisterous laughter morphing into agonized groans. I warned you not to trespass upon my taboos, or else your demise will be most unpleasant, I remarked with a nonchalant smile, driving my spear mercilessly through his shoulder. How does it feel? Not so pleasant, I presume. Allow me to clarify. Do you truly believe that ascending to the rank of Grand Mage grants you the power to defeat me? Sadly, I must inform you that I currently hold the position of an intermediate mage. While dealing with a Grand Mage may pose some challenges, I, Miu Xiaofeng, have yet to regard you as a threat. As I swayed my spear, blood gushed forth from his wounds, and I wickedly reveled in Charlotte's torturous struggles. Akin to a bird with broken wings. You have been toying with me from the start. Miu Xiaofeng, I will tear you limb from limb. Charlotte, gritting his teeth against the pain, cursed furiously. No. I had no intention of toying with you. It is merely your naivety that blinds you. Until this moment, I have yet to unleash my true strength. My expression remained that of an innocent smile. But to Charlotte, it surely resembled the grin of a demon. Miu Xiaofeng, enough. The match has concluded. 2 white-clad judges from the referee stand, unable to bear the sight any longer, commanded me sternly to cease my actions. TCH. I detest being addressed in such a manner. Begone. I retracted my spear and forcefully kicked Charlotte out of the arena, inciting a wave of discontent among the crowd. Upon regaining my senses, I realized with dismay that I had unwittingly descended into a darker side of myself, a situation I had most fervently wished to avoid. He won, Xiaofeng. He won. This means our Beijiu Magic Academy has secured the title this year. A voice from the stands broke the silence, igniting a tumultuous uproar, particularly among the students of Beijiu Magic Academy, who erupted in jubilant celebration. It was little wonder they were so ecstatic, as securing the title was a long-held aspiration of the Academy. As I descended from the dueling platform, still in a state of confusion, Waya enveloped me in a tight embrace. Boss, you are truly incredible. I admire you immensely. Even the usually composed Waya was overtaken by excitement. A reaction I had not anticipated. Returning to the waiting area, Yuro had regained consciousness, albeit heavily injured and unable to move much. Everyone, please be quiet, Headmaster Shiote proclaimed, rising to address the crowd. This year's Inter-Academy Exchange competition has concluded with Beijiu Magic Academy winning 3 matches to 2. Thus I hereby declare Beijiu Magic Academy as this year's champion. Furthermore, the next Inter-Academy Exchange competition will also be hosted by Beijiu Magic Academy. Congratulations to all members of Beijiu Magic Academy. The venue erupted in fervent applause. Moreover, I must announce another matter. Headmaster Shiote paused before continuing. Now, in my capacity as Vice President of the Magic Guild, I declare the dismissal of Walnate, Headmaster of Bliss Academy, and he shall be detained for violating the joint covenant. Bliss Academy is disqualified from this competition. You may leave now. What? This cannot be. Headmaster Shiote's declaration detonated like a bombshell in the assembly. Headmaster Shiote, what on earth is happening? We demand a credible explanation. Students from Bliss Academy murmured in discontent. As for this matter, it pertains to a taboo of the Magic Guild that I am unable to disclose. The only information I can provide is that Walnate has been teaching students life magic without authorization. Thus, the Magic Guild's enforcers shall escort Walnate away. He stated with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. 2 magic tutors bound Walnate's powers with anti-magic shackles, dragging him away amidst his deranged laughter. The unexpected turn of events left many in disbelief, and the students of Bliss Academy departed the arena, disheartened after their headmaster's removal. Very well, we shall now take a break. The competition for the special seat will commence in the afternoon. Students, please exit the arena in an orderly fashion. Looking up, I noticed that it was now midday. Time for a meal. As I turned to assist Yuro in leaving, a group of uninvited guests suddenly stormed into the arena. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be from the royal guard. But what brought them here? Halt! No one is to leave the arena. A sultry voice rang out from the entrance, and a flamboyantly dressed man stepped forward. Chancellor of the Inner Court. What brings you here? Prince Jessup inquired with displeasure from the high platform. Ah, it is His Highness the Prince. I am here to convey the Emperor's decree, the man replied, bowing upon seeing the prince. His tone rather arrogant, reminiscent of a eunuch. What decree? The prince asked, puzzled. Ahem. The flamboyant man cleared his throat and opened the decree he held, reading aloud. By the Emperor's command, recently the Ader Empire has dispatched students from the Alliance of Warriors Academy to our nation. Hearing that the Royal Magic Academy is holding the Inter-Academy Exchange competition, they have specifically come to request participation. 10 representatives will be selected from the 4 academies to compete against 10 students from the Alliance of Warriors Academy. I have granted their request. All citizens are to comply without dissent. As the flamboyant man finished reading the decree, murmurs erupted throughout the venue, for it was unheard of for a magic academy to compete against a warrior academy. Wait, Chancellor, I demand an audience with the Emperor. This decision has been made too hastily, and I was not informed of any delegation from the Ader Empire entering our borders. My uncle, Mu Tianshuang, stood up and addressed the Chancellor in a deep voice. No, the Emperor is currently resting at the Prime Minister's residence and has ordered that no one is to disturb him. What about me? Prince Jessup also rose. I am sorry, Your Highness, but His Majesty has decreed that no one may disturb him, including you. The flamboyant man replied coolly. Damn it, what Emperor's decree? This must be some scheme devised by the Prime Minister. Your Highness, there is no need to panic. Let us first observe the Prime Minister's intentions, Mu Tianshuang suggested, signaling for the prince to sit down. He then addressed the flamboyant man. Bring forth the Ader delegation. The flamboyant man smiled obsequiously and called out, Let the Ader delegation enter. As his words fell, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Moments later, a small group of 15 individuals entered, the peculiar aspect of their attire raising eyebrows. Aside from the 4 warriors at the forefront, the rest donned white cloaks and hoods. Such an unusual appearance was certainly not characteristic of warriors, prompting many to speculate. Some cautious mages began to heighten their vigilance and scrutinize the newcomers, but the results were even more perplexing. The first 4 were indeed warriors, all of remarkable strength, each a grand sword master or above. However, the remaining 11 were not warriors, as they lacked the aura of martial energy, yet they radiated a profound holy presence. Leaving everyone baffled, the mystery lingered. Both the headmaster and Mu Tianshuang opted to observe the developments in silence. Strange, were we not told that the arrivals were warriors? Why do they exude a holy aura? 2 white-robed judges at the referee's stand were equally puzzled. God of Light. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the 2 judges, performing a gesture of reverence with a bow. Ah, God of Light. The 2 judges, though bewildered by the man's sudden appearance, instinctively returned the gesture, a customary greeting among the holy clergy. Might I inquire your identity? One of the white-robed judges asked. Perplexed, I am the humble priest, Salzo, from a nearby chapel that I never expected to encounter the esteemed white-robed judges here, so I came to pay my respects. Salzo, that name seems familiar, the other judge mused, but after some thought, he could not recall where he had heard it before. Ultimately, he chose to disregard it and engaged in conversation with the suddenly appeared priest. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pacino, the vice leader of the Warriors Alliance. I believe many of you here are familiar with me, Pacino declared, directing his gaze toward Mu Tianshuang in the stands, his demeanor exuding arrogance and provocation. Pacino, Mu Tianshuang, Mu Bingfei, Mu Zhonglei. And I simultaneously spat out the name in outrage. Pacino, the vice leader of the Warriors Alliance, was the very architect of the Orlan War 2 decades prior, along with the War Emperor, my grandfather. Mu Chenfeng had been driven to his demise by these 2 men. He was an irreconcilable enemy of the Mu family. It appears that some individuals are growing impatient, yet today's protagonist is not me, but rather the figures standing behind me. Pacino said as he turned to reveal 10 individuals clad in white, forming a line behind another in white, stepping onto the arena. All right, I have awaited this day for far too long. Ha, come now, I can hardly contain my excitement. Let one of you step forward. The foremost white-clad individual laughed maniacally, appearing to others as a fool, yet my senses were jolted upon hearing that voice from a distance. That voice is Zidian. Chapter 65. Conspiracy and Revenge. Since they have come to challenge us, as representatives of the entire Orland Empire, we, the three academies, oh no, the three academies, cannot retreat. Their demand is a 10-on-10 duel. After much deliberation, the three academies finally confirmed the 10 participants, 4 from the Royal Magic Academy, 4 from the Bajar Magic Academy, and 4 from the Law Academy, and I, of course, am among them. The 10 mages lined up neatly as they approached the arena, locking eyes with the 11 opponents. Very well, the game begins now. Let it be known that the defeated shall lose their lives. The foremost white-clad man said, his gaze fixed on the 10 before him, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Zidian, indeed, that tone, that mannerism, unmistakably belonged to him. Although he wore a wide-brimmed hat, I would recognize my nemesis even reduced to ashes. However, I was perplexed. Zidian was undeniably a necromancer. No matter how he concealed his aura, he could not possibly go unnoticed. Furthermore, what was the source of that sacred presence emanating from him? I could not believe he had come here merely for a contest. Revenge. Yes, this was his revenge. The Zidian I knew would never undertake a venture without certainty. Even in the presence of numerous experts, his willingness to confront us indicated he possessed ample confidence. His target was. I raised my gaze towards Dean Zyode on the high platform. I have awaited this day for 5 long years, haha. I can hardly contain myself, so let us begin. Allow me to see. The foremost white-clad man once more surveyed the crowd, his gaze suddenly fixing on a female mage, a girl I recognized, the one who had saved me a few days prior in the cafeteria, Olivia. Excellent, you will do. Come here, come here. The white-clad man beckoned the girl softly, and to my astonishment, she began to walk towards him, step by step. Wait, what do you intend to do with her? I interjected, confronting the white-clad man that if he truly was Zidian, then Olivia must have fallen under his enchantment. The man tilted his head towards me, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Patience, just enjoy the show. Do not interfere with my plans, for you shall have your task shortly. Zidian, it truly is him. Confirming his identity. I clenched my fists, seething with rage as I watched his next move. Olivia stood before Zidian, as if suddenly awakening, gazing at the man in confusion. Huh, how did I end up here? Tell me, do you have family? A lover? Friends? Enemies? The sudden barrage of questions left Olivia bewildered, and after a moment of contemplation, she answered, I suppose I have all of those. Then if I were to kill you suddenly, would you harbor resentment? What are you saying? Olivia's words trailed off as Zidian's hand clamped around her throat, lifting her effortlessly. The hand concealed beneath the white cloak was withered and pale, exuding a potent stench of decay. A necromancer. The sight shocked the onlookers simultaneously. What do you intend to do with her? A fellow female mage from the Law Academy, witnessing her companion in peril, rushed towards Zidian without a second thought. However, 4 dark-clad mages suddenly appeared around Zidian, forming a dark barrier. The moment the female mage collided with the barrier, her body began to rot. And within moments, she was reduced to a puddle of blood. The game has commenced. Everyone, struggle with all your might. Haha. With one hand gripping Olivia and the other cloaked in a faint black mist, Zidian plunged his hand into Olivia's chest as if seizing something, eerily drawing forth her soul. Strangely, there was no wound left on Olivia's chest, yet as her soul was extracted, her visage contorted in agony, her body convulsing violently before she succumbed to despair. Once Zidian had fully drawn out her soul, he discarded Olivia's lifeless body to the side, clutching the translucent, naked form of her spirit. Relish this tormenting sacrifice. Zidian knelt upon the ground, biting through all 5 of his fingers, dark red blood gushing forth, seemingly impervious to pain as he pressed his palm against the earth, chanting an intricate incantation. Blood sacrifice blood pool. With a booming voice, a flash of crimson light erupted from the ground before Zidian, revealing a square blood pool brimming with blood, claw-like appendages thrashing within. Hell! At the sight of the blood pool, I was overcome by a chilling sensation. Zidian cast Olivia's soul into the blood pool, her body floating atop the crimson liquid, while below, countless blood claws shrieked in anguish, reaching for her, dragging her down. No, I cannot die like this. I refuse to accept it. I hate you all. I curse you. Olivia struggled desperately, unleashing her wrath, her unrelenting malice painting the arena's sky a deep crimson. Yes, Keep cursing in your fury. The stronger your resentment, the more potent the effect of this formation. Rage curse? Ha ha ha. Zidian laughed maniacally, while those outside attempted to rush in to halt the chaos. Yet the ground was already awash with blood. A necromancer. How can this be? Why did I not sense it earlier? Two white-clad judges at the referee's table stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Do you wish to know why? Quite simply, my light magic envelopes my body, leading you to perceive only the sacred aura. The self-proclaimed priest, Soluozo, smiled as he explained to the two, simultaneously plunging a sharp dagger into the side of a white-clad judge. You. Who are you? The remaining white-clad judge asked in horror, realizing too late that his body had been ensnared. I have already stated, my former name was Soluozo. Now, others refer to me as Zidian. Truth be told, I despise that name. In the midst of casual conversation, Soluozo's dagger deeply embedded itself into the chest of the white-clad judge. Ah, I remember now. You are the heretic personally hunted by the Pope. The former cardinal, Soluozo. Alas, his understanding came too late. All that was to transpire was now inevitable. Meanwhile, Zidian continued his sinister actions. Olivia's body was entirely submerged within the blood pool. Yet suddenly, a brilliant light erupted. And a chilling wind swept through, with countless anguished cries reverberating throughout the arena, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The cross gradually emerged from the blood pool, and nailed to it was Olivia. Drenched in blood sacrifice, 7 deadly forms. With another thunderous proclamation from Zidian, bizarre sigils began to manifest within the blood pool, responding as 6 beams of blood light shot skyward from outside the arena. Intertwining with the blood light from within the pool, forming a black barrier as the barrier materialized, the arena became saturated with dark elements, while other magical elements dwindled. At last, it has appeared, the 7 deadly forms. I murmured at the sight of that formidable barrier. The 7 deadly forms, the most malevolent formation left behind by the evil deity, demanded the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, as sacrifices for its activation, alongside the blood of 7 high-level female mages. A year ago, upon my arrival in the Orland Empire, the disappearance of female mages in Dewar City was a preparation orchestrated by Zidian for this very day to eliminate a single foe. He would use thousands as mere stepping stones, such is the nature of a necromancer like Zidian. Having sacrificed so many, Zidian would certainly not care for the lives of those present, while I could disregard others. My first thought was for Uro that I had vowed to protect her. Even if I perished, I would not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. With that thought, I instantly teleported to Uro's side. Yet she appeared exceedingly agitated, attempting to rise despite her injuries. Uro, what do you intend to do? You cannot move right now. Rest assured, I will not allow them to harm you. I promised. Did I not? No, I must kill them. I will slay those accursed necromancers, eliminate him. Uro shouted in a frenzy, tears streaming from her eyes that I had never witnessed her in such a state of fervor. Uro, please, awaken. Do not act this way. All right, your wounds may reopen. Do not break my heart. Hearing my pleas, Uro's movements halted, and she gazed at me before collapsing into my embrace, weeping profusely. Xiaofeng, promise me, help me kill those necromancers. They took my mother from me. I hate them. I loathe all necromancers. Uro cursed in my embrace, and upon hearing this, my body stiffened. I had never known that she bore such painful memories from her childhood, which led her to harbor an intense hatred for necromancers, every single one of them. But what about me? The thought struck my mind with a jolt of agony. No. Even if Uro were to discover that I am a necromancer, she would not despise me, for our love for one another transcends all. I could only comfort myself with this notion. Xiaofeng, what troubles you? Uro gently inquired, lifting her head to caress my cheek. Awakened by her question, I gazed into her tender eyes and silently mocked my own overthinking. Indeed, Uro loved me, and that was enough? I am fine. Xiaofeng, I beg of you, help me eliminate those necromancers. I know that you can accomplish it. I have witnessed you turn the seemingly impossible into reality, have I not? As she spoke, Uro pressed her lips against mine. Her sudden kiss warmed my heart. And breaking the kiss, I lifted her back onto the chair, positioning her beside the unconscious Uer, before handing her a scroll. Uro, remember, you are the dearest person to me in this world. Perhaps my only kin. I shall not allow you to come to harm. Use the holy light stone to heal yourself. With it, Ordinary necromancers will not dare approach you if it becomes necessary. Grasp Yuer's hand and shatter this space-transmitting scroll. It will take you both away from here. Yuro, I love you. With that, I pressed my lips to hers once more, greedily savoring the moment until both of us were nearly breathless before parting. Casting her a comforting glance, I turned to leave, as Yuro silently watched my retreating figure without uttering a word. Xiaote, as per the vow made years ago, I have returned. The darkly robed Zidian glared fiercely at Dean Xiaote on the platform, shedding his white cloak to reveal his withered cheeks and blood-red eyes. Behind Zidian, 10 individuals clad in white also removed their garments, revealing black robes. Necromancers. The sight of so many necromancers on the arena sent the scene spiraling out of control, with some students in the back beginning to flee. Yet, those who touched the black barrier were invariably reduced to pools of blood. Valge, it's Valge, the genius student from 5 years ago. It cannot be. The older mentors recognized the situation immediately. Recalling Valge from years past, upon seeing Zidian, Dean Xiaote stood frozen in shock. Retribution, it has truly come, just as foretold 5 years ago. Valge, you have returned. However, Dean Xiaote did not remain dazed for long. He quickly regained his composure. Fully aware of what must be done, Vice Dean, take several magic scholars and grand magisters to the audience area, establishing a defensive barrier to protect the students. Your Highness, please also retreat within the barrier. This place is too perilous, Dean Xiaote commanded decisively. Meanwhile, Zidian was executing his own scheme that he coldly instructed his 4 guardians, Soul Devourer, Corpse Devourer, remain here to protect the formation from being disrupted. Soul Reaper, Heart Devourer, follow me. With that, Zidian surged toward Dean Xiaote on the platform. Upon seeing Zidian approach, Dean Xiaote did not display excessive panic. He turned to the adjacent Dean Obi and Dean Edith, speaking in a serious tone. I, Xiaote, apologize for dragging you into my personal vendetta, but I implore you to assist me now. The 2 deans said nothing, yet upon hearing Xiaote's plea, they charged towards Soul Reaper and Heart Devourer, positioned next to Zidian but on another front, after escorting the prince into the barrier. Mu Tianshuang surveyed the chaotic arena, finally spotting Piscino, the vice leader of the Warrior Alliance, leisurely observing from a corner. With a fierce determination, Mu Tianshuang charged toward Piscino, unleashing a 7th-level wind magic spell to capture his attention. Piscino, what is the meaning of this? How could the illustrious Warrior Alliance ally with necromancers? Before taking action, Mu Tianshuang suppressed her rage to clarify the situation. Oh, it's nothing much, since you wish to know. I shall tell you. It is merely mutual exploitation that we provide Zidian with a legitimate identity, aiding his smooth entry into the arena, while they assist us in eradicating the Orland Empire's reserves. This relationship of exploitation extends beyond just us. Have you considered how I came to be here? Piscino replied with a malevolent grin. The Chancellor, it must be the Chancellor. Mu Tianshuang suddenly realized, indeed, it is he. As part of the exchange, the Chancellor's condition is to keep you here. Ha. In the end, it's merely dogs biting dogs. While the true beneficiaries remain the Aid Empire, we will eliminate the loyal king and eradicate the reserve army. And the millions strong of the Aid Empire shall once again march under the banner of the martial emperor. This time, we shall surely annihilate the Orland Empire. Alas, you shall not witness the Aid Empire's flag rise in this once royal city. Ha. Piscino laughed maniacally. A conspiracy. Everything was meticulously planned. Chapter 66. The Reaper's Revelry. After bidding farewell to Yuro, I returned to the arena, where 10 necromancers had already surrounded a blood pool, summoning countless undead. The students and mentors who had failed to enter the barrier were battling fiercely against the undead. I glanced upwards at the 7 absolute 7 evil formation, feeling the dark elements thickening around me. I knew that the longer we delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for us to achieve victory. We had only 2 paths, either defeat Zidian or break this evil formation, but I was well aware of Zidian's strength. He could not be dealt with lightly. Thus, the blood pool in the arena, being the core of the 7 absolute 7 evil formation, became the key to this chaotic battle. Holy light element, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to invoke the light of redemptions, cleansing all fallen souls. Light magic, holy light baptism. I unleashed a 7th-level light magic spell with all my might, and all the approaching skeletons and zombies were reduced to ashes, grasping the divine blessing. I soared into the air above the multitude of undead. On the other side of the arena, Zidian confronted Dean Xiaote on the high platform, neither showing any intention to strike. in another context. It would be hard to believe that these two were enemies. Teacher, I have returned. You must have sensed this, right? Huh? Zidian licked his lips with a bloodthirsty grin. Valge, after all these years, your strength astounds me. Do you know? You were once my pride, but now, you are my shame. Dean Xiaote closed his eyes, as if reminiscing, but suddenly his tone turned severe. Is that so? How splendid. It seems that over the past 5 years, you have shown no remorse for your actions. Very well. Allow me to personally send you down to repent before Su Shi. A chilling voice emanated from Zidian, brimming with murderous intent, chilling dark elements. Heed the call of your believer. Allow me to invoke the destruction of darkness, devouring all beings that obstruct my path. Dark magic, infernal flames. Zidian unleashed an 8th-level dark magic spell effortlessly, with a loud shout. A sinister wind surged beneath Dean Xiaote's feet, and black-purple flames soared into the sky. These purple flames possessed an incredibly corrosive power. Anything that came into contact with even a spark would be reduced to ashes. Normally, countering this 8th-level magic would not pose a challenge for Dean Xiaote, but currently, he was ensnared within Zidian's evil formation, where all elements aside from darkness were gradually diminishing. Dean Xiaote was acutely aware of this and chose to end the confrontation swiftly. With a cold snort, he rapidly chanted an incantation, Earth Goddess Blessing. Similarly, an 8th-level earth magic defensive spell emerged, keeping the purple flames at bay, yet this provoked Zidian's disdain. Teacher, I did not expect you to remain as you always were, only knowing how to defend blindly. Today, I shall show you that the best defense is offense. With that, Zidian conjured a black greatsword in his right hand and charged at Dean Xiaote. The black greatsword effortlessly pierced through the earth shield, causing it to begin to shatter. That a cruel smile crept across Zidian's face, but moments later, his smile stiffened as the barrier crumbled. Blinding white light surged forth. Realizing this, Zidian's heart tightened, and just as he attempted to react, it was too late. My most favored disciple, you have not changed, still so prideful. This will be your downfall. Light's taboo. Judgment of the holy light. With a resounding shout, Dean Xiaote unleashed a 9th-level light magic forbidden spell, a feat that typically required several magic scholars. This showcased the absolute power of a royal Grand Magister. However, due to the restrictions of the evil formation, the might of this powerful forbidden spell was diminished by dozens of times. Nonetheless, Dean Xiaote believed that even if Zidian were as formidable as he was, he would either perish or sustain grave injuries when facing it head-on. The blinding light captured the attention of all present, and as the white glow dissipated, Zidian's figure vanished from sight. Could it be that Zidian was slain by Dean Xiaote? In that fleeting moment, this question arose in everyone's minds, yet I knew that Zidian would never fall so easily, even against a royal Grand Magister like Xiaote. Teacher, well done. But do you truly believe that this will be the end of me? Do not forget, I am a 7-element magician, a true master of all elements. Zidian's cold voice echoed from beneath, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Immediately, the shadow of Zidian emerged from the ground. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Xiaote, seemingly mocking him. 9th-level Earth Defense Magic, Guardian of the Earth. Upon witnessing Zidian rise unscathed from the depths, Xiaote swiftly grasped the situation, yet time left him no room for contemplation. Come, teacher, let us revel together, in celebration of my vengeance, the death of the god of the underworld. As Zidian chanted the incantation, Xiaote suddenly cried out in despair. No, it cannot be. Yet his feeble body confirmed his fears, the 9th-level dark magic. Dance of death, as his gaze shifted. The world around Xiaote transformed completely. The battlefield vanished, the chaos of combatants faded, and even the sounds dissipated, leaving him surrounded by an infinite void of darkness. Unbeknownst to him, he had donned a suit of black armor, wielding a black scythe in his hand. Confused, Xiaote took a few steps forward, when suddenly a figure emerged from the depths of the darkness. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his deceased wife, appearing as she had in her final moments, peaceful and tender-eyed. Xiaote, how have you fared these past years? I have missed you and our child dearly. Susie must have grown by now. His wife's gentle caress brushed against Xiaote's weathered cheek, her gaze brimming with affection. Hearing her inquire about their daughter filled Xiaote with profound guilt. Just as he contemplated revealing the truth, he noticed his wife's hand reaching behind her, jolting him into the realization that this was but an illusion. a deceitful trick conjured by Zidane to bring about his demise. Leah, I am so sorry. His wife, perplexed by his words, had barely time to comprehend before Shiot's scythe plunged deep into Leah's chest. Shiot. Why? Why would you? A vibrant bloom of crimson erupted from her heart, as Leah's body slowly succumbed to the ground and a hand reached out from behind her, adorned with a modest ring, the very first gift Shiot had presented to Leah. With the last vestiges of her strength, Leah extended her hand towards Shiot, desperately attempting to grasp him, yet time slipped away, her outstretched hand freezing in midair, never to rise again, until her final moments. Leah posed but one question, why? Yet there was no trace of reproach in her eyes, only a persistent tenderness. Leah, Shiot wept profusely, cradling his wife's lifeless body, his cries echoing with anguish. The scene shifted once more, and Shiot remained in the same guise, yet his form transformed into that of his childhood self, the once dark surroundings now illuminated. Where is this? In a vast field stood a solitary wooden cottage. Shiot approached the door, which suddenly swung open to reveal two middle-aged figures, an imposing man and a beautiful woman. Father, mother, Shiot exclaimed in surprise, his voice a youthful chirp. Ah, little Shiot, come here and tell your mother where you've been playing. The woman beckoned gently, bending down to clap her hands in delight. Shiot, come here, your mother and I have something to give you. The man chimed, presenting a gift box with a smile. Overcome with emotion, Shiot rushed towards them. Father, mother, he called out, but as he reached them, the scythe in his hand swept down, severing the woman's head. Her beautiful eyes widened in horror as tears streamed down her cheeks, pooling on the ground below. Shiot, do you even realize what you are doing? You wretched child. The man, enraged, attempted to seize Shiot, but in a flash, the scythe pierced through his chest, his fury frozen in time as his eyes closed in defeat. Collapsing to the earth, Shiot knelt, extracting a dagger from the man's waist, laughing maniacally. Ha! Ha! You think you can kill me? I am Shiot, the Grand Mage. Enraged, Shiot kicked the gift box aside, a plush rabbit rolling out. That is, he gasped, recognizing it as the very birthday gift he had yearned for at the age of 7, a wish unfulfilled due to their poverty. Now, Shiot staggered toward the bloodied rabbit, picking it up and collapsing to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Father, what has happened to you? Shiot awoke, finding himself in the Vice Dean's office at the Royal Magic Academy. The cottage, his parents, and the rabbit all vanished, save for the tears streaking down his cheeks. He looked up in disbelief at the girl before him. Susie, how is it you? He exclaimed in astonishment. Father, what has happened to you? Oh, I heard the Prime Minister has come to propose. Is that true? Susie inquired with concern. Do not worry. I shall respect your wishes regarding this matter. How wonderful. I love you, Father. With that, Susie leaped into Shiot's embrace. The scene changed again, placing him within the Prime Minister's residence. Dean Shiot, is there truly no room for negotiation? My son, though lacking, is the son of the Prime Minister. Surely he is not unworthy of your daughter. A stern-faced, middle-aged man addressed Shiot sharply. Prime Minister, please do not force us into a corner. I have already stated that my daughter is betrothed. An excuse, the Prime Minister interrupted resolutely. What if I were to offer you the position of Dean of the Royal Magic Academy in exchange? After a moment's contemplation, the Prime Minister decided to use temptation. His words stirred something within Shiot. After a brief pause, he replied, Allow me a few days to ponder. This concerns my daughter's happiness. Very well, 3 days that I shall give you 3 days. With that, Shiot withdrew. In the next moment, he found himself gazing at Valg, who was holding Susie's lifeless body. Shiot, I swear to avenge Susie. I shall return, I promise. Valg's figure faded into the shadows, leaving Shiot to cry out in agony. Valg! Valg! Come forth. I know you are watching. Show yourself, for I shall slay you. Shiot clutched his head, tormented by despair. What is it? Teacher, is this truly all you can endure? Upon opening his eyes, Shiot discovered himself nailed to a crucifix, Valg standing before him, flanked by 2 shadowy figures wielding scythes, unmistakably reapers. There is no greater agony than slaying one's kin, nor any madness like witnessing loved ones slain before your eyes. Now, indulge in the dance of death, Valg declared. Donning black armor and wielding a scythe, a massive transparent cage materialized before Shiot, within which were multitudes of familiar faces, friends, loved ones, both young and old. Valg and the two reapers suddenly appeared inside the cage, brandishing their scythes and grinning wickedly as they wreaked havoc, extinguishing lives with every swing, elderly, children, none spared. No. No. Valg, I command you, cease this at once. Shiot shouted, yet his pleas only fueled Valg's bloodlust. Shiot, please, save me, I do not wish to die. All within the cage turned their eyes to Shiot, his closest friends. Beloved kin, cherished students. Yet he could do nothing as they fell one by one, powerless despite his title as Grand Mage. The torment of it all shattered Shiot's spirit. He knew it was but an illusion. Yet the tears of anguish streamed down his aged face. In the arena, the battle raged on, with lives extinguishing every second. Floating above, I unleashed a barrage of mid-level light magic, depleting the magical elements within me. But under my support, the undead numbers dwindled rapidly. Quickly, you two, eliminate that light mage. Shirling commanded the two great swordsmen behind him. As they exchanged glances, they surged towards me, fueled by their determination. Chapter 67. The Crown of the Special Student. The relentless casting of spells had already worn me down, and now as I faced two warriors charging at me, I brandished long in anticipation. TCH, just a novice mage, scoffed the two great swordsmen as they recognized my insignia. Indeed. Merely a novice mage, but has Shirling not warned you to be wary of me? This rookie? Scum, step aside. I have no time to play with you. I did not regard the two individuals before me in the slightest. With my hands raised and wielding a blade, I bellowed, the unification of the 7 swords of Tiangang. For azure great swords materialized around me, spinning as they charged toward the two below. What? It can't be the 7 swords of Tiangang. The astonished voices of the two warriors echoed as the 4 blades drew near. Even though they were both masters of the great sword, they dared not confront this technique lightly. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to evade to the side. Above, I suddenly burst into a triumphant smile. The 4 swords merged into a single colossal blade, continuing its descent toward the cross within the blood pool. This was my true objective. Regrettably, this strike was intercepted by the body of the undead knight. Xiaofeng. How naive you remain after all these days, a black-robed sorcerer floating atop the undead knight mocked, his crimson eyes glinting with amusement as they regarded me. Damn it, Shirling, you'd best not impede me. Retracting longing, I drew forth the divine favor. Oh, by the way, Lord Zidon has a task for you. I believe you will find it quite intriguing. Shirling paid no heed to my furious glare, continuing to speak unperturbed. Today's task is to eliminate the loyal and valiant king Mu Tianshuang. Shirling's revelation of my uncle's name left me momentarily stunned. This should not be difficult for you. Considering you are kin, simply approach him and strike. Such a simple matter. And what if I refuse? I glared icily at Shirling, my voice laced with menace. Are you suggesting you wish to betray our master? You know well the consequences of such an action. Damn it, I muttered under my breath, a familiar ache returning to my chest. Ever since that fateful encounter with Zidon 3 months prior, my life had ceased to belong to me. Zidon had sown a seed within me. Whenever he wished, he could claim my life. Yet, to compel me to slay my own kin was utterly out of the question. After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to thwart Zidon, at the very least to dismantle this wicked formation. Lord Zidon's suspicions are indeed correct. If I cannot wield you for my own, then you shall be utterly destroyed. Go forth, my undead knights. A black 6-pointed star appeared before Shirling, from which 2 undead knights emerged. Seeing them charge toward me, I dared not underestimate the threat. While evading their advance, I attempted to retaliate with light magic. But alas, their speed was overwhelming, leaving no time to cast high-level spells. What is wrong, Xiaofeng? Do you intend to defeat me without your artifact? I warned you that would be exceedingly naive. Come now. Show me your strongest battle stance. I wish to see just how formidable you are, worthy of Lord Zidon's attention. With that, Shirling conjured a dark bow and shot arrows toward me as I evaded. This detestable fiend, if I unleashed my full power, he would hardly pose a challenge. However, there are some things that must remain concealed from the eyes of the world. Shirling had seized upon this weakness to act so brazenly. With 2 undead knights in pursuit, I had become a living target, and the situation grew increasingly dire. To make matters worse, as time passed, the gathering of magic became ever more arduous. What do you suppose will happen if your identity as a dark mage is revealed? Shirling chuckled sinisterly, his gaze fixed upon me. Seizing the moment, an arrow imbued with a potent aura of malevolence hurtled toward me. Without thought, I instinctively dodged, but as I sidestepped, I caught a glimpse of a wicked smile curling at the corner of Shirling's mouth. "Not good," I exclaimed, turning to see Dolores sprawled on the ground, one hand pressed to his shoulder, writhing in agony. The arrow had embedded itself within him, and should it remain, he would soon succumb to decay. "Shirling, you scoundrel!" I shot a frigid glance at the amused Shirling before rushing to Dolores' side. Upon examining his wound, I noted the venom coursing through his veins, threatening to reach his heart. Should that occur, Dolores would be beyond saving. Light magic could indeed provide a remedy, however, as an opposing element. The darkness would inherently repel the light. This moment. Not only was casting magic difficult, but even resonating with external elements had become a struggle. Why only recourse lay in the dark magic of absorption, which could indeed draw out the poison, as it was originally designed for siphoning blood. While this spell could save Dolores, it would simultaneously expose my identity as a dark mage. Yet, I could not stand idly by and watch a life extinguish before my eyes. Scanning my surroundings, I saw that those nearby were engrossed in battle, oblivious to our plight. Dolores, too, was ensnared in excruciating pain, his eyes tightly shut. Resolutely, I whispered the incantation for dark absorption, successfully extracting the venom along with his tainted blood. Having completed my task, I did not linger to observe his expression but turned to face Shirling. Is this truly wise? Should he witness this, your identity will be compromised." Shirling spoke loudly, as if eager for others to overhear our exchange. This was clearly his design. Clenching my staff tightly, I charged at Shirling. Blessed by the water god, the supreme grace, the ultimate source of bloodlines, ice cold as the depths. An ice dragon surged from the ground, with Yuetian standing atop its head. "Xiaofeng, you cannot monopolize all the glory." Yuetian joined the fray, increasing our odds of breaking the barrier. Gratefully, I cast a glance at Yuetian, and together, we surged toward the blood pool. However, behind me, Dolores' malevolent gaze fixated on my retreating figure, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. "Zidane, do you not think you have gone too far?" Emerging from his reverie, Xiaote was drenched in sweat, utterly spent, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Is that so, my teacher? In my memories, you have always been a mountain, an insurmountable peak. Even now, without the aid of the seven malevolent formation, I would undoubtedly fall to your might. In truth, treachery is but a facet of strength. It is the passport of the vile, while nobility serves as the epitaph for the virtuous. Surely, you must understand this, teacher." As Zidane approached Xiaote, his tone brimmed with respect, devoid of any bitterness. "Is that so? It seems I have aged," Xiaote lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Indeed, teacher, you have grown old." Zidane paused before Xiaote, but then his tone turned sharp. "You have lived long enough. It is time to pay the price for your life." With that, Zidane seized Xiaote by the collar, delivering a punch to his abdomen, sending him sprawling. "Director!" A nearby archmage surged toward Zidane in anger, but Zidane did not even spare him a glance. With a mere flick of his hand, the man was reduced to a puddle of blood. "Teacher, could you not prolong our game a little longer? At the very least, allow me to savor some of the thrill of revenge." Zidane stepped closer to Xiaote, placing a foot on his face, pleading softly. "My disciple, do you not realize? Susie loved you dearly, but she also loved me, her father." Suddenly, Xiaote's expression turned mournful, his eyes glistening with moisture. "You old fool, what more can you say at this point?" Zidane pressed his foot heavily on Xiaote's chest. With a gasp, the frail Xiaote coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet he paid it no mind, continuing, "Do you think I would sacrifice my daughter's happiness for fame and fortune? I mourn Susie's passing, but it was destined." Excuses. Susie, like her mother, was frail from a young age. After her mother succumbed to a strange illness, I kept a watchful eye on her. Not long after you departed, the most painful event transpired. Susie began to cough blood, and her condition worsened. She was aware that she had inherited her mother's affliction and would not live long. Later, upon learning that the Chancellor was willing to exchange the position of director of the Royal Magic Academy, Susie resolutely chose to marry, leading to the events that followed. "No, you lie. This is all false. Do you think that will earn my forgiveness? No, it cannot be." Zidane raged, his mind struggling to comprehend the truth. The hatred that had fueled him for years suddenly felt entirely meaningless, a notion he could not bear. "I will kill you all. Kill you, every last one of you." Zidane had completely lost his sanity. In the name of the great evil god, the sovereign of the night, the harbinger of chaos, by your name, grant me the power of the dark lineage. I shall share this sacrificial blood with my servants, darker than the night, redder than sunset. From the abyss of darkness, let us forge a contract. Arise, my dark slaves, awaken from the depths, and descend before me. Summon the king of the underworld. This incantation is for summoning the spirit king. How could this be? How could a human body? Director Shiote stammered in horror at the sight before him. As Zidane chanted, a purple six-pointed star appeared before him, followed by the emergence of a massive black stone door. Adorned with ancient inscriptions, most eerily, each door bore a skull with arms crossed over its chest, exuding an unsettling aura. Enough, Lord Zidane. This has gone far enough. Now that the truth has been revealed, revenge holds no meaning. Return, for I believe Miss Susie would feel the same. After all, you are both individuals she cherished dearly. A black-clad maiden suddenly intervened, halting Zidane's next move as the stone door vanished. The enigmatic young girl was shrouded in black garments, rendering her features indistinguishable. Zian, with a gentle glance towards the girl before him, suddenly erupted in fury, delivering a swift slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. The veil that had obscured her face fell away, and Shote found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze frozen in disbelief as he beheld her countenance. Enough, Vargo. Have you not caused enough chaos? If you persist in this manner, I shall show you no mercy. Do not assume that no one here can bring you to heel. The assembly turned towards the source of the voice, discovering an elderly man, well over 100 years of age, at the entrance of the arena. It is he, I exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the elder who had recounted to me the past of Z in just 2 days prior. You again, old man. Are you here to hinder me once more? The familiarity between ZN and the elder was evident in their expressions, fueling my curiosity about the elder's background. I once vowed not to interfere in worldly matters, but I shall make an exception today, so you may witness true power. With that, the elder began to chant an incantation, his words inaudible to those around him. However, as he concluded, a glint of brilliance sparked in his eyes, and colossal, pure elemental winds began to coalesce and whirl around him. Forbidden winds, Thunder Dragon. What? That is a level 9 wind spell. The crowd gasped in shock. With a thunderous roar, the elder unleashed a bolt of purple lightning that cleaved down upon the dark barrier, the infamous strongest barrier of the evil god, which was instantly shattered by the elder's spell. After executing this feat, the elder vanished from the sight of those present, while Mu Tian Shuang, filled with reverence, deeply bowed towards the direction he had departed. It was then that I became certain this elder was indeed my grandfather's master. As the barrier crumbled, a multitude of skilled individuals waiting outside surged forward, encircling the frenzied Xian. Alas, defeated, Xian has indeed been defeated. Purple Light, who had been observing from a corner, lamented before vanishing into thin air. The 4 powerful necromancers beside Xian, realizing the tide had turned, joined forces to shield him as they leaped away. Just as the assembled experts intended to pursue, they were halted by the now awake Shiote. Could that girl truly be you? Sushi, Shiote murmured, gazing at the spot where Zian had vanished. Xiao Feng, you have truly astonished me. In just a year, your strength has deepened remarkably. You are indeed a descendant of the Mu family. My uncle Mu Tian Shuang found me among the crowd, and his words instantly elicited astonishment from those present. What? Xiao Feng is actually from the noble Mu family of the royal capital. I neither confirmed nor denied my uncle's statement, for I still harbored some resentment towards the Mu family. My uncle, elated by my earlier display of prowess, began to boast to the crowd. Upon discovering my true identity, everyone regarded me with envy and reverence, yet to my eyes, their expressions felt insincere and contrived. The subsequent events involved the clearing of the battlefield, with several injured individuals being carried away from the arena. Even the Dean Shiote was compelled to retreat for healing. Students, please be quiet. In light of the recent upheaval, I regret to inform you that this year's competition for the special student position will not be held. The Vice Dean announced the suspension of the tournament, which was understandable given the life-and-death battle just witnessed. Who could possibly have the heart to continue watching a competition? No, I object to this. Just as the Vice Dean was about to descend from the stage, someone suddenly raised an objection. Turning to see, it was Yu Tian. In truth, the special student has already been determined. I believe everyone can attest to this. This year's special student is Mu Yu Xiaofeng. Chapter 68. Identity Revealed. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight as the special student by Yu Tian, My mind momentarily blanked. What astonished me further was the lack of opposition to Yu Tian's proposal. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as my earlier display of strength had been unparalleled, whether casting light magic or battling the Soul Eater. Most importantly, after the fierce combat, all present were utterly exhausted and lacked the energy to vie for the title of special student. After deliberations among the three academies, I was elevated to the high platform, where Prince Jessica of Orlan stood. "Xiaofeng, we meet again." Jessica smiled at me, unchanged save for his splendid attire. I had no choice but to respectfully kneel before him, for he now held the title of prince. "I never imagined you would seem so unfamiliar." A trace of sorrow flickered in Jessica's eyes as he spoke. "Very well, let us commence." He then placed a hand upon my head and proclaimed, "In my capacity as Prince of the Orlan Empire, I hereby bestow upon Muyu Xiaofeng the title of Viscount and grant him the special reward of the Vidora Ring." What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, as the mention of the Vidora Ring, the only artifact named after a supreme deity, elicited gasps of disbelief. While its practical utility was limited, bestowing the wearer with the Earth's protection and the ability to automatically resist low-level magical attacks, it was feared for its capability to invoke absolute defense without any cost of mana, immunizing the wearer from any spells below level 10. Unfortunately, this absolute defense could only be activated 10 times, each lasting mere minutes, after which the ring would disintegrate into dust, standing on the platform. I accepted a golden token and the silvery Vidora ring from Jessica. Naturally, I valued the ultimate defensive artifact far more, casually placing the golden token into my spatial pouch as I scrutinized the ring in my hand. The ring was adorned with a yellowish gem that radiated a faint golden light under the sun, yet I was taken aback by the absence of any magical fluctuations emanating from what was supposed to be a divine artifact. A stark contrast to the other artifacts I possessed, each of which exuded overwhelming power. Wait, I oppose Muyu Xiaofeng as the special student. This unexpected dissent sent ripples through the crowd, all eyes turning towards the source. Dolores, an ominous feeling crept upon me as I recognized the individual at the entrance. Dolores, even now you harbor jealousy towards Xiaofeng. Jessica articulated the thoughts of those present. No, esteemed prince, my objection arises not from jealousy, but from my inability to bear witness to everyone being deceived by Muyu Xiaofeng. What do you mean? Are you questioning Xiaofeng's strength? Ice Fei Gu stepped forward to confront Dolores, while I remained kneeling with my eyes closed, as if detached from the unfolding argument. What do you mean? Haha. This time, even your Mu family cannot shield this wicked mage. Indeed, Muyu Xiaofeng is a necromancer. Oh. Dolores dropped a bombshell that sent shockwaves through the crowd, their gazes converging upon me in disbelief. Preposterous. Dolores, do you think your mere words can cast doubt upon a member of the Mu family? Do not forget your own status. My uncle stepped forward to defend me. Their unwavering trust in me warmed my heart, easing much of my resentment towards the Mu family, yet I felt I would soon disappoint them. No. It was more apt to say I would drive them to despair. Is that so? If so, let us prove it with facts. Dolores proclaimed as she produced an elemental stone from her pocket. Simply place your hand upon it, and the truth will reveal itself. With so many trusting you, Xiaofeng, you wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Dolores smirked, casting a sly glance my way. Meanwhile, the Vice-Dean and the assembled instructors surrounded me, while Jessica was also shielded by 4 mage mentors. Xiaofeng, in order to clarify your identity, please undergo the elemental test. The Vice-Dean, though respectful, spoke with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Boss, ignore them. We believe in you. The members of the Magical Association shouted in unison from the stands, unable to fathom their leader being doubted. However, the likes of Kong Fan and others remained silent, their eyes filled with concern, suggesting they were somewhat aware of my association with dark magic, contrary to everyone's expectations. As if ignoring the Vice-Dean's words, I remained kneeling, biting my fingertip to draw blood, which dripped onto the Vidora ring. A flash of light ensued as my blood was absorbed, signifying the recognition ceremony. Affirming my ownership of the ring. In that fleeting moment, I sensed the ring could still activate absolute defense 3 more times, which was more than sufficient for me. During the tumult of arguments, I reflected deeply on many things. My origins, a troubled childhood, being brought back to the Orlan Empire by Ice Fei Gu, meeting my master the Sword Saint, and entering Beijing Magic Academy. That I also thought of many cherished individuals, my beloved Shui Wu, You Air, you Ro, and the members of the Xiaofeng Magic Association. Undeniably, my year at Beijing Magic Academy had been the happiest of my 14 years, a kaleidoscope of vibrant bubbles, beautiful yet ephemeral. All dreams must eventually awaken, and I was now prepared to face the prospect of death. Flee. Escaping amidst a throng of high-ranking mages was a foolish notion. A spatial teleportation scroll. Indeed, it could facilitate my escape. But alas, I had already given away my last scroll to you, Ro. Yes, I now stood at the precipice of a cliff, yet despite this, I refused to surrender. Even if I were to fight like a cornered beast, I would not go down without a struggle. A surge of overwhelming power welled up within me, as 7 elemental forces, each emitting a distinct radiance, encircled my form in a rapid dance. The Archmage of the 7 Elements. Xiaofeng, you have indeed mastered the dark arts, someone remarked. Though I remained silent, the truth stood stark before us, evoking a chill in the hearts of all who cared for me. The concerns of others were of little consequence. After a brief survey of the crowd, my gaze settled upon you, Ro. She stood there, head bowed and unmoving, her emotions inscrutable. Withdrawing my gaze, I rose from the ground, casting a sinister smile towards the vice principal. Esteemed principal, I trust there is no longer any doubt regarding my abilities. If you wish to eliminate me, so be it, but I assume you do not desire the infamy of bullying the weak. I fixed my eyes upon the vice principal, awaiting his response, as I sought to negotiate favorable terms for myself. So you admit to being a necromancer, he pressed, not directly answering my challenge. No, I never claimed such a thing. Very well, as the principal of the Royal Magic Academy, I hereby declare that the eradication of the Dark Mage, Muyu Xiaofeng, shall be entrusted to the students of the Third Academy. No mentors are permitted to intervene, the vice principal announced to the assembly. Thank you, I responded with a respectful bow before vanishing from sight. In the next instant, I materialized in the arena, and those nearby recoiled in terror at my ghostly appearance. I recognized that all was irretrievable. It was ironic that those I risked my life to save would betray me. Reflecting on it now, perhaps Shirling was correct. Compassion and sympathy are the greatest liabilities for a dark mage, and in this world, trust is a luxury one cannot afford, even with oneself. Boss, we are here to assist you. Gu Fan and others descended from the stands, encircling me in a vigilant embrace. They were fully aware of my status as a dark mage, cognizant that their actions would make them public enemies, yet they still stood by my side. Grateful, I gazed at them but ultimately urged them to withdraw. This was my battle alone, and I did not wish to endanger my most cherished friends. Come forth, let all join me in reveling in this slaughter, I proclaimed with pride. Laughing maniacally as I surveyed the assembly in the distance, my uncle, Mu Tianshuang, observed my figure with a pang of anguish. He could hardly fathom how events had spiraled to this point. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he made the wisest decision. I hereby announce that Mu Tianhai was expelled from the family many years ago. Thus, Mu Xiaofeng bears no relation to the Mu clan, and his actions are entirely his own. Furthermore, the Mu family shall not interfere in this matter, my uncle stated coldly, drawing a clear line between us. This was as I had anticipated and hoped. Yet my heart ached nonetheless. Everyone, attack. He is nothing now. A necromancer deserves to be eradicated, and slaying him could earn rewards from the academy. Let us strike. Dolores incited the crowd from the back, and those who had hesitated were now spurred into action by the allure of fame and fortune. Dolores, aware of my strength, intended to sacrifice these lesser beings to wear me down and reap the rewards for himself. His plan was astute, but he underestimated my resolve. If he would not come forth, I would compel him. With my left hand, I summoned the divine, rising into the air as I addressed the avaricious throng below with an icy tone. I detest flies. Gentle water element, heed the call of your devotee. Permit me to wield the chilling might of water to punish the defiant. Water magic, ice prison. A 6th level water spell erupted from my hands, targeting the crowd beneath. Flame of the Inferno. Suddenly, a booming voice countered with an identical 6th level fire spell. The two magics collided, generating a dense mist. Is this the true face of a dark mage? Ruthless, bloodthirsty. As the mist dissipated, a male fire mage emerged. You are no match for me. Do not court death. My voice dripped with coldness, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Purple flame. I retaliated with the same 6th level fire spell, the scorching purple flames engulfing him instantly. his screams echoing as he plummeted. Who dares to challenge next? I hovered in the air, casting a disdainful gaze over the crowd. Having witnessed my strength, some weaker mages retreated. Yet many reckless souls remained undeterred. Arrogant. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Gale slash. Foolish. Those familiar with my reputation recognized the folly of attempting wind magic against me, a scion of the wind god. So naive, I remarked coldly, watching as the mage's spell vanished before me. Gale slash. I returned the attack, but this 4th level spell in my hands transcended mere rank. However, my counter was intercepted by a female mage. Playing with these insignificant minions must be tedious for you. Allow me to engage you. Chief Sorceress of the Academy, Longqiu. With that, the sorceress began to chant her incantation. Is that so? I have taken note, but your pace is far too slow. Fireball. A 2nd level spell erupted from my hands in rapid succession, leaving Longqiu struggling to defend herself, with scarcely a moment to breathe. Is this all you have? I asked derisively. Do not overstep your bounds. Longqiu retorted, summoning an earthen wall to shield herself from my attack. Before I could react, her mid-level spell struck. Light Spear. Countless white arrows surged toward me. To my surprise, I did not evade. Instead, I stood poised in the air, awaiting the onslaught of light arrows. That I was neither mad nor foolish. Nor was I arrogant. I sought to verify whether the Ring of Vidora was as formidable as its reputation suggested. The results would soon reveal themselves, as anticipated. The myriad arrows were repelled by the radiance emitted from the Ring of Vidora, indicating that I was immune to spells of 3rd level and below. However, the Light Spear was no mere 3rd level spell. In an instant, the brilliance of the ring was pierced by the multitude of arrows. With a cold smirk, I vanished from sight. In the next moment, I appeared behind Longqiu, thrusting an icy blade toward her back. Sensing the frigid aura behind her, she acted swiftly, summoning an earthen shield to momentarily block my strike. Though it was merely a temporary reprieve, as I broke through her defenses, I prepared to pursue her, only to encounter her divine light. Cursed, I muttered under my breath, launching a dimensional slash in her direction while conjuring a protective shield before me. Even the protective shield faltered against the divine light, shattering in mere moments, yet that fleeting moment was sufficient for my escape. My dimensional slash, however, successfully pierced her shoulder. Do you still refuse to surrender? You must know that you are too weak to kill me. I steadied myself and inquired of the injured Longqiu. Not by a long shot. Holy light element, heed the call of your devotee. Permit me to wield the mercy of light to heal all wounds in this world. Light magic. Healing light. A flash of white enveloped her, restoring her injuries completely. Oh, you are a light mage. Then I shall defeat you with light magic. With that, I vanished once more, swirling rapidly around Longqiu, who appeared increasingly frantic as she struggled to pinpoint my exact location. Rest now, holy light baptism. A beam of sacred light cascaded down from the heavens, striking Longqiu before she could react, sending her plummeting. Chapter 69. Frenzied Slaughter. Witnessing even the chief sorceress of the Academy fall, the crowd, who had moments ago been eager for battle, gradually fell silent. Hovering above, I cast a scornful gaze upon the assembly. Dealing with these lowly minions was merely a warm-up for me. Yution, it is your turn. Let us settle this once and for all. My piercing gaze landed on Yution, who met my stare without flinching. If you desire an early demise, I shall oblige you. With that cold declaration, Yution vanished from sight. There was no need to consciously perceive his location. My thoughts had already locked onto his presence, and every movement he made was laid bare in my mind. I spike. Yution swiftly circled around me, unleashing a first-level water spell that summoned a multitude of ice spikes from all directions. With a disdainful snort, I ignored the approaching ice projectiles, preparing to strike at Yution's position, but in an instant, I lost track of him. Above me, a colossal ice sword descended, joining forces with the surrounding ice spikes to create a pincer attack, leaving only the ground below as my escape route. Yet Yution awaited me there. Yution, is this your trap? Quite clever, but still too naive for me. I declared to Yution below, raising my gaze to the massive ice sword above. He truly deserved his title as the chief of the Baikal Magic Academy. His strength was indeed impressive. However, as a scion of the wind god, graced by divine favor, with the bloodline of the divine, I invoked the wind and thunder technique, wind and thunder seal. Retrieving my staff, I raised both hands high above my head, addressing the descending ice sword with a resolute voice. What transpired next was astonishing. A cerulean light orb suddenly appeared above, enveloping the rapidly descending ice sword, which then hung suspended in the air as if time had come to a standstill. Observing the orb above, I smirked before bellowing, "Wind and thunder technique, wind and thunder flash." With arms wide open, I raised my head and let out a thunderous roar. The originally clear sky instantly darkened, and a massive purple lightning bolt descended from the clouds like a great dragon, striking into the sphere of light. The blinding radiance was unbearable to behold, and after a resounding crash, the ice swords and surrounding ice spikes shattered into sparkling shards, cascading from the sky on a distant platform. Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Tianshuang found herself at a loss for words to describe the astonishment swelling within her heart, mingled with a trace of relief. The wind and thunder technique. The ultimate skill that father takes pride in. Did you see it? Tianhai's son, your grandson Mu Xiaofeng, has inherited your divine source. Mu Tianshuang murmured excitedly as she gazed at me in the sky. Mu Xiaofeng, is this truly your real strength? Has 3 months of training yielded such a leap? Or have you been hiding your true abilities all along? But in the end, I shall be the victor. The scene of me executing the wind and thunder technique did not instill fear in Yuetian, rather. It ignited his fighting spirit. The water god's blessed kin, the supreme divine grace, the bloodline of the extreme ice dragon. At last, the legendary unrivaled skill of Yuetian had manifested, yet I found a peculiar delight in shattering myths. Maintaining my stance, I positioned my hands before my chest, channeling all the elements within me to coalesce in my right palm, while the surrounding wind elements surged toward me frantically. If a wind mage were to attempt casting a wind spell at that moment, they would be astonished to find the air completely devoid of wind elements. The students and faculty of Baikal Magic Academy understood this phenomenon, as did the Mu family on the platform. This was the ultimate divine source of the Grand Wind Mage Mu Qinfeng, the Wind and Thunder Sphere. Wind and Thunder Technique. Wind and Thunder Sphere. With a powerful shout, I adjusted my posture and dove headfirst toward Yuetian below. Quick, open the barrier. The crowd finally snapped to attention, but alas, it was too late. The highly compressed wind and thunder sphere clashed with the water source's extreme ice dragon, and the outcome was evident in an instant. Without any suspense, the wind and thunder sphere obliterated Yuetian's ice dragon with overwhelming force. This marked the second time I had defeated Yuetian, but this time, it was merely a defeat. Aside from spitting a mouthful of blood, he emerged relatively unscathed. It seemed I had somewhat underestimated him. You are indeed powerful, but I, Yuetian, am not one to accept defeat easily. If you think you can battle me without sustaining a scratch, you are gravely mistaken. Casting a cold glance at me, Yuetian vanished into the crowd. I realized then that this fellow had not exerted his full strength. As for the reason, well, it was certainly not for my sake, but rather for his sister, Uro. I surmised he would not want to bring her sorrow through my demise. Not wishing to dwell on this further, I ascended into the sky once more, closing my eyes to replenish the elements within me. Having expended nearly all my magical energy through consecutive uses of the wind and thunder technique, I now needed to hastily restore my elements in preparation for the impending battle. However, some individuals who had eagerly awaited this opportunity would not let it slip away easily. As I closed my eyes, I suddenly sensed a powerful aura of killing intent rapidly approaching me. Although I could not see it, I had already deduced who it was. Ignoring the low-level magic attack directed at me, I abruptly opened my eyes. Dolores, I knew you would not be able to restrain yourself. Do you think I am utterly devoid of fighting spirit with my magic exhausted? My icy gaze fell upon Dolores, and I spoke with a tone of indifference. Isn't that the case? Dolores sneered, wearing a smug expression. Our enmity had a long history. Dolores harbored a deep-seated hatred for me, and now that he had finally seized this perfect opportunity, he would not let it go to waste. Swift wind slash. Without granting me a moment's respite, Dolores relentlessly unleashed 4th-level wind magic, leaving me with no choice but to evade. Although my robe could replenish the elements within me, it required time, and before that, I had to endure the onslaught. Yet, under Dolores's relentless assault, evading without injury was impossible. Mu Xiaofeng, perish. Seizing the moment, countless blades of wind struck me with force. Ugh! After coughing up a mist of blood, I crashed heavily to the ground, my body battered and bruised, the crimson blood staining my once white robe. Ha! Ha! Mu Xiaofeng, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. You wish to contend with me. You are still too inexperienced. Dolores landed beside me, his foot pressing on my face. Xiaofeng. Seeing this, Mu Tianchuan clenched her fists and stood up. Oh, Uncle Mu, there is no need to worry. The Xiaofeng I know is incredibly strong. Jessie, sitting beside her, intervened with a mysterious smile. But Mu Tianchuan hesitated for a moment, ultimately sitting back down. Even though she publicly severed her connection with me in front of everyone, it was for the sake of family interests. After all, we were bound by blood, and at a critical moment, my uncle would still risk everything to save me. Did you truly think I have become powerless? Though I lay on the ground in a disheveled state. My tone remained arrogant, as if the victory were mine rather than Dolores's. At this point, you still persist in your bravado. You, a lowly peasant, how dare you take away my euro? Dolores shouted in anger. Let me remind you, being too close to me can be perilous. Dolores looked puzzled by my words. There was no need for him to comprehend. It sufficed for him to see the truth. Master, I apologize. You instructed me not to use martial techniques in public. But now, get off me. With a roar, the once feeble me suddenly transformed, standing up against Dolores's oppressive force, and then I delivered a powerful punch toward him. Anticipating this, a wall of earth had already risen to shield Dolores. Yet the sturdy barrier crumbled effortlessly under my strike. After shattering the barrier, Dolores had retreated to a safe distance, gazing at me in astonishment. You guessed correctly, but you overlooked a crucial detail. A crucial detail? Ignoring Dolores's confusion, I extended my left hand to summon divine favor, and then my right to wield Dragon's Roar. Magic warrior. You are indeed a magic warrior. Not only Dolores, but everyone present was taken aback as I brandished a slender blade. Given the adversarial relationship between the Yade Empire and the Orlan Empire, magic warriors were exceedingly rare in the Shadowlight continent. Indeed, I am a magic warrior. When my magic is depleted, I still possess fighting spirit. Dolores's smile froze on his face, realizing he had no choice but to confront me now that he had revealed himself. Even if you are a magic warrior, you are surely just a novice warrior. What can you do to me? With this thought, any lingering doubts dissipated, and Dolores steeled himself for battle. Free wind elements, heed the call of your believer. Allow me to borrow the roar of the wind to shatter the shackles of confinement. Wind technique. Wind slash. Naive. As he unleashed his third-level wind magic. I merely scoffed at him, not even bothering to evade. Heavenly seven-sword technique. No shadow. What? With a mighty shout, I slashed down, and a storm of azure fighting spirit instantly cleaved through his wind slash. At this point, I had nothing left to hide. Without hesitation, I channeled my fighting spirit to activate the first transformation of the Dragon God technique. Dragon Shadow Mirage. A golden dragon surged from behind me, and my figure melded into it. That is, the rumors were true. She truly stole the Dragon God technique and imparted it to Xiaofeng to in this case, the Dragon Clan's treasure. My uncle on the platform stood up in excitement once more. The shocks I had delivered to him today were far too many. I originally thought the eldest brother was merely a warrior. I never expected him to wield the Heavenly Seven-Sword technique. Now he can even use the Dragon God technique. I am at a loss for words. From a distance, Gu Fan watched me unleash several of the world's most formidable techniques with a bitter smile. Although he had already held me in high regard, it was evident now that such an assessment was still far from sufficient. Hey, that was indeed the Heavenly Seven-Sword technique just now, and this one before me is. Who exactly is this guy? The vice principal widened his eyes and inquired of Principal Obi beside him. Indeed, this is the Dragon God technique. In response to the vice principal's query, Principal Obi appeared equally helpless. He truly did not know whether to laugh or cry, having a student of such overwhelming talent in his academy. Originally, a colossal dragon manifested, conjuring two more, launching a three-pronged assault toward the distant Dolores. Now, Dolores was utterly taken aback by the sight before him. Despite knowing the dragons were illusions, he felt a flicker of fear deep within. It is too late to retreat now. Heavenly Seven-Sword technique. Phantom Blade. A massive sword of azure fighting spirit, imbued with a fierce aura, cleaved toward the bewildered Dolores. Only when he sensed the threat of death did Dolores snap back to reality. But it was too late for him to evade. The azure sword struck his shoulder, and blood immediately gushed forth. Dolores screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground, wailing. Classmates, everyone, let us join forces and slay this evil necromancer. I knew not who had shouted this. But the already fearful crowd surged forward, abandoning notions of justice or fairness. In the face of power, all such ideals were laughable. In this world, there was but one truth. The victor is king, and the vanquished is a bandit. Gazing upon the grotesque visages before me, I savored the taste of blood as I licked my lips. The feast of slaughter was about to commence anew. Faced with such a multitude of mages, not a trace of panic stirred within my heart. Rather, I found myself more composed than usual, for I understood that this was but a game of kill or be killed. With the divine protection retracted and the dragon's roar echoing, I summoned the Godslayer blade for the first time before the crowd. Now, I was all in, knowing that to survive, I must tread over the corpses of others. Dragon God's decree. Dragon's roar, 9 heavens. The overwhelming aura accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar caused several weaker mages to collapse, blood oozing from their orifices. Come forth, let me relish the thrill of slaughter. Xian. In that fleeting moment of delusion, the Vice-Dean recalled my present self to the time of Xian. Fiery elements, heed the call of your devotee. Grant me the flames to incinerate all who defy the covenant of light and shadow. The remaining mages chanted in unison, invoking high-level magic to unite their powers. I scoffed. The heavens are slow. Heavenly seven-sword technique, divide blade. Empowered by the Godslayer blade, my azure aura transformed into a radiant golden light, unleashing countless sword shadows upon the rear ranks, inevitably claiming several lives. Do not be so arrogant. 2 water mages soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of ice arrows, all of which were thwarted by the ring of Vidora, unable to inflict any harm upon me. With a sinister smile, I leaped forth, sweeping my blade to cleave the 2 airborne figures in half. Adjusting my trajectory, I descended with a mighty chop. Dragon God's technique. Wrath of the Divine Dragon. Quickly, erect a defensive barrier. Amidst the chaos, a soil-based defensive barrier sprang up, yet the wrath of the Divine Dragon struck it without yielding. That a recoil from the blade caused blood to trickle from my palm, and a metallic taste filled my throat, but I swallowed it down forcefully. Hurry, he is injured. Despite my efforts to conceal it, my pallid visage was noticed by others. Prepare the 7th level fire magic, extinguish him. The incantations resonated throughout the arena, coalescing the magical elements of hundreds as the 7th level fire magic, Fire Domain Flame Dragon, surged with scorching air towards my landing position. Chapter 70, Life and Death Battle. Is this truly the end? As I beheld the rapidly approaching fireball, despair flickered in my eyes. There was no one would come to my aid, simply because I was a necromancer. Hey, I chuckled softly. No, it isn't over yet. How could I, me Xiaofeng, perish like this? Since the world has forsaken me, why should I show mercy to it? Yes, sleep now, drift into a deep slumber. When you awaken, all shall be concluded. Murmuring to myself, I slowly closed my eyes, only to suddenly open them wide and bellow. Dragon God's transformation, Dragon Scale's affinity. In an instant, my figure was enveloped by the inferno. Is he dead? Has that fellow perished? All eyes fixated on the raging flames of the arena, anxious to discern the outcome. No. Xiaofeng, from afar, Yuro, who had remained motionless with her head bowed, finally lifted her gaze towards the firestorm. Yet, as time passed, her heart gradually cooled, starkly contrasting with the surrounding crowd's relief. Yet she stood there, unwavering, not moving an inch. Damn it, this is outrageous. Brothers, those unafraid of death, follow me. Seeing the prolonged silence amidst the blaze, Gu Fan grew frantic, leading Wu Yo and others, yet was halted by Minister Oma. His intention was to avoid dragging too many into danger, for associating with a necromancer would invite the church's wrath. He simply did not wish to place his students in peril. However, the irrational Gu Fan heeded no counsel, and in desperation, Minister Oma restrained him. Just then, Gu Fan abruptly ceased his struggles, for he beheld a figure slowly rising from the flames that at last. Dolores laughed maniacally. Having achieved his long-desired goal of vanquishing me, yet as he discerned the silhouette emerging from the inferno, his triumphant grin morphed into horror. Wah, what is this? No, it cannot be. What is that? The source of divinity. Not only Dolores, but all present were astonished by my appearance on the high platform. Jesse Fa's taut nerves relaxed at the sight of me rising, yet upon recognizing my form, he was immediately enveloped in confusion. Turning to glance at Mu Tian Shuang, who bore an expression of disbelief, clearly privy to some knowledge. Uncle Mu is the Xiaofeng. It is truly hard to believe. He is merely 14, yet that is unmistakably the strongest defense of a warrior. Dragon God's transformation, 4th layer, Dragon Scales Affinity. Seemingly oblivious to Jesse Fa's inquiry, Mu Tian Shuang muttered to himself. Without a defensive barrier, relying solely on my body to withstand the 7th level fire magic sounded utterly preposterous. Yet, at this moment, I had indeed accomplished it. Emerging from the inferno, my entire being was adorned with intricate golden dragon scales, my hands transformed into claws, and with my head bowed, illuminated by the searing flames. I stood there like a deity of war. Dragon Scales Affinity, once utilized, bestows a defense rivaling that of dragons. However, even so, absorbing the full force of a 7th level spell inflicted grave internal injuries upon me. Blood cascading from the delicate scales, yet none of this mattered anymore. What was significant was that for the first time, I had wholly entrusted my body to another soul, the malevolent soul, under the gaze of the crowd. I lifted my head, my blood-red eyes sweeping over the assembly, a chilling aura engulfing the arena in an instant. For a fleeting moment, the illusion arose that the figure standing there was no longer me, but a demon from the depths of hell. A necromancer, is it? No, you are mistaken. I am not a necromancer, but a dark mage. A bizarre utterance escaped my lips coldly, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Yet they would never come to comprehend the truth. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, I retracted the God Layer blade and gradually unveiled a black spellbook. The Dark Bible. Dean Obi recognized the tome in my hands at once. Yet he could scarcely believe it had come to rest within my grasp. Obi had long believed that the Dark Bible and the key of sealing had been seized by the Reaper's soul harvester. Now, witnessing the book I revealed, the Dark Bible, he stood there, utterly stunned. The key of sealing. Dean Obi muttered the name. No, quickly, instruct the students to retreat. Dean Obi shouted in desperation, yet it was too late, summoning an ice spike. Amidst the crowd's confusion, I plunged it deep into my left palm, blood immediately gushing forth, while the Dark Bible floated beneath, the blood that dripped upon it being eerily absorbed as the surrounding malevolence steadily intensified. Though it was springtime, everyone felt as though they were ensconced in the polar regions, overwhelmed by a bone-chilling cold, if sated by the blood. The crimson liquid ceased to be absorbed into the book. And sensing the opportune moment, I held the book with my left hand and abruptly flipped it open with my right, unleashing a torrent of bloodlight as countless wails of the undead surged forth from within. Awaken, my dark sovereign, devour, my dark Bible. Let darkness enshroud the earth, banishing light to the Nether Realm. Let death descend upon the world, consuming all living things, filling every corner with terror. This is the sacred domain of the wicked. A feast for the slayers. I, as a servant of darkness, beseech you, my great dark God, respond to my call. Grant me the mightiest of evil spirits, and I shall offer countless souls as sacrifices. Arise, gate of the evil spirits. With the incantation complete, a white skeletal staff materialized in my right hand, while a crimson portal appeared behind me, gradually unfurling. Come forth, and repent in the Nether Realm. The skull atop the staff erupted with a fierce crimson glow, and those enveloped in the bloodlight suddenly realized they had lost all connection to their bodies. Shadows surged forth from the portal behind, racing towards the students ensnared in the bloodlight, and thus commenced the horror of slaughter. As souls were extracted from their vessels, ensnared and dragged into the depths of the dark abyss, the soulless husks collapsing with terror-stricken eyes, their bodies wilting as they fell to the ground. By the authority of the Dean of Bajar Magic Academy, I command the protection of the students to retreat. All instructors of the Grand Magus rank and above, unite to resist the gate of evil spirits. Regardless of the cost, we must annihilate Mu Xiaofeng. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dean Obi issued stern commands to all present, then charged towards me alongside the other instructors. Although Dean Obi reacted swiftly, mere seconds had passed, and already hundreds of lives had been claimed by the evil spirits. Witnessing this, Dean Obi's heart ached, and fury ignited within him as he directed his murderous intent towards me. How can this be, Xiaofeng? From a distance, Yuro beheld everything, her gaze fixed upon my silhouette. With sorrow, she whispered my name, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes, as two streams of tears traced down her beautiful cheeks. Unaware of Yuro's transformation, I coldly regarded the advancing instructors, with Dean Obi leading the charge. Humph! Can you no longer restrain yourselves? Planning to unite against me? How despicable! Light mages, shatter that portal. Dean Obi commanded the mages behind him, and in no time, the magic was prepared. Can I allow you to have your way? fixing the dark Bible and staff in midair. I summoned the God Layer blade once more. Heavenly seven-sword technique, divide blade. With a thunderous roar, for azure swords materialized above the light mages, plummeting rapidly towards them. Water curtain heavenly splendor, an 8th tier water-based defensive spell, was unleashed by Dean Obi, enveloping the light mage within a shimmering blue shield. The 4 great swords that fell upon the purple-black surface merely stirred ripples in the water. This was an unavoidable circumstance, given the vast disparity in our levels. However, none of this served as a justification for retreat. Dragon God transformation, wrath of the divine dragon. With a powerful leap, I raised my blade to strike at Dean Obi. The ferocious fighting spirit intertwined with a thunderous dragon's roar. This was undoubtedly my most formidable attack, yet, arrogance, blessed by the Earth God. My strongest strike collided with his 8th tier earth-based defensive barrier, rendering it utterly ineffective. While I was met with a fierce backlash. Curse be this, I muttered bitterly. Yet, Dean Obi's astonishment mirrored my own. A single blow had stirred his blood, and he silently marveled at my prowess. Prodigy. That was the only term he could summon to encapsulate my talent. At merely 14 years of age, my future was boundless. Yet from the moment I descended into darkness as a dark mage, my path was irrevocably shrouded in gloom. Judgmental holy light. At this juncture, the spells of the light mages had reached completion, and I truly grasped the might of a 9th tier forbidden spell. Not only did the gate of evil spirits vanish entirely, but the entire arena was transformed into a desolate wasteland by this radiant light. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. Divine punishment of light. A white greatsword descended from the heavens, and as I attempted to escape, I was horrified to discover that 2 hands had risen from the ground, firmly grasping my feet. Time afforded me no opportunity to mount any defense, and in a frenzy, I summoned all my fighting spirit as the luminous sword struck my chest. Pooh! A sweet taste filled my mouth as I spewed forth a mist of blood. The dragon scales on my body gradually fading to reveal my mangled flesh. Mu you shall foam. Do you harbor any remorse? Surrender the artifact upon you, and I shall grant you a swift end. A light mage landed beside me, and as a wielder of dark magic, I felt an intense revulsion towards the light mage's presence. He leaned down, shouting imperiously. The sight of his grotesque visage only intensified my murderous intent, yet my battered body lay incapacitated. Damn it. Just, everyone, be cautious, take care. Unfortunately, his words were left unfinished, swallowed forever within him. The last sight he beheld was his own, nothing. This is my duty. The command I received was to protect the leader at all costs. Regardless of whether he is virtuous or wicked, this is my responsibility, and I am truly delighted to be able to assist the one I revere. Cough, cough. Shui Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gazing at her in my arms, a glimmer of resolve flickered in my eyes. In a deep voice, I intoned, O God of destruction, silent among the heavens, I call upon you with my blood as the medium and my soul as the offering. Awaken your mighty powers and grant me strength. No, please, do not use this magic. This is my final request. Promise me. You must survive. With her last ounce of strength, Shui Jing prevented me from invoking the life magic, and I could only watch as her eyes slowly closed, a lingering smile of bliss remaining at the corners of her mouth. I roared in fury, consumed by madness. I, Mu Yu Shao Feng, swear that the blood debts shall be repaid in blood. Do you think you can still leave alive? The headmaster of the Law Academy said coldly. His icy gaze swept over all who had attacked me, etching their faces firmly into my mind. Then, I retrieved the forgotten space scroll gifted to me by the prophecy mage Plunged from my spatial bag and crushed it violently. Chapter 72. Goddess of Space, the gears of fate continue to turn in their trajectory. Shao Feng, it is now time for you to shoulder your mission. Upon seeing her, everything will become clear. In a humble courtyard, the prophecy mage Plunged gazed at the distant sky, murmuring to himself, his murky eyes reflecting worry, helplessness, and a hint of anticipation. This space scroll was a return gift from Plunged, and to me, it merely appeared to be a teleportation scroll. However, when the time came to use it, I realized I was only half correct. As the scroll shattered, a white hexagram formation materialized beneath me, and a brilliant white light flashed overhead, gradually revealing a massive white door. The ethereal figure behind the door deeply shocked everyone present. The moment the figure appeared, the entire city of Orlan was filled with spatial elements, and the overwhelming presence forced everyone to the ground. The door slowly opened, a beam of white light emanating from within. enveloping both me and Shui Jing in my arms, while the scant spatial elements within me dissipated rapidly. No wonder Paulge insisted I reach the level of a grand mage to open it. Using it is indeed such a strain. I chuckled weakly, feeling my body grow lighter as if I were about to float away to eye in the dazzling white light. My eyes gradually closed, and I lost consciousness. This sensation is divine might, the might of the supreme deity. As everything faded away, Headmaster Obi trembled, rising to his feet and gazing at the spot where the figure had vanished, speaking with lingering trepidation. However, when everyone regained their senses, my presence had long since disappeared from the arena, leaving only a scene of blood and corpses, the atmosphere thick with tension. If anyone felt relief, it would be the members of the Law Guild and their elder, Mu Tian Shuang, for despite everything, I was still alive. I will return. After 5 years, I hear this phrase once more. Could it be another purple dark? The vice president's heart sank upon realizing my absence, knowing history would repeat itself. Sister, what was that just now? The scene had profoundly shaken Yuing and Yuer, though they were not as flustered as Headmaster Obi and the others. Indeed, that was the aura of the goddess of space. This is bad. Suddenly recalling something, Yuing lifted Yuer and flew toward the outskirts of the royal city. The urgency stemmed from her sudden recollection of Cress, who was holding off the Grim Reaper. Upon reaching the separation point, Yuing was stunned by the sight before her. The once dense forest had been reduced to a sea of flames, thanks to the unique sensitivity between angels. She finally found Cress, bloodied and mangled, amidst the scorched earth. Although she was anxious to find my whereabouts, Yuing could not abandon the severely injured Cress. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to help Cress heal first. Together, Yuing and Yuer assisted Cress deeper into the woods. Wait for me. Uncertain how much time had passed, I awoke from my unconsciousness, the blinding sunlight causing my eyes discomfort. The hand shielded my gaze, and I beheld a sky so blue it seemed washed clean, utterly pure, like a polished mirror. As I sat up, I found no trace of soreness in my body. Closing my eyes, I entered a state of introspection, where 7 luminous spheres revolved slowly within me, each representing a different element. As my fighting spirit coursed through me, I was thrilled to discover that not only had my internal injuries healed, but my energy had also returned to its optimal state. Opening my eyes in joy, I was astonished by the sight before me. At that moment, I sat on a small, round island, devoid of trees, save for some lowly flowers and grasses. Gazing around, I found myself surrounded by the vast, deep blue sea. Seated there, I watched the ocean, the gentle breeze mingling with the unique salty scent of the sea caressing my face, evoking an indescribable sense of tranquility that I inhaled deeply, casting aside all worries and sorrows, relishing this fleeting moment of peace. How beautiful! I marveled. Is it? I'm glad you like it. A soft voice came from behind me. Startled, I turned to see a woman clad in white, her striking white hair cascading down her shoulders, dancing in the wind. So beautiful, I exclaimed, captivated by her presence once more. Realizing my lapse in composure, I hurriedly apologized. Her amused smile in response only deepened my embarrassment. Who are you? I finally grasped the key question, for I had not noticed anyone else on this island when I surveyed it. Me. Did Paulge not tell you? The woman countered without directly answering. Well, I did ask him, but Master Paulge did not enlighten me. I replied truthfully. Is that so? Then allow me to inform you about everything concerning you. Concerning me? Indeed. Concerning you. Let me introduce myself. I am Nadi, the goddess of space, one of the 7 elemental deities. The scroll Paulge gave you is meant to summon me. The woman spoke calmly, but her words struck me like thunder. The goddess of space. How can this be? I exclaimed, incredulous. Do you not believe me? Then let me allow you to experience it. Prepare yourself. As she spoke, I noticed a transparent barrier enveloping her form. Before I could react, the barrier vanished. This sensation. The moment the barrier dissipated, an immense pressure descended, the powerful divine aura forcing me to kneel. Gritting my teeth, I struggled to resist, my fists clenched tightly, my nails digging painfully into my flesh. But the overwhelming aura continued to bear down on me until I gradually succumbed. The barrier reappeared, the pressure abruptly lifting, and with a thud, I collapsed, feeling utterly drained, cold sweat soaking my garments. This is divine might, I uttered weakly. My apologies. Now you should believe my identity. The goddess of space chuckled, as if everything were of little consequence to her. Then, Where is this place? I steadied my breath, having no doubt left regarding her identity. This is my domain of space, where time and space, everything, is under my control. This is my absolute realm. As I listened to the goddess of space's explanation, I nodded, somewhat understanding, but then my thoughts turned to Shui Jing, who lay in my arms. That I glanced at the goddess, intending to inquire about her, only to receive a mysterious smile in return. Do you wish to know about that girl? With a flick of her sleeve, a luminous mirror appeared before me, revealing a bright chamber where Shui Jing lay peacefully asleep on a white bed. Do not worry. Though she has sustained serious injuries, her life is not in danger. However, it is unfortunate that she will no longer be able to use magic. Upon hearing this, my previously reassured heart tightened once more. All of this is because of me. I chastised myself inwardly. All right, let us move on to the main topic. With a glance, I found myself in a cavern, rather than a cave. It felt like a unique space, for here I sensed no elemental presence whatsoever. The cavern was circular, resembling the interior of a great mountain, with a cool breeze flowing through, indicating a connection to the outside. However, the cavern's expanse exceeded my imagination, spanning over 100 kilometers. And on the ground lay a massive hexagram formation, with similar patterns adorning the ceiling. In each corner of the cavern stood towering stone giants, intricately carved and lifelike, making me feel utterly diminutive among them. At the center of the hexagram stood a statue of a woman. This figure seems familiar. I hesitated as I gazed at the statue before me. Indeed, this is my true form. The goddess of space suddenly appeared beside me, startling me. What on earth is going on? Calming myself, I became intensely curious about everything before me. Well, you do not need to ask. I will tell you anyway. Having read the prophecy chronicles, you should be aware of the war of the gods 1,000 years ago. I nodded, continuing to listen intently. A millennium ago, I, alongside the deities of the four elements, heeded the call of the god of light to assist him in repelling the invasion of the god of darkness. However, the subsequent events unfolded in ways we could scarcely have anticipated. We were utterly unaware that ambition resided not solely within the god of darkness. Indeed, the god of light harbored aspirations of dominion over the entire world, unable to bear the suffering of the world's creatures. I utilized my spatial magic, enlisting the aid of the elemental deities of wind, water, fire, and earth to successfully summon the mother goddess. Thus, the bloodshed was curtailed, albeit at the cost of the elemental deities' divine powers, which were exhausted, plunging them into an eternal slumber. As for me, I fared somewhat better. Though my true form lies in slumber, my divine consciousness remains alert. This is the essence of my being that you now behold. As I listened to the space goddess's narrative, my mind swirled with confusion at the enormity of it all. What does this have to do with me? I managed to grasp the crux of the matter despite my bewilderment. Indeed, it pertains to you. For you are the Judicator, a chosen one summoned directly by the mother goddess, essentially the arbiter of light and darkness. Oh, is that so? WH? What? I am the Judicator, I exclaimed in shock. Could there be a mistake? I asked incredulously. If someone were to claim that tomorrow's sun would rise from the west, I might entertain the notion, yet this revelation was utterly unfathomable to me. Hiki, there is no need for such astonishment. This is your destiny, from which there is no escape. The space goddess responded with a knowing smile, seemingly anticipating my reaction. It is perfectly acceptable if you find this difficult to accept for the moment. After all, we have ample time ahead of us. Just continue listening to my tale. Heeding her words, I suppressed my astonishment and carried on. Do you know, this year marks the 996th year of the teaching calendar, which means that in 4 years, it will be a millennium. Your mission must be accomplished within this time frame. I govern the realms of time and space, and I possess the ability to foresee, for years hence, the continent of light and shadow will once again be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. What must I do? I pondered aloud. After all, I am merely a human. If it were you, I have faith that you would succeed. Me. Yes. You. For within you lies the dormant consciousness of the Archangel Yuya. Yuya, the god of war from a millennium ago, and also the Archangel, who has long been at odds with the Grand Archangel Gabriel. In truth, there are mysteries surrounding you that elude my understanding, for during the massacre of the Dark Clan a millennium ago, the God King favored the warmongering Gabriel. Subsequently, Yuya was betrayed by Gabriel and exiled to the Abyss, a realm that devours all, from which no one can escape. Yet you did so, which cannot be considered anything short of miraculous. Is that so? My mind was now utterly overwhelmed, and I made an effort not to dwell on it. instead focusing intently on her words. Your mission is, in essence, quite simple: to traverse the continent of light and shadow and seek out the 4 elemental crystals. Elemental crystals. What are those? To understand the elemental crystals, one must begin with the origins of the continent of light and shadow. Rather than the supreme deity wielding dominion over the 7 elements, it is more accurate to say that the supreme deity serves as their guardian. The elements are the foundation upon which this world operates. Without them, the world would collapse. The supreme deity's burden is to safeguard the elemental crystals that generate these elements. Likewise, the deities earn the elements' recognition, which explains why the gods can cast magic instantaneously without incantations. In truth, the gods contain no magical elements within them. What we channel is the essence of the world itself. No wonder the supreme deity is far more powerful than humans. It all makes sense now. I continued to absorb her words in silence. The elemental crystals were brought here by the mother goddess from her realm and possess immense magical power. Thus, the god of darkness and the god of light discovered the dark crystal and the light crystal a millennium ago and claimed them as their own. To prevent the impending war in 4 years, you must locate the scattered wind, water, fire, and earth crystals. I require their power to awaken the deities of the 4 elements, and even if we cannot avert the catastrophe, we may be able to summon the mother goddess in the final moments. I understand. Given this, I accept this mission, but how am I to find the elemental crystals? Indeed, the elemental crystals typically appear as ordinary stones, devoid of any aura. However, as they are all artifacts of the mother goddess, they share a connected essence. When 2 elemental crystals are within a certain proximity, they will resonate with one another. Take this. It will aid you in locating the crystals. As she spoke, the space goddess conjured a staff with her left hand, which astonishingly was the divine artifact I had stored in my spatial pouch. However, this staff had undergone a remarkable transformation, radiating a powerful aura of space, and the previously empty socket at its top was now embedded with a white magical stone. No, it was the elemental crystal of space. This crystal was acquired from a human spatial mage hundreds of years ago. I personally removed it at that time, and now I merely return it to its rightful place. With this crystal, I believe you will be able to harness 8th level magic. One more thing. The god of darkness and the god of light have likely guessed my intentions and may send agents to thwart you. You must be prepared to face certain death. Additionally, I hope you can locate the mother goddess's seals over the divine and infernal realms and shatter them, thus thwarting their ambitions. Xiaofeng, tell me, are you prepared to undertake this sacred mission? The space goddess regarded me solemnly. Awaiting my response, I closed my eyes for a moment, calming my racing heart before opening them with determination, and replied softly, "Who knows?" I then turned my attention elsewhere and added, "But I will strive earnestly." Hearing this, the space goddess smiled in relief. "At present, I am unable to leave this domain, so I cannot assist you further. To ensure your safety, I would like you to retrieve something." "What is it?" "The staff of the Judicator, left by the goddess of light in the Dragon Valley.